Sway Sway pinched her thigh hard, tears streaming from the pain. She was dumbfounded. How could this be a dream? But who could tell her what this towering, cloud-piercing, dense forest was? She had been in her newly opened mall frantically counting the day's revenue, until her hands cramped and her eyelids drooped.
洛云初边说边揶揄地看着他，问他是不是觉得他不是他了。如果他说他不是刘云，他信吗？
Kidnap. Her ethereal white long dress remained spotless. Strange, strange, truly strange. Hey, is anyone there? Sway Sway cupped her hands around her mouth and called out a few times, but the only response was flocks of startled birds taking flight and small animals scurrying underfoot. She was terrified, her heart pounding. Watching the sunlight in the forest fade patch by patch, she stopped shouting and hurried toward a path with trampled grass. If she didn't get down the mountain soon, she feared she might become a beast's meal. Her calf-length dress and 8-centimeter stiletto heels made every step treacherous. Beads of sweat formed on her smooth, fair forehead from tension. She thought back to her childhood in an orphanage and her struggles after college. She had seen all kinds of situations, yet now she was afraid of this little mountain path. But sometimes what you fear most comes to you. In a moment of carelessness, her heel caught on a round twig, and her body instantly lost balance. Her ankle twisted, and with a cry she fell into the overgrown bushes beside the path. She hissed in pain as she saw the crisscrossing bloody scratches on her fair left hand, and her slender snow-white right ankle quickly swelling. Sway Sway couldn't help but gasp, her brows furrowed, and her beautiful peach blossom eyes instantly misted with tears of pain. If I find out who's messing with me, you'll skin them alive. Humph. Her tone was fierce and she waved her hand threateningly, but her pure and beautiful face made it lack any intimidation. This whole scene fell into the eyes of a man nearby, his gaze deep as a cold pool. Also captured were her fair, delicate arms and calves, indecently dressed, a disgrace to decency. As Sway Sway propped herself up with her uninjured right hand, a sharp pain shot through her ankle and she collapsed again. But in that fall she turned her head and met those cold eyes, icy, devoid of warmth, as if looking at a corpse. Her heart skipped a beat. Oh my God, help! Then, ignoring the pain in her ankle, she scrambled up, quickly, looking as if a ghost were chasing her. Though she believed that a clear conscience fears no knock, she was really afraid of ghosts. Catching sight of a thick branch out of the corner of her eye, she quickly picked it up and used it as a walking stick. Oh my God, what's going on? Could it be that someone was murdered, died with grievances, and was dumped in the wilderness, and then I was dragged here to be? Her imagination running wild, the more she thought, the more convinced she became, and her trembling steps involuntarily quickened. But after walking less than 10 meters, she stopped again. Hey, that's not right. Did I just see those eyes move? What if he isn't dead? I can't just leave him to die. But I shouted so loudly just now, why didn't he answer? She debated back and forth, unable to decide. Oh, forget it, I'll go check first. If he's alive, we can help each other. Having made up her mind, she turned back without hesitation. Looking around, she found there was no direct path. With no choice, she used her stick to push aside the weeds and tangled branches, muttering, "Alas, my fairy image is completely shattered." Unsurprisingly, every word reached the man's ears. He inexplicably wanted to laugh, but his face was too stiff to smile, so his facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. Just a moment ago, she was terrified of meeting his eyes, as if seeing a ghost. Now why had she come back? But he was indeed relieved by her return. In this wilderness, she was probably his only hope for rescue. Thinking of the ambush he had suffered, his eyes darkened. Once he got out, he would settle scores with them one by one. Sway Swee's dress was snagged and frayed. She struggled to push aside the weeds and branches. Then she saw that lying on the ground was a man, a living, breathing man. The moment she saw his face, Sway felt she had forgotten to breathe, her heart pounding wildly. How could there be such a stunningly handsome man in this? His wheat-colored skin exuded masculinity. His phoenix eyes, though cold, were incredibly captivating. She thought when not cold, he must be gentle and affectionate. His nose was straight, and even his tightly pressed lips perfectly matched hers. Sway felt she had fallen in love. His hair was half tied in a crown and half loose, slightly disheveled, and his clothes, though damaged, were of fine quality. Is this a period drama? He'll definitely ask for his WeChat later. Single for almost 20 years, victory in sight. Just thinking about it is little did she know he was also appraising her. Her hair was like fine silk, her beautiful eyes clear and bright, her red lips and delicate nose made her stunningly beautiful. Her strange dress clung to her graceful figure, and her exposed arms and calves were even more alluringly fair than in the fleeting glance. Her delicate feet wore strange shoes, and her glistening toes were painted with red polish. Sway smoothed her skirt and crouched down. Hey handsome, are you filming a movie? Why are you lying on the ground? But I don't see any other people or cameras. The man's only movable black eyes were now full of confusion. Handsome, who is she? What does she mean? Seeing him blink continuously, but not move or speak for a long time, Sway finally realized something was wrong. A bold guess suddenly occurred to her. Trembling, she stepped closer and vigorously rubbed his hairline with her hand. So close, her unique fragrance wafted into his nose, and her hand was messing with his hair. The man felt both tormented and humiliated. When had he ever been so manhandled by a woman? Just as he was about to burst with fury, the annoying hand finally left. Sway Sway looked at the reddened skin she had rubbed and muttered incredulously, "It's not a wig, it's real hair." Then she forced herself to meet his eyes and asked nervously, "I have a question. Do all men here wear long hair? If yes, blink once." Though still angry and confused, the man blinked once. Sway Sway, who had been staring nervously at his eyes, suddenly collapsed to the ground. Am I time traveling? Did I travel to an ancient world where imperial power is supreme? Oh heavens, don't play with me like this. I don't read novels, watch dramas. After struggling for 3 years, selling my villa, leaving the scheming workplace, and finally becoming my own boss, you send me to this ancient world where people devour. Of course, heaven didn't hear her silent cries. The man, seeing her expression that was both crying and laughing, simply closed his eyes out of sight. Is this woman a fool? And Sway Sway, who was thought to be a fool, was heartbroken, thinking that she had only just turned her life around for a day before time. Doesn't she deserve to be a boss? Her super shopping mall. Mall. That's right, the mall. Since she could travel to ancient times, could the mall have come? So she quickly walked aside, closed her eyes, and sensed. This feeling almost made her cry with joy. Her mall had really come with her. After checking that he couldn't see her even if he opened his eyes, she flashed into the space. The vast mall was brightly lit with goods as fully stocked as before, but walking alone, only the sound of her dragging heels echoed, eerily frightening. Sway Sway simply took off her shoes, carried them in her hand, and started wandering around the first floor. Mindful of the presence outside, Sway Sway did not linger long in the space supermarket, emerging after about 10 minutes. An optimist by nature, she reasoned that since she had already traversed, and the mall had followed, there was no need to dwell excessively on the matter. After all, no amount of lamentation would change a thing. It was better to adapt to circumstances. With the space in hand, she would never want for food or drink. Slowly approaching the man, she noticed his eyes were still closed, realizing that time flowed differently between the space and reality. She gave him a gentle nudge. Hey big brother, can you not get up? How about I help you sit? Lying like this feels rather odd. At her words, the man quickly opened his eyes and blinked. He had maintained this position for nearly 2 days. Sway Sway was instantly amused by this unexpected cuteness. She hadn't imagined that this ancient man with his imposing stature and strong aura could be so. Limping behind him, she crouched down, lowering her left knee, and slipped her arms under his armpits. So close as she could clearly detect a pleasant scent reminiscent of cedar on him. There was also a faint trace of sweat, yet it was not unpleasant. She intended to exert force to the right to help him up, but she underestimated his weight and overestimated her own strength. Unexpectedly, her effort caused her to fall backwards, sprawling on the ground with fresh bloody scratches appearing on her arms. Hearing her cry of pain, the man's heart tightened. Sway Sway had no choice but to limp around to his front again. Sorry, I didn't get the technique right just now. Let me try from the front. Seeing the glaring blood marks on her fair skin, and hearing her apology, the usually ruthless man felt an unfamiliar twinge of guilt. But he couldn't bring himself to speak, so he simply blinked. Sway Sway, ignoring the pain in her ankle, crouched down again, adjusted her position, and slipped her arms under his armpits. This time she didn't exert force immediately. Instead, she took a few deep breaths, then, with a sudden burst of strength, she lifted him up. Perhaps she used too much force again as she tumbled into his embrace, nearly causing him to fall back down. Seeing this, Sway Sway quickly hugged him to steady him. Held in her embrace, he felt the softness against him and smelled the faint fragrance of her hair. His heart began to beat uncontrollably fast, and the tips of his ears beneath his dark hair grew warm. In the past, any woman who came within a zhang of him was sent flying without a second thought. Yet he felt no aversion to her proximity, even her throwing herself into his arms, but rather a strange sense of pleasure. This woman surely knew how to bewitch people. Once she sensed his stability, and her own breathing had calmed, Sway Sway withdrew from his. Though he was her type, she couldn't take advantage of an injured man, especially one from ancient times. Alas, her love life was over before it. Collecting her thoughts, she crouched slightly before him, meeting his gaze. What happened to you? Are you poisoned? He blinked again. Sway Sway understood. These ancient people were troublesome, always resorting to violence and poison, treating life as cheap. How much better was the modern Great Huaxiao with its peace and prosperity? But if she couldn't return for a while, what would she do? Sighing at her plight, the man quickly blinked, silently asking what's wrong. Strangely, Sway Sway understood his meaning, and her heavy mood lifted slightly. Nothing. This man before her was clearly no ordinary person. With the situation still unclear, it was better to latch onto a powerful ally than to wander and ponder alone. Her mall had a pharmacy. She wondered if the medicine there would be of any use to him. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkled, with cunning accentuating her pure and sweet oval face. Her tone turned playful. He'll let you in on a secret. Actually, I'm a little fairy. Her words left the man's deep, dark eyes momentarily stunned, then quickly tinged with amusement. Indeed, she was a little fairy, one who got hurt easily. Catching the teasing in his eyes, Sway felt her face flush. Oh god, she had taken the joke too far. Though he was a man of ancient times, he was clearly a very extraordinary one. But her tone remained defiant. Wait for me. She stood up, walked aside, and vanished into the space. He suddenly felt a flicker of anticipation for the surprise she might bring. This woman seemed rather intriguing. Upon entering the space, Sway didn't rush to the pharmacy. Instead, she limped barefoot to the clothing section, picking out a set of robes and matching embroidered shoes. The owner of the clothing section was a middle-aged woman who loved beauty and had a keen eye. Although modern wear was the mainstay, she had a deep appreciation for Hanfu culture, so there was a good selection of various styles. There were also Republic-era and vintage-style garments. Their common trait was elegance and beauty. After gathering the clothes, she leisurely ascended to the third floor where her office and a well-equipped lounge were located. She headed straight to the bathroom, turned on the shower, and adjusted the water temperature. The thought of changing without bathing first was unbearable. Even with her wounds, she had to shower. But as the water flowed, Sway froze. Why did the water have a scent? It smelled like milk, but wasn't, yet it was so pleasant that it refreshed her spirit. Before the traversal, she would have been shocked enough to call for help, but now she remained remarkably calm. If people in malls could traverse, it was no wonder the water had changed. As long as it was harmless. She turned the shower head into the bathtub. After filling it, she stripped off her clothes and slipped in the water level just above her chest. The moment she entered the water, Sway felt a warm energy surge through her limbs and bones. A moment later, she lifted her hands and feet out of the water, and an even more miraculous scene unfolded. The tiny scratches on her skin had vanished. Her ankle, which had been swollen and nearly numb with pain, was visibly shrinking and healing, returning to normal. Her already fair and delicate skin became even more radiant, glowing with a captivating luster. It was so tempting that she herself couldn't resist wanting to kiss it. Sway stared in astonishment, unable to stay calm. She felt as if she might be overwhelmed by this immense fortune. Heavens, this cheat is incredible. My life is finally about to take off, ha ha ha. Humming a cheerful tune, she quickly finished washing and changed into the ruchuan and shoes. Not knowing how to style her hair, she simply parted a section from each side, tied them with an elastic band at the back of her head, and adorned it with a long silk ribbon. Looking at her reflection in the full-length mirror, even without makeup, her features were as picturesque as a painting, with rosy lips and white teeth. Sway snapped her fingers in delight. Perfect. And practically the fairy herself. Then she quickly made her way to the daily necessities section on the second floor. How wonderful it felt to walk briskly again. She picked out a set of mugs with an ancient-style girl pattern, and after a moment's thought took a long straw. She filled the mug almost to the brim with water from the kitchen faucet, put the lid on, and flashed out of the space. The moment she landed, the man who had been resting with his eyes closed snapped them open, his gaze filled with palpable ferocity. "I'm back." But as Sway's sweet voice rang out, the emotion in his eyes receded like a tide. When she appeared in his line of sight, a flicker of amazement. Dressed in a light blue ruchuan with a matching sash around her slender waist, her graceful figure was accentuated perfectly. Her thick, jet-black hair fell to her waist with the ribbon fluttering behind her. With her tall stature, bright eyes, and flawless creamy skin, she looked like a true fairy. But where had she gotten such clothes in such a short time? And her gait was completely normal despite her ankle being severely swollen and causing her to limp earlier. A fairy? Huh. He didn't believe it. This woman was like an enigma. Sway noticed his eyes darting over her figure, instantly grasping his meaning, yet she chose not to respond. Instead, she carefully crouched down, cup in hand, opened its lid, inserted the straw, and brought it to his lips. "Come on, drink this, and see how—" Gazing at the white cup filled with water that exuded the same scent as her, he blinked again. "My mouth can't move, I can't drink." How about I try prying your mouth open?" The man's eyes visibly faltered for a moment, but in the end he resignedly narrowed them. Seeing his reaction, Sway proceeded without hesitation. Yet to her astonishment, even after she pried a small gap and inserted the straw, he still couldn't suck the water. "How about you lie down and he'll feed you with a spoon?" She carefully set the cup aside, knelt beside him, cradled the back of his head with one hand, and pressed his shoulder with the other to ease him back. The man felt that in his 23 years of life, he had never been so utterly humiliated, especially before a delicate woman. Once he recovered, she helped him lie flat. Seeing his closed eyes, Sway understood. A vigorous and handsome young man reduced to such a state was indeed a pitiable sight. "I'm going to start feeding you now." After giving him a heads-up, she began carefully spooning water into his mouth bit by bit. But after several spoonfuls, she still saw no movement in his throat. Growing anxious, she said, "Hey big guy, can you even swallow this?" Hearing this, his eyelids flickered, and then his throat moved. Sway, who had been watching him intently, finally breathed a sigh of relief as he swallowed the water. Good. He could still swallow. So she quickened the pace of feeding. Just as the cup was nearly empty, his eyes snapped open, fixing a sharp gaze upon her, as if trying to see through her very soul. Startled, Sway nearly threw the cup at his face. Oh my god, big guy, don't you know scaring someone to death is a real thing? She shot him a sideways glance while patting her racing heart. Sorry for startling you. The moment the words left his mouth, both of them froze. He thought never had anyone dared to make me beg for mercy, when had I ever bowed my head to another. Yet why did he instinctively lower himself before her? Sway Sway exclaimed, "Ah, you can talk now." The earlier fright was instantly forgotten, replaced by a bright, radiant smile and undisguised delight in her voice. I can also feel some sensation in my hands. That's great, that's great. Let me help you sit up. A few more rounds of this drink, and you'll be good as new. But how did you end up like this, say? I was poisoned by my own brothers in league with outsiders. Seeing his cold expression and the barely contained grit in his voice, Sway Sway mused silently, does your family have a throne to inherit or mountains of gold and silver that even your own blood wants you dead? But she veered her words and still asked, what kind of poison is so potent? A poison from the western regions, colorless and odorless. The victim first grows weak all over, then gradually stiffens. Without an antidote, within 3 days they die of complete rigidity. Tisk tisk tsk. So what day are you on? Watching her shake her head and click her tongue, he found it oddly amusing. Just the second day? But fate hasn't abandoned me. I met you. Sway Sway secretly thought indeed fate hadn't abandoned him. The moment I time traveled, I landed right beside you and saved you. But as the sky grew darker, Sway Sway couldn't help feeling anxious. She couldn't possibly, as a lone woman, camp out in the wild. Wait here. They'll go see if there's a cave nearby. Wild beasts might come out at night, and that would be trouble. Be careful. Got it. Oh, by the way, are there any beasts around here? You've been lying here for nearly 2 days, and there's not even a single caterpillar on you. No large beasts spotted yet, but plenty of small critters. As for the lack of caterpillars on me, maybe even they're afraid of the poison I carry. Hearing this, Sway Sway felt much more at ease. She said she'd look around nearby, but she wandered far and wide. No cave, not even a dirt pit in sight. Defeated, she had to turn back. But after a couple of steps, her peach blossom eyes suddenly lit up. She retraced her steps for a while, then vanished from. When she reappeared, she was carrying a pile of things in her arms with a backpack slung over her shoulders. Yet the whole scene seemed oddly incongruous with her fairy-like attire. Back. At the crisp, Oreo-like sound of her voice, the man immediately turned his head. How did it go? With his keen hearing, he had already sensed her return. Catching sight of the bundle in her arms, he asked, "What's this?" "Oh, I couldn't find a cave, so I decided we'd camp in a tent instead. It's something unique for my homeland." With that, she dropped the bundle onto the ground and rubbed her sore arms. Good heavens, I'm exhausted. Seeing her weary state, the man's handsome lips pressed together, but in the end, he only managed to dry, "You've worked hard." Sway Sway waved a hand. "It's nothing to complain about. Even if you didn't need a place to stay, I do. I'm not about to rough it." With that, she pulled a gleaming machete from the pile and began clearing the surrounding weeds and tangled branches. Watching her finish the job with a few swift swings, the man was full of curiosity. "May I ask, miss, what kind of refined steel is this blade made of? It cuts through like clay." "I can't vouch for cutting through clay, but blades this sharp are a dime a dozen where I come from." As she spoke, she started setting up the tent. The tent was a pop-up model ready to use once opened. Waterproof, moisture-proof, and not at all flimsy. Deep in the forest with almost no wind, there was no need to anchor it tightly, which made things very convenient. To ward off snakes, rats, and insects, she also sprinkled medicinal powder around the tent. Though she hadn't seen any of those creepy crawlies, yet it was better to be safe than sorry. Catching his curious childlike gaze, Sway Sway gave a mysterious smile. "All of this is unique to my homeland." He believed her. As the supreme authority in the Tianjin kingdom, second only to the emperor, he had seen every kind of treasure. Yet the things she produced were beyond anything the current Tianjin kingdom could possess. Who on earth was she? The who on earth in question. Sway Sway looked at the 2 tents, one large, one small, set up side by side, and nodded with a sense of accomplishment. In her past life, she had been buried in work almost every day. Even when she wanted to relax, she worried about losing a client she was about to close, so she always gave up the idea. Who would have thought that on the very first day of her time travel, she'd be camping deep in the mountains? The feeling wasn't so bad, was it? The larger tent was for him, set up right behind him to make it easier to drag him inside. It was only then that Sway Sway realized not finding a cave was actually a blessing. Dragging him into the tent had already left her drenched in sweat. She could swear that if there had been a cave, it wouldn't have been just sweat. After lying still for a while staring at the tent ceiling, she vanished into her space. When she reappeared, she was refreshed, wearing a different dress and holding a cup of water. "Can I come in?" No sooner had the words left her mouth than a deep voice sounded from inside. "I figure you must be hungry. Have something to eat and drink some water." Sway Sway sat cross-legged beside him, tore open a pack of French-style mini bread, and brought it to his lips. Looking at her, carefree yet freshly attired, and then at the soft-looking bread in her delicate hand, the man's curiosity about her burned even more intensely beneath his lowered gaze. The bread was soft and fluffy, carrying a sweet fragrance that reminded him of her scent. milky, and pleasant, never cloying. 1,000 times better than the vulgar, powdered women of the capital. I am deeply grateful for your rescue, miss. May I ask your name? Sway, like bountiful harvest peace year after year. And you? Jean Zhao. Jean Zhao. Jean Zhao as in peace year after year Jean Zhao. I am 23 born on the 2nd day of the 7th lunar month. Sway thought, oh wow. Dude, you really didn't have to be so thorough. I'm not doing a background check. Haha, our names seem quite faded, don't they? Indeed, I share a bond with Miss Sway. Sway said nothing this time, only smiled. Faded indeed. What a thrill on the first day of my time travel. From now on, I only hope you'll remember your savior, and look out for me a bit more. By the time she finished feeding him water and bread, dusk had fallen and objects could only be discerned in vague silhouettes. As soon as her hands were free, Sway hurriedly pulled an adorable flashlight from her backpack. With a soft click, she pushed the switch upward, and the tent was instantly illuminated as bright as day. Jean Zhao stared at the palm-sized little device, which with her gentle push emitted a radiance comparable to sunlight. Though his expression remained as stoic as ever, his slightly widened starry eyes and incredulous tone betrayed him. So what is this? Sway paid no heed to the change in his address for her. After all, a name was merely a label. This is a mini flashlight, something only available where I come from. After explaining the flashlight's usage and precautions in detail, she returned to her own tent. Though her body and mind felt utterly relaxed after bathing, having dozed off, while counting money, traversed through time, and trekked through the forest for most of the afternoon, her brain insisted she lie down and rest. Meanwhile, Jean Zhao, fondling the flashlight, and feeling the soft bedding beneath him, was shaken by a storm of inner turmoil. Where on earth did she come from? Her appearance was no different from the people of Tianjin Kingdom, even unmatched in beauty, yet her attire, speech, and mannerisms were worlds apart. And the writing on the transparent packaging of the pastries. It looked similar to the script here, yet somehow simpler. Pondering yielded no answers, so he set it aside for now. As the night deepened, both lost in their own thoughts fell into a deep slumber. Little did they know the starry sky visible in the early night was gradually obscured by iron-gray clouds. The wind rose like a giant hand, stirring the forest, sending small creatures scurrying and shrieking. The two who had just been asleep opened their eyes almost simultaneously. Is it an earthquake? That was Sway's first thought. She sprang up, her actions outpacing her mind as she rolled up her bedding ready to take refuge in her space. But then she remembered Jean Zhao, who was still immobile next door, and had to abandon the idea. She patted the tent. Hey Jean Zhao, are you okay? A low voice responded, I'm fine. Sway's heart eased a little. After a moment's thought, she decided to go check on him. As she stepped out of her tent, a lightning bolt pierced the pitch-black sky like a gleaming white blade. Immediately after, a deafening clap of thunder roared like a colossal beast opening its bloody maw ready to devour everything. Oh my god, terrifying. It's about to pour. I wonder if the tent will collapse. Jean Zhao, can I come in? Before she could finish, the tent flap opened from inside. Sway. Jean. Hey Jean Zhao, are you better? Sway, about to duck into the tent, suddenly noticed a change in him. My upper body is fully recovered, and I can slightly move my legs. That's wonderful. Leaving this godforsaken place was finally within sight. Jean Zhao, wait for me. She returned to her tent and entered her space. Moments later, she emerged with a cup of water. Here, drink this cup of water. After this, he should be completely healed. Hope was right around the corner. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. This time Jean Zhao didn't need to be fed. He held the cup in one hand and the lid in the other, sipping slowly and elegantly. Though his movements were graceful, noble, and pleasing to the eye, Sway found it agonizing to watch. Brother, could you drink a little faster? Our escape from these mountains depends entirely on you. Finally, under her intense, unwavering gaze, the cup was drained. All right, now we just wait for the water to take effect. Jean Zhao, get some more rest. I'm heading back to my tent soon. The storm is probably about to hit. No sooner had she spoken than large raindrops began pelting the tent with a crackling sound. The rain intensified as if determined to pierce through the canvas. Fortunately, the tent was waterproof and moisture-proof, and it was set up on treated ground, so there was no worry about water seeping in from below. Due to the terrain and vegetation, there was also no risk of landslides or mudslides. But Sway was stunned. Did my mouth just bless this? How am I supposed to get back to my tent now? Seeing her adorably dazed expression, Jean Zhao found his mood greatly improved, and the corners of his handsome lips involuntarily curled upward. Yet he feigned a cough. Don't be afraid, Sway. Rain in the forest comes swiftly and passes just as quickly. Oh, it won't last long. Let's switch places. You come over here and rest. No. This bedding is only meant for one person. Besides, you're still recovering. How could I possibly take your spot? You go to sleep. They'll sit with you a bit longer, and then head back. Sway. All right, no more talking. Sleep. Sway pressed him back onto the bedding without argument, and sat down cross-legged beside him. But as she sat, she drifted off to sleep. This time Jean Zhao, who had been pushed down again, felt no irritation. On the contrary, that strange, pleasant feeling in his heart returned. The thought startled even himself. He shook his head with a wry smile and gazed at her sideways. Under the light, her face resting on her knees was serene and lovely. Her curled lashes trembled occasionally, casting a shadow over her eyelids, and her naturally rosy lips were slightly parted. Perhaps because the rain outside showed no sign of stopping and the temperature was dropping fast, Sui unconsciously rubbed her arms in her sleep. Seeing this, Jin Zhao snapped back to reality. Just as he was about to sit up and pull out the bedding to cover her, he realized his legs could move. A surge of joy filled him, but he didn't announce it. He quietly rose, gently unzipped the tent, and dashed into hers, cradling her bedding in his arms. He spread the bedding out side by side, then carefully lifted and laid her down. Perhaps his movements were too gentle, or Sui was sleeping too soundly. Either way, she wasn't startled awake. Worried she might catch a chill, Jin Zhao took off his outer robe, dried it with his inner energy, and carefully draped it over her. He then laid down beside her in just a thin undergarment. The rain continued to fall, and the temperature kept dropping. Half asleep, Sui instinctively rolled toward the source of warmth, clinging to him like an octopus. It was as if she were clinging to the giant teddy bear pillow that accompanied her sleep every night, even rubbing her cheek against it. In the darkness, Jin Zhao's lashes suddenly fluttered, and his eyes snapped open, his aura turning icy and intimidating. Once he recognized his surroundings and collected his thoughts, his aura shifted instantly. Looking down at the bundle nestled in his arms, his heart gradually filled with an unprecedented wave of tender emotion. He murmured to himself, being held like this for the first time. This feeling, though unfamiliar, doesn't seem so bad. With a long arm, he reached for the outer robe she had kicked aside. After a moment's thought, he draped it over both of them and rested his hand on her slender waist. Sui, no matter where you come from, or who you are, since you've taken the initiative to cling to this king, don't even think about leaving. Besides, after this we've shared a bed. Poor Sui had no idea that a subconscious movement in her sleep had just sold her out. Outside the tent, the wind and rain raged on, carrying a biting chill. Inside the tent, they held each other close, enjoying a night of sweet. As the sky began to pale, the torrential rain that had raged for most of the night finally ceased. The forest, washed clean by the downpour, appeared even more lush and vibrant, brimming with life. Birds perched on the branches began to chirp their melodies. "Shouty, why are there birds singing?" Sui asked drowsily from within the tent, her eyes still closed. Yet as her words fell, the atmosphere around them dropped several degrees. "Who is Xiao Di?" "Xiao Di is you, the teddy bear. Hey Teddy, you. How could it possibly speak?" Her consciousness snapped back instantly. Sui opened her eyes to find a magnified, handsome face staring at her with a faint, knowing smile. She thought that if he moved his head just slightly in her direction, the tip of his nose would touch hers. At such close proximity, even their breaths intertwined. She stealthily inched her head back, gradually removing her arms from around his neck. Jin Zhao glanced at her, and the faint, knowing smile on his handsome face turned into a derisive humph. Jin Zhao, I can explain." As her hands left his neck, he propped himself up on his elbow to look at her. Sui, go ahead. I'm listening. It's like this: I was half asleep, and I think I mistook you for the teddy bear in my bed." "The teddy bear in your bed, oi?" His expression remained unchanged, but his tone turned icy. "Mama, teddy bear is a kind of plush toy, all fluffy. It's so warm to hug while sleeping in winter." As she spoke, she discreetly pulled back her long leg that had been draped across his waist. She sighed inwardly. Good heavens, how did I end up sleeping on top? Was I that covetous of his good looks? For others, women are a source of trouble. For him, it's his own charm. Hey wait, Jin Zhao, I was sitting over there. How did my bedding end up here? Seeing that she had finally caught on, Jin Zhao, who had been struggling to hold back his laughter, could no longer contain himself and burst into hearty laughter. He pinched her delicate, pretty nose. "Haha, of course I went and got it, you little fool." Just as Sui was about to say something more, she was instantly jolted by his term, little fool. The tone was so affectionate. What did he mean? Was it what she thought it meant? In her past life, though she never lacked suitors, she was always busy making her first fortune and had never been in a relationship or even flirted with anyone. And now here she was being called little fool with such tenderness and affection by a man from ancient times. His beautiful, expressive eyes shimmered with mirth, making him appear even more gentle and passionate. This feeling was quite novel, but she didn't know if she could ever return home. If she could, that would be best, which meant she couldn't start a relationship here. Though they were both adults, it wasn't her style to have a fling and then just leave. Watching her ever-changing expressions, Jin Zhao found her utterly— Sui, speak your mind. Don't overthink it. Sui looked up, her own beautiful eyes fixed on him. Should she ask? If she asked and he liked her, that would be great. But if not, wouldn't it be awkward? Forget it, she wouldn't ask. Why bother asking so much? Maybe she really could go back. This hazy ambiguity wasn't so bad for now. Nothing much. Alright, Jin Zhao, I've been so caught up that I forgot. Is your leg really healed? Seeing that she didn't want to continue the previous topic, Jin Zhao didn't press her. He simply grabbed his outer robe, put it on, and walked a few steps outside the tent. Sway Sway, who had come out with him, realized just how tall he was. He must be at least 8 meters tall. With broad shoulders and narrow waist, and long legs, his sharply defined handsome features complemented his imposing stature. When he wasn't smiling, he exuded an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Looking at him, she blurted out, "Wow, Jin Zhao, you're so tall. And here I am at 168 meters feeling like a dwarf next to you. Oh, it's too sad to talk about." Jin Zhao walked over and stroked her hair. "Sway Sway, among women you are also the tallest." Sway Sway thought, "Thanks, I feel so comforted." "Jin Zhao, can we get out of the mountains today? We'll go hunt a wild chicken first. After we roast and eat it well set off. It will take at least 5 days to walk out of this dragon tiger mountain." 5 days? Sway Sway asked incredulously, her voice loud. At least 5 days. If it were just me relying on my lightness skill, I could get out in 2 days. Upon hearing his confirmation, Sway Sway once again felt grateful that she had chosen to save him yesterday. Otherwise, even if it cost her her life, she wouldn't have been able to escape this vast mountain range alone. Then go hunt that wild chicken. I've never had authentic roasted wild chicken before. Then stay in the tent and don't wander off. He'll be right back. After entering her own tent, Sway Sway immediately went into her space. She freshened up first, then drank a large glass of water in one go. Next, she fetched 2 large insulated flasks and 2 cups of mushroom-flavored instant noodles along with some other snacks. "Sway Sway, Jin Zhao, you're back." The slightly hasty movement of standing up and the delighted tone of her voice made Sway Sway pause. Was she already this dependent on him after just a day and a half? "Sway Sway, Jin Zhao, you're back." The slightly hasty movement of standing up and the delighted tone of her voice made Sway Sway pause. Was she already this dependent on him after just a day and a half? "Sway Sway, what's wrong?" "Nothing. I cooked some instant noodles for my world. Go wash up and well eat." "All right." A moment later, Jin Zhao drank the soup down to the last drop, sighing contentedly. "Sway Sway, I never knew noodles could taste so divine. This is a type of noodle called instant noodles. There are other flavors too. I'll let you try them all before I leave." "You're leaving?" Jin Zhao seized on the key word instantly, his previous good mood evaporating completely. Just then Sway Sway finished her noodles and put down the cup. "I'm not from here, as you've probably figured out. I might go back any time, just as suddenly and inexplicably as I arrived." Without a moment's hesitation, Jin Zhao pulled her into his arms. "Sway Sway, please don't leave, okay?" He admitted it to himself. He had fallen for this clever and quirky woman in his arms. Forced to listen to his powerful heartbeat, Sway Sway felt a surge of joy. There was no doubt about it. Jin Zhao really did like her. Thinking this, she asked directly, Jin Zhao?" His embrace noticeably stiffened. He hadn't expected her to be so forthright, but it was precisely her directness that he liked. "Yes, I like you." Seeing her radiant smile when she saw him return, a thought had suddenly struck him. Perhaps retreating to live in seclusion in these mountains with her wouldn't be so bad. "But we've known each other for at most a day and a half. What is it about me that you like?" In modern times, whirlwind romances were common, but she didn't expect this conservative ancient era to have them too. His gentle, passionate eyes gazed steadily into hers. "As long as it's you, I like everything about you." Isn't this affection a bit inexplicable? It felt a bit cheesy, didn't it? Could he have fallen for her at first sight too? She distinctly remembered that when they first met, his eyes looked like they could devour a person. Jin Zhao sighed helplessly. How could it be inexplicable? It might not be love at first sight, but isn't it perfectly natural for me to have fallen for you while you were taking such attentive care of me? And if it had been someone else who saved you? If that person was sensible, I would have given them a generous reward. If they weren't sensible, I would have killed them with one blow. He certainly wouldn't have gambled with his own heart. Tisk tisk tsk. But where I come from, there's a saying, all love at first sight is just lust for appearance. We've only known each other for a day, so it counts as love at first sight. The man felt like he was going to be amused by her rebuttal. What nonsense is that little head of yours thinking? And Sway Sway, where is this where I come from you keep mentioning? Can you tell me? My hometown. It's several thousand years away from your era. From our perspective, you people are ancient. Do you believe me? When she finished speaking, a storm of shock raged within Jin Zhao, both on his face and in his heart. He knew she was different, but he never imagined she was separated from him by millennia. No wonder everything she brought out was unheard of and unseen. Sway Sway, this matter is too incredible. Don't mention it to anyone else, and don't bring out things from your world in front of others, understand? He had seen far too much of the greedy faces of the common folk. I know I'm not stupid. I only told you because I feel this inexplicable trust in you. And dependence. Now that you're here, do you still want to go back? Of course I want to go back. Even though she was also alone in the modern world, she still wanted to return. The modern world was so wonderful. Then what about me? We've already shared a bed. Aren't you going to take responsibility for me? Jin Zhao's tone was a bit urgent. Hearing this, Sway Sway pulled back from his embrace and said seriously, knowing that from thousands of years in the future, you still want me to take responsibility. Aren't you afraid it'll just vanish halfway through taking responsibility? That day will never come. he said, pulling her tightly into his arms again. Since you an ancient man aren't afraid, then I, a modern woman, have nothing to fear either. Boyfriend. Boyfriend. A boyfriend is the man you are in a romantic relationship with, the one who might become your husband if things work out. So you are my girlfriend? That's right. Boyfriend, girlfriend. Sway Sway couldn't help but marvel at the strangeness of fate. She had fallen into a relationship on her second day after traveling through time. A relationship that started just like that, a spurofement romance. Having made up her mind, they indulged in a brief moment of tender affection before beginning to pack up the tent. Then, without any hesitation or attempt to conceal it from Jin Zhao, she waved her hand and stowed everything away into the marketplace. This sight left him utterly stunned, unable to recover for a long while. Hey Jin Zhao, let's go. Sway Sway tilted her head, her face beaming with a smile, one hand behind her back, while the other waved before his eyes. But just as her hand passed before him, he seized it firmly, pulling her into a tight embrace. Sway Sway, promise me don't reveal your trump card in front of others. Mom, I know you've already said that. Let's go. She understood that he was worried about her. Finally about to step out of these ancient mountains, Sway Sway felt an indescribable joy. It seemed that after confirming their relationship, the intimacy between them surged forward by leaps and bounds, their conversations and interactions becoming far more natural and relaxed. Chatting and laughing all the way. Half a day passed, and the difficult mountain path no longer felt so arduous. Of course, most of the time it was Sway Sway who did the talking, while Jin Zhao listened, occasionally turning back to gaze at her tenderly, his grip on her hand tightening again and again. Yet from Jin Zhao's words, Sway Sway learned that this world was called the Tunglong continent. There were 3 kingdoms: Anhui Kingdom, Ningyuan Kingdom, and the Tianjin Kingdom, to which they belonged. Due to geographical locations and economic development, these 3 kingdoms ostensibly maintained a state of tripartite balance, engaging in mutual trade and joint development. Among them, the Tianjin Kingdom was the most prosperous and powerful, with a diligent emperor who loved his people and the common folk living in peace and contentment. Jin Zhao, walking like this, can we really get out of the mountains? Are we just going in circles? The towering ancient trees were so dense that even discerning direction by sunlight proved difficult. Rest assured, Sway Sway. We should reach a river after a bit more walking. Well, rest there at noon. Hearing that they would soon see a river, Sway Sway was not surprised. After all, almost all rivers in the world originate from mountains, and mountains are widely recognized as nature's water towers. Moreover, this was the ancient era where vegetation remained untouched. But she did breathe a sigh of relief. If they didn't rest, soon she felt her feet would be ruined. Lost in thought, she failed to notice Jin Zhao stopping ahead and collided squarely with him. His firm chest immediately reddened her delicate nose, and her peach blossom eyes misted over. Sway Sway, are you hurt? Let me see. The culprit. Jin Zhao was instantly overwhelmed with concern. Sway Sway rubbed her nose and waved her hand nonchalantly. It's fine, I'll pass in a moment. It really hurt, but luckily my nose is original, otherwise that bump would have knocked the implant right out. But why did you suddenly stop? Seeing that she was indeed unharmed, Jin Zhao sighed in relief and continued, we've been in the dense forest all along, inconvenient for using my skills. How about I carry you and use lightness Qinggong for a while? Hearing this, Sway Sway moist peach blossom eyes suddenly lit up. Qinggong. Was it the kind of lightness skill that required wires to fly and Can you really fly? But wouldn't carrying someone tire you out? Seeing her eager anticipation and concern for him, Jin Zhao felt his heart soften beyond measure. Not at all. Hold tight, Sway Sway. With that, he tightened his arm around her waist, lightly pressed his foot, and soared into the air. The flying girl's peach blossom eyes widened in sheer disbelief and excitement. Never did she imagine that in her lifetime she would witness and experience the ancient art of Qinggong. However, her smile soon faded. As they flew, the wind intensified. It felt like knives cutting into her face. She couldn't even open her eyes. Buried in Jin Zhao's embrace, her once smooth hair was blown into a tangled mess, like a straw nest. Sensing her discomfort, Jin Zhao quickly set her down, his voice filled with worry and self-reproach. Are you alright? I was thoughtless. Back on solid ground, Sway Sway felt revived. It's not your fault. I'm just not used to your ancient Qinggong. Saying this, she used her fingers like a comb to smooth her hair, then braided it into a fishtail braid that hung to one side. This kind of braid was so much simpler and more convenient. Jin Zhao looked at her extremely simple hairstyle, pursed his lips, and silently made a decision. Jin Zhao, let's keep going. She took his hand, and he interlaced his fingers with hers. Whenever they encountered a pheasant or hare, he would strike it down with unerring accuracy and carry it in hand. At such moments, she would unhesitatingly give him a thumbs up. Jin Zhao, awesome. Hitting a lively rabbit with a single pebble in a weed-choked area was no mean feat. There was a meme online that said, rabbits are so cute, how can you eat them? But in her view, though rabbits were adorable, they were born to be food, there was no such thing as not eating them because they were cute. After walking for about another half hour, they finally saw the river. Utterly exhausted, Sui Sui suddenly became so excited that she ran ahead of Jean. Zhao quickly kicked off her shoes and stepped into the water barefoot. Ah, this is the feeling, absolutely fantastic. The cool river water instantly coursed through her limbs and body, sweeping away the fatigue of the entire morning in that moment. Sitting on a large boulder by the river, the gentle breeze caressed her heart. The bowtie smile was relaxed and carefree, her fair and delicate feet swaying in the crystal-clear water. Behind her, the handsome man gazed at her with tender eyes. Green mountains, clear waters, a handsome man, and a beautiful woman. The scene was as exquisite as a masterful landscape painting. Sui Sui, don't stay in the cold water too long. He'll go prepare the chicken. Well, roast it for a meal. At the mention of roast chicken, Sui Sui felt her mouth watering. All right, hurry, Jean Zhao. I'm so hungry. While he prepared the chicken, she kept herself busy. Wiping her feet carelessly and putting on her shoes, she moved some stones to a drier spot, then gathered some dry twigs. Thinking it over, she used her newly discovered ability to telekinetically retrieve items from thin air, producing a stainless steel basin, a lighter, and a bottle of barbecue seasoning. Starting a fire, fetching water, boiling it. She moved swiftly and efficiently. She always felt that chicken not scalded with boiling water wouldn't have its feathers fully removed and would be unappetizing. Once the water in the pot came to a boil, Jean Zhao arrived with the mostly prepared chicken. Sui Sui, what's the boiled water for? To scald the chicken skin so the feathers come off easily. Sui Sui replied matter-of-factly. But Jean Zhao was momentarily speechless. His Sui Sui was not only delicate in appearance, but also lived a pampered life. Yet he loved it. After dealing with the feathers, they skewered the chicken and roasted it over the fire. As time passed, the chicken gradually turned golden, sizzling with oil, and its tantalizing aroma spread. Sprinkling on more seasoning, the fragrance intensified, whetting the appetite. Sui Sui stared intently at the roast chicken. Jean Zhao, how much longer? Tears are about to fall from the corners of my mouth. Tears from the corners of your mouth. Oh, I mean drool. Jean Zhao paused, then let out a soft laugh. How utterly adorable his Sui Sui was. His mind was occupied, but his hands never stopped. He tore off a drumstick, scored it with a dagger, and handed it to her. Here, eat up. Sui Sui took it, tore off a piece of meat, and put it in her mouth. It was tender, fragrant, and delicious. So good she could swallow her tongue. But it was also scorching hot, leaving her unable to spit it out or chew. Sui Sui spit it out. Jean Zhao found it amusing, yet felt a pang of concern. What if she got blisters? It's not hot anymore. Saying this, she tore off a piece of chicken and brought it to his lips. The meat on her delicate fingers was irresistibly appetizing. Jean Zhao lowered his head slightly, rolling the chicken into his mouth, his tongue, accidentally, brushing against her fingertips. Feeling his searing touch, Sui Sui shot him a coy, reproachful glance, a flush rapidly spreading across her cheeks. In his deep, smiling eyes, her shy and charming reflection sparked a blaze of passion in his heart. Such a beautiful Sui Sui was his. After eating and drinking their fill, they took a short nap before continuing their journey. They neither rushed nor dawdled, moving entirely at their own. Above them stretched a clear azure sky. In their ears were the gentle breeze, the chirping of insects, and the murmur of the river. By their side was the beloved. Amidst their conversation, they would share a knowing smile at something amusing, the atmosphere so delightful it evoked envy. With the mindset of a tourist, they strolled along, stopping now and then to admire the view, and thus did not feel overly fatigued. As dusk fell, they arrived at a small valley, and Sui Sui fell in love with the place almost instantly. Green trees and red flowers complemented each other in a picturesque scene. A spring gurgled melodiously, and even the air felt fresher than elsewhere. Sui Sui spread her arms, tilting her long swan-like neck back, slightly, fully immersing herself in this natural oxygen bar. Jean Zhao, this place is so beautiful. Since it's getting late anyway, why don't we set up the tent here and stay the night? Jean Zhao embraced her from behind, taking a deep breath of her milky, sent his voice slightly husky as he replied, all right, whatever Sui Sui says. In his eyes, no scenery, no matter how splendid, and no fragrance, no matter how delightful, could compare to her. And Sui Sui held tightly in his arms, naturally sensed the change in his voice. His warm breath sprayed on her neck, sending a tingling sensation through Sui Sui that traveled from her neck to her limbs, causing even her earlobes to unconsciously burn. Seeing her plump earlobes tinged with a rosy hue, a shadow passed over Jean Zhao's eyes. He tilted his head, took her earlobe into his mouth, and gently licked. Caught off guard by this intense provocation, Sui Sui let out an involuntary moan. As soon as the sound escaped her lips, she quickly covered her mouth, her peach blossom eyes wide with shock. This. Had that delicate, seductive voice come from her? Heavens, this was too embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Jean Zhao, who had been utterly captivated, was about to pull away, but was instead amused by her adorable reaction. A surge of pure joy burst from his chest. Keep laughing, what's so funny? Go set up the tent. Feigning indignation, the young lady tossed the tent aside and scurried off. She had to flee, her face was so hot it could cook an egg. A tactical error. She, a modern woman, had been made to blush by an ancient man. Watching her graceful figure, Jin Zhao resignedly began setting up the tent, yet his heart and eyes were filled with an unprecedented sense. If anyone had told him before that he would pour his entire heart and soul into a woman he had only known for a day, he would have scoffed at the notion. In the past, the women who approached him were not without beauty, but all were after his looks and power. Thus he grew weary and forbade any woman from coming within 3 zhang of him. But now he realized how wonderful it was to have her. His mind wandered, but his hands never stopped. Soon the tent was set up and the heat on Sui Sui's face had mostly subsided. Jin Zhao, what are we having for dinner? There's still 1 rabbit left. Let's finish it first. What do you think, Sui Sui? Well, no problem. When it came to food she loved, she always ate until she was sick of it. Since there was still daylight, they divided the work as usual. By the time darkness fell, the plump wild rabbit was roasted to perfection. Jin Zhao, your rabbit roasting skills are amazing. Sui Sui, having finished a drumstick, gave him a heartfelt thumbs up. This man was incredible. Handsome, fit, and skilled. Even if he didn't have a powerful background with his martial arts and cooking skills, he would never. Thinking this, she burst out laughing. What are you thinking about? That's so funny, Sui Sui. I was thinking that even if your status wasn't high, you wouldn't starve with your rabbit roasting skills alone. Jin Zhao was taken aback, then ruffled her hair, and said with a doting smile, silly girl, my status is enough to let you walk sideways throughout the entire Tianjin. What status is so formidable? You'll find out in time, Sui Sui. So mysterious. But she replied. After eating and drinking their fill, and performing a simple wash, they sat back to back at the tent entrance, gazing at the stars. Looking at the myriad twinkling stars, Sui Sui sincerely remarked, the night sky in ancient times is truly beautiful. Isn't it beautiful where you're from? The stars where I'm from are also beautiful, but they always seem hazy, not bright enough. Why is that? Because where I'm from, various high-tech and industries developed very rapidly, causing severe pollution to the environment and air. Sceneries as pure and natural as this valley are rare, most are man-made. Sui Sui, what is high-tech? Well, high-tech, how to put it? For example, the modes of transportation we use every day. Here, besides walking, there are only horse-drawn carriages, but where I'm from there are bicycles, electric scooters, cars, ships, trains, airplanes, and so on. A person can only walk about 5 kilometers per hour. But on a bicycle it's about 18 kilometers per hour. But if you drive a car, the speed on highways is about 80,120 kilometers per hour, and on city roads with more people and vehicles, it's about 3,060. As for trains, their speed ranges from 150 to 350 kilometers per hour. Airplanes fly at 800,900 kilometers per hour. Do you understand what I'm saying? Seeing him stunned, speechless, Sui Sui continued. You see, we walked a lot today, right? But if we had a car from my world, it would take at most an hour. Hey, Jin Zhao, cack out your tongue. Seeing no reaction, she turned around and poked his shoulder. Instead, he pulled her into his embrace. Sui Sui, can you make those things? Brother, what are you thinking? Even if I had the raw materials, I couldn't make them. Those are cutting-edge technologies. I was overthinking it. Not really. When humanity reaches a certain stage, these things can be created. It's just that the conditions aren't right. What did you do before, Sui Sui? Me. Sui Sui seemed to drift into distant memories. I was an orphan, grew up in an orphanage. Because I was smart, sweet-tongued, and had good grades, I skipped several grades. After graduating from university at 16, I started selling villas. Speaking of selling villas, Sui Sui grew excited again. Let me tell you, I was amazing at selling villas. Others struggled to close 1 deal a month, but I closed at least 3. In just 3 years of selling villas, I accumulated my first pot of capital. Later, when I got tired of the office politics, I opened a large shopping mall in a small county town. But on the very first night, while counting the day's revenue, I ended up here. After hearing her story, Jin Zhao felt a pang of sympathy for her past. He tenderly kissed her forehead. Sui Sui, you have me now. Yes, I have you now. I hope you won't let me down. They chatted a while longer before returning to the tent to rest. Although they shared the tent every night, Jin Zhao always restrained himself with Sui Sui, his actions governed by propriety. Even when losing control after their sweet kisses, he would only flee in disarray, never harming her in the slightest. Just like at this moment. In the darkness, losing control once again, Jin Zhao cupped her porcelain doll face, flushed with crimson, and pressed his forehead against hers. With a helpless smile, he said, Sui Sui, you'll be the death of me. His low, desire-laden voice spoke such passionate words that Sui Sui, embarrassed, burrowed into his embrace. How was she supposed to respond to that? To say she felt the same. As modern as she was, she couldn't bring herself to say it. But falling in love was truly a wonderful thing. The sweet smile never left her face. After holding each other quietly for a few minutes, their agitated hearts had mostly calmed. The temperature in the valley was low, so they slept in each other's arms under a thin blanket. Just right. They had a wonderful night's sleep. Throughout the journey, though she had adopted a tourist's mindset and enjoyed the comforts of the mall, Sui Sui inevitably found herself utterly exhausted after several days. At this moment, she lay sprawled on a large rock beneath a tree, her peach blossom eyes half closed as she gazed at the drifting clouds above. Letting out a languid sigh, she said, Jin Zhao, I'm so tired. How much longer do we have to walk? Jin Zhao didn't answer her question. Instead, he crouched down before her. Sway sway, come, I'll carry you on my back. No, you've already carried me for days on and off. You'll be fine after a short rest. You should sit down and rest too. Sway sway got up, patted the spot beside her, and pulled him down to sit. Looking at her sparkling eyes, Jin Zhao gently brushed away the stray hair by her temple and said tenderly, if Sway sway really can't hold on, just tell me. Okay. After resting for a while and having a bite to eat, they had mostly regained their strength, and without further delay, continued on their way. Just as they emerged from a dense forest, Sway sway pointed excitedly at the sky, shaking their intertwined hands. Jin Zhao followed her gaze and saw wisps of cooking smoke rising and dissipating in the midair distance, repeating the cycle. A handsome smile curved his lips. I see it. We've made it out. Hearing his confirmation, Sway sway joyfully threw herself into his arms, her excitement overflowing. Jin Zhao, we've been through so much. Indeed, it hasn't been easy. You've worked so hard, Sway sway. Not at all, not at all. After all, I ended up here through a time travel. With victory in sight, Sway sway didn't want to waste a single moment, so she grabbed Jin Zhao's hand and hurried forward. Before they even entered the village, they happened upon a young cowherd riding a yellow ox home. Hi there, little friend. Sway sway approached and greeted him with a beaming smile. Perhaps because the village hadn't seen strangers in a long time, or because Sway sway's smile was too warm, the young cowherd looked at them warily. Who are you? Knowing they were being suspected, Sway sway wasn't annoyed. Don't worry, little one, we're not bad people. We just wanted to ask. My parents said not to talk to strangers. Bad guys don't have "I'm a bad guy" written on their faces. Hearing his cute childish words, Sway sway was about to tease him when a man's voice interrupted sternly. Who are you? What do you want? The man strode over, quickly lifted the cowherd down, and placed him behind him, glaring at them with an unfriendly expression. Seeing his beloved being treated so coldly, Jin Zhao's imposing aura as a superior instantly radiated outward. His equally grim expression startled everyone present. Sensing this, Sway sway quickly squeezed his hand reassuringly, and even gave it a little pinch, prompting Jin Zhao to rein in his chilling demeanor. Then she said to the man, brother, don't misunderstand. I was just about to ask the little one where this place is. We mean no harm. The man glanced back and, seeing the cowherd nod, relaxed. This is Yellow Ox Village. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Zhao asked in a deep voice, how far is it to the market town? Seeing his fierce expression, the man was reluctant to answer, but intimidated by his presence replied, on foot it's another half hour. Hearing that they still had an hour's walk to the town, Sway sway felt utterly deflated. She quickly pulled Jin Zhao aside. Jin Zhao, if you do, ask him if there's a horse for sale in the village. I'm so tired I don't want to walk. Given how unwelcoming they seemed, they probably won't let us stay overnight, and I don't. Sway sway can do whatever she wants as long as she's happy. Jin Zhao is the best. After their discussion, Sway sway quickly conveyed their idea to the man. He looked at her as if she were a fool. Our village is poor as can be, we barely have any oxen. Where would we have the spare money to keep a horse? Sway sway paused, then took a good look at his clothes. They weren't exactly rags, but they were certainly worn and patched, a clear sign of poverty. Since there was no horse, there was nothing to be done. They resigned themselves to walking to the market town, but at least now, they had something to look forward to. As soon as they left the village, Jin Zhao offered to carry Sway sway on his back. Sway sway thought it over and agreed. After all, it was only about an hour's walk, and with him carrying her, they might even go faster. With Jin Zhao's lightness, skill, the journey that would have taken an hour was cut down significantly. The sky was still bright, with the evening glow painting the horizon red, but Sway sway had no mind to admire it. What a struggle. Finally, we're in town. Jin Zhao, let's find an inn to stay at first. I'm so tired. All right, whatever Sway sway says. They paid no attention to the tale that had been following them since they entered town. After some inquiries, they found the best. Esteemed husband and wife, you've arrived just in time. We have only one superior room left. Hearing this address for the first time, Jin Zhao was momentarily taken aback, then a smile tugged at his lips. Yes, we'll take it. Sway sway found it novel. She hadn't expected the ancient forms of address to be so amusing. After all, they had shared a tent, so sharing a room was no big deal. Once they were settled in, Jin Zhao had the inn servant bring a large bucket of hot water to the room. Sway sway, take a nice hot bath to relieve your fatigue. He'll guard the door for you. Okay. Thank you, Jin Zhao. Jin Zhao caressed her cheek, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Between us, there's no need for thanks. I know. Shortly after Sway sway entered, a man in black tight-fitting clothes appeared before Jin Zhao and knelt on one knee. Your Highness, you've finally shown yourself. Rise. Jin Zhao cast a downward glance at the man kneeling before him, his handsome face stern and aloof, exuding an imposing authority entirely unlike the gentleness he showed Sway sway. Li Heng clasped his hands in a salute and stood up. Thank you, Your Highness. Has anything major happened at court recently? Reporting to Your Highness, nothing for now. Jin Zhao nodded. Go and prepare a carriage for me. Make the interior comfortable and elegant, and stock it with plenty of snacks a young lady would enjoy. We're returning to the capital tomorrow. Li Heng stared at Jin Zhao in shock. What was going on with his prince? And that woman? My. Did you not understand my words, eh? With a sharp glance, Li Heng instinctively lowered his head. This subordinate understands. I will see to— But before he could leave, Sui Sui's voice came from inside. Jin Zhao, are you still out there? Don't be afraid, Sui Sui, am here. Li Heng's step faltered. Was this woman so bold as to address his prince by his given name? He stole a glance at his master. Good heavens, had the world gone mad? Was this gentle, besotted man really his prince? What on earth had happened during his absence? Not going yet. A simple sentence, but with a sweep of his eyes and a pursed lip, it inspired an inexplicable fear and a desire to submit. This subordinate will go at once. This was the proper way his prince should be. The gentleness had just witnessed must have been his imagination. The moment Li Heng left, the door opened. With a creak, the door swung open. Sui Sui glanced outside, about to speak, when Jin Zhao noticed her still dripping hair and frowned. Sui Sui, be good, and dry your hair first. As he spoke, he took her hand and led her inside, grabbing a clean cloth from the screen, before letting her rest her head on his lap. Sui Sui, you mustn't do this again. Going out into the wind with wet hair will give you headaches. Though his tone was scolding, it was filled with helplessness and affection. Sui Sui knew he meant well, so she replied sweetly, I know. The soft cotton cloth ran through her long hair, with gentle force, carrying away most of the moisture. Then his large, well-defined hand passed through, bringing waves of warmth. Just as she was drifting off from the pampering, Sui Sui suddenly opened her eyes and looked at him. Jin Zhao, are you using your inner energy to dry my hair? The man continued his movements without pause, but glanced at her beautiful eyes and hummed an affirmation with a slight smirk. The girl's interest instantly piqued, her peach blossom eyes sparkling. So is there steam rising from my head? Feeling his hand pause, she quickly pulled out a mirror from her belongings. Upon looking, it was indeed the case. Endless wisps of vapor emerged from her hair like the white steam from a hot spring, curling and swirling above her head before dissipating and gathering again. After several cycles, the warmth faded and her hair was completely dry. Feeling light, Sui Sui rose from his lap, cupped his face, and planted a grinning kiss on him. Thanks, boyfriend. As she tried to pull away, a steely arm encircled her slender waist. This thanks is far too insincere. With that, he kissed her tempting red lips. Sui Sui was stunned. Truly, he would kiss at the slightest provocation. Sensing her distraction, Jin Zhao gently pinched her soft waist. The effect was immediate. She cast a playful glare at him with her smiling, beautiful eyes, then surrendered to the passion he wove. After a lingering kiss, she hung limply in his arms like water, finally remembering what she wanted to ask. Jin Zhao, were you just talking to someone? Jin Zhao smoothed her silky hair, kissing it repeatedly. One of my subordinates. Sui Sui noticed he seemed especially fond of her hair, always finding chances to touch and kiss it, but she let him. A subordinate. They found you so quickly. They've been waiting near the town all along. I see. So how many subordinates do you have? Jin Zhao tapped her delicate nose, amused. Many, but only a few trusted aides. The one just now is my most capable. Oh, okay. Sui Sui, be good. He'll go wash up first, then he'll keep you company. Go ask the innkeeper to change the water. Sui Sui, don't worry. Lie down and rest for a bit. Before he could finish, a knock sounded. Jin Zhao moved the screen in front of the bed to block the view from the door, then opened it. Sir, here are the meals you ordered. The innkeeper, perceptive as he was, saw the screen by the bed upon opening the door and instantly understood the situation. Without prying, he deftly set the dishes down, backed out of the room, and thoughtfully closed the door behind him. Jin Zhao went over to bolt the door, then circled back behind the screen, scooping her up in his arms. Sui Sui, come, let's eat something. As he spoke, he couldn't resist kissing her smooth, full forehead. Sui Sui quickly wrapped her arms around his neck, beaming. The food came just— He set her down on a stool and first served her a bowl of soup. Here, Sui Sui, have some soup to warm your stomach. Watching him fuss over her, she couldn't deny being touched. If her initial romance with him had been based solely on his looks, along the way she had fallen for his kindness. Sanmao once said that love cannot last if it isn't grounded in small things like dressing, eating, sleeping, and counting money. She didn't know how long this relationship would last, but she knew, from these subtle details hidden in daily life. She felt his affection for her, and she cherished the present moment. Sui Sui, focus on your meal. Seeing her lost in thought, while eating, Jin Zhao interrupted her reverie. Oh, I know. Sui Sui took a sip of soup and glanced at the man meticulously removing fish bones for her. Aren't you afraid of spoiling me by being this good to me? Jin Zhao continued, focusing on the bones without looking up. I intend to spoil you so much that you won't bear to leave me for even a moment. You and your silver tongue. Though she chided him, her smile grew ever brighter. Jin Zhao placed the deboned fish meat into her bowl, his beautiful eyes reflecting only her. I have a silver tongue, but only for you. Meeting his affectionate, stirring phoenix eyes, Sui Sui decided it was best to keep quiet. Every time she spoke, he would make her heart race like a deer. Too many racing heartbeats, and she feared she'd get heart disease. After that, no more words were exchanged. The meal ended in a harmonious sweet. After a brief rest to aid digestion, Jin and Zhao went to wash. Once done, they slept in the same bed. Perhaps exhausted from the journey, both fell into a deep sleep now that they could finally rest. But just as Sui Sui was about to drift off, a sudden jolt woke her completely. The commotion startled Jin Zhao as well. Sui Sui, what's wrong? He murmured, still drowsy. Jin Zhao, I only asked if you had a wife, but I forgot to ask if you have any concubines. If you do. Her voice carried a hint of grievance, and Jin Zhao was caught between laughter and tears, but decided to tease her. If I had concubines, what would you do? Sui Sui felt her heart sink, and she moved stubbornly to the far side of the bed. If you have concubines, I'll leave first thing tomorrow. I'm selfish. I won't share my man with any other woman. Hearing her mention, leaving Jin Zhao's heart immediately soured, but her last words made his lips curl involuntarily. Sui Sui, be good. I have no wife, no concubines, and no maidservants. All the servants in the manor are male. You are my only woman, and you will be the sole mistress of the estate. Do you understand now? Sui Sui shifted her shoulders, already believing him, but still muttered stubbornly, who knows if you're telling the truth? Jin Zhao sighed helplessly, gently turning her shoulders with a smile. Sui Sui, be good. If you doubt me, you can ask my subordinate tomorrow. Okay. Sui Sui shifted her shoulders, already believing him, but still muttered stubbornly. Sui Sui let him kiss her, then said fiercely, I don't care if this place allows multiple wives and concubines. Where I'm from, it's one person for life. If you have other women, I'll go somewhere you'll never find me. Humph. Jin Zhao couldn't bear to hear her speak of leaving, so he silenced her with a kiss as punishment. After a long moment, he cupped her flushed face, his tone more serious than ever. The wind keeps its promise, the flowers never err, and I, Jin Zhao, will never betray Sui Sui. Little fool, do you understand now? Perhaps because everything was out in the open, Sui Sui didn't dwell on it. After all, she could see and feel the truth. After that, no more words were spoken. They slept in each other's arms like mandarin ducks, embracing through a night of sweet dreams. As the bright morning sun streamed through the oil paper window, illuminating the entire room, the long lashes of the beauty on the bed fluttered, and she finally stirred. In an instant, her captivating peach blossom eyes shimmered with radiant light, as if 1,000 dazzling stars had streaked across them, enchanting the soul. Turning her head to meet the scorching gaze of the man beside her, a smile instantly bloomed on her lips. Jin Zhao, good morning. Jin Zhao kissed her forehead, and replied with a smile, Sui Sui, good morning. When did you wake up? Why didn't you sleep a bit longer? I just woke up not long ago. What he didn't say was that since the sky first lightened, he had remained in the same position, barely blinking, as he watched her sleep, for nearly an hour. Occasionally, he couldn't resist stealing a kiss. Her sleeping face was so serene and beautiful that he could never tire of gazing at her. Sui Sui, would you like breakfast sent up, or shall we go down to eat? Sui Sui, now fully dressed, thought for a moment before replying. Let's go down and eat. I want to experience the breakfast atmosphere of your ancient times. All right, whatever Sui Sui says. After washing up, Jin Zhao naturally took her hand and led her out. Sui Sui glanced at their intertwined hands. Jin Zhao, would it be a bad influence for us to appear hand in hand in public like this? From what she knew, weren't ancient customs quite conservative? Not just for unmarried couples, but even for married spouses, holding hands in public was generally avoided, wasn't it? As long as Sui Sui doesn't mind, pay no heed to others. If you, a native ancient, don't care, then I, a modern person, care even less. Thus the two, utterly indifferent to the gazes of others, strode boldly out of the room hand in hand. Just as they were about to descend the stairs, they ran into Liang. Seeing their fingers tightly interlaced, Liang's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Was this really his prince? His prince was finally going to blossom. The manor was finally going to have a spit, finally going to have a mistress. You're high. Jin Zhao cast a fleeting glance at him, and the latter immediately corrected himself. Master, you're awake. May I ask how this young lady is to— Seeing him ask about her, Sui Sui immediately waved her other hand at him in greeting. Hi there, MC, meaning wheat ears, abundant peace here. Miss Sui, hello. I am Li Hing, your master's subordinate. Oh my, the future princess consort was so warmly, overwhelming, even waving at him. A perfect match with his prince, truly. A gifted man and a beautiful woman, even their names were so fitting. Sui Sui has Jin Zhao, Sui Sui has Jin Zhao, he. Jin Zhao looked at his subordinate's silly expression and knew he was off on some wild fantasy again. Ahem. Feeling the deadly threat in his prince's glare, Li Hing quickly changed the subject. Master, Miss Sui, you haven't had breakfast, yet let me go see what good things there are to eat. With that, he scurried downstairs in a flash. He seriously suspected that if he spoke another word to the future princess consort, his prince would have his skin. Who knew his prince was such a jealous one? After he left, Sui Sui and the other followed downstairs, casually finding an empty seat and sitting down. Since it was nearly the hour of the snake, 9:11 a.m. in ancient time, there were few breakfast diners, but all their gazes were fixed on Jin Zhao and Sui Sui. For no other reason than that such an outstanding pair with their stunning looks and bearing holding hands in public made it impossible not to notice them. But as the parties involved Jin Zhao and Sui Sui remained perfectly composed. Jin Zhao is that Li Heng the subordinate you mentioned yesterday. I didn't expect him to be quite adorable. He's adorable. I'm a little bit. A silly goofy type. What about me then? Hearing the hint of grievance in his tone and seeing it on his face, Sui Sui, with her strong survival instinct, immediately soothed him. In my heart, Jin Zhao, you are always the most handsome and adorable. As she spoke, she gently pinched his cheek. He really was a jealous one. Even after being soothed when Li Heng returned with breakfast, Jin, the jealous jar, still found everything about him irritating. Poor silly Li Heng had no idea he was now an eyesore to his prince. Sui Sui, seeing, but not saying, let out a soft laugh, and began to eat her breakfast. It was much like a modern breakfast: rice porridge, steamed buns, manta pancakes, and such. The porridge was exceptionally thick and smooth with a more original rice aroma than modern versions, while the other foods tasted quite similar. Sui Sui had a bowl of porridge and one steamed bun, then couldn't eat another bite. Sui Sui, you've eaten so little, have some more. Sui Sui shook her head. I'm full, I can't eat anymore. Seeing she truly couldn't, Jin Zhao finished the rest himself. After everyone had eaten, Sui Sui suddenly looked at Li Heng with a smile. Li Heng, let me ask you something. Miss Sui, please go ahead. Has your master ever been with a woman? The words left her mouth. Jin Zhao paused, and Li Heng nearly choked on his own saliva. Was this a case of immortals fighting and the little demon caught in the crossfire? He glanced at his prince, who remained perfectly calm. He had no choice but to steel himself and tell the truth. To answer, Miss Sui, my master has never been with a single woman. The manor is entirely staffed by men. Oh, I see, I was just asking. Seeing her just asking expression, Jin Zhao gave a helpless yet indulgent smile. Li Heng, what was happening? Did he seem superfluous? After eating their fill, Sui Sui suggested going out for a stroll. Though it was just a market town and the sun was strong, perhaps because it was market day, the streets were still bustling with people. Ancient-style 2- or 3-story corner buildings, shops, with wide-open doors, mobile stalls, every few steps peddlers hawking their wares through the alleys. The sounds of shouts, cries, haggling, and laughter mingled into a lively cacophony. Sui Sui weaved through the crowd, looking here and there, utterly curious about everything. If she saw something interesting, she would look at Jin Zhao with pleading eyes. Whenever that happened, he would simply pay for it, exuding an air of a domineering CEO. Thus, in less than half a day, the pack mule Li Heng was laden with bags and parcels of all sizes. Maybe I bought a bit too much, huh? Buy whatever Sui Sui wants. Miss Sui, I can carry more, please feel free to buy. Forget it, I think I've shopped enough. Jin Zhao, let's go back to the inn. Are you sure you don't want to browse more? No, I'm done. Alright, whatever Sui Sui says. When we reach the capital, I'll accompany you on another shopping trip. Are we going to the capital? I've been delayed outside for too long this time, I need to hurry. We'll set out tomorrow morning. What do you think, Sui Sui? I'm fine with anything. Just don't make me walk. Don't worry, Sui Sui, no walking. Chatting and laughing, they soon returned to the inn. After Li Heng put the things away and left, Sui Sui immediately stored them all in her space. Then she collapsed onto the bed. Even shopping is exhausting. Jin Zhao sat beside her, wiping the thin sheen of sweat from the tip of her nose, and said tenderly, Sui Sui is tired, get some sleep. They'll call you when it's time to eat. But Sui Sui only lay down for a few minutes before getting up. She rinsed 3 cups with the tea water on the table, then drew water from her space. She handed 1 cup to Jin Zhao, drank one herself, and pointed to the cup on the table. Jin Zhao called Li Heng in to have a drink. He worked hard carrying things all day today. As a subordinate, that's his duty. Alright, be good, Jin Zhao. Let him drink the water, and then he can leave, okay? Sui Sui coaxed him, half amused, half exasperated. Though reluctant, Jin Zhao complied after being soothed. Indeed, a man remains a boy till his dying day. They need to be coaxed. As for Li Heng, who drank the water, he was almost moved to tears. His future princess consort was too kind, even thinking of him when it came to drinking water. Sui Sui, of course, had no idea of his thoughts, and wouldn't have cared even if she did. As a modern person, she temporarily lacked that sense of hierarchy. He helped her carry things, and she gave him a cup of water in thanks. That was all. Knowing that today they were to depart for the capital, Sui Sui was quite looking forward to it, so much so that she awoke at the crack of dawn. Seeing Jin Zhao sleeping soundly beside her, she couldn't bear to disturb him, and simply lay there quietly watching him sleep. Just as he had gazed at her sleeping face yesterday, she now found her hand involuntarily tracing his features. This was the man who had awakened her first springtime infatuation, every single aspect of him perfectly aligned with her aesthetic. His sword-like brows and starry eyes, his high-bridged nose, and his lips of just the right fullness that were addictive to kiss. Though his skin was wheat-colored, its fineness rivaled even hers. Every part of him was flawlessly perfect. Add one detail, and it would be too much, take one away, and it would be too little. Most importantly, he was truly good to her. He always seemed to have 2 faces, gentle and considerate like a spring breeze when with her, but stern and imposing with others. Both aspects were the real him, just directed at different people. Thinking this, she leaned forward slightly and placed a kiss on his brow. A reverent kiss devoid of any desire. As she pulled away, she saw his eyelashes flutter. Fearing she had woken him, she quickly retreated to her spot and closed her eyes, pretending to sleep. But after waiting for a long time with no reaction, she cautiously opened her peach blossom eyes a slit only to find him still fast asleep. Relieved, her boldness grew. At that moment she truly felt consumed by lust. Her fair slender fingers gently traced the contours of his beautiful lips inch by inch, then touched them lightly, like a dragonfly skimming water, before pulling away. But a large hand clamped onto the back of her head, pressing her lips firmly against his. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes flew wide open, and her red lips parted in surprise. A warm, soft tongue seized the opportunity to plunge in, greedily savoring the sweetness it craved. Startled by such a sudden and intense kiss, Sway trembled involuntarily, as if a weak electric current coursed through her body, bringing a tingling. Only when her mind grew dizzy from lack of oxygen did she push the man away with force. Jin Zhao slowly withdrew from her lips, but not before pecking her repeatedly, with unsatisfied hunger, finally letting her go. Seeing her cherry-red lips swollen as if about to bleed and her misty peach blossom eyes, Jin Zhao's gaze deepened like a starving wolf's. His throat bobbed violently as he struggled to restrain the desires that threatened to break free from their cage. Didn't she know that men were most dangerous and least to be teased in the morning? Look what you've done. How am I supposed to go out and face people like this? Sway pointed to her slightly sore lips. There was no need to guess. They were surely swollen. The culprit gave an innocent, yet helpless smile, reaching out with his rough thumb to gently stroke her rosered lips. Then he gave her another light peck and nodded with feigned seriousness. Indeed, this flower-plucking maiden's lips are now more vivid and full. Sway was instantly both embarrassed and furious. Fine, you were pretending to sleep all along. She grabbed a pillow and started hitting him with it. Her face was utterly lost, caught red-handed on her first attempt at a stealthy kiss. Jin Zhao let her have her tantrum, even playing along. Sway, I wasn't pretending. You kissed me awake. That only made her face burn even brighter. She buried herself under the quilt and muttered, "I'm not talking to you, Humph." Jin Zhao gently tugged at the thin quilt but couldn't pull it away, so he coaxed, "Be good. Take the quilt off, or you'll suffocate." Sway threw it off, her hair disheveled and her cheeks flushed. "Are you still going to pretend to sleep? Are you still going to mock me?" Seeing her emerge, Jin Zhao quickly pulled her into his lap, smoothed her hair, and whispered soothingly, "No, none of Humph, that's more like it." After a bit more playful banter, they tidied up and went downstairs. Unsurprisingly, the hand-in-hand couple once again drew everyone's attention. Especially Li Heng's furtive gossip-filled gaze, which made Sway so embarrassed she wished the ground would swallow her whole. Humph, it was all that scoundrel's fault. Thinking this, she stomped hard on his foot under the table. To him the kick was painless as long as she was happy. But when his gaze fell on Li Heng, who was smirking and letting his eyes wander, his tone turned less gentle. "Li Heng, if you don't want those eyeballs, feel free to get rid of them yourself." Though his expression was normal, Li Heng detected a chilling menace in his voice. He quickly composed himself, clasped his fists, and knelt on one knee. "Please punish me, master." Jin Zhao glanced at him indifferently, without a word, until Sway tugged at his sleeve. "Rise." "Thank you, master." "Thank you, Miss Sway." His future princess was indeed beautiful and kind-hearted. It seemed the manor would soon have a young master. Sway and Jin Zhao, of course, were unaware of his thoughts. After the meal, Li Heng led them to the carriage. Two sleek, glossy bay horses paced in place, snorting occasionally. The carriage they pulled was made of black nanmu wood, intricately carved and exquisitely crafted, clearly indicating the noble status of its occupant. "Wow, Jin Zhao, this carriage is so beautiful and luxurious. I've never seen a real carriage before. Are we really taking this one?" Seeing her sparkling eyes, Jin Zhao smiled. "Do you like it, Sway? I love it, I absolutely love it. Finally, I don't have to travel long distances on foot. As long as you like it, Sway. Let's set off then." Yes. Stepping onto a small stool, she entered the carriage. Inside it was a world of its own. In the center was a small table with a tray of various snacks and a cabinet below. The cushions were soft and comfortable, and the space was spacious enough to lie flat and sleep with room to spare. The walls were draped in silk, and the golden-laid windows were covered with a light blue gauze curtain, preventing outsiders from seeing inside, while allowing those within to glimpse the scenery outside. Li Heng drove the carriage slowly out of the bustling market, then gradually picked up speed. Sway knelt by the window, lifting a corner of the gauze curtain to watch the rapidly receding scenery. "Your carriage is surprisingly comfortable, and the speed isn't bad either." Jin Zhao smiled, but said nothing. "Oh, by the way, Jin Zhao, how long will it take to reach the capital at this speed?" "Barring any mishaps, about 7 or 8 days." The smile on Sway's sweet face froze. "Good heavens, even by carriage it takes this long. How far is it?" No wonder there was a saying, "Heaven is high, and the emperor is far away." By the time one reached the capital to appeal to the emperor, everything would be long cold. Tisk tsk. Inconvenient transportation is such a hassle. "What's wrong, Sway? Nothing, it just feels so far. But at least I'm not walking. My legs would give out long before I got there." "Don't say that. With a carriage, how could I ever let you walk?" Perhaps because she had woken so early and played for a while, Sui Sui soon felt drowsy. Jin Zhao, I'm sleepy. If you're sleepy, rest your head on my lap. Okay. Sui Sui lay down, and lulled by the gentle swaying of the carriage, she soon fell asleep. Hearing her long, steady breaths, Jin Zhao's face softened with tenderness as he stroked her cheek. Then he lowered his voice and said to the driver outside, slow down. The carriage immediately slowed, and inside not the slightest bump could be felt. Though she claimed to have slept, it was not for long, barely an hour, but Sui Sui awoke feeling considerably refreshed. Sitting up, she stretched her limbs and asked, Jin Zhao, how long was I asleep? Not long, just half an hour. If you're still tired, rest a while longer. Sui Sui shook her head, then lifted the curtain to peer outside and enjoy. Not long, just half an hour. If you're still tired, rest a while longer. Sui Sui shook her head, then lifted the curtain to peer outside and enjoy. Our own. Your men. Then why are they so far away? You were sleeping so soundly that I ordered them to keep their distance, so as not to disturb your— Sui Sui turned and threw her arms around his neck. Jin Zhao, how can you be so considerate? He welcomed her embrace, naturally shifting her onto his lap. His phoenix eyes glimmered with deepening affection and his voice carried unmistakable mirth. I can be even more attentive. Do you wish to test that, Sui Sui? Her jade-like hand paused its playful tracing on his chest, then resumed, as if nothing had happened. Jin Zhao, I advise you not to provoke me, or the consequences will be dire. He let out a low chuckle. Oh, how dire. Sui Sui feigned solemnity, nearly crumbled at that soft laugh. That damned laugh, so melodious and magnetic, it was simply unfair. She pulled back from his embrace, her radiant peach blossom eyes glinting, and lifted his chin with a slender finger, curious. Gazing at the delicate hand that teasingly tilted his chin, Jin Zhao felt a surge of heat and nodded with a broad smile. Very well, I'll satisfy your curiosity. The next moment her soft warm hand covered his smiling tender eyes. Bending low, she pressed her lips to his prominent Adam's apple, which moved with his laughter, her tongue grazing it lightly, leaving a trace of warmth and moisture. The man she teased let out a muffled groan, his body stiffening instantly. But she paid no heed to his reaction. She had wanted to do this for so— She withdrew her lips and hand, smug at having turned the tables. Yet when she looked up, she met a pair of bloodshot eyes burning with desire and an overwhelming masculine intensity. Sensing she might be devoured in the next instant, Sui Sui couldn't help but shrink back. Oh heavens, I've gone too far. Jin Zhao, I was just joking. She edged backward as she spoke, but he advanced. However, no matter how spacious the carriage space was limited, and Sui Sui soon found herself cornered. She swallowed hard. Jin Zhao, let's talk this out. Talk. Too late. The next instant she was pulled into his iron-hard embrace, and kisses rained down upon her. Sui Sui felt like crying, but had no tears. She had brought this upon herself, and had to endure it. After a long while both were breathless, and Sui Sui had melted into a puddle of weakness. Jin Zhao buried his face in her snow-white neck. The dazzling paleness of her skin spurred him to suckle fiercely. In an instant, a deep purple plum blossom bloomed on her skin. Sui Sui covered her neck and shot him a fierce glare, but her glistening watery peach blossom eyes held a hint of allure. Though meant to be a glare, it made Jin Zhao catch his breath. He quickly averted his gaze and shook his head with a wry smile. I'm utterly bewitched by you, you little minx. Outside, driving the carriage, Li Heng listened to the heated exchange. Within, his handsome face flushed. Yet inwardly he marveled. Who would have thought that the perpetual ice mountain, who never approached women, would be melted into such a state by the future princess. Truly, love is a mighty force. Ah, when will my own love come? With this playful interlude, noon arrived. I'm hungry. What shall we eat for lunch? Sui Sui snuggled into his arms, coaxing him. Li Heng has prepared roast chicken, roast duck, steamed buns, and pastries, all stored in the cabinet under this table. Let's stop, and you can see what you'd like. She opened the cabinet, and found it packed with various foods, all rather greasy. With many eyes around, she couldn't easily take out items from the market. Jin Zhao, how long until the next market town? Let me ask Li Heng. After speaking to her gently, he called out sternly to the driver. Li Heng, when will we reach the next town? Witnessing his rapid change of demeanor, Sui Sui giggled. Do your men know you can change your face faster than flipping a book? Jin Zhao pinched her delicate nose, his tone doting. Sui Sui, you're being mischievous again. Hearing the commotion, Li Heng quickly replied. Master, we should arrive by nightfall, just in time to lodge at an inn. Slightly disappointed, Sui Sui was not one to be unreasonable. Then let's just have a simple meal for lunch. Very well, whatever Sui Sui wishes. Li Heng stopped the carriage for a rest. With a whoa, the carriage soon halted. Master, Miss Sui. Li Heng, tell the men to rest. We depart in half an hour. Yes, master. Li Heng departed to the rear. Jin Zhao, though the weather isn't too hot, all this food packed together might spoil. Have Li Heng distribute it to the men, it would be a shame to waste it. Very well, as Sui Sui wishes. Soon Li Heng returned. When Jin Zhao told him to share the food, he protested. Master, Miss Sui, this was— Sui Sui smiled. Do you take us for pigs? Li Heng dare not. Enough, go and do it. Yes, Miss Sui. When he carried a bundle of food to the rear, the men were puzzled as to why he had returned. Soon he enlightened them. These are extra provisions from the master and Miss Sway. He paused, sweeping them with a commanding gaze. I trust one need not elaborate on Miss Sway's future status. Gone was the naive demeanor he showed before Jin Zhao and Sway Sway. We know, Miss Sway is likely to be our future princess. Li Heng glanced at the speaker and patted his shoulder. Good, you're teachable. Now everyone eat up. We depart in half an hour. A unified yes answered him. After giving his orders, Li Heng returned to the front. Master, Miss Sway, it's done. Good as long as they're eating. Here, this is a specialty from our homeland. Try it. Sway Sway handed him a large piece of unwrapped beef jerky. Li Heng didn't take it immediately, but glanced at his prince. From now on, Sway Sway's words are as good as mine. Yes, master, I understand. Li Heng thanked Sway Sway and accepted the offering. Taking a bite, his eyes lit up. What was this? A great texture, chewy with a distinct beef flavor. He voiced his curiosity. Miss Sway, forgive my ignorance, but what is this? Sway Sway was taken aback. It's beef jerky, pure beef jerky. Can't you tell? I can taste the beef, but I never imagined it could be made into such portable dried meat. Oh, that's nothing. Different places have different ways of life, and some things are prepared differently. It's perfectly normal. Well said, Miss Sway. Ahem ahem. The ignored man deliberately coughed heavily. Catching his prince's icy glare, Li Heng realized he had spoken too much, and quickly made his escape. Master, Miss Sway, I'll go check on the men's. With that, he hurried to the rear. Sway Sway found it amusing. Oh, you jealous old vinegar jar. Sway Sway, you ignored me. Sway Sway. Did I detect a hint of grievance? No, it must be my imagination. He's clearly a wolf, not some pitiful puppy begging for hugs. To pass the time on the monotonous carriage ride, Sway Sway pulled out her phone, plugged in her earphones, and started watching a variety show with Jin Zhao. This was a show she had downloaded earlier while bathing. Luckily, the space mall was just like a real-world mall. Both internet and power worked perfectly. The only downside was that the content never updated. Even though he already knew that the world his beloved lived in was completely different from his own, Jin Zhao was still utterly astounded when he learned about the world she had once inhabited through that tiny phone. A nation prosperous, strong, democratic, civilized, and harmonious. A society free, equal, just, and ruled by law. Citizens patriotic, dedicated, honest, and friendly. His Sway Sway had once lived in such a wonderful world. Sway Sway, if you had another chance to go back, would you? She detected a hint of unease in his voice. So she cupped his face and replied earnestly, word by word. If it were at the very beginning, I would choose to go back. But now, even if the opportunity were right before me, I wouldn't go back. You are too good to me, ooh, I can't bear to leave. As she finished speaking, Jin Zhao pulled her tightly into his arms, his strength as if he wanted to embed her into his very bones and blood. Sway Sway, remember what you... So don't let me lose, don't make me regret my choice. If that day ever comes, even if I can't go back, I will hide in a place you will never find. Sway Sway, rest assured that day will never come. I swear on my life I will cherish you, love you, and protect you, and make you happy. If I fail, I, Jin Zhao, willingly descend into hell. Feeling his powerful heartbeat, she was filled with a sense of peace. But his oath was too heavy, so she pulled out of his embrace to change the subject. You're speaking more and more absurdly. Let's watch something lighthearted like a skit. Perhaps it was the deep-rooted traditional culture of peace and happiness within her that made her, even as a modern person in such a situation, still wary of those unlucky words. Alright, whatever Sway Sway says. Sway Sway preferred the skits of Song Xiaobao, so she directly searched for his works. Thus for most of the afternoon she watched a good portion of them. At the most hilarious parts, she would simply curl up in Jin Zhao's arms, laughing uncontrollably. Whenever this happened, Jin Zhao would pat her back to help her catch her breath, lest she laugh herself into a fit. Li Heng, who was driving the carriage, silently envied the cheerful laughter that occasionally drifted out. The affection between the prince and his future princess was truly wonderful. When the phone battery dropped below 10%, the carriage slowly entered the town just as the sun was setting. Their subordinates had already ridden ahead to book an inn, so the group could simply check in. As usual, Sway Sway first took a hot bath to relieve her fatigue. She hadn't expected that riding in a carriage, even one that wasn't too bumpy, could leave her feeling so worn out. After her bath, she changed into a new waist-high cross-collared ruchuan she had bought in the last market town. She had spotted it at first glance while shopping. The fabric was like a thin chiffon, yet it wasn't see-through. The shoulders, collar, hem, and skirt waist were embroidered with simple, yet stunning purple wisteria flowers. It featured a fresh light green top, a light blue embroidered bodice, and a white skirt, with a water blue gradient. There was a wide-sleeved overcoat, but she found it cumbersome and didn't wear it. After changing, she penciled in her eyebrows, and applied a transparent peach-scented lip balm. Perfect. She opened the door, and he who had been waiting turned around. At that very moment, the last rays of the setting sun bathed her, casting a soft golden halo around her. This made her already sweet and charming appear even more ethereal and graceful, an otherworldly beauty of unparalleled elegance. She smiled radiantly, and he forgot to breathe. Hey Jin Zhao, snap out of it. Seeing no one around, Sway Sway tiptoed and quickly pecked him on the cheek. Suddenly ambushed, he was jolted back to reality. His hand unconsciously touched his cheek where the soft sensation of her lips still lingered. Am I so beautiful that you're stunned? It wasn't narcissism, her looks, even in the entertainment industry, while not the absolute best, could still outshine the vast majority. Jin Zhao's throat suddenly felt dry. He swallowed hard. Yes, stunned by Sway Sui beauty. With her dark hair and red lips, she smiled at him sweetly, the sparkle in her eyes like a beam of light reaching straight into his heart. Her beauty always made him lose his composure. Amidst their playful banter, Jin Zhao took her hand and led her downstairs for dinner. It was mealtime, and the place was bustling with. The moment Sway Sway appeared, the air seemed to freeze. Almost everyone stared directly at her. How could anyone be so beautiful? Some lecherous men looked as if their eyes were glued to her. Although the blatant stares were disgusting, Sway Sway had resigned herself to them. After all, even before her transmigration, people always liked to steal extra glances at her. As long as they didn't do anything harmful, she let them look. Their eyes were on their own faces, as she couldn't stop them. Being excessively beautiful wasn't her fault. But Jin Zhao wouldn't stand for it. His handsome, yet intimidating eyes swept across the room, and his voice was as cold and menacing as ice. Anyone who doesn't want their eyeballs can have them gouged out and fed to the dogs. As he spoke, he pulled out a chopstick, twirled it, and shot it deep into a wooden pillar. Seeing this, Li Heng and the others quickly surrounded them. Witnessing this display, everyone's gaze shifted to the chopstick embedded halfway into the pillar. They all swallowed hard. Beauty or no beauty, their lives were more important. Sway Sway was also stunned by the scene, but only because of his profound inner energy. She couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Jin Zhao, you're amazing. In front of her, he was always gentle. Sway Sway, let's eat. The meal passed without incident, and no one else was foolish enough to stare openly at them. After dinner, the sky darkened, but the streets became even livelier than during the day, bright with lanterns and crowded with people. Burning with curiosity, Sway Sway looked at Jin Zhao, her eyes practically screaming, I want to go see. Jin Zhao gave a subtle signal to Li Heng, who understood immediately. He left for a few seconds and returned. Master, today happens to be the local annual temple fair. Jin Zhao, let's go take a look. She had never visited an ancient temple fair before. Then you must hold my hand tightly. Sway Sway looked down at her small hand enveloped in his large palm, and replied, Yes, I know. As they walked along, the scene of 1,000 lanterns illuminating the jade clouds at night market was vividly displayed before them. Everywhere was a blaze of fiery trees and silver flowers, bright as day, an incredibly beautiful sight. Tea houses, taverns, pawn shops, and workshops were all filled to capacity. The stalls lining the streets were also numerous. Acrobats, snack vendors, mask sellers, calligraphy, and painting merchants. Everything was available. Holding Jin Zhao's hand, Sway Sway looked around full of excitement and novelty. When they reached a riddle-guessing stall, Sway Sui's interest was piqued. Jin Zhao, let's play this. I'm really good at guessing riddles and stuff. Just as Jin Zhao was about to speak, a jeering voice rang out from beside them. Overestimating yourself. Do you know how difficult the riddles and couple? In the past 3 years, only a few people have managed to solve a couple. And I am one of them. She said this with a tone of considerable pride. Sway Sway turned towards the voice and saw a woman in yellow looking at her with disdain and arrogance. Behind her stood a maidservant wearing the exact same expression. When the woman in yellow saw Sway Sui's face, clearly an emotion called jealousy was added to her already arrogant and disdainful look. Jealousy twisted her once fairly neat features into an ugly grimace, and her drooping triangular eyes made her appear even more sharp-tongued and bitter. Sway Sway crossed her arms and sneered, difficult. That's because you're stupid. Your stupidity doesn't mean everyone else is stupid. You. The woman in yellow pointed at her in fury. Sway Sway walked over and slapped her hand away. You what you? You can't even speak properly, and you point at people. You have no manners at all. Daring to mess with me. Watch me make you look foolish. How dare you? Do you know who my mistress is? The maidservant tried to slap Sway Sway, but Jin Zhao sent her flying to the ground with a blast of his palm wind. As she tried to get up, Li Heng pressed his cold sword against her throat. How dare some random stray dog act wild in front of our master? Only then did they realize they had met their match, and their faces turned pale with fear. I don't care who she is. Jin Zhao, let's keep playing. Alright, whatever Sway Sway says. The crowd watching this secretly cheered. Everyone had long been fed up with the woman in yellow who, relying on her status as the daughter of a local wealthy landowner, often threw her weight around the town. Finally, someone dared to put her in her place. It was immensely satisfying. Old master, show me all the riddles and couplets you have. Though she had been forced by circumstance to sell villas after graduation, she had always loved literature, and her university major was Chinese language and literature. Now solving a riddle or matching a couplet shouldn't be too difficult, should it? Alright, young lady, wait a moment. Everyone's attention was drawn back to her, including the woman in yellow. With a disdainful sneer, she was eager to see how long this girl could keep up her arrogance. Soon the stall owner gathered all the riddles and couplets together. Sway Sway randomly picked a riddle and unfolded it. It contained only a simple line: the autumn colors accompany the western tower. But her brows furrowed slightly. Seeing her expression, the stall owner leaned in and realized she had by chance picked the most difficult one. He stroked his graying goatee. He smiled faintly and said, "Young lady, the riddle in your hand was composed by an enlightened monk I met 3 years ago. I am ashamed to say that even I have yet to uncover its answer." After speaking, he let out a long sigh. No one has solved it either. The woman in yellow knew exactly which riddle he meant. She had once exhausted herself trying and failing to solve it. Now, assuming Sway Sway would also be stumped, she blew on her fiery red nails and blurted out with schadenfreude, "Some people really are just pretending to be something they're not." Ha! Sway Sway rolled her eyes at her and retorted calmly, "Some people are just afraid others won't realize their mouths spew filth." Could this young lady really solve it? In an instant, 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind, but his face remained impassive. He replied, ignoring the woman's frenzied expression. Sway Sway turned calmly to the stall owner. "May I ask, old master, what reward is there for solving it?" He noted her calm composure. Could this young lady really solve it? In an instant, 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind, but his face remained impassive. He replied seriously, "If you solve it, young lady, I will willingly give you all my earnings from today, and every prize on this stall." Sway Sway was very satisfied with this answer. It's a deal. A gentleman's word is his bond. Good old master, lean in, and he'll whisper it to you. Telling the answer secretly. How are we to know if it's true? Yes, why not say it out loud so everyone can hear? Exactly. Yes. Speak up, let us all hear. Sway Sway knew it was that woman in yellow stirring up trouble again, inciting the others. She was instantly displeased, but with a twinkle in her almond-shaped eye, she announced clearly, "If you want to hear it, show some sincerity." Then her tone turned razor-sharp. "If you lack sincerity, then shut your mouth. Final bet, 10 taels of silver. If you solve it, and your reasoning is sound, these 10 taels are yours. Otherwise, you'll owe me 20. The crowd gasped at the sight of the gleaming silver. 10 taels. A full 10 taels of silver. A family of 5 could live frugally on that for a year. Truly, the rich live by their whims, the poor by their fate. Judging by the crowd's reaction, Sway Sway knew 10 taels was no small sum. All right, just don't go back on your word later. The woman in yellow snorted coldly, "He'll say the same to you." Sway Sway swept her gaze over the crowd, and the scene fell silent. Listen carefully, everyone. The answer is nickel. The crowd was puzzled. One person called out, "May we ask for the reasoning, miss?" Sway Sway glanced at the speaker and explained, "Self-possessed implies taken from autumn colors. In the 5 elements, autumn belongs to metal, so we take the metal radical. Accompanying the western tower, the west side of the character for tower, is wood. Combined, they form the character for nickel." Beside her, Jean Zhao watched her eloquence with a gaze of tender affection, unchecked and surging like such an exceptional and beautiful Sway Sway was his. The woman in yellow saw his handsome face, his eyes fixed only on Sway Sway, and her face was a canvas of undisguised resentment. Brilliant. Young lady, you are truly gifted. Old master flatters me. I dare not claim such talent. I merely happen to have some interest and knowledge in the subject." Seeing stall owner Zhang so enthusiastic, the crowd understood everything. Having lived in the same town for years, everyone knew each other well. Who wasn't aware of the erudite old Zhang's fondness for tricky and obscure questions? Instantly, the looks directed at Sway Sway changed. This girl truly possessed great talent. Only the woman in yellow, coming to her senses, muttered resentfully, "Who's to say it wasn't just a blind stroke of luck?" Sharp-eared Sway Sway heard her and retorted without mercy, "Is it really that hard to admit someone else is better than you?" But old Zhang paid no heed to the crowd's stares or opinions. He now adopted a humble demeanor. "I have a few more here. I humbly request your instruction, young lady." Sway Sway. "Oh no, it seems I've oversold myself. What if I actually encounter one I don't know?" But adhering to the principle of not losing face, she maintained a calm exterior. "Old master, please go ahead." Thereafter, old Zhang brought out all the challenging puzzles he had collected that no one had solved. Old Zhang, the stockade gate reflects the remnant crescent moon. Sway Sway, stockade gate means a gate enclosed by a fence, i.e., a household with a fence. The shape of the fence resembles the lower part of the character flat, which combines with door to form the character flat. Remnant crescent moon means the character moon is incomplete, leaving practice. Reflects the remnant crescent moon means a repeated practice, i.e., 2 practices forming the character feather. Feather flat to flutter. Old Zhang. Sway Sway. Old Zhang, there are also 2 couplets. I hope you will not begrudge me your guidance. Sway Sway nodded. You are too kind, old master. Please speak. The first line, Wangjiang Tower, Wangjiang River flows beneath Wangjiang Tower, Wangjiang River flows. The tower stands eternal, the river flows eternal. After speaking, he made a gesture of invitation. Sway Sway pretended to ponder, but inwardly, she was overjoyed. Heaven was truly aiding her. The ones they couldn't solve she happened to know perfectly. The scene was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone watched with bated breath and eager anticipation. Sway Sway didn't drag it out either. After all, one must know when to stop putting on airs. She cleared her throat and recited the second line. Inwe well yin yu shadow within Inwe well yin yu shadow. The well lasts 10,000 years, the shadow lasts 10,000 years. The moment the words fell, old Zhang clapped his hands together in excitement. Wonderful, wonderful. Young lady, you are truly brilliant. The moon in the sky is full, the moon on earth is half a month after month, the full moon meets the half moon. Today is the year's end, tomorrow is the year's start, year after year the year's end meets the year's start. Note the riddles and couplets are sourced from Baidu. By now old Zhang was flushed with excitement. He never imagined that a mere girl could be so remarkably talented. May I ask your honorable name, young lady? My surname is Sway, and my given name is also Sway. Ears of grain in pairs piece year after year. Young lady, your talent is vast as the ocean, your appearance, conduct, and name are all of the highest order. I am truly impressed. Old Zhang said, bowing to her. Startled Sway Sway quickly supported him. Old master, you are overwhelming me. Ha ha, young friend Sway Sway, may I ask where you reside? If I encounter more difficulties in the future, I can visit to seek your guidance. Sway Sway glanced at him, then at Jin Zhao, and said with hesitation, well. Seeing this, Jin Zhao stepped over, put his arm around her shoulder, and said directly, we are from the capital. It's unlikely we'll meet again in the future. With that, old Zhang did not press further. As promised, he handed over the prizes and the day's earnings to Sway Sway. But Sway Sway did not accept them. She only picked 2 adorable rabbit lanterns and called it done. Of course, she didn't let the 10 tails of silver slip away. So big sister, are you convinced or not? The woman in yellow, her face as dark as the bottom of a pot, snorted coldly and left with her entourage. Sway Sway shook her head. Tisk tisk tsk. How boring. Watching their retreating figures, Jin Zhao gave a subtle signal, and Li Heng followed them. He hadn't missed that disgusting look in her eyes. He could only belong to Sway Sway. Jin Zhao, I'm tired. I don't want to wander anymore. Let's go back and rest. Seeing the fatigue on her face, he was filled with tenderness. All right, whatever Sway Sway says. Without caring about onlookers, he took her hand and led her back. At the inn, after washing up, they frolicked for a while before falling into a deep sleep. In the dead of night, elsewhere, a certain manor was undergoing a silent, unseen heist of its wealth. In the days that followed, Sway Sway and the others either lodged at inns or camped in the wilderness. The journey for the most part was uneventful. After a grueling 7-day trek, the group finally arrived at the outskirts of the capital city. I never want to take a carriage again. My bones are about to fall apart. Sway Sway slumped listlessly into Jin Zhao's arms, her voice weak, gazing at his beloved's face, which had thinned noticeably. Jin Zhao's heart ached with tenderness. Yet he was helpless, for this was not the world she had. All he could do was stroke her soft hair, kissing her again and again, murmuring soothingly, Sway Sway, be good. From now on, we'll avoid long journeys as much as possible. Sway Sway merely burrowed deeper into his arms without a word. She knew well enough that times were different and conditions were limited. Having a carriage was already a blessing. How about I play another round of Gamoku with? Sway Sway shook her head. Then shall I call Li Heng in to play Do Diju with you? She shook her head again. How about sleeping a bit more? Sway Sway still shook her head. Just then Li Heng's voice came from outside. Master, we're about to enter the city gate. Sway Sway Peach Blossom eyes suddenly lit up, and she sprang to her feet. Just as Jin Zhao leaned down to kiss her forehead, the top of her head met his chin in a sharp collision. 2 cries of pain rang out simultaneously. Jin Zhao, rubbing his sore chin with one hand and massaging the top of Sway Sway's head with the other, said with a wry smile, Sway Sway, are you trying to murder your husband? I'm sorry, but you poked my head and I hit your chin, so let's call it even. Fine, whatever Sway Sway says is right. Hearing this, Sway Sway couldn't help but recall a meme shed scene before one. The wife is always right, too. If the wife is wrong, refer to. The thought made her chuckle. Clearly she had been the rash one just now, yet he gently rubbed her head. We're almost there. What? I feel like you're spoiling me so much that I'm getting a bit arrogant. Silly girl, I want to spoil you until you're blind to everyone else, an unruly being. Flattered Sway Sway's face bloomed with sweetness. When did you become so smooth with your sweet talk? With you by my side, it seems a small soft fist thumped against his chest. Haha, Sway Sway. He tightened his arms around her. His Sway Sway. How could she be so lovable? She was exceptionally intelligent, her beauty unmatched, and her body as soft and delicate as sponge sugar, sweet and tender, as if a single firm touch could dissolve her. After a quiet embrace, the carriage came to a halt. Master, we've arrived. Hearing Li Heng's voice, Sway Sway, mindful of her earlier mishap, carefully extricated herself from Jin Zhao's arms. She flung open the curtain. Oh my, we're finally here. Jin Zhao descended first, then gently helped her step down onto a low stool. It feels so good to have solid ground under my feet. But as she looked up, the gilded plaque bearing the 3 bold characters, Prince Chaos Mansion, abruptly caught her eye. Jin Zhao, is this yours? He nodded. From now on, this is also Sway Sway home. Come, let's go home. The servants who had come out to greet them kept their eyes lowered and their breath still. Hearing their prince called by his given name without a hint of displeasure, and seeing him gently take her hand to lead her inside, they instantly understood the situation. As they walked in, Sway Sway shook their interlocked hands. Tisk tisk tsk, so you're a prince. Should this humble maiden bow to you? She then deliberately called out in a sweet coquettish tone, Your Highness. Jin Zhao smiled and tapped her delicate upturned nose. In front of you, I am always Jin Zhao, not the prince. If you know your place. Indeed, he was just Jin Zhao. He had never referred to himself as this prince before her, always using the simple equal I. In a corner not far from the prince's mansion, a woman in a green gown watched their flirtatious exchange with red-rimmed eyes, twisting her silk handkerchief into a tight thread. Meanwhile, Sway Sway followed Jin Zhao into the mansion, brimming with curiosity. It was her first time inside a real prince's residence, even more magnificent than what she'd seen on TV. As they walked, she noticed the mansion was vast, laid out in a strict axial symmetry, with multiple courtyards, orderly and dignified. Pavilions and towers, carved beams, and painted rafters, winding corridors. All exquisitely elegant, yet grand. Rockeries, strange stones, small bridges over flowing water, and exotic flowers nestled among green pines and verdant cypresses. Every detail proclaimed its luxurious splendor and the owner's extraordinary status. Tisk tisk tsk. This mansion is so huge, I'm afraid I'll get lost inside. Jin Zhao couldn't help but laugh. Sway Sway, what goes on in that little head of yours? How could you get lost at home? They'll have the steward give you a tour later. You want show me around? They'll get you settled first, then I need to go to the palace for a bit. They'll be back soon. Oh, alright. Don't sound so glum. They'll take you to the palace sometime. Chatting as they walked, they soon reached the main hall. Li Heng summoned all the servants. I have something to announce. Yes, Your Highness. After Li Heng left, Sway Sway deliberately teased in a high-pitched voice. Your Highness, what do you wish to say? Sway Sway, no acting up. Just call me Jin Zhao. Fine, I was just joking. Even if you asked me to call you Prince, I wouldn't. Oh, by the way, is Jin the royal surname? Yes, it's the royal surname. Commoners aren't allowed to use it. So what's your relationship with the current emperor? Sovereign and subject, father and son. Just then Li Heng entered. Your Highness, everyone is here except Li Kuan and the others. Sway Sway, come. Jin Zhao nodded and took her hand, leading her outside. Sway Sway gazed at the sea of servants in their uniforms, inwardly stunned. This prince certainly had deep pockets. There had to be at least 100. Ignoring her expressive face, Jin Zhao swept his gaze over the others and spoke in a stern voice. The lady beside me will be the sole mistress of this mansion. Her words are my words. Whatever she says, you will obey. Is that clear? Yes, Your Highness. If I find any of you being duplicitous with her or causing her any grievance, you know well what I am capable of. His severe expression and sharp tone sent a chill through the servants, leaving no doubt that their prince meant every word. They had witnessed his methods, terrifying beyond imagination, enough to make one's scalp crawl. Having said his piece, Jin Zhao dismissed them to their duties. He then led Sway Sway to the room prepared for her. Sway Sway, are you satisfied with the chamber? Is there anything missing? Jin Zhao, aren't we going to share a room? Ahem, Sway Sway. Now that we're back in the capital and not yet married, sharing a room wouldn't be proper for you. But my chamber is right next door. Just call if you need me. I've already arranged for hot water. Take a bath, and by the time you're done, I'll be back. Then we'll have dinner together, and afterward it'll take you to buy a few maids to attend to you. I know, I'm not a child. Go on, you have things to do. Wait for me at home then. At the door he instructed Li Heng. He'll be back shortly. Once the hot water is ready, guard the entrance of Xiaofeng courtyard. Don't let anyone near. Yes, Your Highness. Without wasting time, Jin Zhao left promptly. Even for a brief absence he was uneasy, so he would have to hurry back. After Jin Zhao left, Sway Sway bolted the door layer by layer. Instead of taking a bath, she went straight into the space. If not now, lying in the bathtub enveloped by the warm water, she felt a mysterious power coursing through her body. Sway Sway peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly as she let out a long sigh of contentment, so comfortable. The exhaustion of the past days melted away in this comfort, and she drifted into a deep sleep without realizing it. Meanwhile, in the imperial study of the palace, your son greets your majesty. The emperor, seated behind the desk, looked at the man below, who bore a striking resemblance to himself, 7 or 8 parts similar, and a knowing smile spread across his face. Sensing that he was about to raise his head, the emperor instantly suppressed his smile, his expression turning stern as he snorted coldly, Humph, do you still acknowledge me as your father, you unfilial son? Scolded. Jin Zhao was not annoyed. He simply followed along, saying, Your Majesty speaks the truth. I am indeed an unfilial son. Yet on his chiseled handsome face, there was not a trace of I was wrong, or you are right. The emperor was momentarily choked, his brows shooting up. Why are you still standing there like a post? Sit down and speak. Seeing him sit, the emperor began again, You know you're an unfilial son. You knew I was about to issue an imperial edict the next day naming you crown prince, yet you disappeared the very next day. For nearly a month. Do you want to drive your father to an early grave? Overwhelmed by emotion, he was seized by a fit of coughing, gasping for breath. Seeing this, Jin Zhao quickly moved behind the desk and used his inner energy to soothe the emperor's breathing. Once his breath steadied, Jin Zhao stood beside him. His voice was calm, betraying no emotion. "Father, do you know why I vanished for a month?" But as a father knows his son, the calmer he was, the more serious the matter. The emperor's tone also grew grave. "What happened?" So Jin Zhao, in a voice audible only to the two of them, recounted in detail the clues he had uncovered and how he had nearly died from poison. When he finished, the emperor grabbed a memorial and slammed it onto the desk, his voice seething with rage. "That wretch!" The fury startled eunuch Li, who was guarding the door, into a jump. "Father, calm yourself and take care of your health. Leave this to me. I only told you to prepare you mentally." The emperor waved his hand weakly. "Enough, I understand. Handle it as you see fit. Yes, your son obeys your command." Having dealt with the serious matter, the emperor looked at his most cherished and capable son and sighed deeply. Jiang. Jiang was Jin Zhao's courtesy name. As a father knows his son, so a son knows his father. Hearing that tone, Jin Zhao quickly interrupted. "Father, I know, you know nothing. Every time you say that, look at your peers. Their children are already running around. You're still a bachelor. I gave you so many portraits of noble ladies and you tossed them away the moment you turned around. You refuse arranged marriages. Do you expect to find a celestial maiden? Do you want to anger me to death so I can join your mother early?" The old emperor's barrage left him red-faced and furious. Who would have thought that the majestic and formidable emperor was in private an old father fretting over his beloved son's marriage? Jin Zhao listened helplessly, then smiled wryly at his father. "Father, I was about to request an imperial edict for marriage." The old emperor's tirade caught in his throat, but his slightly clouded eyes suddenly lit up. His tone shifted instantly from disappointed in him to overjoyed. "Which family's daughter? How old is she? As long as her family is respectable, her character is good, and she's not some ugly freak. Even if she's an illiterate village girl, I'll accept her. Illiteracy could be remedied, but an ugly appearance would affect the next generation's looks. That was irreparable." Jin Zhao was nearly amused by his father. "Father, Sui Sui is no ugly freak. Her family is respectable, her character is good, she's as beautiful as a celestial maiden, and she's profoundly learned." Whenever he spoke of the girl he loved, his expression softened involuntarily. Seeing his lovesick expression, the emperor thought, he's truly serious this time, and felt reassured. Yet he still asked, "Have you verified her background thoroughly?" "Father, if I hadn't, I wouldn't have come to request the edict so rashly. Why not let me meet her first?" "Father." "All right, I'll draft the edict immediately." He then shouted toward the door, "Shall Li draft the edict?" Eunuch Li hurried in. "What is the girl's name and age?" "Sui Sui, meaning abundant harvests and peaceful years. She is 19. The emperor nodded, dipped his brush in ink, and wrote swiftly on the bright yellow silk, "By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees my son Jin Zhao, of noble character and filial piety, excelling in both civil and martial arts, has reached the age for marriage. Now there is a maiden Sui Sui of dignified appearance and virtuous heart. Thus I decree her as the Princess of Zhao. All ceremony shall be arranged by the Ministry of Rites, and the Imperial Observatory, and an auspicious day shall be chosen for the wedding. Let this be proclaimed to all. Respect this edict." With the imperial seal affixed, the decree took effect. Jin Zhao received the edict, glanced at its contents, and couldn't suppress the smile spreading across his face. A son grown is beyond his father's control, the emperor mused. Since his mother's death, he had never seen his son so openly emotional. "Father, I will keep the edict for now. The wedding need not be rushed. I will discuss it with Sui Sui later. Don't rush, but it must be within 2 years. Look at your age. Next time you enter the palace, bring the girl along." "Understood, father." Sensing his son's mind was elsewhere, the emperor dismissed him. "Enough, you may leave. The look on your face is unbearable." Having said all he needed, Jin Zhao didn't linger. "Yes, your son takes his leave." Watching his imposing figure, the emperor smiled and shook his head. Eunuch Li took the opportunity to say, "Your Majesty, the prince seems to be in fine spirits. He resembles you the most, both in appearance and conduct, and his approach to love is just the same. On the end, I have failed his mother. Your Majesty, you treat Prince Zhao like any ordinary father. You've done more than enough." The emperor shot him a glare. "He is my son. If I don't treat him well, who will?" Eunuch Li's expression stiffened. He hadn't seen the emperor act so fatherly to his other sons. But he still replied, "Yes, yes." This servant spoke out of turn. He gave his own mouth a light slap. "Enough, enough. After decades, don't I know you? Thank you, your Majesty." Holding the edict, Jin Zhao strode out of the palace with a refreshed spirit. His smiling face astonished the palace attendants. Had the sun risen from the west? When had they ever seen Prince Zhao in such a light-hearted and cheerful mood? One man's joy is another's sorrow. Somewhere in the palace, a man, his face dark with fury, swept everything off the table. "Useless, all of you are useless." His advisors' heads bowed, dared not utter a single word. The imperial palace was not far from the Prince Chaos mansion. A swift horse could cover the round trip in about half an hour. When Jin Zhao returned, Li Heng was still guarding the entrance of Xiaofeng courtyard. "Sui Sui hasn't come out yet." No, your highness. Jin Zhao found it strange he had been to the palace and back in nearly an hour, yet Sui Sui was still not done with her bath. He pushed the door only to find it bolted from the inside. With no other choice, he had to climb over the wall. He never imagined he would one day have to scale the walls to enter. Standing at the door of the room, he knocked. Sui Sui, are you ready? But there was no response. He listened intently, but not a sound came from. Jin Zhao's face gradually darkened, and a faint unease began to stir in his heart. Sui Sui. Since the door was bolted, he kicked it open with all his might. With a loud crack, the sturdy door crashed to the ground. Inside the space, Sui Sui was jolted awake. She realized she had dozed off at some point, but the water had remained at its previous temperature. Thinking she might have slept for a long time, and seeing Jin Zhao's panic, she quickly got up to tidy herself. Meanwhile, Jin Zhao, finding the room empty with no trace of her, was on the verge of collapse. His face was grim and dark, and the madness and despair in his eyes were like a storm about to destroy everything. Did Sui Sui go back? Sui Sui, you liar. You said I was too good to you, that you couldn't bear to leave. Yet you still went away. Jin Zhao's eyes reddened, and he gradually lowered his head, as if all the life had been drained from him in that moment. His blood seemed to freeze, and a sharp knife appeared to repeatedly flay his heart, causing him unbearable pain. He had never realized so clearly how important Sui Sui was to him. Li Heng, having heard the commotion, rushed over and stood stunned. Your Highness, Miss Sui. Get out. Silence fell around them, and the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Li Heng glanced once more into the room before silently walking away. Jin Zhao. The man with his head bowed suddenly looked up, staring in disbelief at the smiling girl before him. Sui Sui. He dashed over and embraced her tightly. Sui Sui, thank goodness you didn't leave. Lost and found, lost and found. Sui Sui wrapped her arms around him, feeling his racing heart. Seeing him just moments ago so helpless and sorrowful, like an abandoned dog, filled her heart with pain. Jin Zhao, you big fool. Didn't I tell you? You're so good to me, I can't bear to leave. That wasn't just empty talk. From now on, can you trust me a little more? Her voice was already choked with tears. It's not that I don't trust you, I just can't bear the pain of losing. And just now, his panicked, aggrieved voice made Sujui's heart ache. She tried to bring him into the space, but couldn't, so she gave up. Can I tell you another time? You don't have to tell me anything as long as you don't leave. With that, he cupped her exquisite face and lowered his head to kiss her. As if finding an outlet for his pent-up emotions, Jin Zhao kissed her cherry lips with a certain fierceness, as if to punish her, or perhaps himself. Then it gradually softened, flowing like cheerful water over every nerve of hers. At that moment, their hearts had never been closer. After the kiss, they held each other quietly for a while, composing themselves. Jin Zhao, what are you carrying in your bosom? It's digging into me. I almost forgot. He released her and pulled an imperial edict from his chest. Is this an imperial edict? Open it. When she saw the contents, Sujui's peach blossom eyes widened in surprise. Marriage? Isn't that too soon? We just need to marry within. What, Sui Sui, are you unwilling? It's not that I'm unwilling, but it's just that the news came too suddenly and quickly. I'm a bit taken aback. It's fine, you still have a year to. Wasn't it within 2 years? Silly girl, the Imperial Observatory will need at least half a year to prepare. Oh, alright. Don't just say oh, alright. Let's have lunch. Later he'll take you out for a stroll, and well, by a few maids. Taking her hand, he led her out. When Sui Sui saw a table full of small plates, she was astonished. Jin Zhao, isn't this meal a bit too extravagant? Only 28 dishes is extravagant. You're so easily satisfied, Sui Sui. Maybe it's because I've gone hungry before and know how precious food is. I still prefer to cook only what we can eat. Alright, I'll listen to you. Since it's already prepared, let's eat first. We can have this conversation after the meal, okay? You're so good, Jin Zhao. Silly girl. During the meal, Sui Sui tasted each dish, but only the spicy bamboo shoot stir-fried pork with peppers hot and sour shredded potatoes, and the plate of sour date cakes suited her palate. The other dishes were either cold, lacked flavor, or simply didn't appeal to her. Jin Zhao took note of all this. Li Heng gathered everyone together again. Yes, your highness. Soon everyone arrived, but each person was trembling as if standing on the edge of an abyss. Jin Zhao swept his gaze over them and said calmly, I called you here to announce 2 things. First, His Majesty has bestowed a marriage. Sui Sui is the future Princess Chao. He paused before continuing. Second, the kitchen staff stepped forward. From now on, when only I and the princess are dining, prepare 8 dishes per meal, ensuring each is hot and fresh. Also, these dishes are no longer to be served. The princess does not like them. If there are guests, follow the normal standards. Understood? Yes, your highness. Good, you may all go now. Yes, your highness. In no time, everyone had vanished, but Li Heng returned. Your highness, Lady Gui has arrived. Why is Lady Gui here? Ask her to wait a moment, it'll be right there. Yes, your highness. Jin Zhao, who is Lady Gui? Jin Zhao brushed the hair from her temple and explained patiently. She was Mother's dowry maid. For Mother Sake, she never married. After Mother passed, fearing I was too young to survive the palace's shadows, she came to care for me in my chambers. 3 years ago when I was made a prince and established my manor, she left the palace with me, but didn't come to the manor. So Lady Gui has been very good to you. She's doted on me since I was a child. Come, let's go see her. In the main hall. Li Heng, why hasn't the prince come yet? Lady Gui, please don't worry, His Highness will be here shortly. How can I not worry? I've waited so long for this day. Speak of the devil. Lady Gui. Sui Sui also greeted her sweetly. Oh my, Your Highness, you've lost weight. After greeting Jin Zhao, Lady Gui fixed her gaze on Sui Sui beside him, then warmly taking her hand. You must be Miss Sui Sui. Hello, Lady Gui. I am Sui Sui. I'm not bad, not bad. A good girl with eyes as tender as water, yet clear and bright. Lady Gui, just call me Sui Sui. Though Lady Gui was only a governess, Sui Sui dared not be presumptuous before her. There is a distinction between master and servant. Until your wedding with the prince, I shall call you Miss, is that all right? Sui Sui nodded. As you wish, Lady Gui. Lady Gui, what brings you here all of a sudden? Lady Gui looked at Jin Zhao with feigned anger. What, you're not welcoming this old woman? How could that be? I've always asked you to come to the manor to retire, but you refused. Well, I'm here now. From now on, I'll stay at the manor to help take care of Miss. If I live to see your child born, I'll help care for them too. Lady Gui, it's still too early for that. Before an elder and not yet married talking about children made Sui Sui a bit shy. Lady Gui sincerely considered their future. The emperor has already bestowed the marriage. You're not getting any younger. You must get on with it. Rest assured, Lady Gui, we will. Jin Zhao took over the conversation, then turned to Li Heng. Li Heng, take some people to prepare the guest room in Xinxua courtyard. Lady Gui will be staying there from now on. Yes, Your Highness. Lady Gui, Sui Sui, and I plan to go out for a stroll and buy a few maids. Would you like to come and help us choose? They'll come along. Though I'm old, my judgment of people is spot on. Having navigated the Deep Palace for nearly 30 years, what monsters and demons hadn't she seen? Whether a person or a ghost, one glance is enough to tell. The Chao Wangfu lay in the prized eastern quarter of the city, some distance from the bustling market, so the party traveled there by carriage. Inside the carriage, Sui Sui did not as usual press shamelessly into Jean Chaos' arms. Instead, she sat beside Nanny Gui, linking her arm with the old woman's, and laughing with delightful abandon. Nanny anymore. There was once when the prince was so mischievous that he insisted on climbing a tree to fetch a bird's egg. A branch suddenly. Nanny Gui smiled at her, which only made Sui Sui more anxious. And then, oi. As he fell, another thick bough snagged his trousers and slowed the descent. He was unhurt, but the fabric across his rear was left hanging on the branch. Sui Sui froze. So he came down from the tree with his backside exposed. Nanny Gui's face filled with recollection. Not at all. He didn't hit the ground. The imperial guards caught him. But the servants who were supposed to look after the prince suffered dearly. Each received 30 strokes. Sui Sui could no longer restrain herself and burst into uncontainable laughter, her bright almond eyes flashing as they darted teasingly toward Jean. Catching her look, Jean Chaos' fingers twitched. Unable to resist, he gently smoothed her glossy black hair in front of Nanny Gui, earning a coquettish rebuke. He smiled helplessly. Nanny, you needn't recount my childish embarrassments before Sui Sui. Watching their tender exchange, Nanny Gui felt a surge of contentment. The young master had truly grown capable of care. Prince, this simply helps the young lady understand you better. As they chatted, the carriage slowed. Prince, we're at the entrance to the market district. Shall we disembark here? Jin Zhao said nothing. His eyes rested on Sui Sui, his meaning unmistakable. Why not begin here and stroll about on foot? All right, well, follow Sui Sui lead. The capital, cradled beneath the emperor's feet, was ever splendid. A single glance revealed broad, tidy roads and houses arrayed like scales. The main street thrummed with voices. Nearly every face wore a satisfied smile. Sui Sui looked upon the scene and sighed with genuine admiration. Truly, this befits the capital. Sui Sui'll take you to buy some clothes for now. Tomorrow, we'll hire a seamstress to make you bespoke garments. After a moment's thought, Sui Sui agreed she should indeed purchase a few sets. Nikhang Gu, the capital's finest ready-made clothier, stood only a few steps away. Before they reached the door, a well-groomed manager hurried out to greet them. When he noticed the pair of hands clasped together, a flicker of surprise crossed him, yet he maintained his composure and cupped his hands in salute. I did not expect Prince Chaos' arrival. Forgive my poor reception. They were ushered into the shop, and once seated, a server immediately presented tea, which Jin Zhao ignored. Sui Sui lifted the lid and peered in. The leaves shone darkly, the brew a deep red, the spent leaves plump and still tinged with crimson. She sipped lightly, and elevated fresh sweetness bloomed, the flavor robust. Her almond eyes brightened. This Kimon black tea is quite good. Jin Zhao watched her indulgently, then turned his gaze and expressionless asked, where is your employer? Our employer is resting in the inner room. If Prince Chao will tarry a moment for tea, allow me to inform him. When Jin Zhao was abroad, he was stern and rarely smiled. When his lips were pressed, he emitted a keen, intimidating presence. Others bowed and scraped. He merely cast a cool glance and gave a terse hum. The manager, despite his astonishment at the sudden change, did not hesitate to go inside. Everyone in the capital knew the prince played by his own rules. People feared a single lag might invite his displeasure. Once the manager departed, Sui curiosity surged. Jin Chao, do you know the Roofing's eyes lingered on her for an instant, then he replied, gently, yes. Childhood friend, a follower. A sudden cough sounded from within. The curtain was drawn aside. I heard that, Jiang. Don't be like that. A childhood friend is a childhood friend, no need to add follower. After all, I am the son of a chancellor. I must keep some face, especially before a beauty. He fussed at his robes and theatrically fanned himself. Sui regarded the newcomer, handsome, fair-skinned, with almond eyes much like her own. His gaze carried an ambiguous charm, yet the smile in his features felt exceptionally pure. Truly, he bore an air of rakish dashingness. At least to her he did, but compared with her boyfriend, he came up rather short. Jean Chaos' beauty and bearing in her view remained unrivaled. As he entered, Nanny Gue bowed in greeting. Young Master Chi, well met. Nanny Gue, long time no see. How have you been? By your blessing, all is well. Sui glanced between them, and then at Jin Chao. Aren't you going to make introductions? Before Jin Chao could speak, the man hurriedly introduced himself. Hello, little beauty. I am Ji Yang's childhood friend, Chi Ruichin. You may call me Young Master Chi, or simply Ruichin. No sooner had he finished than a glare came from his friend. If you don't speak, nobody will think you're mute. Chi Ruichin was taken aback, his face flushing in a riot of color. Jiang, I tell you, act like that, and you'll never get a wife. Sui could not be entirely virtuous, and let out a small, unkind laugh. They had the gall to say he couldn't win a bride right in front of her. Jin Chao looked at her wryly. Sui, be careful not to laugh yourself into coughing. Chi Ruichin stared at him in disbelief. This gentle, considerate man. Is he the very friend we grew up with? Could his childhood companion truly be so transformed? Jiang, are you all right? This young beauty. Call me Chao, princess consort or sister-in-law. Chi Ruichin's face went even more bewildered, yet he dutifully echoed, greetings, sister-in-law. His tone could not have been more solemn. By then Sui's mood had softened. Young Master Chi, hello? My name is Sui, Jean Chaos' fiancé. She had meant to say girlfriend, but fearing he might not understand, turned the words to fiancé. Chi Ruichin smiled at her. May I borrow your betrothed for a moment? He hurriedly pulled his friend aside, who shrugged him off with a disdainful flick. Stop the tugging. What a lack of decorum. Though tempted to curse, Chi Ruichin asked, Jiang, what's going on? In merely a month you already have a fiancé. How have I not heard of her in the capital? Are you sure you've investigated? Jin Chao, sensing his friend's concerns, sounded less frosty. My father has already arranged the marriage, it simply hasn't been announced yet. That explains it. So what brings you here today? Jin Chao fixed him with a mock blank look. You sell clothes and jewelry. What else would bring me? Understood. Chi Ruichin said, stepping out ahead. Sister-in-law, take whatever garments or trinkets you like. Consider them a small brother's gift. Sui listened to him. He's foolishly generous and has nowhere to spend his money. The foolishly wealthy, Chi Ruichin. After wandering the shop, Sui selected 3 dresses on the second floor apparel level and 2 simple, elegant hair ornaments on the third floor accessories level. She asked Jin Chao to pay, but Chi Ruichin insisted on covering them. Resigned, Sui did not press the matter. She planned to repay him later with a vial of spirit water. Though the old saying counsels that one who does not seize a bargain is a scoundrel, she honestly disliked taking advantage of others, especially favors from acquaintances. After exiting the Rainbow Pavilion, Jin Zhao naturally took Sujui's hand. He greatly enjoyed this way of holding hands with their fingers tightly interlocked, leaving no gap. It felt as if holding her hand filled his heart. The latter exchanged a smile with him, and the sweet atmosphere instantly spread. It was as if the air had been sweetened by them. Behind them, Chi Ruichin watched this scene in confusion. Who said it was acceptable to pull and tug like this? Changing to another person to hold hands was simply unremarkable. Indeed, prioritizing romance over friendship. Jin Zhao and Sui, who had already walked far away, were unaware of his thoughts. When they passed by a medical hall, Sui was captivated by a couplet at the entrance and couldn't help but stop. May there be no illness among the people of the world. What harm in letting the medicine gather dust? Sui, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Jin Zhao asked worriedly as he noticed her staring blankly at the medical hall. Sui shook her head. No, I just thought of some past events. Then she lowered her voice and continued. In our place, pharmacies are everywhere. There's one every few steps. Though there are many pharmacies, their business is generally good, and they often have promotions for buying medicine with free eggs. They would prefer to have customers flocking in every day. I was just touched when I saw that couplet. Sui, don't overthink it. That's not something you can change. Let's go? But just a few steps later, a ragged, pale-faced, weak boy rushed into the medical hall. Then with a thud, he knelt on the ground, his voice urgent and tinged with tears. Doctor, please quickly save my sister. She's about to die. The doctor, startled by his kneeling, quickly got up to help the boy, but he stubbornly remained kneeling, repeatedly bowing his head and pleading for him. The doctor sighed deeply and shook his head. It's not that I won't save her, I truly lack the ability. Your sister has smoke inhalation, her organs are already damaged, it's a miracle that she's still alive. Currently even a celestial being couldn't help her. Hearing this, the boy fell dejectedly to the ground, tears streaming down his face. He knew that his sister was beyond saving, he just couldn't accept it, and didn't want to give up. His sister was his only family left in this world. The sorrow emanating from the boy made everyone present feel a pang of sadness. Outside the door, Susue, unaware, had already dampened her eyes. She thought of her past helplessness. Although her past was messy, she still couldn't bear to see others. She was the same now. The difference was that she had the ability to help. Seeing her sudden change, Jin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Susue, what's wrong? Jin Zhao, let's go help that boy's sister, shall we? Jin Zhao glanced at the medical hall. He had certainly seen everything inside, but he didn't want to get involved. Why should he care about others' lives or deaths? However, since his beloved wanted to help, he gently replied, "Alright, if Sui Sui wants to help, then let's do it." He also gave an understanding glance to Li Heng, who immediately understood. Sui Sui wiped her tears and looked at Grandma Gui. "Grandma, please wait for us at the medical hall. If we hurry, the carriage will be a bit bumpy." "Grandma, Sui Sui is right, I will have someone stay to accompany you." Grandma Gui thought it made sense, but if she went along she might slow them down. "Alright, you two hurry back. I only hope that girl is alright." Just then the boy rushed out of the medical hall. Just as he was about to say something, Sui Sui spoke first. "Quick, take us to your home. Maybe your sister can—" "Okay, young master, young lady, please follow me." But Sui Sui pulled him. "Get in the carriage." After quickly boarding the carriage, Li Heng drove as fast as he could in the direction the boy indicated. During the ride, Sui Sui learned from the boy that his name was Yun Song, and he was 16 years old. He was trying to save his twin sister Yun Mei. Half a month ago, their home was suddenly engulfed in flames at night. His father was burned to death on the spot, and although his sister was rescued, she had inhaled too much smoke and was now on the verge of death. Due to the distance between them and their neighbors, by the time they noticed the fire, the flames had already soared high. He had only escaped the disaster by going to the river to catch shrimp in the middle of the night. Just as they grasped the general situation, they arrived at the location. Looking at the charred ruins, they saw a lifeless girl lying there breathing shallowly and knew the situation was dire. "Yin Song, right? Quickly go get me a bowl." Yin Song, confused, immediately complied. Sui Sui took the bowl, disregarding its dirtiness, and had Jin Zhao shield their view as she poured spiritual water into it. "Hurry, come and support your sister." Sister, wake up." Yun Song called out in fear. The stabilized Yun Mei heard her brother's voice and weakly opened her eyes, glancing at everyone before closing them again. "Yun Mei, don't sleep, yet quickly drink the water in the bowl." Hearing this, Yun Mei cracked her lips open just a bit. Reluctantly, Sui Sui could only squeeze a bit more open and slowly pour it into her mouth. Fortunately, although a lot spilled out, most of it went in. As the bowl of water was nearly empty, Yun Mei opened her eyes, her complexion gradually improving, and her breathing became steadier and stronger. Seeing this, Sui Sui finally felt relieved. Yun Song looked on in disbelief at everything happening. His sister was alive. Yun Song looked her up and down. Sister, are you alright?" "I should be fine now, I feel like I'm not in pain anymore, just simply lacking strength." Yun Song breathed a sigh of relief, then with a thud he knelt before Sensei. "Thank you, young lady and young master, for saving my sister. I have no way to repay such great kindness. If you ever need anything in the future, I would risk my life, without hesitation." Sui Sui was startled by his sudden kneeling and quickly helped him up. "I just happened to see it, and was able to help, so I did. Since your sister is fine, we have to get going now." Seeing that the problem was mostly resolved, and it wasn't too late, Sui Sui planned to head back. "May I ask what the lady's name is?" Yun Mei also sat up and approached. "Sui Sui, the one who brings peace and safety." Sui Sui. Yun Mei nodded. "The kindness of Sui Sui, when I recover, I will certainly repay." Sui Sui waved her hand. "Let's talk about repayment later, you need to focus on getting better first. But we really must leave now." Before leaving, she looked at their current surroundings, and had Li Heng leave some loose silver behind. "Jin Zhao, let's head back." Jin Zhao took her hand, and holding it tightly said softly, "Alright, it's getting late, let's discuss buying a maid tomorrow." Ma listened to Jin Zhao. Jin Zhao was taken aback, then smiled broadly. Her beautiful brows were slightly raised, and facing her naturally gentle face, she instantly became even more tender and charming. As the sun set, weary birds returned to their nests, and people returned home. The shadows of the two were stretched long, occasionally overlapping, as if they had merged into one. Meanwhile, Yun Mei, feeling the heavy silver in her hand, listened to their conversation, and looked at the carriage not far away, made a decision in her heart. By the time they returned to the Chow Manor, the sun had long since withdrawn its dazzling rays, yet a mischievous remnant of twilight still streamed through the window lattice, casting its glow upon the exquisitely crafted bronze mirror. In the mirror, a beauty bathed in the sunset, her hands cradling her snow-white cheeks. Her eyes, shaped like peach blossoms, were narrowed into two curved crescent moons, utterly captivating. When Jin Zhao came to find her, this was the breathtakingly unreal sight that greeted him. He approached silently, bent down, and gently rested his chin atop her hair. "Sui Sui, so happy." Despite his stealth, Sui had already spotted his arrival in the mirror. In the slightly blurry reflection, she saw his gentle eyes gazing down at her with affection. Their long hair intertwined and tangled together. She let out a soft breath, causing her strands to flutter slightly, creating a scene both romantic and picturesque. With a flicker of thought, she leaned back, without hesitation falling into his embrace, their bodies pressed close. Her slender jade-like fingers played with the dark strands entwined with her own, looping them around tirelessly. Because roses give and yield fragrance in the hand. I've always believed that helping those truly in need, especially the lonely, elderly, or weak within one's ability, even if the help is meager, is still a joyful and moving thing. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying the scent of tuberoses from the courtyard, but Jin Zhao found it less intoxicating than the milky sweetness of the woman in his arms. Hearing her words laced with laughter, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. What a little fool. Humans are born and always remain selfish. Having grown up in the palace, he had witnessed too much of the dark side of human nature. Deception, intrigue, and including himself, selfish enough to want to keep her locked in his arms forever, never letting her leave his side. But his Sui was so kind. Jin Zhao, I know that a favor can breed enmity, if overdone, so within my means I only help those poor souls who truly need it. Whatever Sui does, I will support you. Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up for you. Oh, by the way, Jin Zhao, why didn't you tell me you also have a courtesy name? I only want Sui to call me Jin Zhao, so that Sui may have a present and a future with me. As he spoke, he leaned down again and gently pecked her lips. Just then Li Heng arrived outside the room to report. Your Highness, interrupted in his tender moment with his beloved Jin Zhao's expression instantly turned icy cold, and his tone was gritted with displeasure. You had better have a good reason. Li Heng was stunned. Wasn't the prince in a good mood when he returned? Why the sudden change? Could it be? Realizing the truth, he felt like he had come at the worst possible time, ruining the prince's moment. But he steeled himself and reported. Reporting to your Highness and Miss Sui, the evening meal is ready. Sui smiled warmly and stood up first. All right, let's go eat. In the dining hall, Aunt Gui was setting the table. Once Sui and Jin Zhao were seated, she invited Aunt Gui to join them, but the old woman insisted it was against the rules of hierarchy. Sui didn't press, knowing that such ingrained notions of rank were hard to change. Still, she didn't want them standing by the table to serve, as she was uncomfortable being watched while eating. The two of them fed each other, sharing a meal that was both sweet and relaxed. After dinner, it was already late. After taking a short stroll in the courtyard to aid digestion, Jin Zhao was called away by Li Heng. Meanwhile, Aunt Gui approached Sui. Noticing her hesitation, Sui smiled. Aunt Gui, please speak your mind. After a moment's pause, Aunt Gui finally spoke. Miss, I wanted to tell you this afternoon. I've watched the prince grow up, and I'm relieved that he finally has someone who cares for him. You may have been used to a carefree life before, but you may not understand the complexities of a grand household and the fear of gossip. Even if you and the prince share deep affection, you cannot call him by his given name. Especially in public, it would reflect poorly on you, miss. Moreover, after your marriage to the prince, entering the palace is inevitable. You must learn the palace rules. How about I teach you some starting tomorrow? Sui listened patiently, knowing that Aunt Gui was speaking the truth, and with good intentions. After all, in this ancient society with its strict hierarchy, a single misstep in words or actions could cost one's head. With Jin Zhao, there weren't so many constraints, but she couldn't possibly enter the palace one day completely ignorant and fumbling in the dark, so she didn't immediately refuse. Instead, she gave a faint smile. Aunt Gui, you are thoughtful. I'll keep your words in mind. As for the palace rules, learning them wouldn't hurt. Oh, good. I'm glad you don't think I'm meddling, miss. You worry too much, Aunt Gui. Then will you and the prince be sharing the same courtyard tonight? Aunt Gui, please don't concern yourself with that. It's getting late, you should go rest. Knowing she didn't want to discuss it further, Aunt Gui nodded, told her to rest early, and left. Sui sat down, propping her chin on her hands, gazing at the twinkling stars in the sky. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Your Highness, we've investigated. The Yun siblings are real. Jin Zhao put down his brush after writing the last character. Behind the flickering candlelight, his expression was inscrutable. From now on, anyone who suddenly appears before the princess must be investigated. I shouldn't have to repeat this. Yes, I understand, Your Highness. This is a carrier pigeon message from Li Kuan. Please take a look. Jin Zhao took it and read it. His chiseled, handsome face was instantly shrouded in a murderous aura. Then he held it over the candle flame, and the note turned to ash in an instant. Send word to Li Kuan to accelerate his intelligence gathering. Also summon Yang Jia. Yes, Your Highness. Li Heng clasped his fists and left. Soon after, another man, Yang Jia, entered and clasped his fists. Your Highness, Li Heng said you summoned me. Yes. Have Tao Hong come to the manor in the next couple of days. She will be assigned to protect the future princess. Yang Jia looked up in surprise, but quickly lowered his head with respect. Tao Hong was the top assassin in the women's division of the organization, and now she was being assigned to protect the future princess. It seemed Li Heng was right. The future princess was the prince's very heart and soul. Jin Zhao shot him a displeased glance, his aura deep and intimidating. Yang Jie's heart skipped a beat. Yes, I understand, Your Highness. Good. Since you understand, you may withdraw? Yes, Your Highness. After handling another batch of memorials, Jin Zhao extinguished the candle and left. Thinking he hadn't seen his beloved for a while, his pace unconsciously quickened. As he stepped into Xiaofeng courtyard, the sight of the beauty propping her chin while gazing at the stars came into view, and the sharpness in his eyes involuntarily softened. Hearing the sound, Sui turned, and her voice was filled with joy. Jin Zhao, are you done with work? Yes. Why aren't you inside? Though summer is near, it's still cool at night. Be careful not to catch a chill. It's fine, I'm strong. But no sooner had she spoken than her nose itched, and she let out a loud sneeze. Jin Zhao affectionately tapped her nose and said helplessly, "Oh, you." Then he called out into the air, "Li Hing, go to the kitchen and have them prepare a bowl of ginger soup." Sui didn't see Li Heng appear, but a rustling sound came from the trees. Jin Zhao put his arm around her shoulder and led her inside. Sui, let's go inside. Jin Zhao, let me ask you something. Is it really bad for me to call you by your given name? He paused. Did Aunt Gui say something to you? Sui nodded. Actually, Aunt Gui means well. Look at me. I don't know any rules and I call you by your name in front of everyone. It really is quite inappropriate. Jin Zhao turned her to face him, his tone serious. Sui, don't mind what others say. Didn't I tell you? If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Forget about the rules. Just be yourself and do whatever makes you happy. As he finished, Sui threw herself into his arms. It was impossible not to be moved. In this ancient world of strict hierarchy and rigid customs, he was willing to go this far for her. Learning a few rules for his sake was the least she could do. Mastering the rules would benefit them both. After all, a good relationship is always a mutual effort. After finishing the ginger soup and exchanging goodnights, Sui returned to her own room. Worried she might actually catch a cold, she quickly entered the space and soaked in a spiritual water bath, instantly feeling revitalized. In ancient times, with backward medical care, even a minor cold could prove fatal. If one could avoid falling ill, it was best not to. Since it was still early to sleep, she decided to wander around the shopping mall. When she reached the food section, Sui halted. Something's not right. Earlier, she had personally taken several buckets of instant noodles and a large bag of bread. Later during the journey, she had taken out even more. The shelf should have been half empty, so why was it now fully stocked again? She quickly walked to the clothing section, but the hooks where clothes had hung were still empty. Sui peach blossom eyes flickered as a bold conjecture formed in her mind. To verify her hypothesis, she took another set of couple-style hanfu and packed a large cardboard box full of miscellaneous items, including food, lipstick, and daily necessities, marking them for identification. Leaving the space, she lay in bed with thoughts swirling. She had thought the mall traveling with her through time was already an immense surprise, but she never expected the universal spiritual water to be an even greater golden finger. Now there might be another grand surprise awaiting her. The mere thought was thrilling. Though she had no sleepiness, overwhelmed by excitement and nervousness, she finally drifted into a deep slumber. On the other side of the wall, Jin Zhao tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He was unaccustomed to it. He thought, had he not slept alone for 23 years before, his time sharing a bed with Sui had only been about half a month, so why was he now suffering from insomnia? Habit was a terrifying thing. After a while, holding Sui while falling asleep had felt so natural. Now that it had ended, he found himself utterly defeated by the unfamiliarity. After tossing and turning for a long time, he finally could not resist the urge to see her. He rose and twisted the vase. The bookshelf automatically slid aside, revealing a door, a passage connecting the two bedrooms. He approached silently, sat gently on the edge of the bed, and reached out a finger to gently stroke her face. His affectionate eyes held an uncontrollable tenderness, and even the smile spreading at the corners of his lips was deeply lingering. He felt he had been poisoned by a woman named Sui. Why else would she so easily disturb his mind and senses? Just standing there and giving him a faint smile filled his heart with joy. He leaned down slowly, approaching her, intoxicatedly immersed in her sweet fragrance. Every time he drew this close to her, every cell in his body screamed with delight, urging him to meld her into his very bones. Seeing her sleeping so soundly, he ultimately did not disturb her sweet dreams. After bending to plant a kiss on her rosy lips, he fled the room in breathless disgrace. Sui, who was in the embrace of sleep, naturally knew nothing of this. The next day, at the first light of dawn, she awoke. Entering the space, she first went to walk. Then, with a mix of excitement and trepidation, she slowly walked to the food section. Sure enough, the shelves were fully stocked again, every item restored as before. This discovery made her jump up in excitement. Heaven, this was incredible. It meant she would have an endless supply of food. Her dream of becoming a business owner was within reach. Next, she went to the daily necessities and clothing sections. Like the food area, the daily necessities section had automatically replenished the missing items. The clothing section was similar. Modern garments like underwear and thermal wear were all replenished without exception. The only unchanged items were the ancient-style dresses. Exactly as many as she had taken yesterday were still missing, not a single one added. Seeing this, she felt a slight pang of regret. Could it be that the space, since this was ancient times where ancient clothes were not lacking so it did not need to replenish them? But Sway Sway quickly let it go. One could not be too greedy and claim all the benefits. With her conjecture confirmed, she left the space in a cheerful mood carrying a large cup of water. Just as she opened her door, Gue Momo happened to be knocking. "Good morning, Gue Momo." Sway Sway greeted her with a beaming smile. "Good morning, miss. I have prepared water for you to wash up." Just about to say she had already washed, Sway Sway quickly corrected herself. "Great, thank you, Momo. Just leave the water in my room. I'm going to find Jin Zhao first." With that she walked directly to the adjacent room. Hearing the commotion, Jin Zhao opened the door first. "Good morning, Jin Zhao. I was just looking for you. Have you washed up?" Seeing the cup in her hand, Jin Zhao understood her intention. "Good morning, Sway Sway. I got up early to practice martial arts and just finished bathing and washing." His voice unconsciously softened when addressing her, making his naturally clear and pleasant tone even more tender. "Perfect, drink this cup of water quickly." Jin Zhao took it and downed it in one gulp. The fatigue from his early morning practice vanished without a trace. He knew it was because of this water. Just as he was about to lean in for a kiss, Gue Momo arrived with a basin of water. "Miss, let me style your hair first." Sway Sway touched her simple no-frills bun and smiled. "Okay." Gue Momo styled her hair into a rather girlish coiffure. The upper part of her hair was twisted into an oval-shaped bun, slightly loose, but not messy. The excess hair from the lower part was left to cascade down. There was a little fringe, and 2 strands of hair hung down by her temples. Jin Zhao, who had been watching intently, finally inserted a jade hairpin diagonally into the bun, and she also wore matching earrings. Every glance she cast was full of lively charm. Sway Sway looked up at him with a smile. "Do I look good?" "Beautiful." Her dark hair and rosy face smiled like a goddess descending to the mortal world. Every frown and smile fell upon his heart. After getting ready, they prepared to have breakfast. As soon as breakfast was finished, Li Hung reported that Tao Hong had arrived. The name clearly belonged to a woman, and Sway Sway immediately looked at a certain someone. Her peach blossom eyes slanted upwards, wearing a half smile. Seeing her expression, Jin Zhao knew she was jumping to conclusions and explained with a wry smile, "Sway Sway, this is the person I've sent to protect you personally." Sway Sway felt that his low, husky chuckle was like an invisible hook, making her heart race. But she still pretended to be suspicious. "Really?" "Absolutely true." "All right, I'll reluctantly believe you." Her coquettish and proud demeanor only made Jin Zhao's heart itch even more. When Sway Sway finally met Tao Hong, the word "valiant" immediately sprang to mind. Though she wore no makeup, her features were delicate and striking. She was dressed in black martial attire, a sword at her waist. Her thick black hair was tied into a high ponytail. "Greetings, miss." Tao Hong saluted her with cupped fists. "You're Tao Hong, right? There aren't so many rules here. Do your job well, and I will treat you well." "Thank you, miss." Just then Li Hung entered again. "Miss Sway, the gatekeeper just reported that Yun Mei from yesterday has arrived." "Yun Mei? What is she here for?" "Jin Zhao, let's go see." Tao Hong heard her own prince addressed by his full name, and he with a gentle smile let himself be led by the hand. Her heart trembled. Indeed, what they said was true. The decisive and ruthless prince before his future princess had become a lovesick fool. But her face remained impassive as she silently followed behind Sway Sway. At the main gate, Yun Mei, upon seeing Sway Sway come out, immediately knelt down. "Miss Sway, I willingly sell myself into servitude to be your maidservant." Sway Sway was taken aback by her sudden kneeling and even more bewildered by the offer to sell herself as a slave. Although it was early morning and the prince's mansion was in a wealthy district, passers-by were still unavoidable. By now a few people had gathered around. "Miss Yun Mei, I saved you yesterday not because I wanted you to sell yourself to me as a slave." Yun Mei knows. To repay your life-saving grace, Yun Mei willingly sells herself to be your servant. This? Sway Sway was at a loss. This was the first time she had seen someone begging to sell themselves as a servant. Seeing her hesitation, Yun Mei added, "Aside from heavy labor, I can do all the work a servant does, and I am literate." Only then did Sway Sway take a good look at her. She had a delicate, clean-cut appearance. Though kneeling, her attitude was neither servile nor arrogant. Her eyes, which dared to meet Sway Sway directly, were clear and did not wander. As the elders often said, you can paint a tiger's skin, but not its bones. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. A person's character, though hidden beneath the surface and hard to see through, cannot be concealed in their eyes. The eyes hold the character etched into one's bones over years. A single glance reveals everything. Having sold villas for 3 years, she had seen all kinds of looks. But she did not answer directly. Instead, she looked at Jin Zhao and Gue Momo. Gue Momo, who had been observing Yun Mei, said, "Miss, this girl can be trusted." Jin Zhao gently smoothed her slightly tousled hair by her temple. "Didn't I say you can do whatever you want? As long as you're happy." Sway Sway looked at Yun Mei. "Does your brother know about your decision?" "I discussed it with my brother." "Oh well then, alright." And so Yun Mei, like Tao Hong, became Sway Sway's maidservant. One to attend to her daily needs, the other to ensure her safety. The servants of the prince's mansion with heads bowed silently overheard their open display of affection. The onlooking commoners were dumbfounded. Who was this girl, and why was the Prince of Chao so good to her? But Chi Ruachin, who happened to arrive at the mansion, witnessed this scene. He opened his fan and shook it with a click of his tongue. I say, Jiang, if you're going to flirt with your future princess, you should at least shut the door. Ti Sui Sui felt her face flush crimson. Good heavens, who said the ancients were reserved? Jin Zhao kept making her heart flutter, and his friend never tired of teasing her. Seeing her shy expression, a certain someone couldn't help but curl his lips. But catching sight of his gossipy friend beside him, he forcefully suppressed the upward curve and asked expressionlessly, what are you here for? Chi Ruachin was momentarily speechless. Tisk truly a man who values beauty over friendship. Yet his steps as he walked inside were brisk and decisive. After they entered, the crowd outside dispersed, but news of the Prince of Chao and his future princess' extraordinary affection spread like wildfire. Though they wondered why the prince suddenly had a fiancée of ethereal beauty, it didn't stop them from spreading the gossip. Of course, the parties involved were unaware of this at the time. Sui Sui asked Granny Gui to place Taohong and Yunmei in the room next to hers in the Xinxue courtyard. As a courtyard reserved solely for women, Jin Zhao did not follow along, only instructing Li Heng to handle Yunmei's matter. The servants in the mansion, seeing Chi Ruachin following their prince, were no longer surprised. They greeted him as usual and served tea. Jiang, didn't you say you don't like Kimun black tea? Jin Zhao cast him a faint glance, his voice carrying a hint of tenderness. My future princess loves it. After returning from the Nishang pavilion, he had the steward replace all the tea in the mansion with Kimun black tea. Chi Ruachin, who was drinking tea, was choked again, nearly spitting it out. Why had he come? He was simply asking for torment. Even drinking tea was no longer peaceful. Was this any way to treat a friend? Jin Zhao frowned, looking at him with disdain. Out with it. What business do you have? The expression and tone of utter disdain made a herd of horses stampede through Chi Ruachin's heart. Was this still his good brother? Why was he even more cold than before? But recalling the purpose of his visit, he stated directly, I ran into Li Heng and the others yesterday. They heard you were back and had acquired a fiancé. They sent me to inform you to bring your future princess to the Yublu Tower for a gathering tomorrow at noon. Anything else? Chi Ruachin paused mid-sip, feeling as if he might spit blood. So I can't even drop by your Prince Chaos mansion for a cup of tea without a reason. A certain someone gave him a look that said, what do you think? Reading the meaning in his eyes, Chi Ruachin was utterly dismayed. Jiang, brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes. You can't abandon your brothers for a woman. Nonsense. I can do without limbs, but can I go without clothes? Chi Ruachin stared at him in disbelief, his eyes wide. Changed, his brother had truly changed completely. Before, no matter what they said, he would at most act indifferent and aloof. Now a single word from him could choke a person half to death. To avoid further merciless injury, he drained his cup in one gulp and then made a hasty retreat. But deep down he was happy for him. His brother was finally living like a human being. When Sui Sui arrived at the main hall, Chi Ruachin had already left. Did your friend leave? Jin Zhao rose and led her toward the garden pavilion. Never mind him. We'll go out for lunch tomorrow. Sui Sui guessed the reason immediately, a gathering with your friends. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to come along? It's fine. All right, then I'll dress up beautifully tomorrow. Sui Sui, your beauty is already unmatched. You and your sweet tongue. But her radiant smile revealed her. What woman in love doesn't enjoy sweet nothings from her beloved? She was no exception. As they spoke, they had already reached the garden. In the garden, flowers bloomed in clusters, emerald peaks and green bamboo stood tall, and butterflies and dragonflies flitted about in a lively dance. A gentle breeze carried the refreshing fragrance of blossoms. Sui Sui picked up a fallen fresh petal and brought it to her nose. The fragrance was even more intense. Admiring flowers without plucking them ensures their eternal romance. Fallen blossoms leave the high branches, yet their fragrance lingers. Then she said cheerfully, well, I do think I'm beautiful enough, but wouldn't it be even better to ascend to another level of beauty? Oh, by the way, Jin Zhao, I think I should move back to the Xinxue courtyard. The man who had just been smiling tenderly instantly changed his expression. Say, don't you want to share a courtyard with me? Sui Sui turned and wrapped her arms around his waist. No. It's just that now that I have maids, the Xinxue courtyard is a bit far from the Xiaofeng courtyard. If something comes up, it might be too late. Jin Zhao sighed in relief and tightened his arms around her. They'll have a door built between the two courtyards. As long as his Sui Sui didn't want to leave him, that was all that mattered. Jin Zhao, the scenery in your garden is lovely. Could you have a swing set up here? In the garden, enjoying the breeze, eating grapes, and listening to music. What a delight. Alright, I'll have it arranged right away. Jin Zhao, you're wonderful. His large hand stroked the silky hair on her back, his expression content and doting. You little fool. After leaning against each other for a while, Jin Zhao had matters to attend to, so Sui Sui let him go. She then went to learn etiquette from Granny Gui. Tomorrow's gathering would include people as wealthy and influential as her boyfriend. She couldn't possibly show up looking utterly clueless and become a laughingstock. She had thought learning etiquette would be troublesome, but after just one morning of instruction from Granny Gouet, she had mastered most of the various protocols. Granny Gouet was full of admiration. Miss, I am often invited by nobles to teach etiquette in their homes. I have taught countless young ladies, but none have been as quick-witted as you, learning at a glance and understanding with a single hint. I have nothing left to teach you in terms of etiquette. You flatter me, Granny. It's because you teach so well. From then on, Granny Gouet held her in even greater respect. She then briefed her on the general situation at the palace. During lunch, Granny Gouet mentioned this to Jean Zhao, moving him deeply. His Sui was always so considerate and understanding. Just after lunch, Li Heng reported that the swing had been set up and Sui was over. She had only mentioned it that morning, and it was already built by afternoon. The efficiency was simply top-notch. With that thought, she cupped his face and gave him a cheerful kiss, a reward for you. Not enough. He pulled her slender waist closer and pointed to his lips, the meaning clear. Her boyfriend, her indulgence. With that thought, she gently pressed her lips to his. Before, he was the one who kissed her senseless. Now her slightly inexperienced kiss stirred a surge of emotion in his heart that threatened to burst from his chest. Soon he took the lead. Lost in their passionate kiss, the two had only each other in their hearts. But the sounds of their intimacy made Li Heng, Tao Hong, and Yun Mei, who were waiting outside the door, blush simultaneously. They retreated in unison to the entrance of their master. Was truly passionate. As for Sui, she didn't know when she had ended up in his arms, sitting on his lap. All she knew was that when she came to her senses, her head was spinning again. Her pretty face, flushed with rosy clouds, was buried deep in his chest, which smelled of cedar as ripples of laughter spread. After a long time, the heat in Jean Zhao's heart finally subsided. It'd be good. Go play on the swing for a while. I have some matters to attend to. He'll come find you when I'm done. All right. Go ahead and work. Only after she had been gone for a good while did Jean Zhao take Li Heng to the study to handle government affairs. In the garden, Sui swung gently with a cheerful heart, chatting with them. Tao Hong, what kind of things did you use to help the prince with? Tao Hong's expression stiffened for a moment before quickly returning to normal. In reply, Miss, I only helped the prince with trivial errands of little importance. The prince had said that Miss must not know about her past life of fighting and killing lest the bloodshed frighten her. Sui nodded. She knew Tao Hong wasn't telling the truth, but she didn't mind. Tired from swinging, she went back for a nap. She drifted off to sleep while thinking in a jumble about her plans, unaware of when she finally fell asleep. When she woke again, the setting sun was already slanting westward. The first thing she saw was a pair of affectionate, smiling eyes. Jean Zhao, are you done with your work? I finished a while ago. You were sleeping so soundly that I didn't want to wake you. Sujui's voice was soft and sweet as she coaxed, hold me. In response, she received a warm and powerful embrace. Outside Sui room, Yun Mei was waiting early with a basin of water. The door next door opened, and Jean Zhao walked out, lowering his voice. Your mistress hasn't woken yet. Yun Mei shook her head. No, your highness, not yet. Don't wake her. I'll let her sleep until she wakes naturally. If your mistress asks for me, tell her I am in the study. Yes, your highness. Then there was silence. Inside the room, on an exquisitely carved rosewood bed, Sui fluttered her captivating peach blossom eyes and smiled radiantly. She had actually been awake for a while, but simply wanted to laze in bed a little longer and overheard this considerate conversation. With no worries about food or drink, a warm and gentle prince as her boyfriend, and sleeping in every day. It was not immortal, yet better than being immortal. She stretched lazily, got up, and tidied herself. First, she entered her space to wash her face with facial cleanser and brushed her teeth. As a modern person, she was more accustomed to using facial cleanser and toothpaste, clean and hygienic. Consequently, her boyfriend Jean Zhao's brushing method also synchronized with hers. Next, she applied a simple water-based sheet mask to her face, followed by regular toner and lotion skincare, and casually put on a natural-looking makeup. Touching her skin as smooth as peeled eggs, she smiled in satisfaction. Indeed, when a woman feels beautiful, her mood brightens. Nothing can't be solved by beauty. If it can, it's because one isn't beautiful enough. After finishing everything, she left the space. Having transmigrated for so long, she was now adept at wearing ancient attire. Since today was a casual gathering with friends, she chose a set of light pink waist-length ruchuan with wide sleeves. The bustier inner top skirt, waist, and cuffs were adorned with heavier, intricate embroidery. It wouldn't overshadow others, nor would it be dull. Little did she know, just her face alone could steal the show. Bustier inner and outer tops and skirt. She donned them in one fluid motion. Dressed and ready, she opened the door, and sunlight poured in, lifting her spirits unconsciously. Miss, you're awake. May I serve you for your morning toilette? Yes, thank you, Yun Mei. Miss, you're overwhelming me. Haven't I told you not to call yourself a servant before me? Sir, Yun Mei knows. Miss, your outfit today is especially beautiful. It makes you look even sweeter than usual. Before you had an ethereal fairy-like aura, now it's sweetness infused with that celestial air. After entering the room, Yun Mei placed the basin on the stand. While wringing the towel, she continued, Miss, the prince is so good to you. He just came by and told us not to wake you to let you sleep in. Worried you'd look for him upon waking, he asked us to tell you he's in the study. Sway Sway rinsed her mouth with clear water and said with a smile, he truly is very good to me. So good that just thinking about him brings endless joy. Her face was filled with the sweetness of being in love. One day you'll also find a man who— Oh, miss. Yun Mai's face showed embarrassment, but in her mind flashed a slightly simple yet handsome face. After washing her hands, Sway Sway touched up her eyebrows and applied lipstick, elevating her complexion several notches. Yun Mei was instantly mesmerized. Miss, you're so beautiful. Sway Sway smiled gracefully. She was already beautiful. The lipstick was merely the icing on the cake. Then she took a pre-prepared lipstick from her cosmetic case and handed it to her. Here, Yun Mei, this lipstick is for you. I made it myself. This rose pink shade will suit you beautifully. The girl shamelessly coaxed her. Since she was the only one who had it, claiming it was self-made, made it so. Yun Mei thanked her and accepted it joyfully. Her mistress was so kind. Just then Matron Gue entered to do Sway Sway hair. The hair on the crown of her head was styled into a loose bun adorned with an exquisitely crafted small pearl crown comb. The side hair was combed back, gathered at the nape, and braided with delicate ornaments. At the temples a wisp of black hair hung freely. The overall hairstyle was simple and elegant, perfectly complementing her aura and today's. But Sway Sway felt it wasn't secure. Matron, when I move a lot will it fall off? That would be embarrassing. Miss, rest assured it won't fall. Alright then. Her gaze turned to Yun Mei. Go tell Li Heng to inform the prince that he'll wait for him in the dining hall for breakfast. Yes, miss. The study was located within Xiaofeng courtyard, but the courtyard was vast, and the study was set a bit far from the bedroom. Even Yun Mei's brisk walk took nearly half an hour. At the study, Li Heng was guarding the door. Hearing footsteps, he focused his gaze. After recognizing Yun Mei, his eyes lit up instantly, and a smile appeared on his handsome face. Miss Yun Mei, what brings you here? Yun Mei smiled back. My mistress says shall wait for the prince in the dining hall for the meal. The words had barely fallen when the study door opened. Then someone walked past them with an expressionless face and unwavering gaze. One benefit of long legs was walking fast. Soon he reached the dining hall. Sway Sway, have you been waiting long and gotten hungry? Sway Sway, who was staring eagerly at the door, stood up abruptly as he arrived, a broad smile instantly blooming on her pink cheeks. As he approached and took in her appearance, he suddenly paused, his heart skipping a beat. His Sway Sway without any makeup was already breathtaking. Now with a touch of light makeup, she was so stunning it was hard to look away. Not really, I had a glass of water in my room, so I'm ready to eat now. Not really means you're hungry. Next time eat first if you're hungry, but don't wait for me. Eating with you is more enjoyable and meaningful. Eating alone is so lonely. It's just eating in vain. Jin Zhao chuckled. I understand. He'll try to eat with you earlier from now on. Oh, Jin Zhao, the people at today's gathering. None of them out. Should we bring gifts? They are both subjects and friends, so no gifts are needed. Just showing up is enough. Got it. After the meal, since it was still early for the appointment, Jin Zhao returned to the study to handle some matters. Bored, Sway Sway joined him. He worked. She curled up on a temporarily added small couch, wearing headphones and scrolling on her phone. They exchanged smiles from time to time, creating a warm and lovely atmosphere. After an hour tired of scrolling, she reclined, propped her head on her hand, and gazed at the man not far away. They say a man at work is at his most handsome, and it was true. His distinct fingers lightly held a brush, occasionally writing something. His head was bowed, lips slightly pursed, with untied hair from his jade crown falling onto his shoulders. Solemn, yet charming. It was easy to lose oneself in the sight. This outstandingly handsome man was hers. Perhaps her gaze was too direct and intense for Jin Zhao looked up and met those smiling peach blossom eyes. Sway Sway, what are you looking at? Without a second thought, Sway Sway blurted out, looking at my boyfriend. How can he be so handsome? He was momentarily stunned, then let out a low, husky laugh. The laugh was magnetic, melodious, and gentle, and his long, affectionate eyes seemed to sparkle with countless brilliant stars, captivating the heart. Only then did Sway Sway realize that despite her background in Chinese language and literature, she was at a loss for words to describe his unique, unparalleled smile. Yet a beautiful and heartfelt phrase came to mind when you and I exchange a smile, a flower blossoms in my heart. The clear, joyful moments are nothing but gentle compassion. In the private room on the second floor of the moonlit pavilion, someone asked, Hey Chi Ruichin, why hasn't the prince arrived yet? The questioning tone was, at least it irritated Chi Ruichin, who rolled his eyes and pouted. You ask me, who should I ask? After saying this, he shot a glare at the man sitting next to her. The man, being glared at, Li Heng, could only smile helplessly. Yao Yao, stop messing around. He was forced to bring his sister along due to her Brother, how am I messing around? I'm just asking. Li Yao sulked as she sat down, looking every bit like a spoiled young lady. Meanwhile, the person they were discussing had just set off. After some touch-ups, Sway Sway returned to her room to finish her makeup, leading to a delay. Once she was assured of her perfect appearance, she shared a carriage with her boyfriend to the appointment. Tao Hong and Yun Mei followed closely behind. With summer approaching, there were not many people on the streets due to the blazing noon sun. Before long, they arrived at the moonlit pavilion. The Moonlit Pavilion is the most luxurious restaurant in the capital without exception. Built by the lake, it has willows swaying beside it, and crystal-clear waters. Every time the moon is bright, the reflection shimmers in the water, beautiful like a dream, which is how it got its name. As the most luxurious, without exception, the patrons who can afford to enter are usually high-ranking nobles. This unwritten rule seems to have become a social norm. Nonetheless, every day there are still many people flocking to it, hoping to gain valuable information. At this time it was mealtime. The first-floor hall was still packed with small groups whispering and exchanging the news they had gathered. One person at a table said, "Is there any doubt? I saw with my own eyes and heard with my own ears the future princess consort is as beautiful as a fairy. I've never seen a woman so beautiful. If my wife had just half the beauty of the future princess consort, I would cherish her in my hands." The others at the table chuckled, but said nothing. It was one thing to praise the princess consort's beauty, but they also said that the aloof and indifferent prince was holding her in his hands, afraid she might fall or melt in his mouth. Who would believe it? Just then Sway Sway, entering the hall, happened to overhear this remark. With a slight turn of her charming eyes, she wondered if she had truly gained such a reputation. The man who had been speaking caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye and was instantly stunned. Wasn't that the prince and the future princess consort? In his surprise, his eyes widened and his mouth opened, as if he could fit an egg inside. Even the peanuts he held in his chopsticks felt. Indeed, whether good or bad, one should not speak behind someone's back. Following his gaze, everyone turned to see the prince, as imposing as a pine tree, holding the hand of a woman as beautiful as a celestial being. In an instant, the bustling hall fell into complete silence. Then, with a collective gasp, everyone inhaled sharply. The prince treated her exceptionally well, even holding her hand in public. The future princess consort indeed possessed a beauty that could cause fish to sink and burn. Jin Zhao cast a glance at them, expressionless, before leading Sway Sway upstairs. Only then did everyone seem to wake from a dream and bow respectfully to him. Meanwhile, 3 men and a woman came down from the upper floor, with the woman staying at least 3 zhang away from them. The one leading was Qi Ruichen, whom Sway Sway had seen before. The ones behind she did not recognize, but the only woman among them shot her a glance filled with unspoken disdain, and her gaze at Jin Zhao was intense and unwavering. There was no doubt she was a rival. Thinking this, she shot a glare at the man holding her hand. Why did he have to be so handsome, attracting so many bees and butterflies? The person in front seemed to sense something, and turned to look back, the coldness in his eyes instantly melting away, replaced by a smile. To Li Yao, this scene looked like she wished she could stare a hole through their intertwined fingers. Fixin' shameless. Noticing Sway Sui direction, she intentionally waved her hand, still clinging tightly. The meaning was clear. Jin Zhao, my boyfriend. As her boyfriend noticed the astonished gazes of the 2 others on her, he furrowed his brow in displeasure. His dark, emotionless gaze swept over, sending chills down everyone's spine. Just as a storm was about to break out, Qi Ruichen quickly stepped in, laughing. Jiang's sister-in-law, you finally made it. He took the lead in clearing a path for them to walk ahead, while Li Yao consciously moved a little further away. She knew he disliked women coming within 3 zhang of him. Without facing Sway Sway, Jin Zhao's expression remained indifferent. Thus, as he passed by Li Yao, he didn't even spare her a glance. Though she had always been aware of this situation, she couldn't help but feel saddened, her lips biting so hard they turned pale, without her even realizing it. Seeing this, Qi Ruichen sighed helplessly and shot a glare at Li Hang. Look at the mess you've caused. Why must their love and hate entangle the innocent me? It's so hard for me. Li Hang expressed that he felt just as innocent and distressed. Their whole family had advised her not to hit the wall, but she stubbornly refused to turn back or give up. Only the one who had remained silent gazed enviously at that perfectly matched figure. Upon arriving at the private room, and after mutual introductions, Sway Sway understood the general situation. Wang Mingan, a reserved and quiet man, is the son of a minister of justice. But to her surprise, the gentle Li Hang and the proud young lady Li Yao turned out to be siblings, the children of a grand commandant. After a meal, everyone became quite familiar with each other. After the meal, Li Hang and Qi Ruichen were engaged in a game of chess, while Wang Mingan occasionally spoke to Jin Zhao. Sway Sway was not interested in any of this, and noticed Li Yao leaning on the window in the corner, so she got up and walked over. Someone once said that through a window one can see the most beautiful scenery. At this moment, the view outside the window was indeed beautiful. The lake's blue waves rippled and birds chirped cheerfully. It was a scene full of life. Beneath the dancing willow catkins there seemed to be a couple. Seeing that Sway Sway had come over without saying a word for a long time, Li Yao huffed and turned her head away, full of pride. Just a moment ago she was quite talkative. The interesting stories had made everyone laugh heartily. Just as she was about to leave, Sway Sway spoke. You saw it too. Jin Zhao doesn't like any woman other than me. So why bother hanging on to a tree that won't bear fruit? Although her boyfriend was the best tree, but he already belonged to her. It's none of your business. She knew exactly what she was saying. Although he was 6 years older than her, from the moment she caught sight of him at 15, her heart had already fallen for him. For this reason, she had rejected countless suitors. Her parents had grown gray with worry, even though he disliked any woman getting close, including her. Yet there had never been a woman by his side, and she still hoped for a chance. It wasn't until her appearance that she realized their interactions revealed he wasn't averse to women, he just didn't like anyone except her. I don't want to meddle. I just think you're not as annoying as before, that's why I said a few words. Don't think just because you said this I won't dislike you anymore. However, the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed that she was speaking ironically. Seeing her expression, Sway was speechless. Great, she was being prideful again. After chatting a bit more, Sway expressed to Jin Zhao that she wanted to go back. Jin Zhao naturally held her hand and walked out, his face no longer displaying the indifference that kept others at bay. Liao watched the seemingly perfect couple with a self-deprecating smile, and she suddenly recalled Sway's last words: life should always be clear, always gentle, and always know when to advance or retreat. She seemed to understand the meaning. Letting go didn't seem as difficult or painful as she had imagined. On the carriage ride back, Sway teased, Jin Zhao, Liao's interest in you is so obvious, and she's quite pretty. Do you really have no feelings at all? He let out a soft laugh, then lightly tapped the little bottom perched on his lap, his handsome face brimming with endless affection. Sway, you're being mischievous again. I'm not being mischievous. It's your fault for being so attractive. Let me tell you, you'd better not cheat on me. Otherwise, I won't let it go. Sway is so possessive, but I love it. I've always kept myself pure. No other woman dares come within 3 zhang of me. In the past, anyone who approached me was sent flying. Over time, no woman dared to come near. Really? Sway can ask around as she pleases. No need. From now on, don't just send people flying. Keep a distance and ignore them. Don't say a word. Alright, I'll listen to Sway. I'm warning you, if you betray me, you'll be in for it. Watching her lively, charming face and her incessant red lips, Jin Zhao's eyes darkened. He cupped her head and kissed her. Indeed, compared to listening to her babble on, kissing her was far more addictive. The sudden kiss wasn't fierce, but rather like a gentle drizzle, tender and lingering. Sweet saliva entwined and brushed between their tongues, and her jade-like arms instinctively wrapped around his neck. Feeling his beloved's passionate response, Jin Zhao shifted one arm to encircle her willow waist while the other roamed over her spine and back. Summer clothes were thin, and the heat on her back sent tremors through her, a numbing sensation spreading across her entire body. Jin Zhao, during a break for air, she let out a soft, sweet murmur. The sound entered his ears, flowed into his heart, and made his already burning blood boil over. A certain part of him swelled, painfully stiff as iron. Just as his eyes turned bloodshot and he felt his body might explode, he pulled away from her lips and instead held her tightly. Sway, feeling a bit hurt by the tight embrace, struggled and patted his hard chest. Don't move. His voice was hoarse and restrained. Feeling the strangeness during her struggle, Sway's face instantly flushed crimson. She tried to pull out of his embrace, but he held her fast, leaving her powerless, nestled in his arms. After a long while, when the desires within had calmed enough, he finally released her. Freed, Sway quickly moved to the seat beside him. She pulled out a small mirror and checked. Thankfully, her hair wasn't messy, though the hairpin was askew. She shot him a watery peach blossom glare. It's all your fault. But her glare lacked any menace, instead appearing seductive and alluring. Knowing he was in the wrong, Jin Zhao rubbed his nose. Sway, you're just too sweet, that makes one crave more. Jin Zhao, I'm telling you. We kiss almost every day, once or twice. It's too frequent. Excessive kissing isn't good for health. I've decided from now on we can only kiss 3 times a week at most. Jin Zhao increasingly felt that her little mouth was better suited for kissing. The words it spoke could drive a man half to death. Seeing he hadn't responded, Sway pouted. Wasn't it? Listen to Sway. What's such a small thing, and you won't listen? See, men are all big pigs trotters. If a man can be trusted, pigs can climb trees. A man's mouth is a ghost deception. Hearing her go on, and on, Jin Zhao felt the veins on his temples throb. He had no choice but to compromise. I'll listen to Sway. With that, the girl instantly broke into a smile from anger. That's more like it. Jin Zhao shook his head with a smile and helped her fix the hairpin. Just as he finished, the carriage stopped. Lifting the curtain, he saw they hadn't reached the Prince Chaos residence. Li Heng, what's the matter? The carriage curtain was then pulled aside from outside. Your Highness, it's the 3rd prince. Ignore him, proceed straight ahead. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but it reached the ears of 3rd Prince Jin Hui perfectly. Just as anger flared in him, something seemed to cross his mind, and he shook his fan with a laugh. From Sway's angle, she caught the sight and found it utterly chilling. When Shi Ruichin shook his fan and smiled, it was elegant and dashing. But with him it was pure posturing. Both were human, yet why such a difference? 4th brother, I heard you dined at Moon Pavilion. Why didn't you invite your 3rd brother? Jin Zhao seemed not to hear his words at all. The fake smile on the 3rd prince's face gradually faded. Sway found his dark, twisted expression utterly. Jin Zhao, whose gaze never left her, quickly asked, What's wrong, Sway? Nothing, just found something amusing. Their exchange fell fully on the 3rd prince's ears. His fake smile vanished completely, and his voice turned sinister. Fourth brother, I am still your third brother. But before he could finish he was cut off. Enough noise. Li Heng returned to the residence. Watching the carriage drive away, had it not been for being in public, the third prince would have turned and kicked his attendant. Others' pain was his joy. Back in the carriage. Jin Zhao, it seems you and your third brother don't get along well. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. Jin Zhao took her soft, delicate hand and played with it in his palm before speaking slowly. Jin Hu's mother was consort Da. She died because she had a decent relationship with my mother the empress. She asked my mother to look after him on her deathbed. Poor little Jin Hui, losing his mother at birth, my mother raised him by her side. At that time I hadn't been born yet. Later she learned that a viper is always a viper. It can't be tamed. Actually, my relationship with Jin Hui started off, well, even better than with elder brother and second brother. We were only 2 years apart. We ate, studied, and played together every day. When we left the palace, we'd go find Chi Ruachin and the others. It was quite pleasant. But it seemed that after every time father praised me, our brotherhood began to sour. Elder brother and second brother also gradually distanced themselves from me, even secretly causing trouble. Before my mother died, she warned me to be wary of them. From then on I became colder and harder. Yet I still held on to our past brotherhood and never truly harmed them. The time you saved me was because intelligence said that second prince Sun Wenjie of Anhui Kingdom had secretly come to the capital and was meeting frequently with Jin Hui. At that time father was about to appoint me as crown prince. Once while out on business I happened to run into Sun Wenjie. He was no pushover. We fought all the way to a dense forest, both exhausted. But he caught me off guard, using the surroundings to poison me with 4-colored venom. Jin Zhao paused, then continued, since he severed our brotherly bonds completely, don't blame me for being ruthless. Sun Wenjie won't be spared either. Sui Sui was startled by the killing intent radiating from him. But she understood, dynastic changes had always been this way. She sighed. In the end it's all about the throne and interests. Even in modern wealthy families weren't there hidden intrigues and schemes. Her boyfriend had once been gentle and kind inside, but that had been worn away by others. Sui Sui is right. Who doesn't want that supreme throne? And you? I wanted it before, but I never actively pursued it. Now with you in my heart, 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains cannot compare to a single glance from your eyes. Sui Sui was speechless. They were discussing serious matters, yet he was spouting sweet nothings again. But why did it sound so pleasing? Jin Hui would disregard brotherly bonds for the throne. He probably won't be a good emperor. As for you, Sui Sui looked him up and down before continuing, probably not much better. Too caught up in romance. But a virtuous wife keeps a husband from trouble. Shed better, just shut up. Upon returning to the manor, Sui Sui instructed Tao Hong and Yunmei to guard the door before directly entering the space and immersing herself in the bathtub. Although summer attire in ancient times was relatively light, the layers upon layers of clothing coupled with her long, loose hair made it unbearable. The moment she began to perspire, a sticky discomfort overwhelmed her. Sui Sui reclined against the edge of the tub, enveloped by the spiritual water, with only her head above the surface. Strands of jet black hair floated on the water, gently swaying like tender aquatic plants. Her peach blossom eyes, softened by contentment, narrowed into crescent moons. This moment of bliss was unparalleled. Indeed, life is not only about poetry and distant horizons, but also about soaking away fatigue. A dip in the spiritual water dispelled all worries. While Sui Sui luxuriated in the space, an unexpected visitor arrived at the front hall. Eunuch Li, what brings you here? Eunuch Li offered a hollow smile. What a thing to say, Captain Li. Can I not visit the Prince of Chaos Manor? Of course, of course. I'll inform His Highness at once. Please wait a moment, Eunuch Li. With a dismissive glance, Eunuch Li turned away, letting out a light snort. This Li Heng, no wonder no woman fancied him. Did he come to the Prince of Chaos Manor to see the prince, or him? He had absolutely no tact. The same age as the prince, yet the prince already had a future princess consort, while he remained a bachelor. His intellect was light years behind the prince's. Li Heng thought, what did I do to deserve this? Moments later, Eunuch Li, who had been standing with his head bowed, looked up, immediately curling his little finger. Oh, your highness, you finally arrived. Jin Zhao walked past him without a word, settling firmly into the host's seat, with a nonchalant expression. Eunuch Li, why aren't you attending to his majesty? What brings you to my manor? Though his words were simple, and his expression blank, a single sweep of his impassive eyes caused Eunuch Li to feel an inexplicable pressure. This Prince of Chao was indeed becoming more unfathomable. Remembering his mission, he flicked his duster, and said, Oh, my prince, his majesty sent me, of course. He instructed me to tell you to bring the future princess of Chao to the palace for dinner. With an inscrutable glance, Jin Zhao stood, brushed off his robe, and tossed out a curt, I understand. Eunuch Li was dumbfounded. Was the prince going or not? Couldn't he give a clear answer? But Jin Zhao paid him no mind. His long strides, seemingly unhurried, carried him faster than an ordinary man. He left the front hall and headed straight for Xiaofeng Courtyard. Tao Hong and Yunmei were still guarding the entrance. Has your mistress not come out yet? Tao Hong clasped her hands. No, your highness. I see. You may both withdraw. They curtsied and retreated to the courtyard gate. Yunmei whispered to Taohong, "Sister Taohong, the prince and our mistress have such a wonderful relationship. Yunmei, let's not gossip about our masters." Yunmei stuck out her tongue playfully. "Oh, I understand." Li Heng, watching from a distance, scratched his head and grinned foolishly. Yunmei was truly adorable. Once they had left the courtyard, Jin Zhao knocked on the door. Sujui's voice immediately came from inside. "Jin Zhao, give me a moment." She had sensed his arrival the moment he reached the door and quickly slipped on her undergarments before exiting the space. When the knock came, she was putting on her elaborate outer. In no time she was fully dressed and opened the door, a dry cotton cloth in hand to dry her hair. Seeing this, Jin Zhao naturally took the cloth and took over the task. Her hair was long, lustrous, and of exquisite quality like the finest silk, always carrying the same sweet milky fragrance as her skin, utterly intoxicating. Whenever he dried her hair, Jin Zhao was meticulous, afraid of breaking even a single strand. If a few did break, he would purse his lips and fret for it. Watching the man who carefully dried her hair in the mirror, Sui smiled, feeling his tender caution. Her boyfriend was always so attentive, doting on her with all his heart. No wonder people online said a woman's beauty was nurtured by her man's affection. With someone spoiling her like this, it was hard not to be beautiful. She turned and embraced him, nuzzling her head against his abdomen, her voice equally gentle. "Jin Zhao, shouldn't you be in the study at this hour?" His hands continued their work. "I was but uniquely arrived." Fearing Sui might not know who that was, he quickly explained. "Uniquely has served my father for about 30 years. "I see. What did he want?" He chuckled softly. "I suspect father wanted to see his future daughter-in-law." A shy smile graced Sujui's pretty face. "We're not even married yet. It's only a matter of time." Is the emperor always so imposing? A sovereign must be imposing in presence. But with me, my father is quite kind. So don't worry, Sui. If I love you, he will too. He set aside the damp cloth, turned her by the shoulders, and gazed into her peach blossom eyes, which reflected his own. His eyes were earnest. "Sui, shall we marry soon?" His betrothal gifts and dowry were all prepared, only her consent was needed. Only after marriage could he dote on her without restraint. Didn't we say within 2 years? She still wanted to earn her own dowry. Without one, it didn't feel quite right. It seemed her plans would have to be expedited. "Sui, don't you want to marry?" Seeing the smile fade slightly from his face, she quickly explained. "No, it's just that it feels too soon. How about we pick a date this time next year and marry at year's end?" Jin Zhao gave her a peck on the lips, his affectionate eyes clearly reflecting her image. "All right, whatever Sui says." His tenderness was With their agreement settled, Sui quickly applied a natural-looking makeup and called Yunmei in to style her hair. After her coiffure was done, she chose a light coat of Dior 740, a charming and youthful maple leaf red. It was one of her favorite shades, effortlessly complementing any makeup outfit or occasion. The vanilla ice cream scent was also a favorite of hers. Makeup complete. In the bronze mirror, the fair-skinned, bright-eyed woman parted her lips, slightly smiling gently at him. Every gesture and glance was full of affection and meaning. Behind her, Jin Zhao also gazed at her enchanting reflection in the mirror, his throat involuntarily tightening. His Sui possessed a beauty that could topple kingdoms and captivate the world. Seeing their blissful state, Yunmei tactfully withdrew from the room, gently closing the door behind her. But even the faintest sound broke the spell, and they both snapped back to reality. Spotting a cup nearby, Sui quickly handed it to him. "Jin Zhao, drink this water." He took it and downed it without a second glance. Ever since drinking the water Sui gave him, Jin Zhao had noticed a marked improvement in his physical condition, with his martial arts skills reaching new heights. Making him drink 2 cups of spiritual water daily had become one of Sujui's routines. He loved her, and she loved him just as deeply. It was still early, and the carriage moved leisurely. Sui leaned against the window, watching the scenery and bustle outside pass by inch by. A gentle breeze brushed by, and the setting sun cast its slanting rays upon her delicate profile. Her already fair skin seemed even more translucent, revealing even the finest downy hairs. She watched the scenery, and he watched her. The scene was romantic and beautiful. Yet it wasn't the scenery that was romantic, but the one who shared the view with her. Soon, however, he spoke with feigned dissatisfaction. "Sui, is the view outside that captivating?" Sui's rosy lips curved slightly. "It's all right. Since it's only so, come sit beside me." The carriage curtains were drawn down, but she didn't move over. Instead, she declared with righteous indignation, "No, we need to keep our distance now. What if you hug me again and mess up my hair and makeup? Besides, you're always radiating heat. Hugging you makes me sweat, and I don't want to enter the palace smelling bad." As she spoke, she even pulled out a small mirror. Perfect, flawlessly beautiful. Jin Zhao, amused by her string of arguments, chuckled. Sui, Jin Zhao, tell me more about the palace." "Didn't Lady Gui already tell you?" "She only gave me a general idea. Now tell me the specifics. Say whatever comes to mind." Jin Zhao hesitated for a moment, about to speak, when he saw Sui sit down beside him. She wrapped her arms around his, rested her head lightly on his shoulder, and said in a sweet voice, "All right, you can start now." Leaning against her boyfriend while listening to a story had an indescribable sense of ritual. Jin Zhao turned his head, smiled, and kissed the top of her hair, then wrapped his long arm around her from behind. Actually, although my father is the revered emperor, his harem is not large. The common folk always say an emperor has 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 consorts, but my father only has 1 empress and 4 imperial consorts. Hearing 1 empress and 4 consorts, Sui couldn't help but complain inwardly. 5 wives, and that's not many. But then she reconsidered, for an emperor it was indeed not many. Even ordinary men in ancient times had multiple wives and concubines. But call her jealous or selfish or say she didn't consider the imperial lineage, she absolutely would not allow Jin Zhao to have any other woman besides her. As for the issue of heirs, she could just give him 2 more. At this thought her expression froze, and then her face flushed. Good heavens, they weren't even married yet, and she was already thinking about having children. She was truly blinded by love. Sui, why are you blushing? Jin Zhao, seeing no response, looked down and noticed her flushed and flustered expression. He reached out to feel her forehead. Jin Zhao, I'm fine. Please continue. After confirming her forehead wasn't hot, he continued, the empress is my mother. Before me she gave birth to a pair of twins who were greatly favored, but tragically died young. Since I have little memory of them, I never mentioned them to you before. My mother passed away when I was 10. Sensing his sudden melancholy, Sui shifted closer and hugged him. Jin Zhao shook his head with a wry smile. It's fine, but it's been over 10 years. After hugging for a few seconds, Sui returned to her original position. She wanted to ask about the cause, but thought it would reopen old wounds, so she could only sigh inwardly at the heavens' jealousy of beauty. Her boyfriend's voice sounded in her ear again. Besides my mother, there are 4 imperial consorts: noble consort, virtuous consort, worthy consort, and virtuous consort. My eldest brother Jin Huan is born of noble consort, and my second brother Jin Tai is born of virtuous consort. Did worthy consort have no children? Virtuous consort she knew had died in childbirth, while giving birth to Jin Hui. Worthy consort had a son, but he also passed away long ago. Why? Jin Zhao looked down at her. Because the twins were murdered by her. She wanted to pave the way for her own child, but instead she harmed him, and even implicated her entire clan. Though her son wasn't implicated at the time, my father abandoned him, and he eventually died from the constant bullying by the palace staff. Tisk tisk, the palace truly devours people, without spitting out the bones. Don't be afraid, Sui. If I become emperor in the future, you will be my entire harem. You said it. If you're ever lured by other beauties, don't blame me for being ruthless. Jin Zhao took her soft, boneless hand, and kissed it with great solemnity. Yes, I said it. As they chatted, they arrived at the main gate of the palace, the Meridian Gate. At first glance, the lacquered red gate was majestic and grand, with a towering gate tower built atop the solid, lofty platform. Since ancient times, this place was not only where the emperor held grand ceremonies and received foreign envoys, but also where victory parades and flogging punishments were carried out. The emperor sat high above, while below the gate were captured prisoners or ministers subjected to flogging. Those on the tower were supreme and self-reliant, while those below were at others' mercy. What utter inequality! Yet such was the ancient era of supreme imperial power. Withdrawing her gaze and collecting her thoughts, she saw a palanquin waiting nearby, but Sui chose not to ride it, opting instead to walk in with Jin Zhao. Stepping through the gate, Sui strictly followed the etiquette taught by Lady Gui to regulate her behavior. But Jin Zhao was amused by her serious demeanor and couldn't stop smiling. He stopped for a moment. Sui, don't be so formal. It's just a meal. Be as natural as you are in the prince's mansion. I don't want you to be so tense. Just then a breeze passed, and a strand of her hair fluttered in the wind. His large, well-defined hand gently tucked it behind her ear. The palace attendants nearby, though keeping their heads down and unable to see their actions, were all inwardly astonished by Jin Zhao's gentle and smiling tone. This future princess of the prince's mansion was no ordinary woman to have made the usually cold and aloof prince Jin Zhao so tender. Truly, heroes have always been captivated by beauty. Hearing Jin Zhao's words, Sui's posture remained dignified, but her expression relaxed considerably. Her lively peach blossom eyes subtly glanced around, unnoticeable from a distance. So this was the imperial palace, the place people spoke of, where one could enjoy boundless wealth and honor, standing high and mighty. Walking along, the vermilion walls and golden tiles gleamed dazzlingly. The ground was paved with white jade carved into lotus shapes. The carved beams and painted rafters were magnificent and splendid. The eaves rose like beaks arranged in perfect order. Every scene and beast was lifelike. The antique style evoked a sense of solemnity. It also made one marvel at the ancient people's amazing imagination and creativity. As they walked, the sun gradually set. Sui lowered her voice and looked at her companion. Jin Zhao, how much further? I'm a bit tired. Jin Zhao stopped again. Just turn the corner ahead and walk a few more steps. Or would you like to take the palanquin? She shook her head. Since they were almost there, she wouldn't be fussy. Who knew if there were eyes in the shadows watching her every move, waiting to catch her in a mistake? After walking about 500 meters more, they finally arrived at the emperor's bedchamber, the Dragon Saliva Hall. On the way, Sui Sui had learned that this hall was where the emperor handled state affairs, received ministers, studied, and rested. With a slight raise of her head, a sense of splendor and grandeur overwhelmed her. At the hall's entrance, the pillars were circular, connected by a carved dragon that spanned between them. The dragon's head extended beyond the eaves while its tail reached into the hall, perfectly blending practicality with decoration and enhancing the imperial majesty of the building. Sui Sui marveled inwardly. Truly a residence befitting an emperor. Its imposing aura was more than most could handle. As they approached the dragon's saliva hall, a slightly plump man in eunuch attire hurried towards them. His waist naturally curved, hands clasped before him with a delicate gesture. "Oh my prince, you fine." Sui Sui was wondering if he was eunuchly when she was suddenly amused by his delicate hand gesture and comical tone, bursting into laughter. Eunuch Li's gaze shifted to her, his smooth face beaming even brighter. "You must be the future princess of Chao, truly a remarkable beauty." Having spent a lifetime in the imperial palace, he had never seen a woman as lovely as a hibiscus flower. Sui Sui returned his greeting with a smile. "Hello, eunuch Li." "Oh, Miss Sui, you flatter this old servant." Then turning to Jin Zhao, he clasped his hands with a whisk. "Your Highness, you wouldn't believe it. His Majesty finished reviewing memorials early today and has been waiting in the Dragon's Saliva Hall for you, to bring the future princess of Chao." But no sooner had he spoken than a stern reprimand rang out from behind. "Shao Li Zi." The garrulous eunuch Li stiffened, his smile turning sour as he turned around. "Your Majesty." Sui Sui followed his gaze and saw a man in bright yellow dragon robes standing at the doorway. His face was somewhat aged, clearly over 50, with a long beard and graying temples. His stature was tall, but not as tall as her boyfriend's. His appearance bore a 60 to 70% resemblance to her boyfriend. Anyone could tell they were father and son. That was her first impression of the emperor. Having long held a high position, his every gesture exuded a natural imperial dominance. "Your son greets your Majesty." Jinzho's greeting brought her back to her senses. She lowered her head and performed a standard courtly salute. "Sui Sui greets your Majesty." Thankfully, she didn't have to kneel. Otherwise, her knees would surely bruise. Unaware of Sujui's thoughts, the emperor looked at the pair, who seemed like a golden boy and jade girl, and revealed a hint of a kind father's smile. A beauty surpassing ancient and modern times, matched with his son of dragon-like grace and phoenix-like bearing. Perfect. But the smile faded as quickly as it appeared, his tone still authoritative. "Well, come in." As the emperor's bedchamber, the Dragon Saliva Hall, was naturally luxurious beyond measure. The hall was supported by numerous massive pillars, each carved with lifelike, coiled golden dragons, a truly magnificent sight. The floor, paved with the finest white jade, was carved into lotus shapes, gleaming with a warm radiance. Incense burners around the room emitted wisps of blue smoke, filling the entire hall with the pleasant scent of dragon sandalwood. Seated in the main seat above, the emperor cast a stern glare at Jin Zhao. Then he fixed his gaze directly on Sui Sui, as if trying to but Sui Sui met his gaze fearlessly. To be honest, aside from ghosts she had never seen, there was no one she feared. She wasn't raised to be intimidated, yet she couldn't help thinking that someone with weaker mental fortitude would never withstand the emperor's scrutinizing gaze. It was too sharp. As befits an emperor. The emperor on the throne, observing the woman of unparalleled beauty who dared to look him in the eye, silently marveled. Good son, when he acts, he does so astonishingly. In a flash, the tension dissipated and the emperor's expression softened. "Shao Li Zi, summon the meal." "Yes, your Majesty." Eunuch Li walked to the hall's entrance and bellowed, "Summon the meal." The emperor went to the large round table below and sat down, but not before glaring at Jin Zhao. "Sit down with your future princess. You'd rather dine with friends than come to the palace to share a meal with me." Once seated, Sui Sui whispered to Jin Zhao, "I didn't expect your father to be so—" No matter how large the table, the distance between them was but a few feet. The emperor caught fragments of Sujui's words. This future daughter-in-law was far more charming than that cold-faced son of his. As dusk fell, dozens of lanterns were lit in the hall, making it as bright as day. Soon palace attendants filed in, placing dishes that were visually appealing and aromatic on the table. Throughout history, emperors always dined alone at banquets or group meals. Even during New Year's Eve feasts, they never shared a table with anyone, let alone adult princes. But with Jin Zhao, all rules seemed to be broken. They were sovereign and subject, but also father and son. After a palace attendant tested the food with a silver needle, the emperor took the first bite. An ordinary family meal should be enjoyed freely. Don't be formal, dig in. After that, he witnessed just how much his most cherished youngest son doted on his future princess. A man usually cold and ruthless became so tender in front of the woman he loved. Whether this was a blessing or a curse remained to be seen. Recalling the past, he too had shared vows of eternal love with the empress, but in the end he had failed her. Sui Sui noticed the emperor's momentary daze and gently kicked Jinzho's foot under the table. "Sui Sui, what's wrong?" Jin Zhao paused his task of peeling shrimp for her and asked softly. His voice brought the emperor back to his senses. Seeing him still peeling shrimp, the emperor felt a pang of bitterness. His son had never even served him a dish once. The perceptive Sui Sui quickly grasped the situation and signaled him with her eyes. Jin Zhao paused, then picked up the serving chopsticks and placed a piece of food on the emperor's plate. "Father, have some rabbit meat." This moved the emperor, deeply dispelling his earlier bitterness. His son had finally grown up, learning to care for his old father. They continued eating and chatting, the atmosphere harmonious. An ordinary family meal ended pleasantly and imperceptibly, but at the same time the family meal caused a huge uproar in the various palaces. Jin Zhao had anticipated their reactions, but chose to ignore them. He had originally planned to take Sui Sui to the imperial ancestral temple to offer incense for his mother, but considering the late hour he abandoned the idea. Leaving the Dragon Saliva Hall, they dismissed the palace attendants, seeing them out, and walked hand in hand through the brightly lit corridor, neither too fast nor too slow. A gentle night breeze brought waves of coolness. The pitch-black sky was studded with twinkling stars, exceptionally dazzling. Jin Zhao, the night is so beautiful. Yes, and Sui Sui is also beautiful. A myriad of stars pale in comparison to you. Stop joking, let's talk seriously. Your father is truly a good father. If not for his love for her, someone like her with an unclear background by ancient standards would never have married into the royal family, let alone become the Princess of Chao. Yes, he is indeed a good emperor and a good father, but not a good husband. Just then Jin Zhao suddenly stopped, his expression sharpening. "Come out." Sui Sui was about to ask what was happening when a figure emerged from the darkness. It was none other than the third Prince Jinhui, whom she had seen during the day. Now shedding his feigned grace, his angry face looked especially sinister and terrifying against the night backdrop. Was the reunion dinner enjoyable? His tone was grating and venomous. "None of your business." Jin Zhao left this remark and moved to shield Sui Sui away. This cold, indifferent attitude provoked Jinhui, who suddenly formed a fist and struck like lightning towards him. But Jin Zhao was no pushover. He sensed the attack as it came, pushed Sui Sui aside, and engaged in combat. In the night sky, two figures fought fiercely, each intent on killing the other. Sujui's eyes followed their movements, her heart tightly clenched, fearing Jin Zhao might get hurt. The commotion eventually grew loud enough to alert the patrolling imperial guards. Jin Zhao, who had the upper hand, became distracted, worrying about Sui, nearly giving his opponent an opening. With the imperial guards arriving, the two stopped fighting. "Jin Zhao, are you alright? Are you injured?" "Sui, don't worry, I'm fine." Sui didn't believe him. She pulled him close and carefully checked him over, only relaxing when she confirmed he was truly unharmed. Then she turned her wrath on Jinhui, unleashing a tirade. "Do you have a problem? Why do you care about others' meals? It's not like you live by the sea. You're so nosy. Would you grab a spoon to taste the saltiness if a manure cart passed by?" In the past, she rarely lost her temper, believing in harmony for prosperity. But now this third prince had truly angered her. What kind of person was he? Jin Zhao was taken aback, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his dark, bright and warm like the morning sun. As for the scolded prince, his fury turned his face as black as ink. Just as he was about to unleash a poisoned dart from his fan, the imperial guards arrived. The imperial guard commander stepped forward to inquire, "Prince Chao, third prince, what has happened?" Jin Zhao glanced at him, then at the fan in Jinhui's hand, and said calmly, "Nothing." Then he took Sujui's hand and left. Watching his retreating figure, Jinhui was filled with anger and resentment, but even more so envy. Upon leaving the imperial palace, Li Heng was already waiting with the carriage. He was about to offer a greeting when he saw Sui gently shake her head. Her gaze shifted to the prince beside her, whose face remained expressionless, revealing none of his inner emotions. Yet Sui knew that perhaps he was grieving inside. As they boarded the carriage, he held her close, and the journey was silent. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, the emperor was furiously berating a man kneeling before him. "You scoundrel! Ziyang is your own blood brother. Why do you repeatedly seek his death?" But before he could finish, Jinhui, kneeling below, interrupted with rage, "He is no brother of mine." Then he slumped down in defeat, adding, "I have no brother either. You insolent fool. Have you forgotten how well Ziyang treated you when you were young? He never failed to share everything with you. Without Ziyang and his mother, would you be where you are today? Yes, he was good to me as a child, but what about when we grew up? When you resolved to make him crown prince, did he ever yield the opportunity to me? And let me ask you, father, have you ever been kind to me? Your eyes see only Ziyang and him alone. My two elder brothers and I are virtually invisible. When he excels, he receives your lavish rewards and praise. Even when he falters, it's merely a trivial verbal reprimand. But for us, even when we do well, we get only a faint not bad. If we fail, it's endless scolding, even house arrest. We are all your sons. Why such disparity? Is it because we weren't born from the woman you love?" Huh. By the end, Jinhui's eyes were bloodshot, his words almost a roar. "Enough. Enough. Enough. I say one word, and you retort with 10. Are you plotting rebellion? Since ancient times, the heir has always been the eldest legitimate son. Besides, in literary and martial prowess, conduct, and talent, even appearance, which of you three can compare to Ziyang? Instead of self-reflection, you only blame others. How did I father such a son? Get out. Though unwilling, Jean Hui ultimately withdrew from the imperial study. After he left, the emperor leaned back on his dragon throne, pinching his brow with a weary expression. The arriving eunuch Li quickly massaged his head to relieve tension. Your Majesty, please rest early. The emperor shook his head. Alas, the tragedy of brothers turning on each other for the throne has finally come to pass. To be emperor requires wit and strategy. Ziyang excels in both martial arts and strategy, and the court favors him. If not him, who should be crowned prince? Your Majesty, it is because the princes are blinded by their own circumstances. Back at his residence, Jean Hui secretly gathered all his advisors and a few civil and military officials loyal to him. No one knew what they discussed. Meanwhile, Jin Zhao escorted Sui Sui to her room before heading straight to his study. Your Highness, Li Kuan has returned. Jin Zhao's hand paused as he held his brush. Let him in. Yes, Your Highness. Moments later, Li Kuan entered, knelt on one knee and clasped his fists. Your Highness, I have fulfilled my mission. He then rose and pulled a stack of papers from his robe. Your Highness, these letters are for your perusal. The man is already confined in the dungeon. Jin Zhao took the letters, skimmed through them briefly, and then uttered softly, proceed. The flickering candlelight cast an ambiguous shadow over his expression, but those who knew him understood this was the calm before the storm. The calmer his voice, the more ferocious the impending storm. Li Heng and Li Kuan exchanged a glance, then clasped their fists in unison. Yes, Your Highness. After sitting alone for a while, he rose and headed to the dungeon. Few knew that beneath the grand and lavish Prince Chaos residence lay a hellish dungeon. Your Highness, open the door and follow me inside. The guard bowed respectfully. Yes, Your Highness. Upon entering, someone brought him a... He swept his robe aside and sat down, looking down at the man on the ground, disheveled and limp like a dead dog. His dark eyes deepened, revealing a bloodthirsty glint. Wake him up with a brand. Immediately, the heavy cell door opened, and a red-hot branding iron pressed into the man's back, vaporizing his clothes in an instant. The moment the iron touched his skin, the man, who had been nearly paralyzed and speechless, was jolted awake by the searing pain, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Fresh blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, the dungeon was built underground with excellent soundproofing, otherwise anyone who heard it would be terrified out of their wits. He's still strong enough to scream so loudly. That means it doesn't hurt enough. Continue. Then followed a branding iron and a series of agonizing screams, lasting nearly half an hour before finally ceasing. By then the man's back was charred and blackened, and the air was thick with the stench of burnt flesh mixed with blood, nauseating and foul. How does it feel to be helpless and at someone's mercy? The man's son Wenjie prostrated on the ground, his eyes blazing with fury. Jin Zhao, I am the second prince of Anhui Kingdom. If you kill me, are you not afraid of sparking a war between nations? Jin Zhao glanced at him without answering, instead clapping his hands twice. Immediately someone who looked exactly like Sun Wenjie appeared. The latter stared in disbelief. A human skin mask. How naive of you to think that colluding with my arrogant third brother would secure the throne. Since you were somewhat useful to me, tell me, how would you like to die? Hearing this, Sun Wenjie's eyes involuntarily swept around the room. Then he swallowed hard. Jin Zhao, Prince Chao, I was wrong. I shouldn't have conspired with Jin Hui against you. It was him, all him. He said he envies you, hates you, and wants you dead. Only with your death can his father finally see him. Jin Zhao turned a deaf ear to his pleas and provocations, his demeanor seeming indifferent. Since you can't decide on a death, they'll be kind and let you live a little longer. Hearing he had a temporary reprieve, Sun Wenjie's eyes lit up with relief. But before he could fully exhale, Jin Zhao continued. Let's slice off your flesh then. At those words, Sun Wenjie's face turned ashen, knowing he was doomed. He burst into bitter laughter. Jin Zhao, the world knows Prince Chao as cold and indifferent to women, but do they know how ruthless you truly are? Ha ha ha. Jin Zhao ignored his ramblings, tilting his head with a glance to signal the action. Soon, even more harrowing screams erupted. Throughout, his gaze remained impassive, only flickering with a trace of emotion when he saw the bloody slices of flesh. After leaving the dungeon, he first cleansed himself of the stench of blood. Then he returned to his room, twisted a vase, and entered the adjacent chamber. On the intricately carved bed, Sui Sui lay with even breaths, her sleeping face serene, her dark hair spread like clouds. Jin Zhao's gaze traced her eyelashes, still as a resting butterfly, and her cherry-like lips before settling on her accidentally exposed delicate shoulder, making his breath catch. His Sui Sui was so pure and flawless. His large hand gently caressed her beautiful face, then he planted a kiss on her crimson lips. He murmured softly, Sui Sui, if you discover my true nature, will you fear me, and pull away? But the mere thought of her leaving felt like a giant hand tearing at his heart, causing him unbearable pain. Sui Sui, even if you fear me, I will never let you go. His eyes held a terrifying madness. The next day, within the imperial court, the ministers were quite taken aback by the sudden appearance of the Prince of Chao at the morning assembly, and even the emperor found it astonishing. Yet their surprise was short-lived, as the reason for his attendance soon became clear. Father, your son has a memorial to present. He then drew from his bosom the stack of letters that Li Kuan had given him the previous night. The emperor gestured to his side, and eunuch Li promptly descended the steps to retrieve them. But the more he read, the more alarmed and enraged he became, his very beard trembling with fury. Guards, summoned the third prince to my presence. The guards hastened away and soon returned with Jin Hui. Your son pays respects to father. Jin Hui bowed to the emperor as was his custom, yet his eyes brimmed with hatred, though he concealed it well with his lowered head unseen by any. Humph, when you say father, do you refer to me or to the emperor of Anhui Kingdom? With that he hurled the stack of letters at him. Instantly the letters scattered like snowflakes, drifting onto his head and body before settling at his feet. The ministers, witnessing the emperor's fury, were too terrified to even breathe. What had become of the third prince? Why had the emperor spoken of calling the Anhui Kingdom's emperor father? Could it be? In that moment countless speculations raced through their minds. Meanwhile the two civil and military officials standing at the very back turned deathly pale, their forms swaying as if on the verge of collapse. It was overt that their plot had been exposed. Jin Hui bent down to pick up a sheet, and upon reading its contents his eyes widened in disbelief. Then with an expression of I should have known, he burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha! The wild laughter echoed throughout the entire great hall. Jin Zhao, I never expected to have underestimated you. And that Sun Wenjie, that incompetent fool who ruins everything. The emperor, looking upon his deranged state, felt a surge of fiery wrath. Jin Hui, as the third prince of Tianjin Kingdom, you conspired with foreigners to harm your own kin, and sought to overthrow the imperial court. What punishment do you deserve? Ha ha ha, I harmed my kin. Then what is Jin Zhao doing now, exposing me with evidence? Is that not harming kin? I sought to overthrow the imperial court. As the third prince, though not the legitimate son, why should I not be eligible to become emperor? Utter nonsense, utter nonsense. Guard seized Jin Hui, Li Chong, and Wang Wu at once. Immediately a contingent of the imperial guard rushed in from outside the hall, and subdued the civil and military officials at the rear. Your Majesty, your servant is innocent. They struggled, attempting to kneel and plead. Drag them away. Those who have done wrong always cry innocence. When they moved to restrain Jin Hui, he resisted. Seeing his defiance, the emperor slammed the table and rose. Rebellion, rebellion. Seize him dead or alive. Those casually uttered words fell unerringly upon his ears. They plunged his heart into an abyss of despair, leaving a desolate emptiness in his eyes. Yet he suddenly burst into laughter again. Ha ha ha, since it's dead or alive, then father, come die with your son. He drew and snapped open the folding fan at his waist, unleashing several poison needles, all flying towards the emperor. The ministers were stricken with terror. Noticing his move, Jin Zhao instantly leaped forward to knock down the needles, then pinched one between his fingers and hurled it back. One who has long hunted eagles will not be pecked in the eye by one. Jin Hui, who had always carried poison needles, could easily dodge a single small dart. But in the very moment he evaded the needle, Jin Zhao launched a flying kick, sending him crashing to the ground. He tried to rise, but multiple long blades were pressed against his neck. The victor is king, the loser a bandit. Do with me as you will. The emperor, having regained his composure, was filled with both fury and profound grief. He had never imagined Jin Hui would attempt to kill him so openly. Guards, strip the third prince of his title and imprison him in the imperial clan court. Banish his wives, concubines, and children to commoner status, and expel them from the palace. Li Chong and Wang Wu are to be executed immediately, their families' properties confiscated, and their kin exiled. After issuing these decrees, the emperor seemed to have aged several years in an instant. Shall Li Zi fetch the imperial edict I had written earlier? As you command, your majesty. Shortly eunuch Li returned bare. The emperor took it, added a few strokes with the brush, and then said wearily, read it aloud. As you command, your majesty. Eunuch Li cleared his throat and began to read. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, since ascending the throne following the late emperor's will in all matters of military and state, and in the appointment of officials, I have never succumbed to weariness, nor dared to seek my own ease. I have continued the great enterprise, laboring day and night, with reverence, looking up to the illustrious achievements of our ancestors. The burden entrusted to me is heavy. To carry on the lineage and celebrate it is essential to have a virtuous heir. My legitimate son Jin Zhao possesses a radiant countenance and extraordinary talent, with a pure and exquisite nature. Heaven's will is with him. Thus, in accordance with the initial decree and after due ceremonies and public sentiment, I hereby announce to heaven, earth, the ancestral temple, and the altars of land and grain, bestowing upon him the ceremonial book and seal. On the 13th day of the 6th month in the 14th year of Tianyuan, he is established as the crown prince to take his rightful place in the Eastern Palace, to secure the eternal succession, and to unite the hearts of all within the four seas. Let this be proclaimed. Prince, accept the edict. Jin Zhao knelt on both knees, raising his hands above his head to receive the imperial decree. Long live the emperor, may he live 10,000 years. Immediately after, the assembled ministers also bowed and shouted, Long live the emperor, may he live 10,000 years. Rise, my beloved ministers. We thank his majesty, may he live 10,000 years. Then turning to Jin Zhao they hailed, long live the crown prince, may he live 1,000 years. Rise. We thank the crown prince. The first and second princes standing close by were filled with immense reluctance, yet they had to force a composed expression and offer words of congratulations. Once silence fell, the emperor instructed again, shall Li Zi prepare the inkstone? As you command, your majesty. Moments later the brush was set down, and the seal affixed on a new imperial edict was completed within the court. Eunuch Li blew on the ink to dry it, then read, by the grace of heaven the emperor decrees there is a maiden Sui Sui, who is graceful, virtuous, gentle, and of outstanding character. I have heard of her with great delight. Now that the fourth prince has been invested as crown prince, and is of an age for marriage, a worthy maiden should be selected as his match. She and the crown prince are a match made in heaven. To unite this perfect pair, I hereby bestow her upon the crown prince as his principal consort. All ceremonial rites shall be jointly managed by the Ministry of Rites and the director of the Imperial Observatory, who shall select an auspicious day for the wedding. Let this be proclaimed. The ministers once again hailed, long live the emperor, may he live 10,000 years. Though they regretted that their own daughters could not enter the Eastern Palace, Jin Zhao's temperament was well known, and they could do nothing about it. After the court was dismissed, Eunuch Li went to the Prince of Chaos residence to deliver the edict. Jin Zhao accompanied the emperor to the imperial study. Seeing how the emperor had aged several years in an instant, Jin Zhao felt a profound disquiet within his heart. Jiang, let your third brother be confined to the imperial clan court for life. With his intelligence and methods he can no longer stir up trouble. Jin Zhao pondered for a moment before replying. Very well, I will obey father's wishes. The emperor's expression relaxed slightly, and he waved his hand. Jiang, you may withdraw. After leaving the palace, he headed straight for the Prince of Chaos residence. There he saw Eunuch Li directing the removal of the plaque bearing Prince of Chaos residence, and its replacement with Crown Prince's palace. Seeing his return, everyone halted their work and paid their respects. Greetings to the Crown Prince. Rise. Jin Zhao waved his hand and proceeded inside. Having not seen his Sui Sui for the entire morning, he was consumed with longing. He first returned to Xiaofeng courtyard, but found it empty. So he went directly to the swing in the garden, and indeed his beloved was there. Yun Mei and Tao Hong, stationed at the garden entrance, quickly bowed. Greetings to the Crown Prince. Jin Zhao waved his hand again, dismissing them. Hearing the commotion, Sui Sui turned her head and smiled softly, her peach blossom eyes curving into crescents. The laughter in his eyes in turn danced upon her face. He approached, bent down, and embraced her from behind. He placed a gentle kiss on her cheek, and spoke tenderly, Sui Sui, my future crown princess. Sui Sui raised her gaze at him. So today, I effortlessly become your future crown princess. He freed one hand to gently caress her nose, his chiseled face softened in an unbelievable way. Indeed, my future crown princess. It feels so unreal, like a dream. Silly girl. So will you be very busy in the future? I should be slightly busier than now. When I was still a prince, my father had already assigned me part of the political affairs to handle. Now that I'm the crown prince, I expect there will be even more to do. But I will still carve out time each day to chat and dine with you. You can only accompany me after handling state matters. I don't want to be a beautiful disaster, understood? As you command, my future crown princess. Oh right, how did you suddenly become the crown prince? I didn't hear you mention it before. Jin Zhao thought for a moment and recounted the events that unfolded in the court today. Sui Sui listened, feeling a deep sense of sorrow. Throughout history, the transition of the throne has always been accompanied by bloodshed and brutality. In this power struggle, familial ties become meaningless. After all, ruling the world is an irresistible temptation for many. Yet now, facing the treachery of Jin Hui, who would slay his father, form factions for personal gain, and even overthrow the country, the emperor ultimately did not strike with a heavy hand. Regardless of the underlying reasons for this decision, it cannot be devoid of compassion. What worries him is that Jin Hui may not understand his good intentions. Alright, let's not concern ourselves with others. Tomorrow is the crown prince's enthronement ceremony. I must rise early, and probably won't have time to accompany you all day. Sui Sui smiled and rolled her eyes at him. What are you talking about? Your important matters surely take precedence. Besides, I'm not a 3-year-old who needs constant companionship. Moreover, don't we have a particularly beautiful saying to hear? Gazing at her radiant smile, Jin Zhao instinctively blurted, what saying? Sui Sui mischievously smiled, her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkling vividly. This saying is, if love between two people is long-lasting, why worry about the morning and night? How is it? Isn't it beautiful? If love between two people is long-lasting, why worry about the morning and night? Jin Zhao softly murmured, it truly is beautiful. Because of you it is even more beautiful. Oh right, Jin Zhao, I want to go out for a stroll. The man paused while tucking a strand of her hair behind her ear. Go ahead. But you must take Tao Hong and Yun Mei with you. As he spoke, he pulled out a stack of silver bills from his pocket. Jin Xiao, you don't need to give me money, you haven't even touched the silver bills you gave me last time. No worries, buy whatever you fancy, no need to save money for your man. Upon hearing this, Sui Sui's face broke into a radiant smile. Ah, this damn domineering CEO demeanor. Thank you, Jin Xiao. Silly girl. Her expression was gentle and her voice was sweet enough to drown a person in affection. After lunch, Sui Sui sent Tao Hong and the others to rest, while she herself hid in the space to cool off. Although the summer temperatures in ancient times were much lower than in modern times, come noon it still became unbearably hot. She walked to the food freezing area and took out a mung bean ice cream. Taking a bite, the sweetness and coolness made every pore in her body instantly relax. Indeed, eating ice pops in summer is simple yet blissful. Glancing at the frost at the edge of the freezer, suddenly an unrealistic thought popped into her mind. Excited, heart-trembling hands, she took out her phone and opened a search engine. She typed in, "How did ancient people make ice?" Soon the answer was as follows: 1. The reliable, ice-making method of ancient people making ice in winter. The summary is 8 words: store in winter, use in summer. 2. Ancient, high-tech, ice making. That is making ice with nitrate. 3. Hot water ice making. After quickly browsing through the information, the enthusiasm that had just surged was instantly doused with a bucket of cold water. Forget it, I won't bother with it, lest I make a slip and lose both the wife and the soldiers. After finishing the ice pop, she thought for a moment and went out of the space to find Jin Xiao. After winding through several turns to the study, Li Heng was still guarding the door. Seeing her arrive, he quickly bowed. "Miss Sui, is your highness still busy, eh?" Just as the words left her mouth, the study door swung open. "Sui Sui, it's so hot today, why did you come here?" "What, the study is a restricted area, cannot come." Jin Xiao smiled helplessly. "What nonsense, there is no place in this residence, you cannot go, hurry and come in." Once inside the study, Sui Sui quickly took out the mung bean ice cream from the space and tore open the packaging. "Jin Xiao, come eat some ice cream." The entirely green ice cream was inserted into a flat wooden stick, and at that moment, it was emitting visible cool air, also carrying a sweet scent. "What is ice cream?" "Ah, you'll know once you eat it. Hurry, it will melt soon." Jin Xiao took it and was about to take a bite when he asked, "Sui Sui, have you ever had it?" MHM, I've had it." Jin Xiao, hurry and eat. Hearing that the beloved girl had already tried it, Jin Xiao didn't hesitate and took a bite. The ice cream was soft and melted in the mouth. The cool and sweet mung bean flavor instantly engulfed her entire palate, and the joy on her tongue became vivid. Her beautiful phoenix eyes sparkled brightly. Sui Sui noticed that his expression seemed particularly rich in front of her. The most common expression was the gentle gaze he held only for her. Looking at her sparkling peach blossom eyes, more dazzling than the stars, Jin Xiao, as if possessed, brought the ice cream to her lips. Green ice cream, red lips, the scene was strangely enchanting. Sui Sui's eyes curved as she bent down to take a shallow bite. A little ice cream stuck to her rosy lips, and her delicate tongue licked it, but left some behind. Faced with such a tempting scene, Jin Xiao's gaze darkened, and he lowered his head to kiss her red lips, taking the remaining ice cream away. The ice cream is very sweet." Sui Sui was taken aback by his sudden action, and on her creamy skin a blush gradually spread, like gentle sunlight rippling. "The ice cream is very sweet." Sui Sui was taken aback by his sudden action, and on her creamy skin a blush gradually spread, like gentle sunlight rippling. Sui Sui, who had already sat down beside him, rested her chin on her hands, quietly watching her boyfriend eat ice cream. Whenever she looked up, she could see him smiling. Whenever she spoke, she could hear his replies. Whenever she turned around, his figure was always there. In cold weather, he could warm her hands, and hot weather, they could eat ice cream together. Wasn't that just... "Is it delicious?" Sui Sui asked with a smile. Jin Xiao, still unsatisfied, threw the wooden stick into the trash. "It's very delicious, sweet cold, as if all the heat of summer has vanished." Of course, ice cream is our summer's remedy for the heat. There's a very famous slogan that goes, "What relieves the heat? Only ice cream." That's exactly what it means. Besides, you can eat ice cream all year round, snuggling in a warm house during winter to enjoy. It is also an incredibly happy thing. Jin Xiao listened attentively to her somewhat excited introduction and sincerely said, "The world Sui Sui lives in is truly wonderful. Oh, it's a pity that no matter how wonderful it is, it can't be returned to." Catching the brief stiffness on his face, she quickly added, "Even if I could go back without you, I would rather not return." Just after finishing her words, his expression visibly brightened. "On my boyfriend, I will pamper him." After finishing the ice cream, Sui Sui directly returned to her room and entered the space for a nap. After a refreshing sleep, it was already the hour of the monkey. The sun at this moment still radiated brilliantly, but it was no longer scorching or blinding. After lightly applying her brows and lips and tidying up simply, she took Tao Hong and Yun Mei and rode the private carriage prepared by Jin Zhao out of the mansion. With the three of them traveling, the one driving the carriage was undoubtedly Tao Hong. "Miss, where would you like to go?" "Stop at the bustling area, and well, get off to take a casual stroll." "Yes, miss." When the scorching sun was high, the street, which had seemed empty with few pedestrians, gradually became lively. On both sides of the wide street various stalls had sprung up like bamboo shoots after rain. The carriage ambled slowly for about a quarter of an hour before stopping. After getting off, Sway Sway genuinely began to wander around. Wherever she went, passers-by paused, marveling at her beauty and grace. Sway Sway had long grown accustomed to this. When she encountered those who seemed kind, she would also offer a faint smile and a nod. Once she left, they would gather in twos and threes, whispering and sharing the tidbits they knew. Thus, in less than half an afternoon, almost every vendor on the street knew who she was and unanimously bestowed upon her the title of the capital's #1 beauty. Of course, Sway Sway, who was just strolling around, was unaware of this. But Yun Mei, following behind her, found it strange that she neither approached the stalls nor entered any shops, only occasionally pausing in one spot. "Miss, aren't you out shopping? Why aren't you looking at or buying anything?" Sway Sway turned sideways, wagging her index finger in front of her chest, and smiled mysteriously. "Shopping isn't the goal. I'm here to survey the market." Survey the market. This left Yun Mei even more perplexed, but Sway Sway didn't explain. She only said, "You'll understand later." It wasn't that she didn't want to explain, but she felt it would be troublesome. It was better to wait until she took practical actions, and then they would naturally understand. Walking along, she had gained a general understanding of the current business landscape. Unknowingly, she arrived in front of the Rainbow Pavilion. She paused at the entrance, hesitating whether to go in, when the sharp-eyed Chi Ruachin on the second floor spotted her. Sway Sway hesitated for a few seconds, ultimately deciding not to enter. But just as she was about to step away, someone called out to her, "Miss Sway." Turning around, she found a stranger. "Do you know me?" Chi Fu clasped his hands and bowed to her. "I am the servant of the Chancellor's son, Chi Ruachin. My name is Chi Fu. My young master invites you upstairs for a cup of tea." Upon hearing the invitation for tea, Sway Sway felt resistant. Although she wanted to look at the clothes and jewelry, she had no desire to drink tea with anyone. While contemplating how to decline, without openly offending Chi Ruachin, she caught a glimpse of Li Yao in front of a nearby stall. Her peach blossom eyes suddenly lit up. "Li Yao." Then she said to Chi Fu, "Please inform your young master that I thank him for the invitation, but tea will have to wait for another time. However, I will come upstairs to browse later." Her tone was proud and awkward. Watching her vivid expression, which seemed to say, "I'm willing to talk to you, but can't bring myself to be friendly," Sway Sway couldn't help but laugh heartlessly. Her tone was proud and awkward. Watching her vivid expression, which seemed to say, "I'm willing to talk to you, but can't bring myself to be friendly," Sway Sway couldn't help but laugh heartlessly. How could this ancient young lady be so adorable? "Laugh all you want. If you don't speak, I'm leaving." Li Yao made a move to go, but was called back. "Hey, wait. Let's go inside and look around. My treat'll pay." Upon hearing that she was invited into the Rainbow Pavilion, Li Yao could barely contain her smile. "Really? Of course it's true. Let's go." Sway Sway tilted her head, signaling for her to enter together. Miss Li didn't put up any more pretenses and walked inside. With light steps, her hair ornaments gently swayed as she moved. Her skirt flowed like rippling clouds and azure waves, alternating and cascading layer by layer. Despite her pride, her every gesture exuded the grace of a noble lady. Sway Sway watched this delightful scene, and words like March blossoms and great poise came to mind. Her eyes unconsciously filled with admiration. Li Yao, glancing sideways, was embarrassed by the appreciation in her eyes and quickened her pace. Yet she still moved with light, graceful steps, a vision of elegance. Neither of them lacked for anything, so entering the shop was merely for amusement. But after a full circuit, Sway Sway did fancy a pair of exquisite tiny earrings in a smoky purple, teardrop-shaped, pale like smoke and rich like mist. They blended romance with grandeur, captivating her at first sight. Her knowledge of jade came from a client who owned a jewelry store during her working days. Learning knows no bounds, and having multiple skills is never a burden, an eternal truth. Otherwise, encountering these earrings today, she would only have said, "How beautiful. Aren't you buying anything?" Sway Sway looked at Li Yao's empty hands, surprised. "Nothing I like. He'll wait until new stock arrives." Seeing her genuine lack of interest, Sway Sway didn't insist. "All right then. Buying something you don't like is nothing short of a waste." At the counter, the shopkeeper told her the bill was waived again, but Sway Sway insisted on paying. She knew this was Chi Ruachin's arrangement out of consideration for her relationship with Jin Zhao. She could choose not to associate with Chi Ruachin, but he was Jin Zhao's friend, and she couldn't let her actions drain their friendship. No matter the relationship, when goodwill is gradually consumed until its exhausted fate comes to an end, only with mutual exchange can a bond endure. Witnessing all this, Li Yao found herself looking at Sway Sway with increasing favor. Meanwhile, Sway Sway, now in her good graces, thought of the tea invitation and glanced at the sky. The sun was already slanting. After a moment's thought, she said to the shopkeeper, "Shopkeeper, please inform your master that he is welcome to visit my home another day, and I will treat him to local specialties." "Miss, rest assured I will pass on the message." Exiting the shop, Sway Sway turned to Li Yao. "Feel free to come find me when you have time." You know, Liao muttered under her breath. Who wants to visit you? But the joyful expression on her face betrayed her. Fearing Sui Sui might change her mind, she quickly replied, since you've so warmly invited me, I'll reluctantly agree. Unfazed by her pride, Sui Sui boarded the carriage and left. Liao's maid Chuanxi looked at her in confusion. Miss, didn't you dislike Miss Sui before? Don't you dislike her now? Liao glared. When did I ever dislike her? Meanwhile, Sui Sui encountered Jin Zhao, who had come looking for her halfway along the road. In the carriage they sat side by side. She leaned on his shoulder. He wrapped his arm around her slender waist, gazing at her with tenderness that seemed to overflow from his eyes. Did you enjoy your stroll? It was alright, just a bit tiring on the feet. But it seems I've become friends with one of your admirers. Sui Sui, you're being mischievous again. I have no admirers. From beginning to end there's only you. Sui Sui sat up slightly and playfully kissed the corner of his mouth. A reward for you. The reason for the reward was clear. Then she quickly covered his lips. Mind your manners. The person whose mouth was covered had eyes brimming with unmistakable laughter filling the entire carriage. His Sui Sui, afraid he might lose control, still teased him. Didn't she know that all his vaunted self-control and resistance to female charms crumbled and scattered the moment they touched her? The next day, while the stars still twinkled, Jin Zhao had already packed and prepared to enter the palace. However, before leaving he twisted the vase again and entered the adjacent room. Every night when the world was quiet and deep, gazing upon his beloved's sleeping visage had become an ingrained habit. A small candle flame flickered within its shade, casting a hazy, enchanting glow over the entire room. Even the air seemed imbued with her unique, milky sweet scent. He approached slowly and sat down. The sleeping beauty on the bed was in the midst of a deep sweet. Wondering what she dreamed of, her naturally rosy lips were slightly upturned, a sight that lifted the spirits. Watching Sui Sui upturned red lips which seemed to invite a taste, Jin Zhao's Adam's apple bobbed. Unable to resist, he leaned down and placed a careful, precious kiss upon her crimson lips. It was like a feather gently skimming a lake's surface, as if afraid to disturb the tranquil waters. His glossy black hair fell upon her cheek, which though devoid of makeup was still stunningly beautiful. As his lips parted from hers, the sleeping bowtie's long lashes fluttered, and she opened her drowsy eyes, propping herself up on her arms to sit. Jin Zhao, called by his name Jin Zhao, was momentarily flustered but quickly composed himself. He hadn't expected to wake her this time. It's me. Sui Sui, be good, it's still early. Sleep a bit more. You know it's early, yet you still come to my room and kiss me awake. Now fully awake, Sui Sui crossed her arms over her chest and looked at him with a teasing expression. Her peach blossom eyes, brimming with mirth, were radiant and moist. Sui Sui, next time I'll be gentler and won't disturb your sleep. The girl struggled to suppress her laughter. There's a next time. In truth, she hadn't been woken by the kiss, but by his hair tickle. She had just said that on a whim. Little did she expect that this casual fabrication would reveal the truth. I want to see Sui Sui sleeping every day. It brings me peace and joy. As he spoke, he smoothed her slightly tousled hair. Sui Sui, do you know? Every time I see your sweet sleeping face, I long to kiss you awake and hold you tightly in my arms. But I can't bear to. I want nothing more than to become one with you. But I'll eventually lose my beauty with age. I suppose you'll stay far away from me then. The ancients said, when beauty fades, love fades. When love fades, kindness ends. There's truth in that. Because she doesn't rely solely on her looks, she cares even more about the stability and longevity of this relationship. This was her first romance in both lives. She wanted a stable happiness that could last a lifetime. Jin Zhao pulled her into his arms and gently flicked her forehead. Silly. When you lose your beauty, won't I be covered in wrinkles too? Then neither of us will have to disdain the other. I know. Oh, by the way, you got up so early. Have you eaten anything? He shook his head. Have you washed up? The early summer morning carried a hint of chill, so Sui Sui draped a robe over her shoulders before getting up. She poured a cup of fresh spiritual water and handed it to him. Here, drink this first. Skipping breakfast isn't a good habit. Then she dragged a large cardboard box out from under the bed. Jin Zhao stepped forward to look. It was packed full of various unfamiliar foods. Sui Sui rummaged through it for a while, finally pulling out a large bag of pork floss cakes and a carton of milk. She inserted a straw into the milk carton, opened all 10 pork floss cakes, and pushed the whole pile towards him. Here, eat up. If you're short on time, you can take them with you. The internet says to win someone's heart, first capture their stomach. She doesn't agree. If you meet a heartless man, no matter how you capture his stomach, you can't capture. To get rid of you, he might even prefer to change his stomach. Fortunately, she had met a good man. But she did agree with the idea of taking care of a loved one's stomach. Watching her bustle about for him, Jin Zhao felt a swelling warmth in his chest, a sense of peaceful domesticity, like an old married couple. He chuckled softly. Sui Sui, there's plenty of time. We're not in a hurry. Just to see you a little longer, I woke up half an hour early, but I didn't want to disturb your peaceful dreams. If there's time, then finish eating here. Alright, whatever Sui Sui says. As a member of the imperial family, he had received the finest upbringing since childhood, including table manner. Jin Zhao's manner of eating was very pleasing to the eye. Every move he made exuded an innate nobility and elegance that was simply delightful to behold. Even with the crispy, crumbly pork floss cakes, he made absolutely no sound, and didn't drop a single crumb. Sway Sway rested her chin on the table and watched him quietly. Her delicate oval face was radiant with a gentle and sweet smile. Her curved peach blossom eyes blinked softly from time to time, clearly reflecting his image. Her boyfriend was undoubtedly one of God's favorites. His noble status, outstanding looks, and tall straight figure. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was how wonderfully he treated her. It's easy to find priceless treasures, but hard to find a faithful lover. Perhaps heaven saw how bitter and lonely her past life was, so it let her transmigrate and meet him to be cherished by him. He said meeting her was his fortune. But wasn't meeting him also her fortune? Jin Zhao, are you full? Do you want some more? Seeing he had almost finished eating, Sway Sway pulled her thoughts back, propped her chin on her hands, and asked with a smile. He shook his head with a smile. Sway Sway, if I eat any more, I'll be stuffed. If you're full, then stop eating. Don't overeat. Oh, Jin Zhao, can you wait for me a moment? Saying this, she found a transparent glass bottle from the box, rinsed it with water from the table, and filled it with fresh spiritual water. This is for your imperial father. I think he might need it. Jin Zhao looked at her beaming face, then down at the water bottle in her hands. The swelling feeling in his chest, which had subsided, surged up again instantly. He took the bottle and placed it on the table, gently pulling her into his arms. His voice was slightly hoarse as he spoke. Sway Sway, thank you. You're my boyfriend. There's no need for thanks between us. Besides, your imperial father has been very kind to me too. Since ancient times, the imperial family has been known for its heartlessness, but in this father and son, she saw the true form of familial affection. Alright, Jin Zhao, it's almost dawn. You should go attend to your important matters. It wouldn't be good to be late on such a significant day. And since you woke me up so early with a kiss, I'm still very sleepy. I want to go back to sleep. Jin Zhao kissed her hair. Alright, whatever Sway Sway says. He'll leave right away. You get some more sleep. I know. Go on now. Sway Sway withdrew from his embrace, pressed the bottle into his hand, and laughingly pushed him out. Fearing he might hurt her, Jin Zhao could only yield helplessly. After Jin Zhao left, the sky seemed to brighten with accelerated speed. Sway Sway lay back down on the bed wanting to sleep in, but she tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep, her mind filled with every little moment she had shared with Jin Zhao. She realized that no sooner had Jin Zhao left than she already missed him. Thinking about it, she finally drifted back into a deep sleep. The lyrics say the most disdainful thing is longing. But Sway Sway felt she had already entered the gate of lovesickness. Having just parted from Jin Zhao, she began to miss him. Thus her sweet dreams were filled with his figure. Yet she was not the only one consumed by yearning. There was also Jin Zhao riding his steed, but with the grand ceremony imminent, he had to temporarily suppress this overwhelming tide of longing. He galloped to the palace gate first, visiting the Dragon's Saliva Hall, before rushing to the Eastern Palace. At that time the sky was just beginning to brighten, and the morning sun had not yet risen. The eunuchs who had long been waiting at the Eastern Palace gate bowed to him upon his arrival, then swiftly served him as he bathed, changed, and donned his ceremonial robes. Dressed in full regalia, his brows were sharp, and his lips tightly pressed. Every gesture and movement exuded the aura of a ruler commanding the world. Some people are born to be kings, and he was one of them. After the preliminary preparations were complete, the red sun had risen steadily, casting down golden sunlight, as if bestowing infinite vitality upon the earth. The sandalwood incense burned in the furnace of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, wreathing the square in mist. The entire square before the ancestral temple resembled a celestial pavilion. As the first solemn and slow drumbeat echoed with the morning sun, the ceremony for the Crown Prince's investiture officially began. Meanwhile, Sway Sway, far away in the Crown Prince's mansion, had already awakened the moment the warm sunlight streamed into her room. Wearing earphones and listening to her favorite music, she found the songs that could usually loop all night now tedious before they even finished once. She took off the earphones and set them aside. Gazing at the gauze bed curtains, she sighed softly. I wonder how far Jin Zhao's investiture ceremony has progressed. If only there were a live broadcast. Oh, another day of missing modern advanced electronic devices. In the end, bored and listless, she listened to music again, feeling too lazy to get up. She suddenly felt that her current state of life was akin to a slow suicide. Too comfortable. So comfortable that she no longer felt motivated. Once staying up all night was the norm. Now, with even a slight lack of sleep, her spirit felt weary. Once she longed to wander slowly through words in a white shirt and spring breeze, yet she had to toil relentlessly year after year. Now finally able to follow her whims, she instead missed her past busyness. Sway Sway thoughts wandered wildly, but when she snapped back to reality, she startled herself. What's going on? When did I, Sway Sway, ever become Lin Daiyu? She quickly shook off these melancholic thoughts, stretched, and prepared to get up. But as she rose, she realized something was wrong. Aunt Flo had arrived, and she came with a vengeance. Sway Sway slapped her forehead and smiled wryly. No wonder I was acting all neurotic and possessed by Lin Daiyu just now. Since her transmigration, her daily life had been so sweet, it was practically bubbling over, almost making her forget about this monthly visitor. She checked the bedsheet and was relieved to find it unsoiled. Then she quickly entered the bathroom, took a shower, and cleaned herself up. After changing into modern underwear and sanitary products, she felt refreshed. Leaving the bathroom, she opened the door and called Yunmei in. "Miss, why are you up so early today?" Yunmei prepared to style her hair, glancing at the beauty in the bronze mirror. Her young lady was truly beautiful, so beautiful that even she, a girl, couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. And so she was caught red-handed. Sui Sui leaned closer to the mirror, touching her smooth and delicate snow-white skin. "Yunmei, is there a flower on my face?" Yunmei chuckled. "There's no flower on your face, miss, but you are 3 parts more enchanting than any bloom." Her brows were naturally dark without needing to be painted, and her lips were naturally red without needing rouge. She possessed a pure and sweet temperament, yet her pair of peach blossom eyes, always shimmering with smiles, added a touch of allure. She did nothing at all, yet with a mere glance it seemed she had done everything captivating, and she was completely unaware of it. No wonder His Highness doted on her so much. The young lady and His Highness were a match made in heaven. "You and your sweet tongue. All right, hurry up and do my hair." Sui Sui shot her a playful, reproachful glance. Who doesn't enjoy hearing sincere and pleasant words? "Miss, you usually don't get up until the chin hour. Why are you up so early today?" Persistent Yunmei still hadn't forgotten the question her young lady hadn't answered earlier. Sui Sui suddenly faltered, then quickly said, "I just didn't feel like lying in bed anymore. There's no particular reason. I think it's because today is His Highness investiture ceremony, and you were too excited to sleep." With that, she finished inserting the only pearl flower hairpin. Nestled in the center of peach blossom petals similar to Sui Sui's eyes was a pink pearl. Tiny white pearl tassels swayed, with every step full of life. A hairpin adorned with a dangling ornament of beauty, with every step 100 charms, with every sway. This probably described Sui Sui perfectly. "Oh, you little minx, how dare you tease your young lady." Her thoughts exposed a feigning indignation Sui Sui made, as if to tickle Yunmei, who begged for mercy and fright. The room was instantly filled with laughter. A moment later, "Miss, do you have any plans for today?" Sui Sui peach blossom eyes twinkled. "No, I'm not going anywhere, and am not doing anything." Her boyfriend was fighting alone in the palace, and she wanted to wait for his triumphant return. "Oh, by the way, where is Steward Gui?" After breakfast, Sui Sui asked casually. She realized she hadn't seen Steward Gui since last night. "Miss, I was just about to tell you. Steward Gui's leg ailment has Her leg ailment flared up." "I see. He'll go check on her in a bit. You go on ahead." "Yes, miss." Yunmei curtsied and withdrew from the room, closing the door behind her. As soon as she left, Sui Sui quickly rinsed a cup, filled it with fresh spiritual water, and headed straight for the Xinxua Pavilion. Fortunately, the passage between Xiaofeng Courtyard and Xinxua Pavilion had already been opened, so she could carry the water without worrying about spilling it. Before she even got close, she could hear Yunmei's voice. The door was open, but Sui Sui still knocked. "Miss, you're here." "Miss?" Steward Gui, who was leaning by the bedside, struggled to get up. Seeing this, Sui Sui quickly told her to sit back down. "Steward Gui, what's wrong with your leg? It looks quite serious." "Oh, it's an old chronic problem. It aches from time to time. When it does, the pain is excruciating, and I can't even walk. I've had the imperial physician look at it, but the treatments only address the symptoms, not the root cause. Steward Gui, I mixed this according to my family's ancestral recipe. It works well for all kinds of pain. Give it a try." With that, she handed over the cup filled with fresh spiritual water. Steward Gui took it, removed the lid, and was immediately greeted by a sweet, milky fragrance. She drank it all in one go, leaving a milky sweetness in her mouth. Moments later, it felt as if a warm current was flowing through her entire body. The pain in her knee noticeably and gradually eased until it completely disappeared. Steward Gui looked at her leg in disbelief, then turned her gaze to Sui Sui, who was smiling like a flower. "Miss, this water of yours is simply miraculous. My leg doesn't hurt at all anymore. I'm glad it doesn't hurt. This is my family's ancestral secret formula. I can't guarantee it's 100% effective, but it's— Thank you, miss, for your help. Otherwise, this old woman doesn't know how much longer she'd have to suffer." Yunmei, standing by, looked at Sui Sui with sparkle. Her young lady was truly amazing. After leaving the Xinxua Pavilion, Sui Sui went to the garden. She swung on the swing, waiting for him, thinking. As for Jin Zhao, whom Sui Sui missed so dearly, the investiture ceremony continued solemnly and grandly. The proclamation, the crowning, the reading of the decree, the bestowal of the seal, the crown princes, 3 bows of gratitude, the visit to the ancestral temple, and the report to the ancestors. As dusk gradually descended, stars stealthily filled the sky. Yet Jin Zhao had not yet returned. "Miss, it's almost the hour of the boar. Perhaps you should return to your room and wait." Peach Blossom, who was standing guard nearby, advised. Sui Sui shook her head. She had not seen him for an entire day. Without seeing him, she could not find peace to sleep. It seemed that all of a sudden, she could somewhat understand the feeling he had when he came to watch her sleep every day. "Peach Blossom, you go back to rest first." "No, I must protect Miss." Watching her earnest and serious expression, Sway Sway, who had just been feeling a bit emotional, was instantly amused. Peach Blossom, I'm in my own courtyard. Oh, what could happen? We could go to sleep. No, Miss must have at least one person accompanying her. Peach Blossom rejected her suggestion with even more righteous indignation. Miss was so kind. Never had anyone spoken to her as gently as Miss, especially in that coaxing tone meant for a child. Although Miss wasn't much older than her. Seeing that Peach Blossom was determined not to leave, Sway Sway said no more. Peach Blossom was foregoing rest to protect and accompany her, but one must know how to appreciate kindness. Peach Blossom, are you hungry? Miss, I'm not hungry. No sooner had the words been spoken than a series of stomach growls rang out, sounding especially loud in the still night. How embarrassing. Was it too late to go rest now? Sway Sway let out a stifled laugh. She understood such a mortifying scene all too well. Nevertheless, she said, wait here. We'll go get something to eat. I'm hungry too. With that, she got up and returned to her room. After a moment, she came back holding a bucket of Sichuan pepper-flavored instant noodles and an apple. Here, Peach Blossom, try some noodles from my hometown. They'll be ready to eat in a little while. They're only found where I'm from. Peach Blossom took the bucket of noodles, which exuded an enticing aroma. Her heart moved beyond words. Her miss was truly good to her. But then she looked at the apple in Sway Sway's hand and pursed her lips. Miss, how about we trade? Noodles were always more filling than an apple. Oh no, I don't like eating too much soupy food at night. The noodles should be about ready. Eat them quickly. This kind of noodle is best when eaten hot. As she spoke, she herself took a small bite of the apple peel. In truth, she wasn't hungry at all and had no appetite. She had only brought out an apple to spare Peach Blossom from feeling awkward. Since her miss had said so, Peach Blossom didn't stand on ceremony. She pulled out the fork, lifted the lid, and a rich fragrance instantly filled. The moment it entered her mouth, her spirited phoenix eyes suddenly lit up. Numbing, spicy, savory, and fragrant. All exploded on her taste buds at once. How could such delicious noodles exist in the world? Her hands unconsciously quickened their pace of forking the noodles. Peach Blossom, eat slowly. If you like, it'll make you another one next time. Upon hearing this, Peach Blossom slowed down a little. But she still ate rather quickly, eventually finishing even the broth and letting out a small burp. Sway Sway, holding the apple, with only a tiny bite taken out of it, smiled faintly, refraining from teasing her. The night deepened bit by bit. Sway Sway's head drooped lower and lower until she finally fell asleep, her head resting on the stone table. Just as Peach Blossom was about to wake her, the person she was waiting for returned, so she silently withdrew. Seeing the girl who had fallen asleep on the stone table waiting for him, Jin Zhao felt both satisfied and a pang of bittersweetness in his heart. His Sway Sway was such a little fool. He approached, bent down, and intended to lift her horizontally. But the moment he touched Sway Sway, she awoke. Her hazy, sleepy Peach Blossom eyes instantly cleared upon seeing who it was, and she leaped into his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck. Startled, Jin Zhao quickly supported her with both hands to prevent her from falling. Jin Zhao, I missed you so much. Her voice carried a hint of, since they had met, they had never been apart for such a long time. When the longing surged like a tidal wave, she realized that imperceptibly, she had already loved him to the very marrow of her bones. Sensing her emotions, Jin Zhao kissed her delicate earlobe and let out a contented sigh. I miss Sway Sway too. But suddenly she was no longer satisfied with just holding him. So she loosened her arms from around his neck and instead cupped his face. The soft pad of her thumb gently traced his beautiful lips, and then she kissed him. Suddenly teased, Jin Zhao could only let her act recklessly, but his usually stern and cold eyes were now brimming with laughter and her silhouette. It felt as though every cell in his body had come alive in that instant. The person cradled in his arms continued her mischief, her nimble tongue tentatively tracing the outline of his lips bit by bit. Like a tender sprout breaking through the soil, she slowly probed into his mouth, prying open the teeth that had been waiting for her. Lips pressed together, tongues intertwined. Thus began the contest between lips and teeth. Hearts collided in that very moment. Worried that she might catch cold, he carefully carried her toward the room, but his mouth never ceased its motion. Like an insatiable wolf, he eagerly devoured her sweet fragrance. Candles had been lit in both rooms, but Jin Zhao carried her into it. In the lamp, the candle flame swayed wantonly. The passionately kissing lovers bathed in the dim yellow light brought the atmosphere of intimacy to its peak. It was not until they both fell onto the bed that they seemed to wake from a dream. Sway Sway lay on his firm chest, gazing at him, her eyes filled only, but it was precisely those Peach Blossom eyes, curved like crescent moons, carrying a shallow smile, 7 parts gentle, with a hint of 3 parts soul-stealing allure, that nearly made him lose himself again. He pulled her down, pressing her into his arms, and holding her tightly. It was as if only by doing so could he slightly soothe the boiling, clamoring elements within his entire being. But then his nose twitched. He pulled her back a little. Sway Sway, are you injured? His voice was tense, his tone affirmative. Sway Sway looked bewildered. No, I'm not. Why? Then why do I smell blood? Sway Sway was taken aback, then realization dawned, and a shy blush crept onto her pretty face. I'm not injured. I've got my period, what you ancients call menses. Realizing his mistake, Jin Zhao was momentarily embarrassed but also relieved. He then pulled her back into his arms. Sway sway, shall we get married soon? Her jade-like hand, which had been twirling his hair, did not stop. Didn't we agree on next year? Her voice was naturally soft and sweet, and when she coaxed it was even more sugary. Jin Zhao instantly lost his temper. Alright, whatever Sway Sway says. Her voice continued from within his embrace. Jin Zhao, you came back so late. Did you eat anything during the day? Feeling the person above her head shake his head, Sway Sway scrambled up, propping herself on his chest. She poured him a cup of fresh spiritual water. Drink this to soothe your stomach first. Sit here and wait. He'll go find you something to eat. With that, she ran out with a patter of footsteps, returned to her own room, and closed the door. But after rummaging for quite a while, she couldn't find anything suitable to eat at this hour. Her peach blossom eyes darted and she entered the Space Mall. She headed straight for the frozen section, grabbed a bag of small wontons, and then went to the vegetable section to pick up a small bunch of green onions. Then she quickly walked to the rest area kitchen, plugged in the induction cooker, boiled water, and dropped the wontons in. In no time, the space was filled with the aroma of wontons. She divided the bag of wontons into one bowl and one small basin, placed them on a tray, and exited the space. Jin Zhao stood up and walked over. Sway Sway pushed the small basin toward him. Jin Zhao, eat quickly. You've had a long day. After you eat, wash up and rest early. The wontons were sprinkled with emerald green chopped scallions and glistened with a layer of oil, looking appetizing enough to whet anyone's appetite. His distinctively knuckled hand gently held the spoon as he lowered his head and took a bite of a wonton, savoring it carefully. Sway Sweet peach blossom eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Is it good? Jin Zhao nodded. It's delicious. A bowl of wontons surpassed countless. Hearing that it was good, Sway Sway happily began to eat as well. Under the lamplight, two figures sat close together, occasionally exchanging smiles with each other, romantic and beautiful. With a heart free from burdens, she fell into a peaceful sleep. A night of good dreams lasted until dawn. Sue Sue, feeling refreshed, stretched lazily, a smile unconsciously blooming at the corners of her lips. The bright sunlight pouring into the room seemed to pale in comparison to her radiant smile. After tidying herself in the space, she opened the door to call Yunmei in. Before she could say anything, Yunmei began to speak on her own. Mrs. Highness asked me to inform you that he will return after the morning court to have. If you are hungry, feel free to eat first, don't wait for him. Sway Sway smiled, finding her morning quite thoughtful. However, she replied, I know you talk too much. Hurry up and help me with my hair. Yunmei, having been called talkative, stuck out her tongue, but did not slow down her hands. After finishing her hair, Sway Sway applied a perfect diary heartthrob lip gloss, shade 113, a quick red me. With a slight press, her already beautiful lips instantly resembled juicy ripe jelly. Her peach blossom eyes blinked softly, creating an alluring atmosphere, subtly exuding an elegant charm. Yunmei, standing nearby, was utterly mesmerized. Woo, her lady is truly too beautiful. One could never tire of looking at her. Moreover, her figure is quite impressive. So enviable. Miss, you are truly beautiful. Especially after applying lipstick, you are even more stunning, making it hard to look away. Alright, it's not that exaggerated. Did I not give you a tube before? Just apply more, and you will look beautiful too. Makeup can be optional, but lipstick is a must. It is the key to enhancing one's complexion and charm, as well as the simplest way to please oneself. At least that is how she sees it. Thinking of her morning, she mused that lipstick is like a sweet candy of love, making affection even sweeter and juicier. Really? Then I'll put it on later. Go ahead, and bring Tao Hong along. Yes, miss. Seeing her cheerful demeanor, Sway Sway smiled, without saying anything. It is a woman's nature to love beauty, especially for young and pretty girls. Before long, Tao Hong arrived. Miss Yunmei said you were looking for me. Yes, but don't just stand at the door, come in. After she entered, Sway Sway took out a lipstick from her makeup box. Here, Tao Hong, this is something I worked hard to create, especially suited to your charm. As she spoke, she removed the cap and twisted the lipstick out. She gestured for Tao Hong to take it. Here, take it. As young ladies, we must always dress. You and Yunmei can each have one. If you don't know how to apply it, let Yunmei teach you. Thank you, miss. Tao Hong was so touched that she was momentarily at a loss. Alright, you go check at the front door. What a check, they both knew in their hearts. Yes, miss. But before Tao Hong could reach the door, Jin Zhao returned with Li Heng, carrying a bag of items behind him. Where is your lady? Back to His Highness. She is at Xiaofeng Courtyard, letting me check if you have returned. Without pausing, Jin Zhao headed straight for Xiaofeng Courtyard. Sway Sway. Hearing Jin Zhao's voice, Sway Sway immediately turned her head, while sitting before the mirror, her lovely face radiating a bright smile. Standing up, she lifted her skirt and walked toward him. He walked toward her, and as soon as he saw her moist red lips, his originally gentle and smiling eyes dimmed slightly. As Sway Sway approached, she caught sight of him, her lips slightly pouting. What? Not beautiful? She had an air of, if you dare to say it's not beautiful, be prepared to face the consequences. Jin Zhao took her hand, his voice low and husky. Beautiful, so beautiful, I want to hide you away. With one hand holding hers, he closed the door with the other. He directly wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing their bodies very close, almost perfectly matched. Then he leaned down to cover those enticing red lips, wanting to kiss away that dazzling vermilion, but ultimately only tasting it lightly. But Sui Sui was dumbfounded. What was going on? Had her charm diminished? Was this still the boyfriend who wouldn't stop kissing her until she was breathless? Seeing her peach blossom eyes shift, he knew what she was thinking. He freed one hand and playfully pinched her pert nose. Silly girl, aren't you hungry? Suddenly Sui Sui felt like she might cry from her own foolishness, her face reddening as she replied in a feigned fierce tone, "How could I not be hungry? I'm about to starve." But this feigned fierce tone sounded more like a spoiled pout in his ears. Alright, it's all my fault. Let's go have breakfast now, shall we? An upward inflection of was like a hook, making one addicted, as if enchanted. Okay. Seeing her dazed expression, he laughed heartily. His Sui Sui, every aspect of her was so adorable, making one fall in love with her endlessly. As she snapped back to reality, Sui Sui shot him a hard glare before heading out. Following her, Jin Zhao's smile was broad. Anyone with eyes could see clearly. Upon reaching the dining hall, the servants had already set up breakfast. Seeing her still angry, Jin Zhao used every trick in the book to coax her. Sui Sui finally broke her anger with a smile. The couple in the dining hall were filled with tenderness due to a touch of lipstick. Outside the dining hall, a hidden feeling began to quietly blossom due to a touch of lipstick. "Yun Mei, you look really beautiful." Li Heng walked over to Yun Mei, ruffling her hair from behind his handsome face full of silly smiles. Surprised by his compliment, Yun Mei felt shy, lowering her head to curl her hair ends. "Where am I beautiful?" "Everywhere. You look even more beautiful with some blush." "Smooth talker." Yun Mei said this, but her face was filled with a bright smile. Originally a beautiful girl, this smile added even more. Li Heng, captivated, gazed at her, and upon realizing her words, quickly added, "Yun Mei, I'm not smooth talking. I'm speaking the truth. If you don't believe me, ask Tao Hong if you are very beautiful." Tao Hong. As soon as Li Heng spoke, Tao Hong immediately turned her head. Flirting in front of her was quite embarrassing. Yet against her will, her gaze was drawn to the figure not far away, only to find that he was looking over at that moment too. For a moment their eyes met in the air, then quickly averted. Persistent, Li Heng walked up to her, pulling her thoughts back. "Tao Hong, tell me, hasn't Yun Mei always been beautiful? And doesn't she look even more beautiful with blush?" Hearing them, with one asking persistently, and the other listening attentively, Tao Hong felt speechless, feeling that they were even more lovey-dovey than the lady and his highness. Lowering her voice, she said, "What do you mean? Flirting in front of me? Don't you feel any pain in your heart?" Both of them suddenly fell silent, their faces turning bright red. Although they deliberately lowered their voices, Sui Sui and the others faintly heard a rough idea. With her arms crossed, she looked at him leisurely. "I didn't expect that your subordinate Li Heng harbors such feelings for Yun Mei. Sui Sui, you are wronging me. I genuinely don't know what feelings Li Heng has for anyone. Although I am his master, I really don't know. If Sui Sui doesn't like it, I will ask Li Heng to behave himself." "Hey, don't. I didn't mean that. Besides, it's better to ruin a temple than to break a marriage. Li Heng and Yun Mei are quite a match." She truly did not expect that a single lipstick could potentially foster a romance. "Alright, let's listen to Sui Sui. Now that's more like it." Sujui's face was filled with sweet smiles. She realized that after meeting him, the little temper and emotions she had to hide before were now all spoiled by him. After being appointed as the crown prince, Jin Zhao was visibly busier than before. Having finished breakfast with Sui Sui, he went straight to the study. Recalling the morning court session where officials proposed he as the heir apparent should move to the Eastern Palace, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. His Sui Sui was still in the crown prince's residence. How could he abandon her? Besides, state affairs could be handled anywhere. Li Kun assigned some tasks to those old fellows. Let them find something productive to do instead of meddling. Li Kun took the list, bowed, and replied, "Yes, your highness." Jin Zhao rubbed his temples and waved him out. He wondered what his Sui Sui was doing at that moment. The very Sui Sui he was thinking about was leisurely swinging on a swing with a large bunch of black grapes beside her, utterly carefree and content. The lush verdant pines and cypresses perfectly shielded the harsh sunlight. When a gentle breeze passed, the fragrance of blooming flowers drifted along, refreshing the soul. "Miss, this garden is truly a wonderful retreat from the heat. And with such beautiful scenery, even my mood has lifted. Of course, otherwise staying indoors at this hour would be stifling." Her voice abruptly halted before she could finish the last word. She could escape the heat daily, but what about her beloved? As the future ruler of the nation, he could not evade any duty or discomfort. "Yun Mei, Tao Hong, let's go back." Yun Mei, who was pushing the swing, paused and asked in confusion, "Miss, why the sudden return? Isn't it cool here?" Sui Sui stepped off the swing without looking back and said, "Swinging has grown tedious. I'll go lie down for a while." She planned to bring some relief to her beloved. "Oh, I see. I'll fan you later, miss." Sui Sui glanced at her, but remained silent. The heat was simply unbearable. Once they left the shade, the air seemed to thicken instantly, and even the wind carried a scorching heat. The path to the garden had no covered corridor for shade. Thus she was fully exposed to the blazing sun. As she walked, a thin layer of sweat formed on her skin. At that moment Sui Sui wished she had wings to fly back. But that was nothing but a pipe dream. Hurrying as fast as she could, she finally returned to Xiaofeng Courtyard after nearly 15 minutes. Few and melting from the heat. From now on I'll only go to the garden in the evening or at night. Going during the day makes the return trip too grueling. You two go rest as well, I'll lie down alone. No need for your service. Yes, miss. They closed the door as they left. Once they were gone, Sui Sui quickly bolted the door and entered her space. In the daily necessities section, she picked a rechargeable mini fan. Then she went to the freezer area, took out a large ice block she had frozen earlier, and grabbed 2 mung bean popsicles. After preparing everything, she held an oil paper umbrella that seemed barely effective and headed to the study. By the time she arrived, Sui Sui felt her undergarments clinging to her with sweat, and the fine hairs at her temples were slightly stuck due to perspiration. Miss Sui, why are you here? Where is your master? The master is in the study. Oh, please go in. Sui Sui nodded, and was about to knock when the door opened from within. Her peach blossom eyes lit up. Jin Zhao. Entering the room and closing the door, the outdoor heat was partially blocked, but it was still stifling. Seeing her somewhat disheveled state, Jin Zhao's heart ached. He quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe her sweat. Sui Sui, with such heat, stay indoors to avoid heat stroke. It's such a short distance, so I won't get heat stroke. And I came with an umbrella, hee. Though the umbrella was utterly useless. But she had herbal anti-heat liquid and miraculous spiritual water. Oh, you. What can I say? You could have sent your maid to inform me, and I would have come directly. Oh, that's too troublesome. I came now to bring you something wonderful. Saying this, she walked to the desk, waved her hand, and the prepared items appeared. Sui Sui picked up the popsicles and the fan. Though he had witnessed her making things disappear with a wave of her hand before, Jin Zhao was still utterly astonished. Jin Zhao, why are you standing there like a statue? Come over. Sui Sui beckoned with a smile. He moved mechanically, looking at the items on the floor, and then at her, whose eyes curved like crescent moons. Sui Sui, it's to cool you down. Look, the big ice block emits cold air. Place it at your feet, and won't it be less hot when you... Then she picked up the small fan. This is a mini fan. Press this switch, and it will automatically blow air. Don't underestimate its size, the wind force is quite strong. When it runs out of power, it won't spin. Give it back to me then. Try it. With that, she turned on the switch. As the blades began to spin, a cool breeze instantly arrived, dispelling most of the oppressive heat. Cool, right? After a moment, Sui Sui turned off the fan and placed it behind a decorative item on the desk. Though the study was a restricted area where no one could enter without Jin Zhao's permission, caution was always wise. Sui Sui, how can you be so wonderful? So wonderful that it made him believe he was the one being cherished. Sui Sui walked to stand before him, took his hands, and met his gaze with firm sincerity. Because we are a couple, and most importantly, you are good to me. Wasn't love about mutual care? Jin Zhao chuckled. You little fool, isn't it a man's duty to be good to his woman? First put the ice block under the desk to feel its coolness. Alright, whatever Sui Sui says. After placing the ice, they began eating the popsicle. The contrast in temperature was so sharp that the moment the popsicle touched her lips, Sui Sui felt a chill rush straight to her head, leaving her with an utterly refreshing sensation. After finishing, she left the study, not wanting to disturb his work. Seeing all that Sui Sui had painstakingly prepared for him, Jin Zhao felt a lump in his throat. His Sui Sui was truly too good. After a moment, Li Hing pushed open the door and entered. Your Highness. Move the study to Xiaofeng Courtyard. His gaze and tone left no room for argument. Also build a shaded corridor on the path from Xiaofeng Courtyard to the back garden. Li Heng looked up at him in disbelief. What had possessed his master? Your Highness, the corridor is easy to construct, but moving the study. What about the underground chamber? Jin Zhao pondered briefly. Leave the underground chamber as it is. First go to Xiaofeng Courtyard and select 2 suitable rooms to set up the... Yes, Your Highness. After Li Heng left, Jin Zhao bent down and touched the large ice block at his feet. It was icy cold and wonderfully refreshing. Sui Sui, you've worked so hard for me. How could I bear to let you endure such a journey? Meanwhile, back in her room, Sui Sui quickly threw herself into the bathtub. She felt that after just that one round trip, the sweat on her body was nearly making her smell. A bath was absolutely necessary, otherwise the discomfort would be unbearable. After a refreshing wash, she casually put on a modern sleeveless dress. Modern clothes are so much better. Simple, convenient, and not. Tossing her dirty clothes into the washing machine, she collapsed onto the spring mattress and rolled back and forth. The soft bed, the pleasant temperature, and the cheerful mood made sweet dreams come easily. As summer arrives, Sui Sui feels the familiar drowsiness of the season creeping in. After glancing at the clock, she realizes she has slept for nearly 2 hours in the space, yet remains full of fatigue. With a lazy yawn and stretch, she struggles to finally get out of her comfortable bed. Fearing that someone would be frantic if they couldn't find her, she quickly changed into a spare dress, grabbed the clothes from the washing machine, and exited. As expected, within 10 seconds of stepping out, she heard Jin Zhao's anxious voice calling Sui Sui. Sui Sui hurriedly ran to open the door saying, "What's wrong, Jin Zhao? I'm so tired." Seeing her still there merely sleeping, Jin Zhao let out a huge sigh of relief. Although he already knew she possessed a secret treasure that could take her away, he couldn't help but worry that she might truly disappear. Because of deep love and concern, he feared losing her. Jin Zhao rubbed her hair, which was completely down, and said, "Just now your maid rushed in saying you weren't responding no matter how she knocked on your door." Sui Sui stepped forward, wrapping her arms around his slim waist, accentuated by the dragon-patterned belt, nuzzling her head into his embrace. Annoyed at herself for having slept so comfortably in the air-conditioned room, she said, "I'm sorry, Jin Zhao, I made you worry again." "Silly girl, as long as you're here, that's enough. You call me silly, but you're the silliest. Where would I go if you're here?" Yes, I'm the silliest, and Sui Sui is the smartest." Feeling flattered, Sui Sui heart bubbled with joy. "What time is it now? I'm hungry. It'll be noon soon. I'll have them bring the meal right away." Jin Zhao is the best." Jin Zhao lightly pinched her nose, smiling with gentle affection. In her loving gaze, she smiled sweetly. "All right, Jin Zhao, are there any spare rooms in Xiaofeng Courtyard? I need them, the sooner the better." "Yes, I'll have Li Heng arrange it shortly." "Thank you, Jin Zhao moi," she said laughingly, giving him a reward on his lips. "But aren't you going to ask what I need it for?" "Well, does Sui Sui want to tell me?" Her beautiful eyes filled with laughter twinkled. About that I can't tell you for now, but you'll know in a while." "All right, I'll listen to Sui Sui." After lunch, Jin Zhao chatted with Sui Sui for a while before returning to work. Sui Sui understood after all he would be the future ruler of a nation. It would be unusual if he weren't busy. "Tao Hong Yin Mei, I'm going to take a nap. You two can rest. If there's nothing urgent, don't knock on the door. They'll come out when I wake up." "Understood, miss." After they left, Sui Sui quickly bolted the door and entered the space, starting to wander inside. After a round, she decided to begin her entrepreneurial journey with food. After all, food is of utmost importance. The first step is to start with milk tea and cold drinks. Who can resist the refreshing sweetness on a hot summer day? After checking the inventory of 2 milk tea shops, Sui sighed in relief. She looked up the process of making milk tea and started with 6 cups. Inserting straws, she took a deep sip. Refreshing, perfect. While sipping, she walked again to the daily necessities section, grabbing all the popsicle molds, preparing to make a batch of the most basic old-fashioned popsicles. Though they were old popsicles, they were made with spiritual water, and undoubtedly their price would be the highest. Since ancient times, you get what you pay for. The ice cream originally in the freezer would be sold as regular. But even sold as regular, the price would still be a bit higher, as rarity adds. Good things are not affordable for everyone, especially in this ancient time of vast wealth disparity. Without hesitation, she took 4 buckets of water. 2 buckets were mixed with white sugar for a mild sweetness. The other 2 buckets had a small amount of white sugar and an appropriate amount of fruit-flavored coloring, making the finished product appear more vibrant. Once the water was prepared, it was directly poured into the molds. The molds included both standard styles and animal shapes, all adorably cute. The entire process was completed in 10 minutes, just as she finished a cup of milk tea. Afterward, she didn't wonder anymore. Stepping out of the space, the sun was blazing down. Thinking of the remaining cups of milk tea, she hesitated for a moment, but decided to brave the heat and go out. Under the dazzling sunlight, a graceful young woman held an oiled paper umbrella, her hair flowing in the wind as she jogged, while the pale yellow skirt fluttered beautifully in the breeze. However, after just a short jog, Sui slowed down, leaning against a shaded spot, sighing. They say life is about exercise, but I really can't get active. I should have known not to run. But it's hard to predict beforehand, Sui. Jin Zhao. Sui was suddenly overjoyed. "What brings you here?" "I suddenly wanted to see you, so I came." Jin Zhao gently wiped the fine sweat from her nose, his smile equally gentle. "But we just saw each other at lunch." Sui suddenly realized she was being overly sentimental, clearly wanting to see him too. "Yeah, I want to see Sui all the time." "Then accompany me back to Xiaofeng Courtyard." "All right, I will listen to Sui." Not far away, Li Heng observed the affectionate exchange between his master and sighed, unable to hide his envy. When would Yunmei realize his feelings? Sigh. "Hey Li Heng, why are you in a daze? Let's go." Sui turned around and found him still standing there. Oh. And in the blink of an eye, he bumped into his master's icy gaze. Why is it that he can be so gentle in front of Sui, but cold with me? Li Heng, go call Yunmei and Tao Hong over too. Yes, Miss Sui. Moments later, they gathered in the cool pavilion of Xiaofeng Courtyard. Sui brought out a tray from the house, and on the tray were the milk tea cups were a non-renewable resource from the space, and she didn't plan to use the existing cups in the future. The only batch was for herself. "Miss, what are you serving?" Sui looked at Yunmei, then at everyone, and smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out very soon." Then she distributed the milk tea to everyone one by one. Without a doubt, the first one was given to Jin Zhao. Looking at the cup in his hand identical to the one in the beloved girl's hand, his lips couldn't help but curve upwards. After distributing Sui Sui, let everyone drink to the side, while she returned to her room with Jin Zhao. Jin Zhao quickly tasted it, and see if it's good. Sui Sui excitedly urged him, taking a big sip herself. Instantly her mouth was filled with the rich flavor of milk tea accompanied by a hint of jasmine fragrance. With a mouthful of pearls biting down, they were chewy and delightful, and the red beans were soft and sweet. Wow, it's amazing. Her sparkling peach blossom eyes couldn't help but curve into crescent moons. Watching her satisfied and lazy expression, Jin Zhao felt his heart soften. How could there be such a wonderful girl in this world? Taking a sip of milk tea, refreshing and delicious. But he felt that no matter how sweet the milk tea was, it couldn't compare to her milky sweetness. It's delicious. Do you think this will sell well, eh? Jin Zhao was taken aback. Sui Sui wants to start a business. I want to sell this milk tea first. It will sell well. Even if it doesn't sell well, I will make it sell well. When the sun isn't so harsh anymore, I'll go see if there are suitable storefronts. No need to find one, I'll have Li Hong take you directly. You can choose any storefront you like. He added, I'll accompany you then. Do you have many storefronts? Well, that's true. But I can't take over your currently operating shops. Jin Zhao hesitated for a moment, and said, they're all empty shops that haven't opened yet. Then thank you, boyfriend. Sui Sui felt relieved. Although he was her boyfriend, she couldn't bring herself to take away someone else's means of making a living. Silly girl. Called a silly girl, Sui's sweet, delicate face blossomed with a sweet smile, cherished, loved, and held dear. As the sun slanted westward in the sky, Jin Zhao and Sui Sui strolled through the bustling, lively streets. Although most townsfolk had long recognized this pair of golden boy and jade girl, every time they saw them, they would marvel at their perfect match, a union made in heaven. Occasionally someone with ill intentions would fix a lecherous gaze upon Sui Sui, only to be driven back by Jin Zhao's icy stare, as if looking at a dead man. Jin Zhao, why is your shop left vacant? I haven't decided what business to run yet. Watching his master's glib reply, Li Hong, who followed behind, inwardly ranted, Master, you clearly seized it from the third prince with swift and ruthless means, just haven't had time to deal with these shops yet. But he dared not utter a word of this. Yet he still dared to sneak occasional glances at Yunmei beside him. Yunmei was truly beautiful. Oh, alright. If I fancy any later, they're mine. Giving them all to Sui Sui is no trouble. Sui Sui shook her head. I only need one shop. Since all goods came from her space, to avoid unnecessary trouble handling things personally was more prudent, one shop sufficed. She had confidence that with this single shop she could thrive even in the vast capital. Alright, whatever Sui Sui says. The sunset gradually sank into the western mountains until it vanished entirely, and the streets grew even more lively. Along the way they inspected the original silk shops, pawn shops, inns, restaurants, noodle houses, tea houses, and cosmetic stores. When she found one to her liking, Sui Sui secretly used her phone to photograph the shop's layout. In the end, she chose the former cosmetic store. For no other reason than its location and interior structure were simple and convenient to renovate, and it deeply appealed to her. With the shop settled, Sui Sui felt half at ease. Next came the renovation, but she wasn't in a rush. Haste makes waste, as she needed to plan. As dusk deepened, lights gradually brightened. The capital's curfew didn't begin until midnight. Thus by the riverbanks and pavilions crowds gathered to escape the heat and enjoy the cool, chatting about the latest interesting tales they knew. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing waves of refreshing coolness. Sui Sui took Jin Zhao's hand, led him to a secluded spot, and pulled a cloth mat from her space, spreading it up. They sat on the ground, he holding her, she leaning against him, fully savoring the beauty of the moment. Moonlight spilled onto the river, the water surface shimmering like a splendid living painting. Jin Zhao, it seems we haven't sat together like this watching the stars in a while. Sorry, Sui Sui. Lately someone has been slacking off and shoving almost all the memorials onto me, so I've been a bit busy. He'll try to find more time to be with you. Sui Sui chuckled. You're his son and the future son of heaven. It's only natural for him to delegate them to you. What you need to do is take these memorials seriously. Jin Zhao tightened his arm around her shoulder. But then I won't have as much time for Sui Sui. Aren't we together every day? Besides, giving each other some space and distance can actually benefit our relationship. We have an old saying, where I come from, distance creates beauty. What it means is that between a man and a woman, leaving some room for each other might make the relationship sweeter and happier. Jin Zhao was amused and exasperated by her words. Sui Sui, that's pure nonsense. You know, even half a day without seeing you fills me with longing. In the darkness, the girl nestled in his arms, silently curved her lips. I know, because I feel the same. Then why do you talk about distance creating beauty? Alright, distance creates longing. Sui Sui laughed uncontrollably in his arms. Her silvery laughter mingled with the clinking of her hair ornaments like a delightful melody. Perhaps the atmosphere was too perfect on a whim. Sui Sui tilted her head up while laughing and bit his smooth jaw. Her teeth grazed lightly, and he let out a muffled groan, startlingly clear in the serene surroundings. Losing control, Jin Zhao flipped her around with his powerful arm, seating her astride his lap face to face. Startled by his sudden move, Sui Sui gasped, and quickly wrapped her arms around his neck. Though it was too dark to see clearly when he caught a glimpse of her moist, beautiful eyes, he inexplicably felt the stars in her gaze were bright. In a moment of parched thirst, he lowered his head and kissed the crimson lips he had craved all day. They tasted like fresh jelly, as sweet, as ever irresistible. Having anticipated what would follow when she sparked the fire, she responded passionately to his reaction. Kissing was truly a wonderful thing. With the perfect timing, place, and mood, it would be a shame not to share a dark embrace and kiss with one's beloved. Meanwhile, Li Heng and the others guarding the perimeter from the moment their master groaned were awkwardly at a loss, so they turned their backs to each other. But gazing at Yun Mei's blushing, radiant face, the awkwardness gradually faded. At that moment, he had only one thought: should he be as brave as his master and confess his feelings directly? Would Yun Mei agree? He was torn in a fierce inner battle, but just as he resolved to declare his heart, Sui Sui and the others emerged, Li Heng immediately regretted his hesitation, having missed such a perfect chance. As an experienced one, Sui Sui's gaze flickered between them, instantly grasping the situation. So as she passed by him, she deliberately lowered her voice and said, "Happiness is in your own hands. If you don't bravely try, how will you know she's unwilling? Just like her. If she had hesitated, how could she have reaped such a sweet love now?" Though her voice was soft, it couldn't escape the keen ears of a certain someone. Li Heng was about to nod in agreement when he caught his master's icy, frustrating glare. His voice was equally cold and harsh. "Take care of your own private affairs promptly." Li Heng immediately straightened up. Yes. He knew his master was angered. But what had he done? Miss Sui had only spoken a few words to him. Yet he hadn't realized he underestimated his master's intense possessiveness over Miss Sui. So upon returning, he seized an opportunity and pulled Yun Mei to— "Oh, Li Heng, what are you doing?" Yun Mei was both shy and annoyed. If not for him, she would have screamed. But more than anything, she was delighted. Yun Mei— Li Heng swallowed hard. He was also nervous about what he was about to say. Others might be like a bride on her first sedan chair, but he was a young man making his first confession. After waiting a long time with no follow-up, Yun Mei grew genuinely irritated. Having been pulled aside with no words, she said, "If you don't speak him—" "Yun Mei, wait." Li Heng quickly grabbed her as she pretended to leave and asked anxiously, "Yun Mei, I want to ask, would you be willing to be with me? To be my wife in the future?" Seeing no reaction, he quickly added, "Don't worry, our household will only ever have you as its mistress. I'll hand over all my salary to you except for necessary social expenses." Though she had long harbored feelings for him, and was both surprised and delighted by his words, Yun Mei didn't let this confession sweep her off her feet. Her face flushed red as she struggled to calm herself. "I need to speak with my lady and my younger brother. Can I give you my answer tomorrow noon?" "All right, as long as you don't reject me then." His smile and head pat added a touch of endearing naivety to his handsome face. Yun Mei found it inexplicably amusing. "Got it." Hearing her reply, Li Heng breathed a sigh of relief. After fidgeting for a while, he finally mustered the courage to quickly peck her on the cheek. This kiss left both of them stunned for a moment. But after returning to their rooms, each recalling the scene just now, they both smiled in unison. The next day, the sky was clear and cloudless with a gentle breeze. Sui Sui, gazing at Yun Mei, who was inserting a hairpin for her in the mirror, had faint dark circles under her eyes, yet they couldn't conceal the smile in her gaze. She teased, "Yun Mei, are you celebrating something joyful?" Miss, what joy could I possibly have?" Immersed in her own happiness, Yun Mei was momentarily taken aback. "Then why are you smiling so dreamily?" "Oh, miss, I'm ignoring you." Teased. Yun Mei blushed with a mix of shyness and annoyance, stomped her foot, and turned her back. "Oh, what a pity. I was planning to introduce you to Li Heng as a bride, but since you're ignoring me, forget it." "Oh, miss. How strange, how strange. The moment I mention Li Heng, you pay attention to me." Having finished her hairstyle, Sui Sui pretended to ponder, rubbing her chin as she circled around Yun Mei, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Her gaze was too direct, leaving Yun Mei feeling utterly embarrassed. She stammered, "Where?" Yet she couldn't help asking, "Miss, what do you think of Li Heng?" Li Heng." Sui Sui deliberately drew out the last syllable and fell silent, driving Yun Mei to great anxiety. "He's quite good. Handsome, has a decent job, and his character is trustworthy." Relieved by her affirmation, Yun Mei sighed. "Miss, do you think he will be a qualified husband in the future?" Watching her shy smile, Sui Sui teased, "Don't you already have the answer in your heart? Rest assured, based on my judgment of people, he won't treat you poorly." "Thank you, miss, I understand. May I ask for half a day off?" "My, I want to go tell my younger brother about this. He's currently working as a handyman at the Wuwei Martial Arts Hall." "All right, go ahead. Be careful on the road." "I know, thank you, miss." Her cheerful demeanor made Sui Sui shake her head with a soft laugh. Watching those around her find their true love and unite was truly a joyful thing. Not long after Yun Mei left, Jin Zhao came looking for her. "Jin Zhao, you're here." Sui Sui fluttered like a graceful butterfly into his embrace, and he naturally held her close. The soft sunlight fell upon them, making them appear as a pair of celestial lovers. Sui, let's have breakfast first. Later I'll take you somewhere. Where to? You'll find out when we get there, Sui. During breakfast, Sui casually asked, where's Li Hong? The person beside her paused his chopsticks over a crystal dumpling. Does Sui want to see him? It's not that I want to see him, someone else does. Jin Zhao understood her meaning and said no more, merely placing the crystal dumpling into her small jade plate. Thank you, Jin Zhao. Sui picked it up and took a bite. Fresh, fragrant, tender, and smooth, so delicious that her peach blossom eyes narrowed in satisfaction. Watching his beloved girl savor the food, his face was filled with tenderness and contentment. After breakfast, the two set off in a carriage. A quarter of an hour after they left, a large number of people began bustling in and out of Xiaofeng courtyard. The commander was none other than Li Hong, whom Sui had casually asked about earlier. On the road, as the familiar routes and scenery passed by outside, Sui guessed, Jin Zhao, are we heading to the palace? But the answer surprised her. No, I'm taking you somewhere you'll definitely like, Sui. What place is so mysterious? You'll know soon, Sui. Alright then. After the carriage traveled a while, it turned a corner onto another path. The population grew sparse, and the scenery became increasingly beautiful. Sui lifted the curtain, gazing curiously outside. Jin Zhao, are you trying to sell me off in some deep mountain forest? He chuckled softly. I would sell anyone, but you, Sui. Who knows? Yet her bright smile was filled with shyness and trust. The mountain path was not easy for the carriage to traverse. Sui's initial anticipation was nearly shaken away by the slow, bumpy ride. Dizzy, she could only lie in Jin Zhao's arms. Jin Zhao, how much longer? I feel like I'm going to throw up from the shaking. Be good, Sui. Alright then. The carriage jolted for another quarter of an hour. Just as she was drifting off to sleep, it came to a halt. Jin Zhao, her drowsy, mellow voice sweetened his heart, softening his expression repeatedly. But when facing the person outside the carriage, his tenderness instantly vanished, and his tone turned heavy. Li Kuan. Your Highness, the destination is just ahead, but the carriage cannot go further. Sui, let's get off. If you don't want to walk, I'll carry you. Having regained her composure, Sui reached for Jin Zhao's hand to step down, but he stopped her. Moi. Be good, Sui. It's not convenient to set down a stool here. He'll carry you. With his long legs, Jin Zhao easily stepped off the carriage. Long legs are really convenient for everything. But before she could finish her thought, he scooped her up horizontally. The unexpected Princess Carrie filled Sui with sweetness, yet also a faint, barely noticeable disappointment, because it ended before she could fully savor it. Li Kuan, standing nearby, watched their every move, astonished and exclaiming inwardly. Indeed, His Highness doting on the future crown princess was far more impressive than mere hearsay. Jin Zhao, shall we continue forward? Yes, Sui, take my hand. Hand in hand they walked together as one. Hey Jin Zhao, the air in the mountains is indeed much better than in populated places. Sui lifted her delicate chin, took a deep breath, and felt entirely refreshed, as if all her earlier discomfort had vanished. After turning the corner ahead, Sui will like it even more. Then let's hurry. She took his hand, ready to run forward. But he swiftly wrapped an arm around her waist and soared into the air. In just a few breaths they arrived. When she saw the sea of roses in red, pale pink, white, yellow, blue, blackish red, and purple covering the mountains, Sui was so stunned by their beauty that in disbelief, she turned to the person beside her. Jin Zhao, this is. I discovered it by chance. The weather is pleasant today, so I thought I'd bring you to see it. Do you like it? Like it? I love it, absolutely love it. Thank you, Jin Zhao moi. After blowing him a kiss through the air, she crouched down to gently inhale the fragrance of the fiery red blooms. Roses, they are almost every woman's fervent dream. She was no exception. Once people often confessed their love under the dormitory building. Back then she thought that nothing could make a face blush more deeply than this, sweet and romantic. For most women, nothing else could match its allure and beauty. At least that was what Sui believed. Turning around, she looked back at the man gazing at her with tender eyes. Jin Zhao, do you know what flower this is? He shook his head. It's called a rose. In my world it symbolizes love. Especially the red rose, which represents passionate love. Understanding dawned in Jin Zhao's heart, and the corners of his handsome lips curled up visibly. He approached her, plucked a red rose, cleaned it reverently, and tucked it into her slightly loose bun. The flower is beautiful, and its meaning is beautiful, but you are the most beautiful of all. Sui, have I ever told you that I adore you? Stroking the delicate red rose in her hair, Sui's sweet face bloomed with shyness. She glared at him playfully. What do you think? Yet a hint of anticipation gleamed in her eyes. Jin Zhao's heart softened suddenly, and his unhurried voice carried a smile. Sui, I adore you. May every year, and every day be like today. Overwhelmed by his heartfelt confession, she leaped into his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck. Jin Zhao, I love you too. I love you so much. Amid the rose fields, the golden boy and jade girl echoed, I love you. On a winding path, amid a sea of flowers, Sui fluttered like a butterfly, sniffing here and peering there, the joy in her brows and eyes radiating innocence. Occasionally, she would glance back to meet the gaze of the person following closely behind her peach blossom eyes sparkling like stars. A gentle breeze brushed past her flowing hair, sweeping across the tip of his nose and leaving a lingering fragrance. He thought no matter how fragrant the myriad blossoms, none could compare to the scent of her hair. No matter how vibrant the flowers, none could rival her enchanting smile. Tired from walking, they sat back to back on the lush green grass beneath a luxuriantly leafy tree. When sitting grew weary, they lay down, gazing up at the sky. She walked and he walked. She sat and he sat. She lay down and he lay down, with hands pillowing their heads, elbows touching. The sky was clear and azure, the breeze teasing the clouds into rolling and unfurling. Whenever she turned around, he was there smiling at her with tender affection. Sway Sway suddenly felt that this moment was overwhelmingly beautiful. In her past life, she had scurried about for mere silver, never daring to slack off in her work or life. Now, having transmigrated, she was as leisurely as a true salted fish, and had even gained such a rich, handsome, and tall boyfriend. Life indeed is like the old saying, a blessing in disguise. Everything is the best arrangement by heaven. Turning her head, she saw in his narrow, affectionate eyes nothing but her own every smile and frown. Turning over, she wanted to rest her face on her hand, but he quickly placed his large palm beneath hers. Sway Sway let out a soft laugh and kissed his wrist. Jin Zhao. He responded tenderly. Boyfriend. Unknowingly, he had grown accustomed to her new nicknames for him. Jin Zhao. Boyfriend. Jin Zhao boyfriend. Like a naive child, she called him repeatedly without saying anything else, yet he always cooperated without a hint of impatience. Behind every address was an unspoken, I love you. This was likely the sweetness of she fusses, he smiles. Jin Zhao. I'm hungry. Alright, what does Sway Sway want to eat? I want roast chicken. I miss my boyfriend's barbecue skills. Jin Zhao sat up and touched her crescent-like brows and eyes. Alright, I'll have Li Kuan hunt a wild chicken. Li Kuan. His tone toward her was not the usual lofty coldness. Li Kuan from afar teleported over, cupped his fists, and bowed his head slightly. Go hunt a wild chicken. Yes, your highness. Thinking Jin Zhao's tone was too icy, Sway Sway quickly added with a smile, we'll eat together later. Li Kuan bowed his head even lower. This subordinate dare not. As she finished speaking, he felt his master's displeased gaze and a voice several degrees colder. Go. Once he was far away, Sway Sway pinched his cheek. Jin Zhao, this contrast cuteness of yours is really adorable, and I love it so much. Jin Zhao let her small hands knead his face freely, only offering a helpless smile. They are not, Sway Sway. His gentleness was only for her. She understood that perfectly. I love hearing that. But now we need to get up and prepare some branches to start a fire. Wait for Li Kuan to come back, and let him do it. No, since we rarely get to go out, I want to fully enjoy the fun of a picnic. What joy was there in a picnic without doing it yourself? Jin Zhao had no choice but to go along with her. After starting the fire, Sway Sway looked around and pulled out a large bottle of Coca-Cola and 3 disposable cups. Cola with roast chicken. Perfect. Sway Sway. Relax, there's no one around. If there were, I definitely wouldn't take it out. Before long, Li Kuan returned carrying a plump wild chicken. Seeing it was already clean, Sway Sway nodded in satisfaction. This subordinate was indeed reliable. Over here, roast chicken and cola were delightful. Over there, it was equally sweet. Li Heng snatched a moment from his busy schedule to block Yin Mei, who was about to go out. Yin Mei, it's almost noon. Have you made up your mind? Yin Mei twisted a strand of her hair and glanced at him shyly. I've decided. Is it a yes? Li Heng stared at her intently, double-checking with unease. Yin Mei nodded shyly. The moment he had placed the silver in her hands, he had taken root in her heart. Now she was about to get her wish. But what left her dumbfounded was that upon confirming her agreement, he just stood there grinning foolishly and scratching his head. Was he too overjoyed to contain himself? Ahem. Oh, right, Yin Mei, this is for you. Snapping back to reality, Li Heng pulled a white jade plum blossom hairpin from his chest. The plum blossom hairpin, crafted from fine white jade, was translucent throughout, each petal lustrous, with a blood-red bud set in the middle, exquisitely beautiful. As soon as Yin Mei saw the hairpin, she recognized it from the Nikhang pavilion, having seen it while shopping with her lady. She never expected this simple man to have such a delicate side, and she was pleasantly surprised. Is it really for me? Li Heng pressed the hairpin into her hand. Yes, it's a token of my love for you. A token of love. Yin Mei murmured to herself, her face gradually flushing a deep pomegranate red. She caressed the jade hairpin in her hand. Its surface was smooth, the jade fine and warm, and on the inconspicuous inner side was the mark of the Nikhang pavilion, truly worthy of its name. Seeing her just fondling it in her hand, Li Heng took it back and tucked it into her hair. Yin Mei was startled, then smiled shyly, touching it lightly. Does it look good? Beautiful, he. It was wonderful to finally have a girl who shared his affections. And she was so beautiful. He no longer had to be utterly crushed by eunuchly. Looking at his ever-changing silly expression, Yin Mei continued, I haven't finished what I was saying. Even though I've agreed, I still need to tell my brother. He's my only family left in this world. Yunmei is right. You should tell him. He'll go with you. Was that the right thing to say? He often heard His Highness say such things, and Miss Sui would smile sweetly. This must be good words to make someone happy. He would learn from that. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Yunmei shy, and even more delighted, softly murmuring, Over here affection was thick, over there tenderness continued. Jin Zhao, I ate so much I don't want to move. Then let's take a walk to digest. Okay. Thus among the brilliant flowers the silhouettes of a perfect couple leaning on each other reappeared. Suddenly Sui stopped in her tracks. Sui, what's wrong? Without a word, she pulled him to a spot with a more beautiful backdrop. Jin Zhao, now it's time to witness a miracle. She took out her phone and switched it to selfie mode. Jin Zhao, look at me. He did as she said. Click. The phone flashed silently, forever freezing the beautiful moment. In the phone, Sui's smile bloomed like a flower, her dark hair gently lifting. Beside her, his lips curled slightly, his deep gaze toward her seeming to overflow from the screen. As they were about to return, the sun, absent all day, finally made an appearance. The moment its golden rays cascaded upon the earth, the sea of roses looked ethereally beautiful, as if it did not belong to the mortal realm. Sui seized the opportunity to capture several more artistic photos, planning to have them printed at the mall as soon as they got back. Compared to the leisurely pace of the carriage on the way there, the return journey was noticeably faster. Worried about the bumpy ride, Sui sat entirely in someone's lap, stroking his slightly prickly chin. Jin Zhao, by spending the whole day playing with me, aren't you delaying your work? He clasped her mischievous hand, kissed it, and said, it's fine. Accompanying you. There's always time. Sui knew that beneath that it's fine there would likely be another night of burning the midnight oil. With her hand held, she tilted her head up and cheerfully kissed him on the chin. Caught off guard by this ambush, Jin Zhao pulled her closer into his embrace. Sui, you're being naughty again. Then he planted a kiss on her smooth, full forehead. A light kiss, brief and fleeting, yet it made her beautiful lips curve up high. The return trip was swift, taking over a quarter-hour less than the journey there. The last thread of golden twilight was just fading in the west. As soon as they returned to Xiaofeng Courtyard, Li Hong immediately stepped forward to report, Your Highness, the study is ready. Jin Zhao gave a cool in response. Sui had no idea what they were hinting at, but she sensed something was amiss. Jin Zhao, why do I feel like so many things in the courtyard look different? Holding her hand, his expression instantly brightened. Sui, come with me. Then he led her to the new study and the storage room she would use for her supplies. Between the study and the storage room, just like between his room and hers, a single door. Standing beneath the doorframe, she looked left and right. Jin Zhao, what is this? A storage room. She knew that. But why had his study also been moved here? Jin Zhao walked over to her, smoothed a strand of hair by her temple, and explained gently, I didn't want you to have to run back and forth whenever you wanted to find me, so I moved my study here. Hearing that it was all for her, Sui was deeply moved. She stepped forward, wrapped her arms around his slender waist, and looked up at him with sparkling peach blossom eyes. Jin Zhao, you're always so good to me. Silly girl, if not you then who? Though it was the expected answer, she couldn't help but beam with joy. Her lips were red, her teeth white, her smile sweet and pure as snow. Seeing her like this, Jin Zhao's throat moved involuntarily, as if bewitched, and he kissed her without restraint. She received his kiss with a radiant smile, responding generously and passionately. When it came to kissing, there was no shyness, no hesitation. He loved her, and she loved him just as much. But after the kiss, Sui glared at him with misty peach blossom eyes, complaining in a plaintive tone, Jin Zhao, every time we kiss, can you please spare me? One day you'll kiss me to death. Looking at his beloved girl, her eyes like amber, soaked in water, the corners of her eyes tinged with a rosy flush, shimmering with allure. A stir of emotion in his heart was instantly turned into amusement by her words. Rubbing his nose, he said, all right, it's all my fault. But then who told Sui hasn't learned to breathe properly? She shot him a sidelong glance. So it's my fault. No, it's mine. I'll be more careful next time. That's more like it. After a bout of playful banter between the lovers, dusk deepened, and it was time for the evening meal. After dinner, they strolled in the courtyard to digest, and soon the bathwater was ready. Having been in ancient times for so long, this was the first time Sui had a proper wooden tub bath, and also the first time she let Yunmei attend. Immersed in the warm water, breathing in the natural fragrance of cedarwood, she felt so comfortable she grew drowsy. Especially after adding the spiritual water, all the fatigue from her body vanished. Hey miss, what is this? Yunmei looked at the small piece of fabric in her hand, utterly puzzled. Though she respected traditional clothing culture, she really couldn't get used to wearing a belly band. More importantly, she feared that prolonged use would cause her breasts to sag and deform. Though she respected traditional clothing culture, she really couldn't get used to wearing a belly band. More importantly, she feared that prolonged use would cause her breasts to sag and deform. That would be disastrous. Belly band. Yes, a belly band. When you wear it, it makes your chest look firmer and more beautiful. As she spoke, she took out a size 34 B. Her breasts were slightly smaller than Sui's, so this size would definitely fit. Here, you may take it. Try it on when you get back. It's sure to make Li Heng completely smitten. Oh, miss. Yunmei stomped her foot, blushing shyly at Sui Sui's teasing winks. No wonder Mrs. Chest was fuller and perkier than any woman she had ever seen. Seeing how cute she looked when embarrassed, Sui couldn't resist teasing her more. Leaning on the edge of the tub, she said with a grin, "Oh, hasn't it worked yet? That can't be. You both look so happy, practically ready for the bridal chamber." Too flustered to retort, Yunmei thought my miss is addicted to teasing. What should I do? Seeing her blush crimson, Sui graciously let her off. All right, no more jokes. I'm done washing. Once you drain the tub, you can go rest." Yunmei tactfully turned around, fanning her face to cool it down. After she left, Sui gazed thoughtfully at the lace underwear beside her, and her peach blossom eyes suddenly lit up. No matter the era, women's money was always the easiest to earn. Which woman didn't love beauty or want a great figure? Bust-enhancing shapewear lingerie was sure to sell like hotcakes. Modern products could be imitated but never surpassed. As the night deepened, Sui grew more excited, as if she could see countless silver coins waving at her. She casually put on a black lace bra and a slip dress, then went to knock on the wall. Thump, thump, thump. The heavy sound of the wall had barely rung out when Jin Zhao, still working next door, suddenly stiffened. Realizing where the sound came from, his expression softened. He walked over, twisted the vase, and the door had no sooner opened than Sui leaped into his arms. His large hands supported her full, rounded buttocks, feeling the smooth texture, and he unconsciously caressed them. Looking down, he saw her snow-white shoulders and proud, firm breasts. Usually they were prominent, but with clothes in the way, the sensation had never been as intense as it was now. Jin Zhao felt as if he were on fire, but Sui, oblivious, wrapped her jade-like arms around his neck and said excitedly, Jin Zhao, I think I've found another way to make money. Can you give me another shop tomorrow? Anything, Sui. Anything you want, I'll give you. Even my life." Hearing his slightly mechanical voice, Sui finally noticed something was wrong with him. His eyes, usually so tender, now held no gentleness, only a wild, blazing heat. The earlobe, half hidden by his dark hair, was red enough to bleed. When she touched it, it was so hot, she jerked her hand back. Her excitement fading, Sui realized she had caused trouble again. Jin Zhao, it seems pretty late, huh? It is quite late." With that, he scooped her up horizontally and carried her back to his room. As her dress rode up with his movement, her long, straight, beautiful legs were fully exposed to the air. The sight sent Jin Zhao's blood surging. He gently laid her on his bed, gazed at her for a moment. Sui. Seeing the lust swirling in his eyes, Sui's heart skipped a beat. Oh my God, she had gotten too excited and messed up. His cool yet soft lips landed on her delicate brows, her elegant nose, and finally covered her tempting red lips. Like a beast encountering its favorite prey, he longed to devour her immediately, yet couldn't bear to swallow her whole, savoring her slowly instead. Their hands pressed above her head were intertwined with fingers locked together without a single gap. Dark hair tangled with dark hair, the man and woman kissed, as if lost in a world of their own, like an exquisitely beautiful sensual painting. When she woke the next day, the sky was already bright. Gazing at the unfamiliar bed curtains, her beautiful peach blossom eyes were momentarily dazed. It took her a while to realize this was her boyfriend's room. But the moment she moved, her entire body ached unbearably. Especially the inner part of her thighs, though there was a cool sensation, the pain was simply too much to bear. Struggling to sit up, she looked down. Good heavens, everywhere she saw was densely covered with purple bruises, as if her body had been ravaged beyond recognition. Anyone would think she had suffered severe domestic violence. Yes, domestic violence. The violence of love. She clearly remembered how last night the strap of her top had slid halfway down, revealing the seductive black lace. At that moment, the desire suppressed in the man's scarlet eyes was so intense it nearly overwhelmed her. Tisk, truly a beast of a man. Though it was indeed just a rub, the price she paid was far too great. She dared not imagine what kind of good days awaited if they ever really married. The moment she sighed, the door creaked open and then closed again. Sui, why are you sighing so early in the morning? His tone, no matter how one heard it, carried a hint of fawning. Heaven knows when he woke up this morning and saw the purple bruises covering the delicate body in his arms how guilty he felt inside, but even more so, there was a secret delight. Holding a warm, fragrant, and soft beauty in his arms was truly the ultimate earthly pleasure. Just thinking about the future. The mere thought made certain dormant impulses begin to stir again. Don't you know why I'm sighing? Sui stretched out her long arm and pulled the collar of her dress a little lower, her meaning clear. This beast of a man had teased her last night until she was left hanging, and he himself endured it miserably. She said she was willing, but he insisted on not crossing the final line. He only kissed her fiercely, not missing a single inch, until she was kissed to sleep. And now, looking at the purple flowers on the half-exposed snow-white full curves, he felt his mouth go terribly dry, forcing himself to look away. Sitting by the bed, he pulled her into his arms and kissed her smooth, clean forehead, his tone apologetic. Sui, I was wrong. But Sui felt that beneath the apology there was also a hint of satisfaction. Will there be a next time? Jin Zhao hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Not touching Sui Sui is impossible. I can only say you'll try to be gentler next time. Sui Sui was choked with anger, but she didn't argue. If he had promised not to touch her, that would have been the real problem. When a man truly loves a woman, he naturally has a physical reaction. It's the honest answer to whether he loves you or not. Since you admit you were wrong, your punishment is to guard the door for me. Don't open it until I say so. Alright, whatever Sui Sui says. As soon as he went out, he immediately bolted the door from the outside. Watching him close the door without any hesitation, Jin Zhao shook his head with a wry smile. Once the door was shut, Sui Sui immediately entered the space. What a joke with all these marks of intimacy. If she didn't remove them, even wearing clothes would make her anxious. She threw herself into the bathtub filled with water, letting the spiritual water repair the aches in her body. The spiritual water, as always, was incredibly effective. In no time, her skin was as smooth and delicate as a peeled egg. After tidying up, she was about to leave the space when she suddenly remembered the photos from yesterday. Changing direction, she went to the digital store on the first floor and printed out 2 sets of each of the already selected photos, one large and one small, and coated them with a protective film. She also grabbed a Polaroid camera so she could take and print photos instantly in the future, which was incredibly convenient. Being able to take anything without paying was such a great feeling. Then she went to the boutique on the second floor and put all the large photos into glass frames. After that, she visited the jewelry store next door and found a pair of pure gold couple locket necklaces. The man's was oval and the woman's was heart-shaped. She picked 2 suitable small photos, trimmed them slightly, and placed them inside the locket. Her face was radiant with a smile, and his eyes were gentle. Looking at her handiwork, Sui Sui nodded with satisfaction. Perfect, his birthday was coming up. Absolutely perfect. But since she had just been devoured, she couldn't possibly give it to him so easily. Humph. After finishing everything, she left the space. She arranged the photo frames in a row. Ahem, come in. Jin Zhao, upon receiving permission to enter, was instantly overjoyed. Li Heng, who had come to find him, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The future crown princess was indeed formidable and awe-inspiring. Not only had she plucked this lofty flower, their master, but she had also trained him to be completely obedient. Jin Zhao, who had already entered the room and closed the door, had no idea what wild thoughts his loyal subordinate was concocting. He only knew that his Sui Sui was looking at him with a cheerful expression. Sui Sui here. Sui Sui tilted her head. Following her gaze, he saw the row of photos on the table along with a stack of smaller ones. They were unmistakably the ones taken yesterday. He picked them up carefully and examined them closely. The photos were mounted in exquisite frames, and the people inside were clearly visible. All of them were of her and him, only her and him. Every moment was captured perfectly. Sui Sui, what, you don't like them? No, I like them very much. He gathered all the photos together and tucked them into his chest. Walking to the bedside, he twisted a certain object, and a secret compartment appeared. He placed all the photos inside with great care and closed the secret compartment. He'll have someone make a pouch later to put the small photos in. In truth, he wished she would make one herself, but seeing her slender jade-like fingers, he abandoned the thought. He couldn't bear the idea of her getting pricked by a needle. So you can look at them when you miss me. Jin Zhao gazed at her deeply. Sui Sui didn't know what he was thinking. But her thoughts happened to coincide with his. During their student days when they were extremely poor, she would always make things herself rather than spend money. Her basic sewing skills were already perfected, so sewing a simple pouch was a piece of cake. She gathered her thoughts and looked at him. The pain was gone, and when she spoke to him, she unconsciously acted spoiled again. Jin Zhao, I'm hungry. Her soft, sweet voice could melt in. Seeing her dependent on him, Jin Zhao stroked the smooth, long hair on her back. Alright, let's go have breakfast. After speaking gently to her, his gaze flickered to the door, and his voice unconsciously lowered. Li Heng served breakfast. Then came some noise from the door. After breakfast, while Jin Zhao worked, Sui Sui used the excuse of taking a nap, asked Tao Hong and Yunmei to guard the 2 doors, and entered the space again, heading straight for the fabric section. Considering her boyfriend always wore various dark-colored clothes, she found a piece of fabric close in color, but slightly brighter, along with an exquisite embroidered patch of a curved rice stalk. With all materials ready, she began to sew. Threading the needle and pulling the thread, her movements were fluid. Stitching the thread, she paid close attention to the density and depth of every stitch. In less than a quarter of an hour, the rice stalk was perfectly sewn onto the fabric, the stitches as dense and neat as machine embroidery. Beside it, she embroidered a small character Chao Don using rice stalk-colored silk thread. Having Sui Stock and Chao Don together, the meaning was clear. She spent a bit more time finishing the remaining work. Half an hour later, the finished product was fresh off the press. It resembled a modern mini coin purse with tassels at both ends of the drawstring closure. It had 2 compartments inside, delicate and compact. Looking at the pouch she had sewn stitch by stitch, Sui Sui was more than satisfied. This skill was almost reaching master level. With the pouch complete, she placed the necklace with the photo inside, then put it all into a small gift box and stored it away properly. She also wove a slightly thicker drawstring so the pouch could be adjusted in length when hung from the waist. Her slender jade-like fingers hooked the string, and the pouch swayed back and forth. After finishing her tasks with sore hands and tired eyes, Sway lounged on the sofa like a sloth. Scrolling through her phone, a bag of chips and a large glass of cola sat on the coffee table beside her. Others have fine wine in a jade cup under moonlight, while I have my phone, chips, and cola, equally blissful. Sway took a big gulp of cola, let out a satisfied burp, and smacked her lips. She thought that if cola weren't so unhealthy, she would definitely drink 2 large bottles a day. Once a self-righteous rich girl mocked orphans like them, saying a salted fish could never leap over the dragon's gate. Whether hung out to dry in the wind or fried in a pan, it would never become anything else, only a lifeless corpse. But that rich girl was proven wrong. The slogan, Coca-Cola wishing you happiness, and its refreshing, exhilarating taste helped her endure the hardest days and achieve a stunning reversal of fortune. Thus, while others favored wine, she had a soft spot for cola. Meanwhile, at the Grand Commandant's mansion, "Miss, are you really going?" Liao, who was applying lip balm in front of the mirror, paused and glanced at Chuanxi. "She invited me to play, so why wouldn't I go?" After a light dab, she pressed her lips together firmly. Though beautiful, Liao was dissatisfied. It was too dry and not moisturizing at all, but there was nothing to be done about it. But maybe Miss Sway was just being polite. Liao rolled her eyes at her. "If she's polite, I can't take it seriously, can I?" It wasn't a big deal, and besides, she had promised to visit when she had time. But the Crown Prince. Chunks' voice trailed off, but Liao understood her meaning. But so many buts. I've long stopped liking him. Oh, Chuanxi, you talk too much. Go see if the carriage is ready." Helpless Chuanxi had no choice but to obey. After a moment, she returned. "Miss, the carriage is waiting at the main gate." "Got it, let's go." Picking up the prepared small gift, she headed out. In her space, Suisei, unaware of all this, was scrolling on her phone until her eyelids grew heavy and her mind foggy. Clatter! The phone dropped onto her face. Sway yelped in pain and jolted awake. She quickly grabbed a mirror. Thank goodness, no mark left. A face as beautiful as a flower. Any blemish would be a crime. She picked up the cup and gulped down 2 big mouthfuls of cola to calm her nerves. So refreshing and strong. Just as the cola was about to run out, Yunmi's voice rang out. "Miss, the steward says a Miss Li is at the gate and wants to see you." Hearing this, Sway quickly finished the last sip of cola and left the space. "Tell her he'll be right out." She thought about inviting her in, but considering her boyfriend, decided against it for now. "Yes, miss." She tidied her appearance in the mirror and applied a versatile rose-brown lipstick. Her complexion instantly brightened, making her look even more radiant, gentle, and elegant. Yet the slightly upturned peach blossom eyes when glancing around were full of allure and charm. Gentle yet seductive, pure yet provocative. These 2 qualities strangely harmonized in her. So when Liao saw her at the gate, her eyes were filled with undisguised admiration. How could there be such a stunningly beautiful woman in this world? She was so captivating that even Liao, a woman herself, felt her heart flutter and even a sense of inferiority. But despite her amazement, her words were still cheeky. "Humph, not even the crown princess yet, and already putting on airs." Seeing the sparkle in her eyes while saying insincere words, Sway found it amusing. Yes, we've kept Miss Li waiting too long." As the words left her mouth, she herself was surprised. Her life principle had always been never neglect any kindness, never pander to any indifference. In the past, if someone she barely knew had jabbed at her like that, she would have shot back, "Did I ask you to wait?" But now she just found her adorable. Perhaps it was because of the clear light in her eyes that made it hard to dislike her. Or maybe they were just compatible, truly seeing each other as friends. She couldn't figure it out, only knew that being with her seemed quite pleasant. Liao, feeling appeased, cleared her throat awkwardly. "Let's get one thing straight, I didn't come uninvited, been just fulfilling my promise to visit you." With that, she gestured for Chuanxi to hand over the gift. "Don't say I'm being rude." Sway motioned for Yunmei to take it, smiling. "Since you gave me a gift, courtesy demands reciprocity. They'll give you one too." "Wait a moment, they'll be right back." "Who wants it?" "Really? I." Liao's cheeks puffed up in mock anger, but there was no displeasure in her. "Alright, I'm just teasing you. Wait for me." Sway gave a mischievous smile and turned back. As she walked, she already knew what gift to give in return. She had noticed that Liao's lips were dry and slightly chapped, with the lipstick uneven. A lipstick would be the perfect gift. She quickly returned to her room, and from a collection of lipsticks, chose a NARS Audacious lipstick. It was luxurious and elegant. A versatile shade suitable for all seasons with excellent moisturizing properties. Whether applied lightly or heavily, it looked beautiful and didn't fade easily. A gift should be something that touches the heart. After wrapping it in a gift box, she went out. "Here, Liao, this is for you." Sway handed it to her with a gentle smile. Seeing the exquisite little box, Liao was delighted inside. She thought about being coy, but considering that Sway had called her by name, it would be unfair to pretend otherwise. So she happily accepted it with both hands. "Thank you, Sway." Her address changed instantly. "You're welcome. It's called recipe. Open it and see if you like it." Liao hesitated for a moment, but then opened it in front of her. "What's this?" "Look at my lips." Liao was puzzled, but still looked at her lips. Her beautiful rosy lips were like two dew-kissed petals with a faint smile lingering at the corner. Hey Sui Sui, your lip balm is so pretty and so moisturizing. After observing for a while, Li Yao's eyes lit up as if she had discovered a new continent. Sui Sui snapped her fingers. You noticed? The lipstick I gave you is just like this one, and it really complements your skin tone. Wanna try it? Li Yao looked at her tempting red lips, then at the item in her hands, and finally couldn't resist the temptation. She nodded with anticipation. Then Sui Sui took out her own lipstick and demonstrated. Li Yao exclaimed in amazement, the color is gorgeous and it's so easy to use. Chuanqi quickly bring the small mirror from the carriage. Soon the mirror arrived. Li Yao wiped off her own lipstick and applied it again following the demonstration. Sui Sui, this lip balm is amazing. It doesn't dry at all, feels so moist. Looking at her moistened red lips in the mirror, Li Yao beamed with joy. I love it, thank you Sui Sui. Sujui's eyes curved into crescents. Glad you like it. Indeed, no beauty-loving woman can resist the temptation of a lipstick. Sui Sui, how about we go shopping? Li Yao linked arms with her affectionately. She had decided from now on Sui Sui was her best friend. She would also become Sujui's best friend. After all, a single lipstick had completely won her over. Sui Sui did not mind her linking arms with her. After all, it is quite normal for girls to link arms in modern times. However, her indifference did not mean that others were also unconcerned, particularly a certain jealous man. Just as he was about to happily agree to her shopping suggestion, a familiar voice came from the entrance. Sui Sui. Turning around, she saw her boyfriend had arrived, and a bright smile instantly lit up her delicate face. She quickly withdrew her arm from Li Yao's grasp and hurried over. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Jin Zhao, why are you here? I was worried about you, so I came to check on you. Her enthusiastic approach, as a result the sourness she felt just moments ago from holding hands with someone else vanished in an instant. Behind her, Li Heng observed his master, whose previously gloomy expression brightened in an instant. Suppressing the urge to click his tongue, he silently mocked the speed at which His Highness changes his expression is indeed faster than flipping a book. Sayume is still the best, always smiling. Thinking this, he directly focused on his beloved. Upon receiving Li Heng's gaze, Yume shyly smiled back at him. Sui Sui pouted, what is there to worry about? I'm just at the entrance, and I want to go shopping with Li Yao for a bit. Although Jin Zhao was reluctant in his heart, he still said disingenuously, go ahead, have fun, but come back early, okay? Truly loving someone means never wanting to bind them, but rather being willing to respect their freedom. He has always practiced this well. Clearly Sui Sui felt it too. She wrapped her arms around his waist and said, I know, thank you Jin Zhao. You silly girl. His deep affectionate gaze was clear, and however when she glanced at Li Yao not far away, her affection instantly retracted, replaced by a strong warning. Li Yao, who was admiring their sweet interaction, suddenly met that cold gaze and felt a tightness in her heart. Oh no, he must be resentful that I was just holding hands with someone else. But then she thought, I don't like him anymore and am not friends with him, so why should I be afraid of his resentment? So she raised her chin and glared at him. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beautiful girl before? Okay, fine, you have indeed seen the most beautiful girl in the world. Moreover, that girl even boldly hugged your waist in public. Jin Zhao was taken aback, seemingly not expecting her to dare glare at him, his brow furrowing in dismay. Sui Sui did not notice all that transpired in the blink of an eye, as she only saw him frowning. Jin Zhao, what's wrong? He reached out his slender and handsome fingers to play with a strand of her hair that fell by her ear. It's nothing Sui Sui, just go and come back early. I'm okay. Soon Sui Sui's exclusive carriage was brought over. After she got onto the carriage, Li Yao followed closely. What kind of friends sit in two different carriages when there's plenty of room? Undoubtedly this spontaneous action of hers earned her a sharp glare from someone. But she was not afraid at all. She realized that without the earlier worries, she felt much more relaxed. After settling in, Tao Hong, who was driving in front, received a signal from her master. The meaning in his eyes was clear, so she nodded. Yu Mei and Chun, she shared a carriage and followed closely behind. Inside the carriage, Li Yao insisted on sitting next to Sui Sui. Sui Sui, I didn't expect the crown prince to be quite protective of you. Sui Sui rolled her eyes playfully at her. What do you mean by protective? He cares about me, okay? You wouldn't understand being a single dog. Hey Sui Sui, you can't attack me personally like that. Be careful, or our friendship boat might capsize. Haha, but seriously, if it weren't for your engagement ID, want to introduce you to my brother. What a pity. Sui Sui's mind conjured up an image of Li Hong as a frail scholar, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Oh my, that's too horrifying. She still preferred men like Jin Zhao, who are slim when dressed, but muscular when undressed, full of masculinity. Safe and pleasing. Seeing her reaction, Li Yao complained with a hint of grievance. What do you mean, Sui Sui? Is my brother that bad? No, your brother is quite nice, but you can't just matchmake him with anyone, and besides I don't like his type. You only like the crown prince's type, right? Mentioning her boyfriend Sui Sui involuntarily beamed, of course. Li Yao, why does the air suddenly feel so sour? But just then the carriage abruptly stopped, and the two nearly fell over due to inertia. After stabilizing herself, Sui pulled aside the curtain. What happened? Tao Hong loosened the reins and looked at the person lying in front of the carriage wheel. Miss, a woman suddenly rushed out and fell under the wheels, but our carriage did not hit her. Hearing this, Sui's first reaction was that someone was trying to scam them. Knowing they were close to the bustling marketplace, she decided to get off the carriage to check the situation. Miss, let me go. It's fine, we can go together. Being a modern person, she was quite adept at dealing with scams. But just as they approached a sudden turn, the woman suddenly opened her eyes and threw a handful of powder at them. However, in that brief moment, Tao Hong sensed the danger and quickly pulled Sui back. Thus, they did not inhale the powder, although their vision was slightly obstructed. The onlookers who were originally eager to watch the drama scattered in fright at this scene. Tao Hong protected Sui behind her and whispered, "Miss, you should get back in the carriage." Sui nodded gravely. This wasn't a scam, her presence would only hinder. But the idea was beautiful while reality was harsh. Just as she wanted to get back in the carriage, the woman suddenly lunged at her with a dagger, her face twisted in a terrifying expression. "You die, ha ha ha." Sui was shocked and nearly fell backward, but Liao, who had not yet dismounted, quickly caught her. With an anxious tone, he asked Sui, "Are you okay?" Sui stared at the dagger coming straight for her and did not answer. But with Tao Hong around, how could she be harmed? A long sword soared into the air and accurately struck down the dagger. The woman attempted to resist, but was kicked to the ground by Tao Hong, the sound of her bones breaking audible. Realizing her fate was sealed, the woman maniacally laughed, "Ha ha ha, Sui, I curse you and Jin Zhao to love in vain, unable to share the same bed in life or death." Inside the carriage, Sui had regained her composure. Upon hearing such venomous words, her anger surged, and she immediately wanted to jump out and slap her. As she lifted the curtain, she saw Tao Hong reaching out to silence the woman, who was now unwilling to close her eyes. Looking up, she saw her boyfriend, whose expression was filled with murderous intent, swiftly approaching her. Sui jumped into his arms, tightly hugging his neck, her tone pitiful. "Jin Zhao. Sui, don't be afraid, I'm here." He couldn't imagine what crazy actions he would take if anything were to happen to her right in front. She shook her head. "I'm not afraid, I just didn't react quickly enough since it's my first time encountering such a situation." The sudden turn of events came too quickly, leaving her shocked before she could even feel fear. Living in the safe and stable Great Xia, she had never witnessed such a terrifying scene. Even if she had, it was only something she learned about through the news, let alone experiencing it firsthand. At this moment, Li Heng approached from behind. "Master, it's the mistress of the third Prince the Lan family." Hearing this, Sui understood everything. She had come to take revenge for her lover. But what did that have to do with her? Clearly, it was that ambitious and unfilial third prince who ended up imprisoned for life due to his own actions. Those who bring calamity upon themselves should not live, yet she still blamed Sui. After this incident, no one had the mood to continue shopping, and each returned home. That night, Sui developed a high fever. Unconscious, her forehead burned hot while her hands remained icy cold. Jin Zhao, visiting her chambers as usual, discovered her unusual state. In an instant, worry surged. Sui. No matter how he called, there was no response. He knew it was due to the fright she had suffered. He hurriedly lit the candles in the outer room and called out in a deep voice laced with panic, "Summon the physician." Soon the entire courtyard was ablaze with light footsteps echoing in disarray. Before the physician arrived, Jin Zhao soaked a clean cloth in water and placed it on her forehead. Her fine damp hair clung to her brow, and her pale bloodless lips lent her delicate face a pitiful charm. Yet at that moment no romantic thoughts stirred within him. His gaze turned to the darkness. Li Kuan. As he spoke, Li Kuan appeared at the door. "Your Highness, Jin Hui is no longer needed." His voice was as cold and hard as ice, and his chiseled face was covered in frost. "Yes." The moment Li Kuan left, Li Heng arrived at Xiaofeng courtyard, carrying the physician like an eagle clutching a chick. The physician twisted his back and shook his sleeves, complaining bitterly. "Oh, Li Heng, my old bones can't take this rough handling." Before he could finish, a highly displeased voice cut in. "What are you dawdling for? Get over here." The icy tone startled both of them. They had no doubt that if they delayed any longer, their prince's palm might come crashing down on them. The physician glanced at Li Heng and quickly entered. Her forehead is burning, but her body is cold. "What's wrong?" The urgency in his words startled the physician. "Your Highness, please calm down." Having spent his life with herbs, the physician had never seen his prince so emotionally exposed. Yet his hands moved without delay. From his medical kit, he took a silk cloth as thin as a cicada's wing and placed it over a slender wrist, pale as frost and snow visible beyond the gauze curtain. He gently pressed his fingers, closing his eyes to sense her pulse. Moments later, he opened his eyes and removed the cloth. Jin Zhao's voice was low. "How?" The physician stroked his graying beard. "Your Highness, do not worry. The future crown princess is not seriously ill. It is merely a nightmare." "Then why can't she be awakened, and why does she alternate between fever and chills?" "Nightmares vary in severity. This is a severe case. If shaking does not wake her, let her hold her breath to rouse her, then ensure she drinks plenty of water. Jin Zhao nodded slightly. Understood. You may withdraw. The physician obeyed, closing the door behind him, but remained in the courtyard. Jin Zhao glanced at the closed door and parted the gauze curtain. On the bed, the jade-like beauty lay with her eyes shut beneath slightly furrowed willow leaf, brows, her long lashes trembling. He leaned in, wrapping one hand around her slender fingers while gently pinching her delicate nose with the other. As expected, within moments the suffocation forced her misty eyes open. Jin Zhao. Sui tried to sit up. Jin Zhao quickly helped her, placing a cushion behind her back. How do you feel, Sui? Seeing her awake, most of his worry faded and his tone lightened. I'm fine, just feeling weak and sticky. It's uncomfortable. What happened to me? Nothing serious, just a nightmare. A nightmare can be this awful. I want a hot bath. Do I feel filthy? Don't be silly. They'll have hot water prepared. Sui nodded. Yunmei, who had been waiting at the door, heard her request and immediately went to make arrangements. Here, Sui, drink some warm water. Seeing her finish it in one go, he asked more. She shook her head and leaned sideways against it. To make her more comfortable, Jin Zhao set the cup on the nightstand, shifted closer, and gently wrapped his long arm around her. Pulling her into his embrace and kissing her forehead seemed to be one of his signature gestures of affection. Feeling the safety and warmth of his arms, Sui found her weakness easing slightly. Indeed, love's power is immense. She nestled into a more comfortable position in his arms, rubbing against him. Her small hand slipped into his large palm, fingers interlacing, tightening their hold. One hand was slender and fair, the other tanned and strong. Colors that seemed destined never to meet, yet together they were inexplicably harmonious. Sensing her movement, Jin Zhao asked softly, "What is it?" "Nothing, just that having you here feels wonderful." "Silly girl. Jin Zhao, you don't know? I was abandoned by a trash bin at birth, found by a kind soul, and sent to an orphanage. All I had was a note with my birth date and the blanket I was wrapped in. The orphanage was so cold and unfamiliar. Many times when I was sick or tired I had to endure. Because I was smart, I skipped grades and finished my studies early. Then in society I experienced all kinds of coldness and fickleness. But no one has ever been as good to me as you are." Listening to her ramble about a past he neither knew nor shared, he felt needles pricking his heart, a dense ache spreading. Sui, now you have me, and one day we'll have our children. Daughters like you, sons like me." Sui laughed. "Children are a long way off. I don't want them so soon." "All right, whatever Sui wants. Whenever you're ready." "Oh, stop it." Amid their playful banter, the hot water was ready. Jin Zhao waited outside the door. Listening to the splashing water inside, a faint smile curled his lips. One day he would be able to help her bathe with full right. About half an hour later, the door creaked open and Sui appeared in his sight. Her long hair hung loose, swaying gently with her movements. Beneath her fitted undergarments, her graceful curves were faintly visible. The bad steam had tinged her already flawless skin with a delicate blush, and her lips were as tender and tempting as rose petals. Her peach blossom eyes were moist and hazy, her willow brows gently curved, and her long lashes fluttered slightly. A beauty fresh from a bath is always the most captivating. Jin Zhao found himself mesmerized, a surge of pride rising within him. This beautiful Sui was his. Recovered Sui smiled. "Jin Zhao, I'm so sleepy." "Then go to sleep. But I want you to sleep with me." Jin Zhao hesitated briefly. "All right." His tone and eyes were tender enough to melt. They lay face to face under the cool silk quilt. The flickering candlelight danced on their faces, leaving shadows now and then. Sui inched closer, her nose touching his. Sometimes she wondered what she would be like now if she had never met him. The man lifted his eyes to see her smiling petal-like eyes and the tip of her nose brushing against his. He curved his lips and turned to kiss her red lips. When the kiss ended, a silver thread connected them. Jin Zhao calmly wiped it away. But Sui felt awkward and quickly pulled the blanket over her face, making him laugh out loud. His deep, melodious voice was especially alluring in the quiet of the night. They slept nestled together, the silence broken only by their intertwined heartbeats. It was a night of sweet dreams. To keep herself from wallowing in the sweetness of love and becoming a fool besotted with romance, after breakfast Sui sent Jin Zhao off to work. She then shut herself in her room, using the photos taken last time as references to design the decoration plans for 2 shops. Finally, after nearly a whole morning of revisions, the blueprints were freshly completed. Gazing at the wasted A4 papers scattered across the table and floor, Sui rubbed her aching shoulders and sighed deeply. A lacking artistic talent is truly devastating. Even drawing a blueprint can be a life-draining ordeal. Although failure is the mother of success, she had failed far too many times. After a brief respite, she began writing promotional flyers. Busy and preoccupied, another hour slipped by. Carefully stowing away the blueprints and flyers, she lay directly on the bed, staring blankly at the gauze canopy above. "Yunmei, miss, you called." Hearing the summons, Yunmei pushed the door open and entered. "Clear away these papers on the table and floor." "Miss, do you still need these papers?" "No, they're all useless waste." "Very well, miss." Just as the cleanup finished, Jin Zhao, who had been sent away, Yimei was about to bow, but he waved his hand to stop her. Thus she tactfully withdrew, gently closing the door behind her. Yimei, are you done? Receiving no answer but hearing the door close, Suisui, already drowsy, was about to prop herself up when she was pulled into a familiar embrace. Knowing who it was, she buried her head in his chest and wrapped her arms around his waist. Jin Zhao, I'm so tired. Her soft, coquettish complaint carried a hint of exhaustion, which immediately filled Jin Zhao with concern. Where are you tired? Let me massage you. I can't draw, but it's drained my brain cells. When my mind is tired, my whole body feels exhausted, and I don't want to move. To think that she's so clever and all else was defeated by the simple act of drawing. Truly no one is perfect. Jin Zhao was taken aback for a moment, then a beautiful arc curved at the corners of his mouth, and even his voice carried a hint of a smile. How about I teach Suisui how to paint? The girl who had been languidly nestled in his arms suddenly brightened, her voice brimming with excitement. You can paint. The man gently curved his index finger and tapped her delicate nose, his tone indulgent. What do you think? Suisui slapped her forehead. All right. As a member of the royal family, how could you not be proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? Sensing her intention, he tried to catch her hand, but it was too late. He gently rubbed her slightly reddened forehead, pursed his lips, and said with tender care, don't hit yourself anymore. Her skin was so delicate that even the slightest pressure left a mark, and yet she had managed to turn it red herself. Suisui pulled out a mirror and saw that her fair forehead was indeed faintly flushed. But she paid it no mind. It didn't hurt, and it would fade soon. Then, as if something occurred to her, she let out a scoff. What's this compared to before? I don't remember some big pig's trotter being so concerned when he used to leave me black and blue all over. That certain big pig's trotter clearly recalled the matter, thinking back to those delightful experiences. Though he tried to maintain a composed expression and not show his embarrassment, the tips of his ears gradually reddened, betraying him. Especially when his beloved girl wore a teasing smile, it made his heart burn even more. Ahem ahem. Doesn't Suisui want to learn painting? Come, let's go to my study. They'll teach you. Watching him feign seriousness despite his awkwardness, Suisui burst out laughing. Who would have thought? The big wolf can also act like a little puppy. Suisui, you're being naughty again. With that, he pulled her up and led her out hand in hand. Suisui looked at their interlocked fingers. Jin Zhao, why do you love holding my hand so much? Don't you find it hot? The one called out turned his gaze to their clasped hands, their colors distinct. After a moment's thought, he replied earnestly, because it's your hand. Thus he wished to hold it always. Feeling thoroughly charmed, Sujui's smile rippled. The study was not far from the bedchamber. Hand in hand they strolled there in just a few minutes. Upon entering the study, a faint coolness hung in the air, the temperature noticeably lower than outside. Suisui walked straight to his desk. Good. The ice brought out in the morning had only half melted. Knowing her thoughts, Jin Zhao approached, took her hand, and gently stroked her smooth knuckles. A smile curved his lips. Does Suisui wish to learn figure painting, flower and bird painting, or landscape painting? Any will do. Teach me what you're best at. In truth, she didn't really want to learn to paint. Lack of talent was one reason, but laziness was the greater one. If she truly wanted to learn, she could enter her space and search on her phone, finding countless tutorials. But she cherished every moment spent with him, no matter what they did. Meeting her sparkling eyes, the smile in Jinzho's lips deepened, and he replied tenderly, all right then, we'll learn figure painting. Spreading out the rice paper, Suisui sat before it, brush in hand, while Jin Zhao gently held her hand from behind. From behind it looked as if he were leaning over, embracing her. As the first stroke fell, Jin Zhao began his detailed explanation. Before painting, we must first determine the character's facial orientation and center of gravity, then establish the basic pose, roughly sketching the entire figure. At first Suisui could keep up, but the pleasant scent of cedar, his warm and melodious voice, paired with his breathtakingly handsome face, gradually set her mind adrift. The strength in her hand holding the brush slowly slipped beyond control, until finally a thick blot of ink fell onto the pure white paper. Suisui, focus. Jin Zhao helplessly placed the brush back on the rest, then removed the paper and set it aside. Her boyfriend was too handsome and too distracting. She simply couldn't concentrate. I don't want to learn anymore. How about you paint a portrait of me instead? Watching her resting her chin on her hand, smiling like a radiant cloud, Jin Zhao let out a silent laugh, but his eyes were filled with nothing but indulgence and affection. All right. Suisui moved her chair aside. Paint away, boyfriend. As he took up the brush, his brows and eyes were filled with earnestness. It seemed as if his entire being was poured onto the rice paper at that moment. The strokes of the brush bloomed slowly, a few lines sketching her general likeness. Aren't you going to look at me? Jin Zhao shook his head. Her image was already etched in his mind and heart. The brush never paused, flowing like clouds and water over the paper. Soon he set down the brush. Jin Zhao, his eyes smiling, gently blew on the ink. Is it done? Seeing him put down the brush, Suisui immediately leaned in. When she saw the figure in the painting, she was stunned. The beauty in the painting was peerlessly elegant. Her countenance could topple a city, every detail worthy of a painting. It was in no way inferior to the real person. How did you think to paint me like this? Because someone once said her fairy maiden image was shattered, so I wanted to preserve her ethereal form. Sujui's face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly covered his mouth. Forget it, forget it. Forget it now. Oh heavens, how mortifying. He had heard, even her faint muttering. And this was from so long ago. How could he still remember? Muffled laughter seeped through her fingers. The more he laughed, the tighter she pressed. In the end, she was the first to yield. Jin Zhao pulled her into his embrace. Sui, be good. I won't laugh anymore. But next time could you wear that outfit for me again? Do you really think it looks good? To make it up to her, she gave her 2 pieces of lingerie and asked her to help promote them. This delighted Li Yao, who repeatedly promised to spread the word, but inwardly he was grateful for his earlier speechlessness. Sui had no idea how long she had been leaning against her boyfriend. All she knew was that time had passed long enough for drowsiness to creep in again, and her feet were starting to ache from standing. Her expression was adorably dazed, and her voice came out soft and sweet. What time is it now? I'm so hungry. Jin Zhao chuckled softly. Silly girl, it was already past noon when I came to find you. With all this delay, you're bound to be hungry. They'll have the meal served immediately. As her consciousness gradually cleared, the young woman silently scolded herself once more. She had warned herself this morning not to get lost in her boyfriend's charm, yet she had fallen into the same trap all over again by noon. Thus during lunch she took out her design drawings and shared her general ideas. When Jin Zhao saw the blueprints and flyers, he was truly amazed once again. The smooth lines clearly outlined the various layouts of the shop. The novel promotional method was also refreshing. It wasn't hard to imagine how impressive the results would be when everything was actually implemented. Sui, leave this to Li Kuan. He will arrange everything. We'll just go and inspect when it's done. Sui hesitated. Wouldn't it be bad if I didn't oversee it myself? What if something isn't suitable? I should point it out in time. Don't worry, he understands. Are you sure? Yes, he's very skilled in various mechanical designs. Shop decoration like this, especially with blueprints, is no challenge for him. Since her boyfriend said so, Sui stopped worrying. Alright then. She was happy to have some free time. After explaining some key points and necessary items to Li Kuan, she entrusted the decoration matters entirely to him. But she didn't really get much leisure. After careful consideration and new ideas, she decided not to open the milk tea shop. However, she was still busy shuttling between the mall and the warehouse every day, training Tao Hong and Yun Mei and organizing the previously stored lingerie with them. In her spare moments, she was also busy with romance, feeling like a spinning electric fan. As a result, when Li Yao repeatedly invited her out, she had no time and had to decline for the time being. To make it up to her, she gave her 2 pieces of lingerie and asked her to help promote them. This delighted Li Yao, who repeatedly promised to spread the word and bring her friends to support the opening. Jin Zhao watched Sujui's busyness with concern in his heart, but he did not stop her, because he knew this was what she wanted to do. Whatever she wanted to do, he would always support her unconditionally, whether good or bad, right or wrong. After a busy week or so, they finally managed to finish most of the preliminary work. It was only then that she had some free time. Just then Li Kuan came to report that the shop was fully decorated and invited them to inspect it. Sui was both expectant and nervous. Before they even reached the shop, she saw from afar that some curious townsfolk had already gathered at the entrance. When they arrived, the crowd spontaneously made way. Sui smiled and nodded, greeting everyone. These were her future patrons after all. This simple gesture immediately boosted her popularity among the onlookers. As she stepped out of the crowd and looked up, she was truly surprised. The 3 gilded characters of Mei Yagu glittered in the sunlight. Pushing aside the delicate long bead curtain and entering the shop, exquisiteness could be seen everywhere. It was perfect, even better than she had initially expected, especially the fine details in every corner, which had been handled beautifully. Everything she needed was already in place. She couldn't have been more satisfied. It was a good thing she had decisively latched onto a powerful ally. Otherwise, if she had tried to do it all alone, she would have taken many detours and wasted so much time, energy, and money. So she looked at her boyfriend beside her, as if he were a prized treasure. Otherwise, if she had tried to do it all alone, she would have taken many detours and wasted so much time, energy, and money. So she looked at her boyfriend. He gently stroked her smooth long hair, a smile spreading across his lips. Sui restrained her grin and put on a serious expression. Jin Zhao, your subordinate, is so talented. The decoration is amazing. I'm glad you're satisfied, Sui. With the decoration complete, they began stocking the goods. Since they were selling women's lingerie, to avoid awkwardness for men, Sui asked them to wait outside. The lingerie had been sorted in advance, so stocking wasn't troublesome. Sui, Yun Mei, and Tao Hong finished in less than an hour. By then the sun was just beginning to set. Sui looked at the arrangement and goods, which resembled a modern lingerie store, and nodded with satisfaction. Even a small boss was still a boss. Now everything was ready except for the opening. After tidying up, they prepared to leave. Just as they were about to lock up, Chi Ruachin arrived. Jiang's sister-in-law, you're not being fair. You didn't even tell us about opening a shop. Jin Zhao gave him a blank look. Is your house arrest over? Chi Ruichin choked, rubbed his nose, and said weakly, Hey Jiang, don't. Sui Sui chuckled. Master Chi opening this shop was a whim of mine. I'm selling ladies' items, so besides Li Yao, I didn't tell any of you. And it's not officially open yet. Oh alright. When I get back I'll have my sisters come and support your business. Thank you in advance, Master Chi. Don't mention it, sister-in-law. Without further ado, Sui Sui and the others returned home. The first thing Jin Zhao did upon returning to the mansion was to check the calendar. The day after tomorrow, the 28th of June, was an auspicious day, great for all. So the opening was set for that day. After a busy day, everyone was a bit tired. Sui Sui in particular felt that if there were a bed nearby she would fall asleep instantly. Yet despite that, she still spent some tender moments with Jin Zhao before returning to her room to rest. After a night of rejuvenation, she was full of energy and vitality the next day. After breakfast, she repeatedly urged Jin Zhao to work diligently at home before heading to the shop with Yun Mei and Tao Hong. On the way, they ran into Li Yao, who was looking for her. Li Yao was both surprised and excited. Sui Sui, I was just coming to find you. Where are you off to? Sui Sui smiled cheerfully. I'm going to the shop, of course. It opens tomorrow, so I want to check if there's anything I've missed. Tomorrow? Why didn't you send someone to tell me earlier? Li Yao was genuinely surprised. Well, we decided yesterday evening after checking the auspicious day. I was planning to come find you after checking the shop, and here you are. That means we're in sync. Yeah, we really are. Together they went to the shop and Sui Sui carefully inspected everything to ensure nothing was amiss. Li Yao, seeing the beautiful lingerie, was envious and her eyes sparkled. Sui Sui, they'll bring a bunch of girlfriends tomorrow to cheer you on. Sui Sui gave an okay gesture. Great, thank you, Li Yao. Sui Sui, why don't you call me Yao Yao like my family does? Calling me Li Yao feels so distant. Sui Sui paused, then complied. Alright, Yao Yao, Sui Sui, oh by the way, what time do you open tomorrow? The young woman thought for a moment. The modern time of 8:18 a.m. corresponded to the ancient hour of Chun, around the first quarter of the Chun hour. Great, I'll be there early with my friends. After that the two chatted about various things. They didn't realize how much they had in common until they started talking. It wasn't until nearly noon, when Jin Zhao came to fetch Sui Sui, that Li Yao reluctantly went home, still wanting to talk more. Sui Sui, you've been chatting with others all morning, but you've barely said 10 words to me. Sui Sui was taken aback by his slightly aggrieved tone. Jin Zhao, you're not jealous of my female friends, are you? No. Seeing his awkward expression, she couldn't help but find it both amusing and endearing. Alright, you're not. But I'm going to talk to Jin Zhao for a lifetime. Hearing her heartwarming words, the corners of his mouth lifted higher and higher. The next day at the break of dawn, Sui Sui awoke. After tidying up in the space, she changed into a crimson dress. The vibrant, passionate red made her skin appear even more flawless, like driven snow. Then she applied a natural and elegant light makeup. Gazing at the breathtakingly beautiful girl in the full-length mirror, Sui Sui thought that if she were a man, she would surely fall in love with herself. Words like bright eyes and white teeth, or icy skin and jade bones could not capture even a tenth of her beauty. She was tall and slender, with all the right curves, holding her head high and her chest out. Especially her willowy waist, so slender it seemed a gentle breeze could snap it. Any woman who saw it would be filled with envy. Yet sometimes she would wonder, with such a stunning appearance that could topple cities, she must have been an exceptionally beautiful chubby baby at birth. How could her heartless parents bear to abandon her? Even if they had unspeakable difficulties, why would they leave her by a trash bin? Pondering this yielded no answers. She gathered her thoughts and prepared to leave the space. Suddenly her steps halted, and she turned to the daily necessities area. She picked out 3 bright and 3 dark small portable water skins, and filled them with water. 1 for each person, making exactly 6. Then in the ethnic crafts section, she chose 6 embroidered pouches to hold the water skins. Just as she exited the space, faint noises came from outside, followed by the opening of the adjacent door. A low, displeased voice rang out. What is all this commotion about? The tone was thick with annoyance. Didn't they know his Sui Sui was still asleep? Sui Sui quickly opened the door and greeted him with a radiant smile. Jin Zhao, good morning. Seeing her, his previously impatient brows instantly softened. Sui Sui, good morning. Jin Zhao, don't scold them. I asked them to come here at this time. Since his beloved girl said so, he cast a cool glance at them, and without further comment, simply gave a low in acknowledgement. The people she defended, like Li Heng and the others, were deeply moved. Their future crown princess was simply too wonderful. Seeing everyone had arrived, Sui Sui pulled Jin Zhao back into the room. Here, boyfriend for you. Sui Sui handed him the exclusive water skin she had prepared for him, then cheerfully shook the one she held in her own hand. Jin Zhao's affectionate gaze shifted between the 2 water skins. They were clearly a matching couple set, just like the clothes they wore. The corners of his mouth, already slightly upturned, lifted even higher, and a smile danced in his eyes. Thank you, girlfriend. Sui Sui smiled. You're welcome. Let's go out. When she emerged, everyone looked curiously at the items in her bag. To thank you all for your hard work, I want to give each of you a small gift. As she spoke, she distributed the items among them. As she handed them out, she explained, "This is a special water skin from where I come from. It can be used indefinitely. Don't waste the water inside." Everyone nodded in unison, indicating their understanding. Knowing their future crown princess was extraordinary, they took her. Sui Sui looked at the well-receiving group and continued with her arrangements. In a moment, Li Heng and Li Kuan, you two will maintain order at the entrance. Yin Mei Tao Hong and I will be inside the shop. Everyone responded in unison yes. The person left out quickly asked Sui Sui, "What about me?" "Well, I was thinking of having you stand at the door to command respect, but I worried it might undermine your image as the crown prince." Jin Zhao suddenly pinched her pert nose, torn between laughter and exasperation. "Oh, Sui Sui, you." Hey, the girl pushed his hand away, her voice coquettish like a mix of a pout and a complaint. "Everyone, why do we suddenly feel so full and so superfluous?" After giving the gifts and making the arrangements, they began to eat breakfast. By then the rising sun had revealed a small corner, casting a patch of brilliance. When they arrived at the shop after the meal, the sunlight was growing stronger, but not yet too scorching. Thanks to prior publicity, a crowd of girls was already waiting eagerly at the shop entrance. Among them was a small group, led by Li Yao. There were also some onlookers. Seeing Sujui's carriage arrive, Li Yao immediately went forward, but didn't get too close. "Sui Sui, you're here." "Yao Yao." Sui Sui, steadying herself with Jinzho's hand, descended from the carriage, and was genuinely startled by the vast sea of people. Most shops had yet to open for the new day, yet hers was already bustling with customers. Seeing the crown prince present as well, the crowd knelt or bowed in greeting. Once the formalities were over, Sui Sui took a few steps toward Li Yao. "Why are you here so early?" "Hee, not early at all." The others, intimidated by Jinzho's presence, didn't crowd around. But the girls, who usually grew shy and bashful at the sight of him, now had their gazes fixed on Sui Sui. While marveling at her beauty, their eyes couldn't help but turn in unison to her chest. Indeed, it was firm, shapely, and beautifully full. Looking at their own, which were almost as flat as a washboard, they felt disheartened. Indeed, fair-skinned beauty and long legs were always for others. And the husband she found was a child of destiny, the crown prince. Comparing oneself to others is maddening. Oh. Yet after their inner lamentations, they felt mostly pure envy, because they knew they were not. Sui Sui smiled and greeted everyone, then announced the opening time and some notes. She secretly checked the time. It was exactly 8 o'clock. Qi Ruichen, Li Heng, and Wang Mingan arrived at that moment. After exchanging a few pleasantries with them, she took the firecrackers for the opening ceremony down from the carriage. 8 strings of firecrackers, each 8 meters long, were spread out on the ground. The crowd of onlookers grew larger. Worried about safety, Sui Sui had Li Heng and the others disperse the people to a safe area. At exactly 8:15, everyone was instructed to hold lit incense sticks and stand ready. At 8:17 and 50 seconds, Sui Sui gave the order. Shi Jinzhao, Li Heng, Li Kuan, Yun Mei, and Tao Hong all lit the firecrackers at almost the same moment. At precisely 8:18, 8 deafening explosions of firecrackers simultaneously thundered through the sky. For a time, smoke billowed and thick fumes rolled. Covering their ears, the crowd watched everything with curiosity and excitement. They never imagined they would witness such a grand opening ceremony in their lifetime. The 8 strings of firecrackers crackled for nearly 15 minutes before finally burning out. The ground was covered in red debris like a thick red carpet, incredibly festive. The opening ceremony concluded and business officially began. As people entered the shop, the first thing they saw was an exceptionally large screen. The simple and easy to understand couplet on it made them blush with shame. In the past, a single cloth sufficed to hide. Now 2 peaks captivate the gaze. Passing the screen, 3 walls filled with various styles and colors of lingerie dazzled their eyes. However, thanks to prior publicity, the explanatory pamphlets inside the shop, and the great Buddha guarding the entrance, the overall order was quite good. Although they winced at the price of 100 taels of silver per piece of lingerie, they paid without hesitation, and some even bought several pieces. With such exquisite craftsmanship and powerful effects, they would willingly pay even 500 taels. This was a treasure that could make their figures more beautiful. Sui Sui was of course unaware of their thoughts. Otherwise, she would have been kicking herself, regretting setting the price too low. Waves of customers came and went. After 3 busy days, the excitement gradually subsided, and the inventory was nearly depleted. Sui Sui gathered the revenue from these days and counted it with delight. What she saw shocked her. The total in banknotes and silver coins amounted to over 50,000 taels. As expected, beneath the emperor's feet, there were simply too many wealthy people. Watching her act like a little money grubber, Jin Zhao felt both exasperated and incredibly fond. After stashing the money in her space, Sui Sui stretched her limbs. She walked straight up to Jin Zhao, tilted her head slightly, and opened her arms with a bright smile. He in turn opened his arms and pulled her into an embrace. His face gently brushed against her hair, his expression one of pure bliss and enjoyment. Yet his tone was plaintive. "I thought Sui Sui cared more for money than for me." Hearing this, Sui Sui was taken aback, and her smile dimmed slightly. "I'm sorry, Jin Zhao. I did neglect you these past few days. But how could I ever—" Hearing the remorse in her voice, Jin Zhao inwardly scolded himself for making such a joke. Silly girl, never say sorry to me, okay? I'm okay. You've been exhausted these days, Sway Sway. Get some rest early tonight. I'm okay. But right now there's something I really want to do. Jin Zhao was puzzled and asked gently, what does Sway Sway want to do? Lower your head, and he'll tell you. He slightly parted the distance between them and looked down at her. In his phoenix eyes a gentle wave of light shimmered. She didn't speak, but her red lips told him the answer. 3 days without a kiss. How she had missed it. Her boyfriend. Sway Sway became renowned throughout the entire capital, not only for her status as the future crown princess and the crown prince's profound affection for her, but also for her breathtaking beauty that could topple cities and realms. Even more so, her shop, with its exorbitant prices, still drew endless streams of customers. Some men coveted her beauty, but lacked the courage to act for her future husband, was the crown prince himself. Some women resented the high cost of her undergarments, yet were forced to submit to the allure of enhanced beauty. Sway Sway remained indifferent to their thoughts, even if she knew she would merely scoff. Those who dared to covet her beauty were welcome to try if they valued their lives little. Dissatisfied with the prices, she was the first to seize the opportunity, and her goods were worth every coin. What was wrong with charging a premium? Since ancient times, one gets what one pays for. Of course, she remained unaware of the commotion outside, for at that moment she and Jin Zhao were in the palace having breakfast with the emperor. Summoned early in the morning, she had thought something urgent had occurred, only to find it was merely a meal with the emperor. Yet she betrayed no hint of displeasure. This composed demeanor only deepened the emperor's satisfaction with her. Indeed, while others spoke of a mother-in-law's fondness for her son-in-law, here it was a father-in-law's growing admiration for his daughter-in-law. He even mused that were it not for Ji Yang's noble status and striking appearance, he might have feared his son unworthy of such an exceptional girl. After the meal, the couple did not linger long before leaving the palace. Bathed in morning light, they walked hand in hand like a pair of lovers from the depths of sunlight, ethereal and otherworldly. Jin Zhao will take you home first. You can work there while I visit the shop. He'll accompany you to the shop. No need, Tao Hong is with me. Jin Zhao thought for a moment and did not object. He lifted her delicate hand still clasped in his and brushed it against his lips. All right. When Sway Sway was busy, she entrusted the shop to Yun Mei and Li Hung, one handling internal affairs and the other external matters. Today was no different. Naturally, the task of driving the carriage fell to Li Kuan or Tao Hong. Upon reaching the palace gates, Tao Hong and Li Kuan were still waiting by the carriage, yet Sway Sway sensed a shift in the atmosphere between them. A hint of sweetness, however, she observed discreetly, unwilling to gossip about matters still in their infancy. When they noticed the couple's approach, both quickly greeted them. First, take His Highness back to the residence, then proceed to the shop. Tao Hong glanced at Jin Zhao, and upon seeing no objection promptly replied, yes, miss. The carriage journey lasted about 15 minutes before arriving at the Crown Prince's residence. Before alighting, Jin Zhao cupped his beloved's face, savoring her sweetness to his heart's content before finally releasing her. Her lovely lips were stained with his rouge, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, adding a touch of demonic charm. He wiped his lips with his thumb, exuding an indescribable allure. Seeing this, Sway Sway maintained a facade of calmness while inwardly screaming, oh heavens, my boyfriend looks absolutely stunning, like this, so seductive, I just... After silently reciting form is emptiness, emptiness is form countless times, her emotions finally settled slightly. She felt that if this continued, he would drive her to madness with his flirtations. Thus, after reapplying her lipstick, she shot a seductive glare at the man, burning with desire, her eyes brimming with affection, before mercilessly shoving him off the carriage. Out of sight, out of mind. That wretched man had nearly bitten off her tongue. The man, now expelled from the carriage, shook his head with a mix of satisfaction and helpless amusement. His Sway Sway. Composing himself, he instructed Tao Hong sternly, protect the miss. Yes, your highness. Inside the carriage, Sway Sway, though feigning annoyance, was filled with sweetness, her lips curling into a smile that refused to fade. Jin Zhao lifted the curtain and saw this very sight. Thus his previously stern face softened once more. Sway Sway, come back early. I know you're so naggy. Tao Hong. As the carriage gradually departed, Jin Zhao and Li Kuan returned to the residence. Passing by the Rainbow Garment Pavilion, Sway Sway lifted the curtain and happened to catch sight of Qi Ruichen entering. Her peach blossom eyes sparkled as she said, Tao Hong, stop the carriage. The carriage gradually came to a halt. Tao Hong asked, puzzled, miss, what? Tao Hong, wait for me here. They'll go see if there are any beautiful new ornaments. Yes, miss. As soon as Sway Sway's private carriage stopped, a sharp-eyed shop assistant immediately went inside to announce her arrival. Thus, as she reached the entrance, Qi Ruichen came out to greet her. Sister-in-law, I apologize for not welcoming you from afar. He then looked behind her. Didn't Ji Yang come with you? Greetings, Master Qi. Jin Zhao didn't come. I'm here today on some business. Upon hearing this, Qi Ruichen guessed that since she had avoided his good friend, it must be something significant. He promptly invited her to an inner room and ordered someone to guard the door against eavesdroppers. His serious demeanor left Sway momentarily bewildered. It felt as though they were plotting something scandalous. She quickly stopped him. Master Qi, it's nothing too important. Let's just talk here. Just have the others step aside. He understood once more. She wanted privacy. After everyone had withdrawn, Sui glanced at the empty doorway and cut straight to the point. Master Qi, do you know how Jin Zhao usually celebrates his birthday? Why don't you ask him yourself, sister-in-law? Because I want to give him a surprise. Her tone was utterly matter-of-fact. Qi Ruichin choked, feeling as though he had been struck by a devastating blow. What was wrong with this couple? Why did they both come to flaunt their love in front of him? Was it because he had no sweetheart? Well, that was true. You don't know. Seeing his silent, Sui assumed he was unaware. Ahem. Qi Ruichin cleared his throat. As the crown prince, Zhiyang's birthday should be celebrated annually. But even when he was a prince, the decade celebrations felt dull and meaningless. I doubt he'll hold one this year. At most, a few of us brothers will have a meal at Moonbase. Alright, I understand. This year I want to give him an unforgettable surprise, so I won't join you for the meal. We'll celebrate together next year. Hearing this, Qi Ruichin was so shocked that he sprang to his feet and complained with feigned bitterness, Sister-in-law, can you two stop being so affectionate in front of me? Sui looked utterly bewildered. Yesterday when your shop opened, Ziyang told me that this year he only wants to spend his birthday with you. And now you say you want to give him an unforgettable surprise. You two are absolutely incredible. Both were thinking of each other. He even gave a thumbs up. Unaware of this, Sui Peach Blossom eyes instantly curved into crescent moons upon hearing his words. After leaving the Rainbow Garment Pavilion, she visited the shop, instructed Tao Hong and the others to take good care of it, as she would be busy for the next 2 days, and then returned directly to the residence. Jin Zhao, who was reviewing memorials, was astonished to see her back just half an hour after they had parted. Sui back so soon. Didn't you say you were going to the shop? Didn't you tell me to come back early? What if you don't want me back so soon? I'll leave. Sui tried to keep a straight face, suppressing a smile as she made a move to leave, but he scooped her up horizontally. Startled by the sudden Princess Carrie, she let out a cry. Her tiny fists pounded against his chest, but the force was less than a tick. He sat in his office chair with her on his lap. Steadying her, he gently patted her shapely bottom. Sui, you're being naughty again. His helpless tone was brimming with laughter and affection. How could he not want her back early? He wished he could keep her in his pocket and take her everywhere, never apart for a moment. But he knew that was impossible. The girl whose bottom had been patted immediately bristled. Jin Zhao, you shameless man. How dare you spank me? In all her years, this was the first time she had been spanked. Oh heavens, she had ultimately fallen victim to her boyfriend's mischief. It was utterly humiliating. Seeing the rosy blush spreading across her jade-like cheeks, the man let out a series of chuckles. After the midday meal, Jin Zhao wished to take an afternoon nap with his beloved, but she resolutely refused. Under the guise of dedicating herself to work, she claimed it was to lay the foundation for becoming a wise sovereign in the future. Helpless, he could only resign himself to reviewing memorials. Watching his retreating figure, Sui nodded with satisfaction, her expression, one of the child is teachable. The next day was her boyfriend's birthday, and she wanted to be the first to offer him birthday wishes at the stroke of midnight. How could she prepare gifts if they... After instructing Tao Hong to guard the door strictly, she entered her space and headed straight for the cake shop. What is a birthday without a cake? There were ready-made cakes in the shop, but she wanted to make one herself. It was not about anything else but her heartfelt intention. In her past life, she had worked part-time at a cake shop for a year. Baking bread and cakes was a breeze for her. With her mind made up, she set to work. It took about 10 minutes to prepare the ingredients, 5 minutes to whisk the egg whites, and nearly 40 minutes to bake. While waiting, she whipped the cream. Once the cake had cooled, she began to spread the cream and pipe decorations. Finally, she found 2 number candles, a 2 and a 3, and placed them on top. At last, a beautifully crafted birthday cake, brimming with love, was complete. She packed it up and set it aside. Then she began to knead dough. A birthday is incomplete without cake, and even more so without longevity noodles. Half an hour later, a bowl of noodles made from a single continuous strand was freshly ready. The tender white egg, the emerald green vegetables, the fiery red tomatoes, and the steaming aroma. It was a feast for the eyes and the appetite, instantly whetting one's hunger. She then gathered the gifts she had prepared earlier. The cake, the longevity noodles, the presents. This was her love for him. By the time she finished, nearly 3 hours had passed in the space. Sui massaged her aching arms. Though tired, it was worth it. Then she soaked in a spiritual water bath, which washed away the fatigue of the busy. She had intended to rest, but remembering Tao Hong was still guarding the door, she left the space and brought out a cup of milk tea. Tao Hong, here, go and rest. He'll take a nap, you don't need to stay. Tao Hong caressed the cool milk tea, deeply moved, and said firmly, Miss, I must stay here to protect you. Alright, go back and rest. Your prince is not far away, he will protect me too. In the end, Tao Hong was persuaded to leave. But she did not leave, instead she lingered in the shade at the entrance of Xiaofeng Courtyard. To her surprise, Li Kuan was also there. They exchanged glances, then awkwardly looked away. Finally, they finished the milk tea, taking turns sipping it. When Sui said she was going to sleep, she truly did. But she worried that sleeping too comfortably in the space would prevent her from hearing any outside noise. So she took 2 mini fans and slept on the carved wooden bed in her room. With the fans by the bed, she fell asleep easily. She slept until the setting sun cast long shadows, but found herself growing more tired. She washed her face with spiritual water, which revived her a little. Just as she tidied up, the door was gently pushed open. Sway's sweetheart leaped in reflex, then calmed as she recognized who it was. No one else would enter her room unannounced except her boyfriend. Sure enough, it was Jin Zhao. Seeing him, a smile instantly bloomed at the corners of her lips. Waking up to see him was wonderful. Jin Zhao, upon entering and seeing her awake, let out a sigh of relief, and his cautious movements became more relaxed. Little sleepyhead awake now. His teasing tone, playful expression, and gentle brows perfectly conveyed his indulgent affection for her. Who are you calling a little sleepyhead? Why, the girl who slept the entire afternoon, of course. Nonsense, I only slept for an hour or 2. But I came in twice this afternoon, and the girl was always sleeping. Sway was speechless. He still loved watching her sleep. Still, she was glad it was him. Anyone else, and she would have thought them a pervert or a voyeur. Jin Zhao, I'm hungry. Sway sat up and wrapped her arms around his neck. Worried that this position might be uncomfortable for her, Jin Zhao naturally turned her around and placed her on his lap, kissing the jade-like hand he held. He said tenderly, "I'll have them bring the meal." The girl nestled in his arms, nodded. Eating early would allow her to have more of his birthday cake at midnight. Most modern people celebrate birthdays in the evening, but she preferred the very beginning of the birthday. Birthdays, everything seemed full of hope. After dinner, night had gradually fallen. To stay awake until midnight, Sway took Jin Zhao for a stroll in the courtyard to aid digestion, then dragged him back to her room to binge-watch a series. Time slipped away and the night deepened. Sway confidently assured herself she would stay awake until midnight. But by 10 o'clock her head was already nodding with drowsiness. Sway, let's stop watching and go to sleep. Sway, whose head was bobbing against someone's chest, felt a jolt of alertness at the mention of sleep. No, she blurted out, her drowsiness halved. So sleepy yet you refuse to sleep. Do you want to become a spirit? Of course not. It's just that I haven't spent much time with you the past couple of days, and I want to make up for it. Jin Zhao pinched her nose, his soft laugh, both indulgent and tender. What a little fool. Pinched like that, Sway felt her drowsiness lift a little, but it was still unbearable. Oh, the agony of wanting to sleep, but not being able to. It was truly, finally in a state where minutes felt like hours. The midnight alarm rang punctually at 12. The girl's drowsiness vanished in an instant. Joyfully she slipped out of his embrace and said, "Happy birthday, boyfriend. May all your wishes come true, all your paths be smooth, and all your loves be fulfilled." Jin Zhao, startled by the sudden alarm, unexpectedly heard this blessing. He instantly understood why she had stayed up. It was all for him. He raised his eyes to look at her. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were now brimming with laughter, clearly reflecting his stunned self. Then he heard his own slightly hoarse voice, "Little fool, thank you." Seeing his reaction, Sway knew he was moved. She said playfully, "There's a surprise." She led him to the table, and with a wave of her hand, the cake she had made that afternoon appeared on it with the number candles 23 inserted, exuding a rich milky aroma. Sway, this is the birthday cake I made for you. Light the candles and make a wish, and it will come true. Saying this, she handed him a lighter. Jin Zhao mechanically followed her instructions, then closed his eyes and silently made a wish. A wish concerning the girl beside him. He made his wish as she sang the birthday song. He finished, and she finished. Once you've made your wish, don't say it aloud, or it won't come true. Now blow out the candles and one. Jin Zhao obediently did as he was told. Then with one guiding and the other executing, they worked in perfect harmony. Eating the soft, sweet cake, Jin Zhao's heart swelled with the thought that celebrating a birthday was indeed such a meaningful event. But he knew it was all because of the... In the end, a 12-inch cake was unknowingly devoured by the two of them, feeding each other bite by bite, until nearly half was gone. With her boyfriend's agreement, Sway decided to give the remaining half to Li Heng and the others the next day. Worried it might spoil overnight, she stored it in her space. Jin Zhao stepped forward, pulled her into his arms, and held her tightly. Sway, thank you. Thank you for appearing in my dull life. Thank you for always surprising me at every moment. After letting him hold her for a while, Sway checked the time and withdrew from his embrace. There's still a surprise coming. With a wave of her hand, a bowl of long-leaf noodles appeared on the table. Noodles? Mama, I rolled these longevity noodles for you, and the whole bowl is just one single strand. Eating long-leaf noodles on your birthday brings health and longevity. The long-leaf noodles were as enticing as when they first came out of the pot, with their alluring color, fragrant aroma, and steaming heat. Jin Zhao's eyes suddenly stung with tears, and his heart felt so full it seemed ready to burst from his chest. Even the empress who once loved him had never treated him so well. But his Sway cherished him and placed him at the very center of her heart. How fortunate was he to be so deeply loved by her. Alright, don't just stand there. Eat it while it's hot. Yes, whatever Sway says. After finishing the noodles and rinsing his mouth, Sway mysteriously presented the final gift. Tada! The grand finale birthday present is here. Staring at the exquisite gift box no larger than his palm, Jin Zhao felt a sudden wave of being overwhelmed. How much thought and how many surprises had his girl prepared? Seeing him holding the box without making a move, Sway eagerly urged boyfriend open it and see. I'm sure you'll love it. Her excitement was even greater than if she were unwrapping a gift herself. Pulling himself back from his thoughts, he carefully untied the bow and opened the box. Inside lay an embroidered pouch. In an instant his already moist affectionate eyes gleamed with a special light, like the deepest lake gently rippling under a spring breeze. He took it out with the utmost care, caressing it gently. It was made of the finest black fabric he loved, with neat tight stitches, and embroidered with the words, "You have Sway, you have Zhao." A casual remark he had made, and his girl had remembered it, turning it into a surprise. The rapid pounding beat of his heart revealed the turmoil within him. Words like moved, excited, and joyful were insufficient to describe his feelings. Perhaps the most heartwarming love is when you take my casual work. So how is my needlework? Sway's sweet, cheerful tone carried a hint of pride. When Sway makes a move, it's always top-notch. It's perfect, priceless. Sway teased with a smile. What do you mean? Would you trade it for 10,000 gold? Then my feelings for you would be so cheap. Don't talk nonsense, Sway. Your feelings are priceless to me. Not for 1,000 gold, not even for 10 million gold would I trade them. How could I bear to exchange something you made with your own hands for mere worldly possessions? That's more like it. If you had traded it for 10,000 gold, I'd be hemping. Her coquettish pout made his heart race with warmth. His hand involuntarily reached out to touch her tender cheek, and he softly murmured Sway. His gentle gaze and affectionate tone made her heart tremble. Oh my, when her boyfriend was gentle, it was truly irresistible. But she loved this side of him, the tenderness he reserved only for her. To avoid being swept away by his affection, she quickly changed the subject. Look inside the pouch. Jin Zhao shook the pouch, hearing a rustling sound. What's in here? Just see for yourself. His long, slender fingers loosened the drawstring and pulled out 2 gleaming gold chains that swayed in the air. Attached to them were pendants, each holding a photo from their time in the rose garden. His pupils dilated in a mix of surprise and delight. After caressing the photo for a long time, he lifted his gaze to her and murmured again, Sway. His voice was husky and magnetic, and the emotions in his eyes shifted endlessly. I'm here. Compared to his frequent moments of being overwhelmed, Sway watched him with a constant gentle smile. These are a pair of couple necklaces to be worn around the neck. Taking the necklace from his hand, she opened the clasp. Boyfriend, lower your head. He obeyed. She fastened it around his neck, then put on her own. So do you like it? Jin Zhao caressed the pendant lovingly. I love it. As long as it's from you, I love everything, no matter what it is. From now on, I can keep you close to my heart forever. Wherever I go, you'll be with me, never apart. If you like it. Before Sway could finish, she let out a heavy yawn. Afterward, she added a drowsy good through teary eyes. Perhaps it was the lateness of the hour or the relief after giving the gifts, but her eyelids suddenly grew heavy and her head began to swim. She pulled out her phone to check. Good heavens, it was already 3 in the morning. No wonder she was so sleepy. She wrapped her arms around his waist and nuzzled her head against his shoulder, her peach blossom eyes half closed. Jin Zhao, I'm so sleepy. All right, I'll carry you to bed. With that, he scooped her up and gently laid her down on her own carved canopy bed. After dozing off for a bit, Sway noticed he hadn't lain down. She opened her drowsy eyes. Jin Zhao, come lie down. It's very late. Be good, Sway. You sleep first. No, I want to sleep holding you. Her voice was like a sulking child. With that, she pulled him down onto the bed. That single tug made her suddenly think of a saying: the gods entrust the clear sky to the rain, cherry blossoms to spring the night, to starlight heartbeats, to blushes, and you to me. Recalling their moments together since she came into his life, he had given her all the beauty, the racing heartbeats, and the blushes. As he was pulled down, worried about crushing her, he instinctively braced himself on either side of her. Her gaze reflecting his image swept across his heart. The surging emotions within him finally broke free. Closing the distance, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist and kissed her. Sway was stunned for a moment, then a smile curved on her lips as she eagerly responded to his passion. When their lips met, it was like soft candy, growing sweeter, but soon overwhelmed by his fervor, she felt like a fish gasping for water, patting him desperately. Jin Zhao, are you trying to suffocate me? Her breathless, sweetly coquettish tone made his breath catch. His voice came out hoarse and full of desire. It's all my fault. Seeing his restrained look, Sway sensed trouble and instinctively thought it best to sleep. But before she could close her eyes, his soft lips captured hers again. Unlike the stormy kiss before, this one was like a gentle drizzle, incredibly soft. A light like a tender grind. And so the girl was once again drawn into the tenderness he offered. The next morning, as the gentle sunlight streamed into the room, the two who had fallen asleep in each other's arms opened their eyes almost simultaneously. Exchanging a smile, joy instantly touched the corners of their brows. Good morning, Sway. Good morning, Jin Zhao. After exchanging greetings, they did not rush to get up. They cherished the beautiful moment of quietly embracing each other. But just then a series of gurgling sounds echoed between them. Sujui's face flushed with embarrassment as she slightly lifted her head, meeting Jinzho's amused eyes. Jin Zhao, who was about to say, "Let's get up for breakfast," was instantly delighted by her adorable sneak peek at him. A joyful laugh immediately spilled. He swore it was only because he found her cute not to mock her. But to Sui, who was already embarrassed, the laughter sounded like blatant ridicule. Thus, feigning anger and shame, she wrapped herself tightly in the silk quilt, resorting to self-deception and burying her head in the sand. It wasn't me, that embarrassing moment wasn't me. Worried she might suffocate, Jin Zhao gently tugged at the quilt. But Sui, who was stubbornly resisting under the quilt, held it tightly with both hands and feet. His playful tug was nowhere near strong enough to pull. Helpless, he propped himself up on his elbows, ready to rise, but she suddenly threw the quilt over him. Before he could react, Sui swung her long leg over him, swiftly turning the tables. But she accidentally pressed on a certain spot, and a stifled groan mingling pain and pleasure escaped his throat. The girl was dumbfounded, all too familiar with that sound. Was she asking for trouble again? But she didn't mean to. She just had a sudden whim to imitate a TikTok trend of trapping someone under a blanket. Unintentional mistakes are not crimes. Yes, she didn't mean it, so it's okay. So she quietly grabbed the blanket and slid off him without making a sound. Then with a big roll, she wrapped herself into a cocoon. But the one who had just been teased didn't care whether she meant it or not. He too swung his long leg over the cocoon, pinning it firmly beneath him. Holding her delicate flushed face, he kissed her with crimson eyes. This girl needed a lesson, or she'd never know her limits. Sui struggled, but tragically realized that by wrapping herself into a cocoon, she couldn't move an inch, and had to submit. Although neither had bad breath in the morning, kissing right after waking up was too embarrassing. And they had kissed only 6 hours ago. Truly, if you don't court trouble, you won't die. The trouble you cause, you must endure. Sensing her distraction, his hand gently rubbed somewhere through the silk quilt. Despite the barrier, it still made the girl unconsciously let out a hearing that his blood reached a boiling point. Finally, he let her go only when she had softened into a pool of water. Sui felt utterly weak, dizzy, and wished she could disappear on the spot. Even her glare probably looked like a flirt to him. Jin Zhao untied the quilt, pulled her into his arms, and patted her bottom. "Do you dare do it again?" That sit had nearly ruined her future. Having given up struggling, the girl shook her head pitifully. No, she dared not. Never again. If she had known a TikTok imitation would cost her so much, she would never have tried it. What a loss. After a while, she insisted he go back to his room to freshen up. She quickly entered her space, washed up, and drank a large cup of spiritual water before feeling alive again. Indeed, a rogue man was not to be provoked or teased. After the mischief, they began breakfast. When she was ravenous earlier, she felt she could eat a whole cow. But when actually eating, she could only finish a bowl of millet porridge and one bun. Sui, be good and eat one more egg. As he spoke, Jin Zhao placed the freshly peeled egg into her bowl and wiped his hands. Can I skip it? The answer was a firm refusal, no. Alright then. Oh, by the way, boyfriend, it's your birthday today. Can you take the day off? He asked with a smile. What does my girlfriend want to do? Nothing much, just want you to rest for a day. Jin Zhao thought for a moment. The important memorials were already handled, leaving only trivial matters. He nodded. Alright, I'll spend the whole day with Sui. Sui was taken aback. Wasn't it his birthday? Don't you need to go to the palace or have dinner with your friends? He shook his head. My father knows I don't celebrate my birthday. I can meet friends anytime. Since I have a rare day off, I'll stay home with Sui. The weather is so nice, staying home would be such a waste. He brushed away a strand of hair from her lips and asked, where does Sui want to go? Let's go see the roses, the blooming season is almost over. Alright, whatever Sui says. Then let's invite your friends, and Li Yao too. Jin Zhao frowned. Why invite them? Oh, more people make it livelier. Alright, whatever Sui says. Then he called out to the door, all of you come in. As he spoke, Li Heng, Li Kuan, Tao Hong, and Yun Mei entered together. Seeing them all enter, Sui spoke first. Tao Hong, go to the Grand Commandant's mansion and invite Miss Li. Tell her that the prince and I invite her to join us, and to bring her brother. Yes, miss. Then she looked at Jin Zhao, her meaning clear. Li Heng, go to the Chancellor's mansion. Li Kuan, go to the Censor's mansion. Who to find? They were all trusted aides of many years, it was self-evident. Miss, what about me? Yun Mei pointed at herself, seeing everyone else had a task. Yun Mei, go to the kitchen and see what fruits are available. Bring a bit of each. Yes, miss. Having received her task, Yun Mei cheerfully went out. Boyfriend, while there's still time, go handle some official matters so they don't pile up tomorrow. Jin Zhao thought for a moment and didn't object. They'll go to my room to put on some lipstick and come back to find you. He replied with tender eyes, okay. After breakfast, he went straight to the study. Taking advantage of their absence, Sui quickly returned to her room, bolted the door, entered her space, and headed straight for the freezer. A day out in the countryside with many friends couldn't be complete without a barbecue. So based on the number of people, she took as many assorted skewers as possible from the freezer. Her Oreo-like voice had been crucial for her successful house sales in the past. To protect her voice, she had avoided overly stimulating foods. Now no longer burdened by making a living and with spiritual water at hand, she could finally eat whatever she wanted. Being able to eat freely doubled the joy of life. Outside the Crown Prince's residence. Chi Ruichin, what are you doing here? Li Yao, what are you doing here? Two voices rang out almost simultaneously. Chi Ruichin flicked open his fan and began to wave it. Of course His Highness the Crown Prince sent for me. Upon hearing this, Li Yao chuckled. Oh, I was invited by my best friend Sui Sui. If your Crown Prince still has to listen to my best friend. She had personally heard the Crown Prince say, all right, whatever Sui Sui says. With that thought, her gaze drifted to Chuanxi beside her. She instructed her to wait by the carriage first, then walked inside with light brisk steps. Chi Ruichin. He finally understood why she had turned away with a suppressed laugh. His brother, not yet married, was already a henpecked husband. Seeing Li Yao already walking ahead, he gave similar instructions to Chifu and immediately followed. Behind them, Wang Mingan and Li Hang exchanged a glance and shook their heads. Since childhood, no one else bickered the moment they met like these two. Having been notified in advance, the gatekeeper let them in directly upon their... This was Li Yao's first time inside the Crown Prince's residence. Though awed by its splendor, she adhered to the principle of not looking at improprieties and followed them properly to the main hall. She couldn't put her best friend in a difficult position. After taking their seats in the hall, servants promptly served tea. Meanwhile, Sui Sui had just emerged from her space, bringing out a large bamboo basket filled with skewers. The items didn't seem plentiful, but their weight was considerable. Carrying it for just a moment felt exhausting. After gulping down a cup of spiritual water, she was about to go find Jinzhao when he appeared. Sui Sui. A smile bloomed across her brows and eyes. Jinzhao, you're here. I was just about to look for you. He drew closer, his gaze shifting to her vermilion. Even without any lip balm, they were still luscious and tempting. Especially now glistening with moisture, they resembled two succulent slices of peach. Didn't you say you needed to reapply your lipstick? Sui Sui touched her slightly moist lips. I'm about to do it. I just want to prepare some skewers first. You can't have a picnic without them. Look. As she spoke, she lifted half of the gauze covering the bamboo basket. Meat and vegetables were arranged in neat categorized rows. But he only gave it a cursory glance before his eyes returned to her rosy lips. Compared to the skewers, he yearned more to taste the lips of his beloved girl. Thinking this, he acted upon it. With a long arm, he pulled her into his embrace. Sui Sui instantly understood his intent and immediately pressed a hand against his chest. Just as he was about to kiss her, she covered his mouth with her other hand, her tone playful. My boyfriend, I advise you to exercise some restraint. But no sooner had she covered his mouth than she regretted it. His warm breath spread across her palm, burning not only her hand, but also sending a subtle heat to the very tip of her heart. Suddenly she felt utterly uncomfortable all over. She wanted to escape. What should she do? As for him, upon hearing her words, he gently caressed her beautiful brows and thought to himself, I've already been restrained enough. If I weren't restrained, it wouldn't be just a kiss. He gently pulled her soft hand down, his voice slightly husky as he sought permission. Then just one kiss. Are you sure? He nodded solemnly. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Sui Sui reluctantly agreed. But when the kiss ended, she was dumbfounded. It was one kiss, true, but that one kiss lasted over a minute. He had firmly sucked on her lips like a child licking a crystal jelly. Yet shamefully she actually enjoyed it. Heavens, when had she become so consumed by lust? Sujui's heart was in turmoil. But on the surface she maintained a serious expression and declaimed, Boyfriend, even if my lips are as delicious as jelly, you can't suck on them like that. They'll get ruined by you sooner or later. Jinzhao was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled softly. What on earth was Sujui's little head always thinking about? Yet his mind involuntarily recalled the mixed fruit jelly they had shared a few days ago. Bouncy, smooth, soft, and sweet, just like her lips. No, Sujui's lips were even better than jelly. Seeing him still smiling with a spring-like radiance, his peach blossom eyes tinged with pink at the corners, Sui Sui glared. Smile, smile, what are you smiling at? The man who had just been brimming with smiles tried hard to restrain himself. Alright, I'll listen to Sui Sui. No more smiling. Oomph. Sui Sui gave a cold snort and turned her head away, but her face was full of joy. Jinzhao looked at her adorable expression. The smile he had barely managed to suppress surfaced again. Helpless, he had to force himself to shift his attention. He took her hand and led her to the dressing table. Opening the cosmetic box, he casually picked a shade of sweet tangerine from among the numerous lipsticks. His Sui Sui, with her fair skin and natural beauty, made any product merely an enhancement. Come, Sui Sui, let me apply your lipstick. Sui Sui looked at him doubtfully. You know how I... Jinzhao cast her a tender glance, but said nothing. He twisted the lipstick up and prepared to apply it. Maybe I should do it myself. She was afraid. Afraid he would smear it and make it a hassle to clean. No, Sui Sui must eventually entrust some things to me. Like what? He paused, the lipstick in his hand. Like painting your brows, doing your hair, and applying your lipstick. Alright then. Now I invite my boyfriend to apply my lipstick for me today. The lipstick glided over her lips, tracing the graceful curve of her mouth, without straying a single bit to the edges. Sui Sui looked in the mirror and gently pressed her lips together. Perfect. Thank you, boyfriend. Her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with unmistakable delight. Jin Zhao placed the lipstick back into the box, turned around, and smoothed a strand of hair that hung over her chest. Then he took her hand. Haven't I told you? There's no need for thanks, but the girl gave a playful smile. I'm used to it. They'll try not to say it anymore. Since we're ready, let's go out. We don't want to keep them waiting. It's fine. They're the ones who insisted on coming. Disturbing our private time together. Alright. Sui Sui was helpless. Before leaving, she didn't forget to ask Jin Zhao to bring the bamboo basket. So when Jin Zhao walked into the hall holding the basket in one hand and Sujui's hand in the other, someone immediately started shouting. Jiang, that's too much. You had Li Shi send word for us to come play, and then you and your wife hide in the room billing and cooing. Before Jin Zhao and Sui Sui could respond, Li Yao retorted, Chi Ruichen, shut up. You talk too much. Then she walked around the table to stand beside Sui Sui. Sui Sui, am I right? Sui Sui, why drag me into your bickering? She had to change the subject. As you know, today is Jinso's birthday. In previous years, we just had a simple meal. This year, let's do something different. Everyone pricked up their ears. Only Jin Zhao beside her gazed at her with eyes full of stars. Sui Sui smiled slightly. Let's go on. Are you coming? Yes. Wherever Sui Sui goes, I go. The man who had just been wearing a gentle expression frowned in displeasure. Sui Sui is mine. Wherever Sui Sui goes, I go. Once everything was ready, they prepared to set off. Sui Sui and Jin Zhao without a doubt rode in a carriage driven by Tao Hong. Although Li Yao wished to sit with her best friend, she dared not so blatantly vie for someone's company with that cold-faced man. Thus she could only watch helplessly as Sui Sui and her man boarded the carriage. The brothers Li Heng and Li Kuan, one ahead, and one behind, rode tall horses escorting them. The group, each in their own carriage, swayed along the rustic paths for nearly half an hour before arriving near their destination. Upon alighting, Li Yao gazed at the desolate wilderness, ran to Sui Sui, and asked with slight bewilderment, Sui Sui, what are we playing at here? Looking at trees. Sui Sui feigned mystery, you'll know soon enough. Indeed, upon arrival, Li Yao exclaimed excitedly, oh my Sui Sui, this scenery is breathtaking, like a paradise on earth. How did you find? Sui Sui tilted her head slightly, took a deep breath, and said, it truly is beautiful. The air is filled with floral fragrance. Just as stunning as the first time she had come here. She had thought the flowers were nearing their bloom, yet they were still in full glory. A gentle breeze passed, making the branches sway. Chi Ruichen fanned himself as he stepped forward. Sister-in-law, how shall we have our picnic? Li Yao, standing nearby, looked at her with eager anticipation. Sui Sui smiled softly. You'll find out soon enough. She had already instructed Li Heng and the others to fetch the items she had left behind when alighting. They should be arriving soon. As expected, they appeared in sight right after she spoke. When they approached, she directed, place one portion here. Then, pointing to a large tree a few meters away, she added, move the other portion over there. Li Yao grew more puzzled by her actions and asked, hey Sui Sui, with so many things, why put another portion over there? One portion is for us, the other for Yunmei and Chunxi. If they eat with us, they'll be too nervous to enjoy it. It's better to let them handle it themselves, more comfortable for them. Li Heng and the others present were inwardly shaken, realizing that they as proud men lacked the magnanimity of a woman. Their gazes toward her grew increasingly respectful. She would surely become a virtuous empress. Li Yao beside her exclaimed directly, Sui Sui, how can you be so beautiful and yet so kind? Are you only a fairy could be both beautiful and kind. Someone's affectionate gaze rested on her smiling face. Only he knew how truly good and kind she was. Oh Yao, don't flatter me. Let's get moving. Do we do it ourselves? Of course. A picnic barbecue is more fun when you do it yourself, and it tastes better. Alright, I'll listen to you, Sui Sui. But what are all these? These are specialties from my hometown. Just the thought of the flavor makes my mouth water. Is it really that delicious? Absolutely. Alright, I trust you, Sui Sui. Oh, by the way, I've been meaning to ask, where are you from? Sui Sui paused as she divided the skewers. I'm from Great Huaxia. Li Yao was puzzled. Great Huaxia. I've never heard of such a country. The others were equally baffled, well-read as they were. They had never encountered this nation. She continued, it's a very powerful, beautiful, and peaceful country. Anyway, let's not dwell on it. Hurry up and light the charcoal for the skewers. No matter how wonderful the country, she could never return. Seeing her reluctance to elaborate, they asked no more. Chi Ruichen, however, was intensely curious about the food she had portioned. He owned not only the Nishang Pavilion, but also a top-tier restaurant. What delicacies hadn't he tasted? Of course, it was incomparable to someone's Yuelu Pavilion. Sister-in-law, what is this? Sui Sui set aside the portioned items. I won't tell you yet. See if you can identify the flavors once they're grilled. Then she called Li Heng over to take the separated items. Lighting the charcoal took some time, so everyone sat on the grass chatting while waiting for the Sui Sui leaned her head on Jin Zhao's shoulder, covering her mouth as she yawned slightly. Jin Zhao, I'm a bit sleepy. He turned and kissed her forehead. Sleep if you're tired. Let them handle it. Well, just wait to eat. Li Yao, eavesdropping nearby, heard this and immediately murmured enviously, wow, that's so sweet. Chi Ruichin not far away took in her words and expression and blurted out teasingly, "Li Yao, are you that envious?" Li Yao instantly bristled. "Chi Ruichin, why are you always everywhere? If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." Her sharp retort left him momentarily speechless. The others were already used to their bickering. They'd find it strange if a day passed without them quarreling. Seeing him rendered speechless, Li Yao's mood brightened. She got up to check the charcoal, deliberately passing by him to step on his foot. But Chi Ruichin, always alert to her moves, caught the sly smile on her face and knew she was up to mischief. Having grown up together, he knew her too well. As she came within a step, he prepared to stand. Li Yao, aiming to catch him off guard, didn't anticipate him pulling back and rising, causing her raised foot to land on nothing. She lost her balance and toppled straight toward him. Chi Ruichin, smug about his narrow escape, hadn't even enjoyed a second of triumph before she crashed onto him. It was a position with her on top, him below, their lips pressed together. In that instant, their eyes widened like brass bells, their pupils frozen. The atmosphere froze instantly. Almost everyone stared in shock at the scene, except Jin Zhao and Sui Sui. One was expressionless and indifferent. The other wore a knowing, gossipy smile. After what felt like an eternity, a breeze swept by, jolting the pair back to reality. Li Yao scrambled off him, wiping her lips in disgust with such force she seemed intent on scrubbing off the skin. "You bastard Chi Ruichin, how dare you take advantage of me? Just wait till I deal with you." Without pausing, she kicked him directly in the shin. Chi Ruichin, still savoring the kiss, yelped in pain. He scrambled up and bolted. Run. Of course. Unless he was her man, he wouldn't willingly stand still and take her beating. Seeing him dare to flee, Li Yao's rage flared, and she gave chase with no hesitation. But as a woman, her stamina soon gave out. Chi Ruichin, hearing no footsteps behind him, turned to find Li Yao standing there, flushed and on the verge of tears. His heart softened instantly. What was he, a grown man, doing quarreling with a young woman? Her anger was his fault after all. So he turned back without hesitation and walked up to her. "Here, kick if you must. I promise I won't run." At his words, the tears welling in her eyes spilled over. She looked at him through tear-blurred eyes. Really? Seeing her like this, Chi Ruichin felt all his temper dissolve. He nodded. Since childhood, nothing had disarmed him more than her tears, and she knew it well. "Since you said that, I'd feel bad not giving you a kick." So she kicked with gratifying swiftness, not hard enough to cripple, but enough to make him howl and clutch his shin. Seeing his pain, Li Yao laughed. When those who displeased her suffered, she was happy. Though the distant group couldn't hear their words, the entire scene told them enough. Sui Sui especially teased Jin Zhao. "It seems your brother has had some ulterior motives toward Yao Yao for a while. One is willing to strike the other to take it. Isn't this a pair of bickering lovers? Whatever his motives, as long as they're not aimed at you. TCH, you think too highly of me. Am not gold or silver, not everyone has to like me." Jin Zhao said nothing, pulling her into his embrace and playing with her smooth, delicate fingers. In his heart, though, he thought, "You are far more precious and alluring than gold or silver." When the two returned, everyone was about to gossip, but upon seeing the charcoal already burning, their urge to gossip instantly subsided. After all, melons can be enjoyed anytime, but skewers are not always available. Sui Sui, however, was an exception. She pulled Li Yao to sit far away from the grill. She decided that since they wouldn't gossip, she would take the lead. Thus the following scene unfolded. "Sui Sui, why are you looking at me like that?" Sui Sui rested her chin on her knee and elbows, staring without blinking, "Just admiring your beauty." Li Yao was stunned for a moment, then broke the dogtail grass in her hand into 2 pieces and tossed them away. "You're definitely fooling me with that. In front of you, we don't even deserve the word beauty." "I'm not fooling you, I really am admiring your beauty." "Then why are you smiling so weirdly?" In truth, she knew Sui Sui wanted to ask about what had just happened, but how could she explain it? Could she say she didn't mean to? Yet it seemed like she had brought it upon herself. Sujui's bright smile instantly froze. She thought to herself, does my smile really look that off? Still she spoke up. "No, it's nothing. Actually, I was thinking that Master Chi seems pretty good to you, huh?" Li Yao shot up as if she had heard the biggest joke, immediately retorting, "Good to me? If he were truly good to me, he wouldn't have bickered and argued with me every single time we met since childhood." Her words were impassioned, her voice unconsciously rising. Not far away, Chi Ruichin, who was grilling eggplant, immediately took offense, setting down the seasoning bottle and walking over. "Li Yao, you need to be fair. Although we often bicker, who always gives in at the end? Isn't it me?" His tone shifted from an initial high-pitched indignation to a low, aggrieved murmur. Li Yao was instantly rendered speechless. It seemed that was indeed the case. Sujui's gaze swept back and forth between the two. She felt, based on her status as an experienced person and the knowledge gained from watching idol love dramas recently, that Chi Ruichin had definitely liked Li Yao since child. But Li Yao seemed unaware of his feelings for her. How interesting. Yet as an outsider, she wouldn't meddle. After all, Li Yao needed to recognize her own heart. But why did she suddenly not want to stay with them and desperately miss her boyfriend's company? Looking up again, she found them staring intently at each other. In that moment, she understood the origin of her feelings. She was utterly not just superfluous, but like a 1,000-watt light bulb. Discretion is the better part of valor. Seeing her rise to leave, Li Yao snapped back to reality. Suesue, what are you doing sneaking around like that? Suesue, what do you mean sneaking around? I'm just trying to give you two some privacy, otherwise why would I tiptoe? Seeing they were no longer gazing deeply, she reverted to her usual confident posture. Nothing. Jin Zhao, who had noticed the situation, strode over with his long legs in three. He asked softly, Suesue, what's wrong? Suesue shook her head, indicating it was nothing. Seeing she wouldn't say, he didn't press, but shot an unfriendly glance at Chi Ruichen and Li Yao. This crown prince's grilled skewers are off limits to you two. Chi Ruichen and Li Yao, who am I? Where am I? What have we done to displease your highness again? Unlike the bewildered pair, Suesue burst out laughing. Jin Zhao, I suddenly realize you're so childish. Hey, you're being naughty again. A grown man like me can't be described as childish. Then what word should I use? Let me think. Tall and mighty, peerlessly handsome, gentle, and considerate, exceptionally brilliant. Chi Ruichen and Li Yao will concede to tall, mighty, handsome, and brilliant, but gentle and considerate doesn't suit him at all. You must be mistaken. Alright, we're just jealous. He's only gentle and considerate to you. We have no idea what his gentleness towards us looks like. Jin Zhao helplessly rubbed his forehead. Suesue, stop fooling around. Chi Ruichen, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should. Before you say that, at least wipe that smirk off your face. Li Yao, the one who's superfluous isn't Suesue, it's me and Chi Ruichen. Chi Ruichen and Li Yao burp. We're full. No need for skewers anymore. Hand in hand, Suesue and Jin Zhao walked ahead. Turning back, they saw the two still rooted to the spot. Aren't you two eating the skewers? Chi Ruichen quickly responded. Yes, well, eat. Why not? It'll drown my sorrows in food. As he stepped forward, he instinctively took Li Yao's hand. The touch startled both of them, and they let go as if shocked by an electric current. Their faces were a mix of embarrassment and shyness. Having witnessed the entire scene again, Suesue let out an affectionate, knowing smile. When they reached the grill, it was already laden with all sorts of cooked skewers. Seeing them return, Wang Mingan and Li Hang quickly called them over. Granted, they were childhood friends with the crown prince, but if he didn't eat, they dared not, and couldn't eat first. Sovereign before subjects, friends after. Jin Zhao was clearly aware of this. So he was the first to pick up a lamb skewer, but offered it to his beloved girl here, Suesue. Thank you, boyfriend. Only after she took a bite did Jin Zhao pick up another identical one. Everyone burp. Suddenly we're full. No need for skewers, we're stuffed from their lovey-dovey display. They wanted to shout, please stop feeding us dog food, we need to eat skewers. But they didn't dare. However, after all that hard work grilling, it would be a waste not to eat. One word, eat. Once they tasted it, they unanimously agreed it was fortunate they did, or they would have missed out on an unparalleled delicacy. Thus the skewers on the rack dwindled, and the bamboo sticks on the ground multiplied. When only one skewer remained, everyone looked at each other, uncertain who should take it. Without even glancing at them, Jin Zhao calmly picked it up and brought it to Sujui's lips. Here, Suesue. She shook her head. Full, very full, and she had never eaten with such unrestrained enjoyment. Indeed, the freedom to eat whatever you want is one of life's greatest pleasures. Seeing she wouldn't eat, they expected Jin Zhao to put the skewer down, but he nonchalantly put it in his own mouth. Though disappointed, there was nothing they could do. Chi Ruichen, however, grinned and said, sister-in-law, the flavor of your skewers is absolutely amazing. Have you ever thought of turning it into a business? Suesue glanced at him, no too troublesome. Then how about we partner up? Her refusal was even more resolute. No. Relationships are too unreliable. Business can't be based on connections or clever tricks. That's what Papa Ma said. Chi Ruichen was dumbfounded. Why would anyone refuse to make money? Sister-in-law, want you reconsider? I want consider a business partnership, but I can contribute the technique and seasoning as capital. I'm the only one in the world who has the seasoning for these skewers. Chi Ruichen paused to think. Sister-in-law, how would you like to split the profits? A 60-40 split, 40 for me, 60 for you. Though raw materials and seasoning are both indispensable, you are providing more manpower and venue. Jiang, what do you think? Jin Zhao cast a faint glance at him. Whatever Suesue says. Chi Ruichen, he shouldn't have asked, it was just self-torment. Alright, I'll follow sister-in-law's lead. When we return, well, draft a contract, 1 copy for each. Even brothers must settle accounts clearly. Suesue nodded. Just what I was thinking. Everyone, weren't we here for a picnic? How did we end up talking business? After finishing the skewers and rinsing their mouths, they truly went their separate ways to relax. Suesue and Jin Zhao found a shaded spot and sat on the ground leaning against each other. They watched the clouds roll by and birds soar, listening to sweet whispers and tender laughter beside them. With love, wealth, and beauty, Sue's days were lived with unparalleled ease and indulgence. The scorching summers and crisp autumns passed by unnoticed in the blink of an eye. Ever since he tasted success in the barbecue business, Chi Ruichen became a frequent visitor to the Crown Prince's residence, often rushing between the prince's manor and the need. The reason was simple: to rope Suesue into developing new ventures together. Of course, to avoid suspicion, he always brought Li Yao along. In the process, a subtle shift occurred in their feelings. Yet even so, it often stirred jealousy in a certain someone. Consequently, the daggers shot his way rained down incessantly, as if requiring no effort at all. That tactless fool ruining his precious time alone with Sway Sway. At such moments Sway Sway would laugh heartily, as if watching a spectacle, while Chi Ruachin shrugged nonchalantly. After all, his good brother, always the perfect child since childhood, had dealt them enough blows. A few more dagger glares hardly mattered. Yet those dagger glares were not suffered in vain. New products launched every 10 days or half a month caused a sensation, earning them a mountain of... During this time, Sway Swee's sole proprietorship expanded beyond lingerie. Underwear, thermal tops and bottoms, and warming suits all became exceptionally sought-after items. So much so that she, along with Tao Hong and Yun Mei, often found themselves running in circles. Yet the daily high returns constantly made her exclaim, slaving away for a lifetime as an employee is nothing compared to being your own boss. So much so that she, along with Tao Hong and Yun Mei, often found themselves running in circles. Yet the daily high returns constantly made her exclaim, slaving away for a lifetime as an employee is nothing compared. It was a life of minimal effort and maximum gain. Some green with envy questioned the source of her goods, but they were no match for the two powerful backers behind her. No matter how their minds churned, they could only swallow their doubts. Today, as usual, was another day of counting money atop. Gazing at the neatly stacked chests of silver, the curved smile on Sway Swee's lips never faded. Truly, money is a stimulant. Oh, everyone looks toward wealth. Jin Zhao pushed open the door and stepped in, witnessing this very scene. Jin Zhao, you're back. Turning her head, the light in her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled like... Meeting the starlight in her eyes, he approached slowly and asked gently, are you tired? I'm not at all. Counting silver is a laborious task, but counting money brings me joy. In the future, I want to count gleaming gold. The man chuckled and sighed. I offered you my wealth before, but you refused. Otherwise, you could count gold every day now. I don't want that. I love the feeling of earning and counting my own money. Having a father, mother, or husband is not as good as having your own. She still preferred to rely on herself. No matter when or where, she would always have a fallback. He knew her stubbornness. Alright, I'll listen to Sway Sway, but don't overwork. I know. I'm starving. Oh, let's go have breakfast. Jinho's hand, which had been stroking her hair, paused. Sway Sway hasn't had breakfast yet. Sway Sway turned around, wrapped her arms around his waist, and looked up at him with sparkling eyes. Not yet. I was busy counting money and didn't feel hungry. And I wanted to wait for you to come back and eat together. Hearing this, Jin Zhao felt both gratified and distressed. He tapped her nose with his finger. Didn't I tell you I'd be back late today? Oh, let's go, let's eat. Sway Sway gave him no chance to speak further, stood up, and pulled him out. Behind her, his eyes fell on the jade-like hand holding his, and a smile rippled in his affection. As soon as they entered the dining hall, the servants immediately laid out the breakfast. Crystal shrimp dumplings, crystal plum blossom buns, coconut cups, mandarin duck rolls, and soft millet porridge. Steaming hot and fragrant. Suddenly Sway Sway felt her mouth salivate profusely, and her stomach clamored, feed me, feed me, feed me. Jin Zhao first placed a dumpling on the exquisite jade plate before her. You must be starving, Sway Sway. Eat quickly. Thank you, boyfriend. With a gentle bite, the savory freshness and juices of the dumpling spread instantly across her palate. Having eaten this countless times, Sway Sway had never found it so exceptionally delicious as today. Indeed, when hungry, even the most ordinary food tastes incredibly good. Beside her, Jin Zhao watched her peach blossom eyes narrow in satisfaction, and his smile grew ever more content and doting. His Sway Sway, even the way she ate, was so pleasing to the eye. Watching her eat brought him more happiness than eating himself. Withdrawing his gaze slightly, he reached for a dumpling with his child. Delicious food, a beautiful woman, and occasional exchange smiles. The atmosphere was truly warm and romantic. But this perfect ambience was shattered by a discordant voice. Jiang's sister-in-law, you're still having breakfast. Jin Zhao looked at the newcomer, his voice thick with displeasure. Weren't you here just a few days ago? Chi Ruachin was taken aback. He understood the implication perfectly. Why are you here again today? Can't even have a meal in peace. But he was long accustomed to his good brother's cold demeanor. So he quickly regained his composure and nonchalantly flicked open his fan. However, the moment he fanned it, Li Yao snapped, Chi Ruachin, are you okay? It's the middle of winter, why are you fanning yourself? If you're hot, just take off your clothes. She even stepped away from him in disgust, afraid of catching his illness. Chi Ruachin was utterly speechless and could only sheepishly put away his fan. Sway Sway, who hadn't had a chance to speak, watched the scene with a mix of laughter and tears. From the looks of it, they had made progress, so why did they still flare up over trivial matters? Was it really true that fights and scolds are signs of affection? Sway Sway was suddenly amused by her own whimsical thought and burst out laughing. And her laughter was loud. Instantly, 3 pairs of eyes turned to her. Sway Sway, the silence was deafening. Fortunately, her mouth was empty. Haha. Jin Zhao cast a cold glare at the two culprits. Then turning back, his eyes and voice both softened as he addressed his beloved girl. Sway Sway, be good. Don't laugh while eating, or you might choke. Oh, I know. I won't laugh. Catching the cold glare from his brother Chi Ruichin pursed his lips and let out a silent sigh. Such blatant favoritism. Liao, however, directly asked Sui Sui, what are you laughing at? Nothing, I'm not laughing at anything. Sui Sui flatly denied it. Fearing she would press further, she quickly changed the subject. Oh, by the way, have you two had breakfast? If not, want to join us? Sui Sui, we've eaten. You two go ahead, oh well, wait for you in the hall. With that she signaled Chi Ruichin to leave. As they walked she muttered to him, Chi Ruichin, I told you they weren't done eating yet, but you insisted on coming. He weakly retorted, who knew they'd still be having breakfast at this hour. Their murmurs were heard loud and clear by the sharp-eared Sui Sui and Jin Zhao. Sui Sui, let's continue eating. Let them wait. Sui Sui's eyes curved into crescents and her voice turned sweet as she replied okay. Seeing her obedient and sweet demeanor, Jin Zhao felt his throat go dry and his heart itch with longing. His Sui Sui even doing nothing at all could throw him into utter disarray. Honey, I'm full, and I mean really full. Sui Sui set down her chopsticks and bowl, then picked up the mouthwash prepared nearby and rinsed her mouth. Jin Zhao looked over upon hearing this, his affectionate eyes brimming with smiles. If you're full, then stop eating. Eat again whenever you're hungry. I know? You go ahead and eat, it'll get cold soon. Though she was already full, Sui Sui didn't rush to leave the table. Instead, she propped her chin on one hand and watched him eat breakfast with a gentle smile. Her boyfriend was truly a sight to behold. With a jade crown binding his hair, his face was sharply defined, as if meticulously carved by a divine hand. Features that seemed cold and unyielding always softened when he faced her. Even his way of eating breakfast was so pleasing to the eye. It was like a living painting. Every movement was deliberate and unhurried, yet it never felt tedious. Her gaze grew more intense with scrutiny, but he remained as composed as ever. It didn't matter if the girl he loved saw right through him. After swallowing the last bit of food, he said, I'm done too. He set down his utensils and also rinsed his mouth. Seeing this, Sui Sui made a move to stand up. Since we're both done, let's go see what they want. But before she could fully straighten up, he swiftly pulled her onto his lap. No rush. Let them wait a bit longer. But, no buts. Be good, just hold you for a while. Alright then. Since her boyfriend wouldn't let her leave, she didn't insist further. Adjusting her sitting position, she hugged him back, without reservation. Unknowingly, half a year had passed since they met and fell in love. Though they spent long hours together, every day a moment apart would stir up longing. She thought love at first sight still thrilling after long acquaintance. That described her, and him perfectly. Pulling her thoughts back, she realized her lips had inadvertently pressed against his neck. When she pulled away, there was a faint lip print left behind. The arms of the one holding her tightened around her slender waist, and his breathing grew heavier. Sensing that trouble was brewing, Sui Sui steeled herself, and said, Jin Zhao, we've delayed long enough. You should go attend to your work, and he'll check on the front hall. He agreed verbally, but made no move to let go. The girl was exasperated. Was he about to devour her right after breakfast? So she cupped his face and pecked him on the lips. Can you let me go now? No, that's not enough. His voice was husky and enticing, clearly stirred with desire. Soon a warm and moist something took the chance to delve deep, entwining with her tender tongue in a shared dance. Perhaps it was because they hadn't been this intimate for 2 days that Sui Sui quickly surrendered to the tender, passionate kiss he gave her. A quarter of an hour later at the front hall. Liao, do you think Ji Yang and his wife are still eating? The food must have gone cold by now, right? Could they be canoodling inside again? His unconscious words hit the truth. Of course he had no idea. Faced with his triple questions, Liao shot him an exasperated glare. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Do you even know what romance is? Her similar triple retort left both of them momentarily stunned, then they turned away in unison. One was awkward, the other embarrassed. Just as the atmosphere grew quiet, the subjects of their discussion finally arrived much later than expected. What are you two talking about? Seeing that the cold-faced man wasn't following behind, Liao immediately stepped forward and affectionately linked arms with her. Sui Sui, we were just talking about romance. Romance. Sui Sui's mind instantly flashed back to the heated scene in the dining hall, and the shy smile on her face was impossible to hide. Yeah, I asked him if he knew what romance was, and then you showed up. Well, it seems I came at the wrong time and interrupted your romantic moment. Oh, Sui Sui, are you still my best friend or not? Then she shifted the topic with a teasing grin. Sui Sui, you're smiling so sweetly. Were you having a romantic moment? Being caught out, Sui Sui remained unruffled and said calmly, we were just eating. What romance could there be? Oh, I guess that's true. Only Chi Ruichin, who had been silently observing, chuckled inwardly. Protesting too much. Having grown up with his brother in the same pair of split pants, he knew his nature all too well. Only Liao, naive as ever, believed it. He must never let anyone lead her astray, or she'd be counting the money for them even after being sold. Oh, what a worry she was. Sui Sui withdrew her arm and quickly took her seat at the head of the table. Alright, enough joking around. Let's sit down and talk. What brings you here today? Liao, seated in the guest spot, gestured with her chin toward the man beside her. It's Chi Ruichin again, obsessed as ever. He insists that since winter has just begun we should see if we can partner on some new product. So he dragged me over. Chi Ruachin, snapping back to the moment, quickly chimed in. Yes, sister-in-law. Winter in our Tianjin kingdom is long, so we've got to seize this chance to make another. Sitting in the main seat, Sui gaze swept around. The money we've earned during this time, if we don't squander it recklessly, should last us several lifetimes. Sister-in-law, that's true enough, but whoever complains about having too much money, right? So think again. Is there any new product we can partner on? Well, there is one thing that sells all year round, and it's especially good for winter. Chi Ruachin's eyes suddenly lit up as he stared at her, his eagerness unmistakable. Sister-in-law, tell me quickly. What is it? Seeing his excited look, Sui chuckled. Hot pot. Chi Ruachin and Li Yao exclaimed in unison, hot pot. What was that? They were puzzled. Yes, hot pot. It's a way of cooking various foods by boiling them in water or broth. The unique feature is eating while it's still cooking. It tastes amazing and is popular all year round where I come from, especially in winter. Sister-in-law, how about we try it at noon today? If she said it was good, it had to be good. Sui thought for a moment. It had been a long time since Shed had hot pot, and nodded. All right. They'll go check the kitchen for ingredients later. She mused that she really should buy a few more maidservants. Tao Hong and Yun Mei were busy managing the shops, and having no one around in this large estate was indeed inconvenient. Sui'll go with you. Then turning to the man beside her, she said, Chi Ruachin, you go back for now, and come back at noon. Chi Ruachin thought it over, and didn't object. Apart from his sister-in-law, there were no other women in the mansion, and Ji Yang was away handling official business. It really wasn't appropriate for him to stay. So he stood up. All right, he'll drop by the Rainbow Garment Pavilion, and come back at noon. Li Yao waved him off. Go on. After he left, Sui turned the tables with a teasing look. Chi Ruachin is actually pretty decent. You're not getting any younger. Of course he was no match for her man. Her man was the best in the world, no arguments accepted. Flustered by the teasing, Li Yao blushed. Oh, Sui, you sound just like my mother. But the smile on her face was unmistakably bright. Sui understood. This was just one step away from the final push. Sujui's sudden visit left the kitchen staff, stunned, a flicker of fear rising in their hearts. After greeting her nervously, they stood with heads bowed, not daring to breathe too loudly. They feared she had come to find fault with the meals. By now the entire capital knew that Sui was the current crown prince's beloved. Offending her was akin to offending the crown prince. Seeing their tense expressions, Sui felt helpless. She understood their fears. In this era, the common folk had no rights. The concept of hierarchy was ingrained in their very bones. It was only natural for servants to fear their masters. Though she was just borrowing the tiger's might, was she truly so petty and bored as to trouble them without cause? Just as she was about to speak, a man dressed as the kitchen steward stepped forward, gathering his courage. May I ask Miss Sui if there is an issue with the food? Addressing her, as Miss Sui was at her request. I'm just here to see what vegetables are available. You all go about your business, don't mind me. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yet they still dared not move about freely, fearing they might bump into her, or the young lady beside her. Seeing them still frozen in place, Sui paid them no further heed, and began to wander around the kitchen. There were very few green vegetables. Are these all the green vegetables we have? Miss Sui, our household makes a large purchase every 3 days. These are all that remain from the last batch. The one sent today hasn't returned yet. The weather is growing colder. In another month or so there will be no vegetables at all. Sui was startled. She hadn't expected this. Every meal included a green vegetable, and she could still see leafy greens sold on the streets. She had assumed vegetables were available all winter. She hadn't realized it was wishful thinking. After all, this was an ancient era with backward in the harsh cold. Without protection, crops could hardly survive the winter. A thought flickered in her eyes. She planned to discuss it with her boyfriend later, but for now she needed to prepare the ingredients for the hot pot lunch. A hot pot without vegetables had no soul. Though she didn't want to open a hot pot restaurant herself and reek of it daily, she did enjoy indulging in a hearty hot pot occasionally. Especially in winter, the steaming warmth was incredibly heartening. Reining in her wandering thoughts, she turned back to the steward. What was He immediately replied, Miss Sui, there's not much difference from usual. Sui sighed. I see. She knew exactly what leafy greens were usually available: small greens, napa cabbage, fiddlehead celery, and some wild vegetables. That was it. It seemed she couldn't act on a whim. For the midday hot pot, she would have to use vegetables from her spatial storage. Exiting the kitchen, Li Yao eagerly asked, Sui, are there no suitable vegetables for the hot pot? She nodded. Pretty much. Though cabbage and greens were fine for hot pot, her favorites were romaine, crown daisy, lettuce, and cilantro. They were simply divine when cooked in hot pot. If there's no suitable choice, let's skip it, Li Yao said dismissively. Sui remained silent, still preoccupied with her earlier idea. Yao, I'm going to find Jin Zhao. You can wait in the hall. Hearing she was going to see that cold-faced man, Li Yao quickly said, Sui, go ahead. He'll visit the Rainbow Garment Pavilion. She didn't want to stay alone in the Crown Prince's residence. Sui thought for a moment and didn't object. Be careful on the way. Don't worry. Since the last incident, my mother hired a bodyguard for me. I'm off. With that she waved and left. After she departed, Sui Sui turned and walked toward the Xiaofeng courtyard. But halfway there she ran into someone coming to find her. Her eyes brightened instantly, and she rushed toward him like a joyful bird, her pace unconsciously quickening. Jin Zhao, are you done with your work? Her voice matched her radiant expression. His demeanor involuntarily softened. Almost. She asked with a bright smile, did you come specifically to find me? The servants said you went to the kitchen. I was worried, so I came to check. Oh, there's nothing to worry about. It's not like Yao Yao could kidnap me. Alright, boyfriend, let's go back. Alright, whatever Sui Sui says. With that he naturally took her hand. But as soon as he took it, he let go. Sui Sui looked at him with confusion in her peach blossom eyes. He took off his dark robe embroidered with python patterns and draped it over her. The large robe wrapped her up completely. Sui Sui touched the fabric. It was smooth with exquisite, three-dimensional embroidery. From now on, wear a cloak when you go out. Your hands are so cold you'll catch a chill. Feeling the warmth of the robe and his unique scent of cedar, Sui Sui felt secure and sweet. She replied with a smile, my no boyfriend. After draping it properly, he took her hand again. Sui Sui, why did you suddenly come to the kitchen? At this, Sui Sui immediately launched into an explanation. I wanted to see what vegetables were available for a hot pot lunch, but there were none. At this, Sui Sui immediately launched into an explanation. I wanted to see what vegetables were available. Jin Zhao adjusted the robe on her as he spoke. Here the winters are cold and long, making it hard for vegetables to survive. So an idea just struck me. What idea? Greenhouse farming. What is greenhouse farming? Greenhouse farming is. Sui Sui then eagerly explained modern greenhouse farming to Jin Zhao in detail. But after hearing her out, he shook his head. Sui Sui, this method won't work here. Why, oi? Sui Sui, you may not know, but in another month or so it will become extremely cold here. By then not only ordinary crops, but even people in poor health might not survive. That cold. Jin Zhao nodded solemnly. Then forget it. I'm too lazy to bother anyway. Just stay comfortably in your room, Sui Sui. Don't run around and tire yourself out. Boyfriend, you underestimate me. I'm not a porcelain doll. Running won't tire me out. It's not about underestimating you, it's about cherishing you. You have me to rely on, yet you remain so independent and strong. As they spoke, they arrived at the Xiaofeng courtyard. Back in Sujui's room, Jin Zhao first fetched a jade green brocade cloak for her. From now on, whenever you go outside, you must wear a cloak. Tomorrow, I'll have a few more sent over for you to alternate. Cloaks are so cumbersome. Be good, Sui Sui. A cloak is effective against the cold. Alright, I'll listen to my boyfriend. Smiling, she wrapped her arms around his waist, which his wide belt made appear even leaner. Seeing her so obedient, his heart melted completely. In the mirror, the girl of peerless beauty covered her face with jade-like hands, yet she could not conceal the sweet blush on her cheeks. Thinking of how her boyfriend would kiss her even after the briefest of separations, Sui's sweet charming face bloomed with an ever-brighter smile. It is said that beautiful love is the finest skincare for a woman, making her more radiant and glowing with each passing day. Sui Sui believed she deeply understood this truth. The more brilliant the smile, the more nourishing the love. After indulging in a moment of joy, she composed herself. For a hot pot lunch, ingredients must be prepared. Glancing at her phone, it was nearly 11 o'clock. If she didn't act soon, it would be too late. Upon entering the space, she headed straight to the fresh produce section to select vegetables. Even if there were no meat, vegetables were a must. Lettuce, crown, daisy, romaine, and cilantro were her favorites. Indispensable. To accommodate others' tastes, she also picked Napa cabbage, baby bok choy, and mini cabbage. Tofu, bean sprouts, winter melon, shiitake mushrooms, potatoes, lotus root, enoki mushrooms, and oyster mushrooms were prepared in moderate amounts. Lamb slices, beef rolls, beef tripe stomach, and squid rolls. She took 2 boxes of each. Lonco vermicelli, sweet potato vermicelli, and instant noodle bricks, 5 of each. About 2 gin of assorted hot pot meatballs were mixed together. To be honest, she didn't really like meatballs. Frozen in the freezer. Who knew how long they had been there? But just because she didn't eat them didn't mean others wouldn't. With the ingredients mostly prepared, she finally grabbed a large stainless steel dual flavor pot and a pack of Chongqing hot pot base. In the restroom's kitchen, she washed and arranged everything, filling a large bamboo basket. Thank goodness for this miraculous spirit water, or I'd be utterly exhausted. Just as she placed the bamboo basket on the room's table, inside a knock came at the door. Sui Sui. Hearing it was her boyfriend, she hurried over to open it. Her eyes curved into crescents, and the word, boyfriend, she uttered seemed to melt hearts. Jin Zhao, addressed as such, felt his heart soften, his voice tender as he asked to say, is everything ready? When he arrived, hearing no sound from the room, he knew she had gone to her secret base, so he waited by the door, waiting for her, protecting her. I'm all ready. Jin Zhao, have someone prepare a large pot of braised pork ribs or chicken, add a full pot of water, and bring it all over. Also bring a stove to hold this pot, 4 sets of bowls and chopsticks, 2 pairs of serving chopsticks, and a long ladle. All right. He then turned his head slightly, casting a glance. Li Hong. As soon as the words fell, Li Hung, standing not far away, understood. He looked at the dual flavor pot, saluted with a fist, and headed out. Yes, Your Highness. After he left, Sui Sui asked Jin Zhao to carry the bamboo basket to the dining hall while she took the pot. Seeing this partitioned pot for the first time, Jin Zhao was slightly surprised but didn't show it. It was normal for his beloved to produce novel items. Alright, let's go. Sui Sui, wait. She paused. Moi. What's wrong? Jin Zhao let out a helpless soft laugh. Less than an hour and Sui Sui has already forgotten my words. What? Before she could finish, she suddenly remembered. He meant wearing a cloak whenever leaving the room. Oh boyfriend, the dining hall isn't far from here, and it'll be hot eating hot pot later. Taking it off again would be such a hassle. He coaxed her gently but firmly. Even if it's just a few steps, it won't do. The wind outside is strong. Be good, listen. Seeing his unyielding expression, Sui Sui relented with a resigned laugh. Alright, I'll listen to my boyfriend. Her boyfriend meant well. She wouldn't be ungrateful. Seeing his beloved obey him, Jin Zhao felt an indescribable emotion swell in his chest. He fastened the cloak's ties for her, tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, and then they left together. One hand carried the basket, the other. Glancing sideways, he saw the girl beside him, her brows slightly arched and red lips gently lifted. What is Sui Sui thinking about so Sui Sui looked up at him. I'm thinking I have good taste. Finding a strong, wealthy, handsome man like you as my boyfriend. I've hit the jack. Her drawn-out tone and sweet words were like a pebble stirring ripples in the lake of his heart. Sui Sui, you're being mischievous again. Always saying nice things to make me happy. Though his words were stern, his tone carried a hint of amusement, and his affectionate eyes sparkled like boyfriend, don't wrong me. I'm speaking from the heart. I believe you, Sui Sui. He tightened his grip on her hand, caressing it again and again. As they arrived at the dining hall, they found Chi Ruichen and Li Yao already back. Seeing their clasped hands, Chi Ruichen rolled his eyes silently and exclaimed, I say, Jiang, is this really necessary? Holding hands like this even at home. This isn't how you show off your love. Feeling a vein throb in his forehead, Jin Zhao snapped. Shut up, this crown prince commands you. His good mood evaporated instantly. Chi Ruichen paused, about to sneak a glance at the person beside him, but she spoke first. I say, Chi Ruichen, you talk too much. What do you know? This is called romance. Sui Sui, who hadn't gotten a word in. Isn't it you two who are showing off? Never mind, she was older than them. She'd be magnanimous. Alright, once everything is brought over, we can start eating hot pot. As expected, the two immediately shifted their attention. Sui Sui, we're just eating this. Sister-in-law, no need to stir-fry. Having known her for so long, they were well aware of her uniqueness, but wisely never mentioned it. Sui Sui thought truly fated ones. Their questions and thoughts were perfectly synchronized. You'll see soon enough. Soon Li Hung returned. Behind him followed 8 people. For carried 2 blazing short stoves, 2 carried a large wooden rice bucket, 1 held a tray with bowls and chopsticks, and 1 carried a large iron block. Eating hot pot in ancient times was such a hassle. Glancing at the items, she instructed, place 1 stove on the table. The servants obeyed. Another stove was placed on the floor, the iron block set on top, and the wooden bucket was placed over it. Once done, they withdrew under Li Heng's lead. Seeing this, Sui Sui understood the iron block's purpose. With the preliminary work done, it was her turn. She set the pot, poured the broth, added the hot pot base, and dropped in the meatballs, all in one fluid motion. The fragrant aroma of hot pot instantly spread. Li Heng, waiting outside, thought, so fragrant, I wonder if their highnesses will leave some broth for me. Jin Zhao thought, dream on. The hot pot base would be more aromatic and delicious if stir-fried first. Adding it directly like this, the flavor is a bit lacking, but still good. Since it was a dual flavor pot, she used less than half a pack of the base. Sui Sui, it smells amazing. Can we just add the ingredients and eat? Yes, add whatever you like, blanch it briefly, and it's ready. These are all specialties from my hometown. Saying this, she used serving chopsticks to pick up her favorite lettuce, swirled it in the pot, and lifted it out. She first placed a piece for her boyfriend, her peach blossom eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Jin Zhao, try it, and see if it's good. Delicious. Anything Sui Sui made was delicious. Sui Sui thought this cheesy pickup line. Chi Ruichen and Li Yao thought he hasn't even tasted it, and he's lying through his teeth. But the aroma was truly enticing. It had to be tasty. Without holding back, once Sui Sui bowl was filled, they also dug in. Wow, Sui Sui, the hot pot is so fragrant and delicious. Li Yao, despite being spicy enough to gasp, couldn't put down her chopsticks. Chi Ruichen was no better. Only Jin Zhao remained composed, as his beloved had already given him too many surprises. Poor Li Hung, outside, tantalized by the irresistible scent, his cravings had leaped countless times. Just as he thought he could only savor the aroma, Sui Sui's voice rang out, Li Hung. Li Hung immediately strode in joyfully. Miss Sui. The anticipation and delight on his face were unmistakable to anyone, but go call Tao Hong and Yun Mei back along with Gui Momo and Li Kuan. After we finish, clean the pot and use the broth from the bucket and these untouched ingredients to make yourselves a hot pot. Yes, thank you, Miss Sui. Learning they had a share and wouldn't have to eat leftover broth, Li Heng's face split into a grin. Even the daggers from his prince's eyes couldn't intimidate him. This was the future mistress order. Sway Sway of course noticed, and was both amused and exasperated. Alright boyfriend, hurry up and eat. Her tone was like coaxing a child. Chi Ruichin and Li Yao thought tisk so sour. Suddenly the hot pot didn't seem so appealing. After finishing the hot pot, it was already past noon. The sky, which had been overcast in the morning, gradually became thick with dark clouds, and the air grew colder and damper. Gazing at the weather, Sway Sway murmured to herself, could it be about to snow? Although she had lived in the water towns of Jiangnan before where snow never fell heavily, she still recognized the signs of impending snowfall. Beside her, Jin Zhao adjusted her cloak and said, Sway Sway guessed right, it is going to snow. His tone carried a rare hint of seriousness. However, Sway Sway, who was eagerly fantasizing about the falling snowflakes, failed to notice it. She continued asking, does it snow heavily here? She wondered if the snow in ancient times truly resembled willow catkins. This would be her first snowfall in this era. Watching Korean dramas, she had seen couples playing and kissing in the snow, a scene so romantic and beautiful that it stirred her envy. If the snow fell heavily this time, she wanted to experience it with her boyfriend. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a vivid image formed in her head, and her smile grew even brighter. You seem so happy at the news of snow. Not at all, I was just thinking of something fun. You haven't answered my question yet. Does it snow heavily here? In previous years the snow barely covered the ankles, neither heavy nor light. But judging by the current sky, it might fall a bit heavier this time. In previous years the snow barely covered the ankles, neither heavy nor light. But judging by the current sky, it might fall. Alright Sui Sui, it's cold outside. Let's head back inside. Jin Zhao took her hand and led her towards Xiaofeng courtyard. He thought to himself that the extra cloak made a difference as her hand felt much warmer. Meanwhile, Sui Sui, whose small hand was completely enveloped by her boyfriend's large palm, mused that her boyfriend, with his masculine vigor, had hands as warm as a furnace. In winter, sleeping with him would be like having a human-shaped heater, warm and comfortable. Though their thoughts were on different wavelengths, their hearts were back at Xiaofeng courtyard. Sui Sui didn't want to be alone, so she followed Jin Zhao to the study. He worked while she scrolled on her phone, occasionally sneaking photos of the focused man. The atmosphere was harmonious and pleasant. Unbeknownst to them, snowflakes had begun to drift outside the window. Meanwhile, outside the crown prince's residence, Wao Chi Ruichin, it's snowing. A single snowflake landed on Li Yao's temple, and she cried out with excitement, as if she had discovered a new continent. Chi Ruichin habitually reached for his fan, but forcefully restrained himself, pretending to stretch his limbs instead. What's so strange about snow? Hasn't it snowed every year in the capital? Tisk, you have no sense of romance. True, it snows every year, but is each year's snow the same? Snow is just snow, how different can it be? It all melts into water, not gold or silver. Thinking of the hot pot business, he added, it's a pity about the hot pot. Li Yao rolled her eyes in exasperation. You reek of money, though everything ties back to profit. Enjoy your walk alone. I'm done keeping you company. Just as she was about to call for the carriage behind her, she heard him continue, it doesn't matter if the snow is different, what matters is having the same person by your side every year. She halted mid-step, turned around, and asked tentatively, Chi Ruichin, what do you mean by that? I mean it's enough to have the same person with you whenever it snows. And then, Chi Ruichin's words trailed off, and he suddenly became as awkward and shy as a girl. How could he say it? Though it was cold and the streets were nearly empty, she still had to maintain her image. I'm going back. After waiting for a while, and seeing his expression shift without any intention of continuing, Li Yao inexplicably wanted to kick him, but ultimately held back. Though it was cold and the streets were nearly empty, she still had to maintain her image. I'm going back. Enjoy your stroll. Hey Li Yao, wait. What now? Can't you say it all at once? Well, it's just... Tisk, Chi Ruichin, just don't say it. You're a grown man, but you're so indecisive and hesitant. Accused of being indecisive, Chi Ruichin suddenly resolved himself. I just wanted to ask, is Ji Yang and his wife's relationship really that wonderful? Hearing him mention her best friend, Li Yao's impatience faded, replaced by envy. Do you even need to ask? Sui Sui and that cold-faced man are so good together, it's enviable. You really envy them. Isn't it obvious? Li Yao grew even more frustrated. What was all this rambling about? It had even ruined her mood for enjoying the snow. The snow was falling heavier and thicker like a dynamic curtain of white. But at that moment she had no desire to admire it. It was all Chi Ruichin's fault for spoiling her good mood. If you have nothing to say, let's just go our separate... I do have something to say. Say it. You envy Jiang and his wife, so why don't we give it a try? After all, my parents really like you. After saying this, Chi Ruichin suddenly felt much lighter. Some words had been buried in his heart since his youth. Upon hearing these words, Li Yao felt as if the world around her had fallen silent. Only the phrase, why don't we give it a try, kept echoing in her mind. She asked mechanically, what do you mean? Seeing her dazed expression, Chi Ruichin grew calmer. I mean, we grew up together as childhood friends. If you're satisfied with me, I'll have my father propose a marriage. He paused, then added, besides, you're not getting any younger, it's time to marry. That remark snapped Li Yao back to reality. You wretch Chi Ruichin. I didn't call you old, And yet you dare say I'm not getting any younger. Where am I old? I'm only 21, you know. His voice faltered as he spoke. He am only 17. Who's not getting any younger? I am the one not getting any younger, alright. Chi Ruachin found that going along with her felt quite nice. He suddenly regretted all the years wasted bickering with her. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. So what do you think of my proposal? You know my family situation, there won't be any messy affairs in the future. Li Yao blushed with embarrassment. You're a grown man, and you're asking me what I think. At that, Chi Ruachin immediately broke into a grin. Then I'll have my father pick an auspicious day to propose. Do as you please. With that, she boarded her carriage, ignoring his foolish grin. Her lips slowly curved upward, and a blush spread across her pretty face. So this was how wonderful it felt when the one you loved happened to love you back. Boyfriend, I'm feeling a bit sleepy. On the soft couch, Sway was scrolling through her phone, when suddenly drowsiness swept over her, her eyelids heavy, an aching longing to fall asleep right there. Upon hearing this, Jin Zhao, who was frowning over memorials not far away, instinctively relaxed his brows. He put down his brush and rose to his feet, his gaze drifting past the thick snow outside the window. He casually picked up a dark woolen fox fur cloak hanging nearby. Approaching her side, he carefully draped it over her, as if afraid to disturb her. With a tender expression, he stroked the long hair spread over the edge of the couch, coaxing her like a child, whispering softly, "I'll be good." Sleep. Already hazy with sleep, she murmured a soft mm. But feeling the weight upon her, she opened her drowsy eyes, her gaze drifting downward. Jin Zhao, I'm not cold. My own cloak is enough. Adding yours makes it so heavy. Her voice, thick with sleepiness, carried a sweet and sticky coquettishness. It made hearts involuntarily soften. Jin Zhao, as her boyfriend, was no exception. His eyes were as tender as a spring river, and he leaned in to place a gentle kiss on the tip of her nose. Sway, be good. It's snowing outside, so bundle up well. Hearing about the snow, her peach blossom eyes, which had been misty, lit up like fireworks, igniting the dark night and bursting into brilliant radiance. Is it really snowing? He nodded lightly. Indeed it is. Receiving his affirmation, Sway threw off the cloak, making as if to rise. I didn't expect the snow to come so quickly. But Jin Zhao held her down. Boyfriend, what's wrong? His beautiful, affectionate eyes were brimming with laughter. Sisay, and not sleepy anymore. Sway was startled, then realizing, she replied playfully. Oh boyfriend, times change. I was sleepy then, but am not now. Like a lively child, she coquettishly did as she pleased. Alright, Sway is always right. The gentle tenderness in his face and voice seemed ready to open. It made her eyes sparkle with stars, and sweet blossoms bloomed in her heart. He wrapped her cloak tightly, put on the hood, and draped his own cloak over himself, then took her hand and led her out. Sometimes Sway would think when she was truly a child no one doted on her or loved her, she was even abandoned by a trash can at birth. As if she were trash herself, unworthy even of the bin. But fate was so miraculous. She had transmigrated. She had met him. And now on the cusp of 20, she was cherished like a child. As soon as the door opened, the wind and snow rushed at her, shattering the fragile vulnerabilities buried deep in her heart. Only his hand, tightly holding hers, and the wind and snow before her remained. Sway shivered from the cold. Oh my, it's so cold. She quickly let go of Jin Zhao's hand and pulled a face veil from her spatial storage. She had prepared it long ago for this day. Actually, she would have preferred a mask, but she always dressed like a fairy. A mask would have looked too incongruous. Luckily, she had a beautiful face veil. No sooner had she put it on than the man beside her pulled her into his cloak. She looked up, and their eyes met. Her lively peach blossom eyes curved into a smile. Thank you, boyfriend. Jin Zhao tugged at her hood with his other hand, then lightly tapped her delicate nose, saying, only silly. But the affection in his voice was unmistakable to anyone. As the object of his affection, Sway felt it too. With him she felt at peace. With the veil on, and the man's large cloak wrapped around her, the wind and snow were almost completely blocked. Sway then realized that the world was merged into one by a thick misty white curtain of snow blurring all boundaries. The eaves, treetops, and ground were all covered in a thin layer of white. She reached out, and snowflakes were within reach. In moments a crystalline flake lay in her jade-white palm. Jin Zhao looked. The snowflakes are so beautiful, pure crystalline, and each one unique. Beautiful. I have witnessed the most exquisite snowstorms, yet none compare to the light in your eyes. Beautiful things are always fleeting. The snowflake in her palm soon melted. As it dissolved, a chilling sensation spread through her limbs, making her involuntarily shiver. Sway, be good. Be careful not to catch a cold. It's okay, Jin Zhao. We'll just play for a little while. It'll be more fun when the snow gets heavier, and then you can play with me. Alright, whatever Sway wants to play, I'll be there. Thank you, boyfriend. Winter nights always came early. Even with the firefly-like glow of white snow, the twilight gradually deepened until it was pitch black. In the silent night, even the slightest sound was amplified. Lying in bed, Sway listened to the rustling sound of falling snow outside, gazing at the gauze bed curtains tossing and turning, sighing from time to time. She didn't know why she who usually slept well was suffering from insomnia. Could it really be from excitement over the snow? She wanted to sleep, but couldn't. She wanted to find her boyfriend, but worried he wouldn't get enough rest, and it would affect his work tomorrow. Finding no answer, she could only toss and turn restlessly. But even her slightest movements, though muffled by the wall, could not escape the notice of Jin Zhao, who was trained in martial arts. After putting down the last memorial, he turned a vase and walked straight over. Hearing the secret door move, Sui Sui, who had already sat up wrapped in her quilt, saw her boyfriend, and her expression immediately brightened. Jin Zhao sat beside her, pulling her into his arms with one hand, while feeling her forehead with the other, asking softly, "Say, what's wrong?" She shook her head in his arms. "I don't know. I just can't sleep for no reason. Is there any discomfort?" "No, and you forgot I have the spiritual water." Jin Zhao slapped his forehead and laughed softly, then kissed the jade hand he held. "I forgot. You didn't forget, you were just too worried to think straight. Sui Sui is always right. But you need to sleep now. He'll stay here until you fall asleep, then he'll go back." Sui Sui shook her head again. "Then what does Sui Sui want to do?" The rustling sound of falling snow grew clearer. "Want to play in the snow?" No sooner had he asked than he immediately vetoed it, without waiting for her answer. "No." Hearing her boyfriend's self-dialogue, Sui Sui suddenly burst into happy laughter. "Huh? Boyfriend, how can you be so adorable? Do your subordinates know?" "Sui Sui, you're being mischievous again. How can you describe me as adorable? My subordinates only fear me." Jin Zhao scooped her up quilt, and all then set her down again. He leaned in to kiss her tempting red lips. "Say, be good. It's late. Sleep." "I won't sleep." With that she pulled him down. Then she wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her lips to his. The meeting of lips was like the union of fish and water, harmonious and beautiful. Immersed in each other's passion, the man and woman seemed to want to kiss each other into their very bones. After a long while they parted, both breathless, foreheads touching, the tips of their noses aligned. The smiles in their eyes and at the corners of their mouths were radiant. Outside the window the wind and snow continued unabated. Inside the room an air of ambiguous intimacy blossomed. Sui Sui looked at Jin Zhao with seductive silken eyes. "Boyfriend, want you stay and sleep with me here?" He let out a helpless laugh, tucking her hands back under the covers and smoothing the quilt. "Sui Sui, be good. Go to sleep. He'll leave once you're—" He felt that his Sui Sui was nothing short of an enchantress, constantly tempting him. Especially now, with that bewitching glint in her eyes, it kindled a fire in his blood that screamed for release. He felt that if he didn't leave now, his very soul would be bewitched. The kiss they had just shared had nearly made him lose control. And he wasn't the only one feeling this way. Sui Sui herself felt the same. "Don't you want to sleep with me?" She felt like a seductive enchantress at this moment, desperately wanting to cling to him, but he stubbornly refused to let her. Jin Zhao forcefully suppressed the desire she was about to unleash from its cage, and explained patiently, "Sui Sui, be good. I have to get up early for the morning court. They'll disturb your sleep." His large hand caressed the hair at her temple, then gently rubbed her flushed cheek. "Sui Sui, be good. Sleep on your own." In the past, he would never have dared to touch her face. He feared his calloused hands would scratch her delicate skin. But since drinking the spiritual water, all his old ailments and minor issues had gradually, including the calluses on his hands. "But I want you to sleep with me, to listen to the snow together." Sui Sui quietly slipped her hand out from under the covers and intertwined her fingers with his. She shook his arm, her voice sweet as she coaxed, "Please. Pretty please." Faced with her cajoling, Jin Zhao felt his heart melt into— how could there be such a beautiful and sweet girl in this world? Then he thought she certainly wasn't an enchantress. No enchantress could be as sweet or as beautiful as her. He couldn't bear to refuse any of her requests, especially one made under such circumstances. All right, I can't say no to you." Saying this, he gently pinched her nose. "I knew my boyfriend was the best. All right, no more nonsense. Go to sleep." "Yes, boyfriend." The night deepened. The flickering candlelight cast a warm glow, illuminating the man and woman sleeping in each other's arms. When Sui Sui woke, the sky was just barely light. After a moment of daze, she instinctively reached for the spot where Jin Zhao had slept. There was no trace of warmth left. It seemed he had been gone for a long time. She took out her phone to check the time. It was only 6 o'clock. Still so early. Might as well sleep a bit. With that, another hour passed in the blink of an eye. When she woke again, the first thing she saw was her boyfriend's devastatingly handsome face. "Jin Zhao, you're back." The joy in her voice was unmistakable. "Sui Sui, are you hungry?" "Well, I wasn't before you asked, but now I am." Silly. You're the silly one." All right, I'm the silly one. They'll have your maid bring in some water for you to wash up." "Okay, thanks, boyfriend." Then Jin Zhao got up and left through the hidden door. Sui Sui took the chance to enter her space, freshened up, drank a large cup of spiritual water, and quickly came back out. Not long after she came out, Yin Mei knocked on the door with hot water. "Yin Mei, come in." Seeing her up, Yin Mei quickly greeted her. "Miss, you're awake." Miss, let me tell you, the snow outside is really thick past the ankles. And it's still falling. Looks like it won't stop for a while." Sui Sui was astonished. "Really? It got this thick in just one night? It must have been a blizzard." She looked towards the window, but the new paper cutouts were too thick to see through clearly. After a quick wash, she told Yunmei to hurry and do her hair. Alright Yunmei, you and Tao Hong don't need to go to the shop for a while. They'll tell you when to go back. Yunmei was confused. Miss Wei, the snowstorm is severe right now, so business won't be good anyway. I thought I'd let you two rest. Yes, miss. Thank you, miss. Once she was properly dressed and bundled up against the cold, Sui couldn't wait to open the door. Only then did she realize that everything within sight was a vast expanse of white. The snow on the stone table in the courtyard was thick, at least 15 centimeters. The snow was so pristine and beautiful that as Sui approached it, she felt a reluctance to disturb it. Snowflakes drifted down, landing on her hair and clothes. In the end, she couldn't resist the allure of the snow. She carefully reached out her hand. But just as she was about to touch it, Jin Zhao's voice stopped her. Sui. Sui turned around abruptly, her face breaking into a radiant smile, her eyes curved with joy. Jin Zhao, the snow got this thick in just one night. How hard must it have been falling? Jin Zhao walked over to her, pulled her up onto the steps, and brushed the snow off her. Let's go have breakfast first. If you want to see the snow, I'll watch it with you. Okay. Eager to see and play in the snow, Sui ate her breakfast very quickly. Sui, eat slowly, or you'll choke. I know. She said so, but she still wolfed down her food in no time. Just then the sheepskin gloves arrived. Here, Sui, put on your gloves. Sui let him put on her gloves and cloak hood. This was his gesture of care, and she wouldn't refuse it. Thanks, boyfriend. After breakfast, she pulled him straight to the garden. There was a small grove of plum trees there, and she wanted to see if they were in bloom. There was also a large lawn perfect for frolicking in the snow with her boyfriend. The thought alone made her heart race with excitement. Along the way, she was exceptionally lively, chattering nonstop. He listened patiently, chiming in from time to time. His lips curled into a smile, his eyes soft and tender as they followed her every move. Wow, Jin Zhao, look. Following the direction she pointed, a patch of fiery red came into view. Sui ran over quickly, exclaiming in awe, this is truly red plum blossoms in the snow. The pure white snow and the fiery red plums created a scene of breathtaking beauty. By the time Jin Zhao reached her side, Sui threw herself into his arms, hugging his waist. Jin Zhao, the red plums in the snow are so beautiful. Jin Zhao wrapped his arms around her in return. I'm glad you like it, Sui. Like it? I love it. It's so beautiful. She took out her camera and pulled him into various poses for photos. She wanted to capture all the beautiful things. The snow on the grass was deep, and Sui thought it was perfect for building a snowman. No sooner said than done. She took off her gloves, ready to start pushing the snow. Sui, be good. If you want to play in the snow, keep your gloves on, or your hands will get frostbitten. I don't want to wear gloves. They're inconvenient. Sui, be good, and listen. Oh, boyfriend, just let me play. Alright, but just for a little while. But I can't finish a snowman in just a little while. They'll help you build it, so it'll be faster. Without waiting for her response, he bent down and started pushing the snow. The snowball grew bigger and bigger under his hands, which became redder and redder from the cold. Standing still, Sui suddenly felt a warmth in her eyes. She ran over to him and hugged him from behind. Sensing her change in mood, he quickly turned around and held her shoulders. What's wrong? You were so happy just a moment ago. His gentle voice was laced with concern and tenderness. Seeing the moisture in her peach blossom eyes, Jin Zhao felt a sudden weight on his heart, a mix of bitterness and discomfort. Sui shook her head. Nothing's wrong. I'm not unhappy, in fact I'm very happy. With that, she cupped his face and pressed her lips to his in a kiss. Romance with you in the snowy landscape. This is what makes life worth living. Snowflakes swirled beneath the red plum tree. The beautiful couple held each other tightly, lost in a kiss that was hard to break. Oh, my wonderful boyfriend, just a little while longer. Sui planted a kiss on the corner of his lips, and then began to act coquettishly. Jin Zhao wrapped her entirely in his cloak and pulled her into his embrace, letting out a helpless yet amused sigh. No, Sui, be good. You've already played for many little whiles. This time, no matter how his beloved girl wheedled and cajoled, he was determined not to let her play in the snow any longer. He took her hands, red from the cold, breathed warm air onto them, and then quickly tucked them into the inner layer of his own robe. Your hands are frozen like this. If you don't care, I do. Sui truly hadn't expected him to warm her hands this way. After a moment of stunned silence, she struggled to pull them out. Her hands were too icy, and she feared he would catch a cold, but he held them firmly. Sui, don't move. Let me warm you. Jin Zhao, let go quickly, or you'll catch a cold. Her icy hands pressed against his scorching chest through the thin inner garment. Finding her struggles futile, Sui stopped moving. Let him warm her if he wished. Alas, having a boyfriend who was too considerate could sometimes be a trouble in itself. The snow continued to fall freely. Watching the snow settling on each other's bodies and heads, a phrase suddenly popped into Sui's mind. White hair cannot be replaced by snow. Meeting you is already the best lottery ticket. And she and Jin Zhao had not only met, but had come to know, understand, and love each other. Her cold hands gradually warmed while the heat in his chest slowly. After about a quarter of an hour her hands were completely warm and he finally released them. Jin Zhao gently brushed the white snow from her dark hair. Your hands are warm now. Let's not play in the snow today, alright? My boyfriend used his body heat to warm my hands. If I played in the snow and got them cold again, it would be letting down his kindness. Hearing this, Jin Zhao raised his handsome brows and let out a low melodious laugh. This small gesture means nothing. I just don't want Sui Sui hands to get cold. Such beautiful hands deserve to be carefully nurtured and gently held by him. As if reading his thoughts, she reached out her hand. Boyfriend, seeing her smiling as she extended her hand, he chuckled softly and covered it with his own, pulling it close and holding tight. The two turned to look back at the 6 snowmen, 2 big and 4 small, beneath the red plum tree. They exchanged a smile, then walked hand in hand back through the snow. Behind them, 4 neat rows of footprints were left. After seeing Sui Sui back to her room and repeatedly instructing her not to play in the snow again, Jin Zhao headed to the study. Halfway there, still worried she might be bored, he sent Li Heng to fetch the elderly Madame Gui to keep her company. He also told her to bring a hand warmer to warm Sui Sui hands further. So when Sui Sui found herself holding a cloth-wrapped hand warmer and listening to Madame Gui's words, she was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. She knew her boyfriend was meticulously attentive to her. But this lack of trust, what was that about? Was she really so unreliable? She had promised not to play in the snow, so she definitely wouldn't. While she had secretly entertained the thought of playing, her mind raced with 1,000 thoughts, yet the smile on her face grew ever sweeter and more radiant. Seeing this, Madame Gui understood everything. She sighed with emotion. His Highness cherishes you. He fears you'll be bored. In all my long years I've never seen or heard of a man treating a girl so well. Alas, she recalled how her own young mistress had once been held so dearly in a man's arms with vows of eternal love. In the end, beauty met an untimely fate. Yet she always felt that this young miss and His Highness were different. You and His Highness are truly a match made in heaven. Sui Sui peach blossom eyes curved into a smile as she replied, I think so too. Madame Gui was taken aback, seemingly not expecting such a response. Once she recovered, she laughed joyfully. When Jin Zhao arrived, this was the harmonious scene he witnessed. Jin Zhao, you're done so quickly. The moment he appeared, her world lit up and stars seemed to twinkle in her eyes. Madame Gui, perceptive as ever, bowed and quietly withdrew, closing the door behind her. Jin Zhao sat down beside Sui Sui and felt her hands. Thanks to the hand warmer, they were quite warm. Yet he deliberately asked, has Sui Sui been good? Did she play in the snow again? Hearing this, Sui Sui, the drama queen, made her entrance. How dare you say that, Jin Zhao? Am I really so untrustworthy in your eye? I said I wouldn't play in the snow, so I wouldn't. And yet you sent Madame Gui to watch over me. Though she had entertained the idea of sneaking a play, it had been nipped in the bud before it could be carried out. That didn't count, so she absolutely wouldn't admit it. If it was all this man's fault. Don't think that just because you smile at me so gently you'll let this. But he was so handsome and so gentle, it was truly heart-stirring, making it impossible to stay angry. Seeing her face full of smiles, yet trying so hard to suppress them, the man was in a splendid mood. Sui Sui, you wrong me. I only asked Madame Gui to keep you company because I feared you'd be lonely. Just as she was about to lose her composure, a way out was offered, and Sui Sui gracefully took it. Since you put it that way, I'll graciously forgive you. Her charming face and beautiful peach blossom eyes were brimming with unmistakable mirth. Her joy brought him happiness too. Thank you, Sui Sui, for forgiving me. Oh my, her boyfriend's gentleness was truly irresistible. I know. Oh, by the way, how did you finish your work so quickly? Had he even been in the study for an hour? No matter how efficient, it couldn't be this fast. It's almost lunchtime. After we eat, will Sui Sui accompany me to the study? Sui Sui exclaimed in surprise. Accompany you to work? Reluctant? No, it's not that. I'm just afraid he'll distract you, and that would be it. Jin Zhao cradled the back of her head and planted a kiss on her red lips. You don't talk nonsense. Come, let's go for lunch. You played so hard this morning, eat plenty at noon to replenish your energy. With that, he pulled her to her feet and draped her cloak over her. When he tried to put the hood on her, Sui Sui refused outright. Jin Zhao, it's just a few steps. I don't want to wear the hood. Sui Sui, be good and listen. The snow is falling harder outside. It'll get into your hair and wet it. Then we can just take an umbrella. Jin Zhao paused. An umbrella isn't warm. Sui Sui was speechless. So he just wanted her to wear the hood. Fine, she would wear it. Here, put it on. The corners of Jin Zhao's lips curled up repeatedly. Alright, whatever Sui Sui says. Then he gently put it on her. Is this listening to me? It's clearly you having your way. At her words, he burst into a peal of delighted laughter. His eyes were equally filled with a galaxy of stars. After the midday meal, the snowstorm grew fiercer, as if intent on burying all of heaven and earth under its relentless fall. Jin Zhao and Sui Sui stood on the winding corridor beneath the upturned eaves, admiring the swirling flakes. Sui Sui's smile was radiant. What is it, boyfriend? Seeing her bright, cheerful face, Jin Zhao felt the words urging her to return indoors catch in his throat. Yet unwilling to let her endure the cold wind any longer, he still said, "Sway sway, once you've had your fill of the snow, let's go back inside, shall we? It's cold out here. Just a little longer, then he'll go back. Jean Zhao, you should go to work now. Are you sure you don't want to keep me company in the study?" She shook her head with a laugh. All right, boyfriend, go on. I'd distract you if I were there. That wouldn't do. Someone's tone was firm. I won't be distracted. That's not certain. And even if you truly weren't, it's still a no. I want to go back and sleep for a while. When you're done, come find me, okay? His smooth fingertips caressed her lovely brows and eyes, and he answered tenderly, all right. Since she was reluctant, he didn't insist. Later on, I'll pack some water for you to take to your father at the morning court tomorrow. In this weather, drinking more can't hurt. The long fingers on her brow paused, then he gently drew her into his warm embrace. His chin rested on her shoulder, and his hot breath grazed her ear, which flushed a delicate pink. Just as Sway Sway, blushing, tried to pull free from his arms, his voice, laced with a smile, sounded in her ear. Thank you, my Sway Sway. No sooner had she spoken than Sway Sway froze. Wasn't this the word her boyfriend often said to her? How had it slipped out? Indeed, when two people spend much time together, their words and actions inevitably grow more and more alike. Clearly Jean Zhao had noticed this too. On the side, she couldn't see the corners of his mouth lifted silently again and again. He held her for a while longer, then released her. He pulled up her hood, smoothed the stray strands of her black hair, and leaned in to kiss the corner of her lips. All right, Sway Sway, go take your nap. Remember to cover yourself well. I know, go to work now, my boyfriend. Watching Jean Zhao's tall, resolute figure retreat, Sway Sway let out a soft laugh again. To smile at the mere sight of him. How deeply she must love him. At the corner, Jean Zhao turned back and saw his beloved girl gazing in his direction, her face wreathed in a happy smile. Seeing him stop, Sway Sway instincts took over, and she dashed towards him. The lake blue, feathered and fur-lined cloak traced an extraordinarily graceful arc through the air as she ran. A beauty sprinting through a heavy snowfall. No words could truly capture this magnificent scene. A few meters away from Jean Zhao, Sway Sway suddenly accelerated and leaped into his arms. She clung tightly to his neck, and he supported her by her hips. His laugh was warm and soft, hers like the tinkling of silver bells. In that moment they saw only each other. Boyfriend, when I saw you turn around, I don't know why, but I just had to do this. Jean Zhao's beaming smile instantly froze. All the blood in his body seemed to rush madly to his head, and Jean Zhao's beaming smile instantly froze. All the blood in his body seemed to rush madly to his head and a certain other place. The strength in the hands supporting her gradually slackened, until she slid down, and he changed his hold to encircle her slender waist. Sway Sway suspected that if his grip were even a fraction tighter, she'd be snapped in two. But she loved seeing him like this. She was of course also aware of his state. So with breath as fragrant as an orchid, she whispered softly in his ear, "Boyfriend, I love seeing you stirred up for me." The man, already on the verge of exploding and not daring to move a muscle, was provoked to the point of bloodshot eyes by his beloved's words. Like a wild beast about to go berserk, ready to devour its prey. The red in his eyes seemed ready to spill over at any moment. But Sway Sway was unafraid. Instead, she gently kissed his long eyelashes. That single kiss shattered the man's remaining reason, sending it fleeing in all directions. He lowered his head and kissed those crimson lips that were constantly tempting him. But a kiss could no longer express the turmoil within him. With a forceful bite, the taste of blood spread between their lips and teeth, jolting Jean Zhao back to his senses. He pulled back slightly. On his beloved's beautiful lips, a few drops of vivid blood glistened, enticing him to pluck them. Set against her snow-white skin, her stunning face, and her bright smile, he thought no adjective could capture her beauty. Just as the blood droplets were about to fall, Jean Zhao lowered his head again, his tongue sweeping out to gather them all into his mouth. He savored the taste. Sweet. The snow fell even harder, and the wind grew colder. His recently lost reason gradually returned. With his reason back, Jean Zhao felt a pang of regret for his earlier madness. But seeing the girl's ever-bright smile, his heart eased slightly. Sway Sway, did I scare you just now? She shook her head with a smile. His thumb gently traced the small wound. Does it hurt? She shook her head again, still smiling. Why weren't you scared? Sway Sway answered without hesitation. Because it's you. Because it was him, she felt no fear. Hearing this, Jean Zhao smiled too. Ah, his Sway Sway. He wished their wedding day would come soon. All right, boyfriend, you've delayed long enough. You really must go to work now, and I need to sleep. All right, whatever Sway Sway says. With a turn, he disappeared from sight. But Sway Sway still stood there, the sweet smile on her face, and in her eyes still clear to see. Yun Mei, who had long since retreated shyly to one side, now approached. Miss, His Highness has already left. Sway Sway turned her head to look at her, and teased. Yun Mei, when I was admiring the snow with His Highness, don't think I didn't see you, and Li Hung being all lovey-dovey at the corner. Oh miss, you're so wicked. Having her sweet moment with Li Hung witnessed by her mistress was bad enough, but being teased about it made Yun Mei wish she could disappear, and oh dear Yun Mei, there's nothing to be shy about. It's not like you were doing it with another man. Seeing her face as pink as a peach blossom, Sway Sway was in a good enough mood to stop teasing her. Alright, I'm going back to sleep. You don't need to attend to me. Go and rest too. You share a room with Tao Hong. Learn from her. Look how passionately she and Li Kuan are. Saying this, she even winked at her. Meanwhile, Li Hong watched his master, whose face was full of smug satisfaction, thinking back to everything he had just glimpsed. Though he had long known that His Highness was completely devoted to his wife, and had an excellent relationship with the future crown princess, he never imagined their passion was so intense. He felt he had learned another trick. Miss, the snow is already above the ankles. When will it ever stop? Sway Sway, resting her chin on the windowsill with both hands, turned her head and smiled. You're asking me, but I don't know either. I'm not a deity commanding it to fall or cease at will. Yunmei sighed upon hearing this. Alas, in previous years, though the snow was equally heavy, it would stop after a day and a night. But this year there's no sign of it letting up. Instead, it's growing fiercer. It's truly worrisome. Sway Sui's curved brows suddenly stiffened. Yunmei, do you mean this is the first time such a situation has occurred in many years? Yunmei, though puzzled, nodded. Yes, miss, what's wrong? The moment she finished, her mistress shot up, abruptly startling her. Miss? It's nothing. I'm stepping out, you needn't follow. With those words, she dashed straight out. Abruptly transitioning from the warm interior to the biting cold outside, she shivered violently, realizing she hadn't donned her cloak. Yet she didn't turn back, fortunately, as her destination was within Xiaofeng courtyard, a mere 2-minute walk away. Miss Sway and His Highness truly share a deep bond. For others, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. For them, an hour apart feels like they've been separated for at most 2 hours, yet they already yearn to meet again. To ease her longing, Miss Sway braved the wind and snow. It seemed he and Yunmei should learn from them. Such was Li Hong's initial inner reaction upon seeing Sway Sui's arrival. But regardless of his tangled thoughts, as she drew near, he respectfully cupped his hands in salute. Miss Sway. Before he could finish, Jean Zhao, hearing the commotion from inside, instantly teleported to open the door. Sway Sui, the snow is so heavy. Why did you come without your cloak? His reproachful tone and slightly furrowed brows revealed undisguised concern. Jean Zhao, I have something to tell you. Once inside, Jean Zhao lifted her onto his lap, then wrapped her tightly in a black fox fur cloak. He then planted a gentle kiss on her icy yet tender cheek, soft enough to yield water. What does Sway Sway wish to say? I just heard from Yunmei that this year's heavy snow is unusual, and it suddenly reminded me of a massive snow disaster in my hometown. That disaster struck so abruptly, catching everyone off guard and causing dire consequences. So I wanted to ask you, as the crown prince and future emperor, if a problem might arise, wouldn't you want to take preemptive measures to nip it in the bud? Jean Zhao lowered his gaze to her moving red lips, his Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily. Go on, Sway Sway. Huh. Sway Sway, momentarily baffled by his train of thought, pressed on. If nothing happens, all is well. But if it does, you won't be. As the crown prince, you'd undoubtedly handle major events. A misstep could directly sway public sentiment. Burrowing her head into the crook of his neck, Sway Sway rambled on, only to realize she had finished without a reply. Lifting her head slightly, she found him gazing intently at her with a gentle smile. Her peach blossom eyes blinked at him. Hey Jean Zhao, did you hear what I said? He smoothed the hair at her temples, still smiling tenderly. I took in every word Sway Sway said. Then why no reaction? Because I'm happy that my girl cares so much for me. The phrase "my girl" made Sway Sui peach blossom eyes freeze instantly. Her 2 glistening black grapes stared at him in a daze. Then her slightly pursed petal lips gradually stretched into a full smile, her eyes sparkling with stars. This was the first time she had heard him say "my girl." So alluring. My girl, my girl, my girl. Boyfriend, say it once more, won't you? Her blazing gaze outshone the midsummer sun. Jean Zhao felt that scorching light could melt his very heart. How could there be a girl as wonderful as Sway Sway in this world? So wonderful that he often felt at a loss, unsure how to repay her profound Sway Sway, my girl. Tender and affectionate. Hearing him repeat it, the stars in her peach blossom eyes seemed to overflow, flooding the entire space. She cupped his chiseled face and planted a smacking kiss. He, a reward for being so good. Jean Zhao smiled helplessly again. Sway Sway, you're being mischievous again. I am not. She laughed freely like an innocent child. Alright, to give what I said some serious thought. She sighed. This ancient era is such a hassle. No weather forecast, relying solely on cloud reading. I've considered it. What's next? Early prevention might be impossible, but we can prepare for later stages. Stockpile cold weather gear, grain, medicine, and such. If an emergency arises as crown prince, you'll have to step in, and you'll need a plan. No need for excessive stockpiles, just enough to show your concern. Anyway, these are just my suggestions. You surely know better than I. The smile on Jean Zhao's face deepened until he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. It was the first time Sway Sway had seen him laugh so heartily. It was dazzling, impossible to look away. But she was baffled. Jean Zhao, what's with you? Why are you laughing so happily all of a sudden? Jean Zhao kissed her smooth, full forehead before replying with a smile. Don't worry, Sway Sway. When I noticed the sky looked off yesterday, I already ordered preparations for these items. Sui Sui was taken aback. All prepared. That's great. No wonder you are the future sovereign. This foresight is top-notch. She gave him a thumbs up. Sui Sui will make a fine empress too. Oh, stop teasing me. Alright, I'll do as Sui Sui says. Sui Sui shot him a playful glare and prepared to get off his lap. I'm done talking, boyfriend. You get back to work. Ooh, I won't disturb you. But seeing his large hands still firmly holding her, she sighed helplessly. Boyfriend. He still didn't let go immediately. Sui Sui, will you stay and keep me company for a while? I'm almost done reviewing the memorials. Sui Sui thought it over and didn't object. Fine. He'll lie on the soft couch for a bit. Now can you let me go? Reluctantly, he released her. If I could ID hold Sui Sui forever and never let go. Alright, boyfriend, get to work. As Sui Sui wishes. Sui Sui, are you stuck on that phrase? But why does it feel so sweet? In the dead of night, a violent blizzard raged, blanketing the ground with snow nearly knee-deep and intensifying by the moment. A shadowy figure flashed by, halting before Jin Zhao's door. The shadow lightly knocked. Your Highness. Within, Jin Zhao, who had been asleep, snapped his eyes open. His gaze was fierce and sharp, exuding a chilling intensity that dared not be met, a stark contrast to the gentleness he showed before his beloved. He casually threw on a robe, swiftly moved to the door, cracked it open, and asked in a low voice, "What's the matter?" "Your Highness, a messenger from the palace has arrived requesting your immediate presence." Jin Zhao lifted his eyes, his expression cold and stern, and tilted his chin slightly. "Prepare the horse." "Your Highness, the snow is too deep. The horse may struggle to travel." His gaze swept over once more. Li Heng felt his master's stare was terrifying and oppressive, his aura so commanding that it compelled submission and fear. He suddenly yearned for the master he saw before Lady Sui, so gentle in demeanor. Though that tenderness wasn't meant for him. As his thoughts wandered, the door was already shut. Jin Zhao dressed swiftly, then twisted a vase and slipped into the adjacent room. His beloved was sleeping soundly, her peaceful face framed by clouds of silky hair spread across the pillow. He approached, softly planted a kiss on her slightly parted rosy lips, and then departed. Amid the swirling snow and wind, he dashed over rooftops and walls, racing toward the imperial palace. Arriving at Longyan Hall, several high-ranking officials were already waiting. They bowed and greeted him. The emperor, seated above, saw his youngest son covered in snow and wind, knowing he had come by lightness skill. "Your son greets your majesty. May I ask what urgent matter requires my presence this late?" The emperor gestured and eunuchly descended the steps with a memorial. "This is a petition from the people, arrived half an hour ago." Jin Zhao took it and quickly scanned through it. It described a small town under Ningzhou County, suffering a severe blizzard with countless houses collapsing under the heavy snow, the county magistrate neglecting his duties, and unscrupulous landlords exploiting the desperate, suffering populace. After reading, he passed it on. Once everyone had reviewed it, the emperor spoke with a heavy heart. "My ministers, what say you?" Prime Minister Qiying bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I believe dispatching the Crown Prince to oversee the situation would be most fitting." "Oh, aye. The Crown Prince excels in both civil and martial arts far beyond what we can match, and this is a golden opportunity to win the people's hearts." "We concur." The emperor looked at his beloved youngest son, sharing the same intent. Yet he asked, "What does the Crown Prince think?" "Your son awaits your Majesty's." "Good, since we are all agreed, I appoint you as the commissioner for Ningzhou to handle the snow disaster. Corrupt officials are to be dismissed or executed as warranted. Your son obeys the decree. Long live the emperor." After much discussion, the sky began to lighten, and the snow continued to fall relentlessly. The emperor dismissed the others, keeping Jin Zhao alone. "Jiang, this journey to Ningzhou is long. You must be exceedingly cautious." "Father, I understand. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." He wondered if his Sui Sui had woken yet. "Alright, go on. Our grown son is beyond his father's reach." Jin Zhao's step paused briefly before he continued out with composure. The emperor fumed helplessly, for indeed a grown son is beyond his father's reach. After this delay, by the time he left the palace, it was fully daylight. Returning to Xiaofeng courtyard, he saw his beloved clad in a cloak standing alone on the veranda. Hearing his approach, she turned instantly. "Jin Zhao, you're back." Her voice held both joy and concern. Jin Zhao hurried over, tightened her cloak, and asked softly, "Why are you up so early?" Sui Sui leaned into his embrace. "I heard you were summoned to the palace last night, and I couldn't sleep, so I got up." "What's happening? Is it really a heard? From whom?" "It must be that big mouth Li Heng." With this thought, his gaze involuntarily shifted to the black figure at the courtyard gate. Li Heng, catching his look, felt a jolt of dread. How could he still be so intimidating even when with Lady Sui? Jin Zhao cast him a cold glance before turning back. Facing her, his phoenix eyes softened like spring water. "Yes, I may need to travel far." "You guessed right. Ningzhou has been hit by a snow disaster, and father has tasked me with managing it." As he spoke, he wanted to caress her cheek, but his hands were cold from the snow. So he leaned down, using his lips instead, unaware that his lips were also icy. They'll pack up shortly and prepare to depart. While I'm away, take care of yourself, and don't play in the snow anymore. Sui Sui touched her cheek still cool from his kiss and chuckled. Silly Jin Zhao, of course I'm coming with you. I might even be able to help. He pursed his lips. The weather is harsh, and the journey long. I don't want you to suffer. Oh, enough, Jin Zhao, stop fussing. Let's pack up. With that, she pulled him into his room to help gather his belongings. Though he could access his spatial storage anytime, it wasn't always convenient on the road. Seeing how she thought of everything for him, his heart overflowed with affection. He could only embrace her, turning it into a deep, lingering kiss. His Sui Sui was always so lovable. After the kiss, she was breathless in his arms. Jin Zhao, what are your plans? He gently traced her brow. They'll go ahead to stabilize the situation and open the granaries for relief at the local government office. The officials for reconstruction and the new magistrate will follow. What if the local granary is empty? Don't worry, you'll handle it. I think you should store your supplies in my secret base, just in case. At this, Sui Sui chuckled. He was the one who coined the term secret base. When he didn't respond, she added, if you store it there, you can take it anywhere and retrieve it easily. Alright, whatever Sui Sui says. She thought he's always teasing me. She packed a few things for him, and then gathered some warm clothes for herself. Then she led him to her warehouse, waved her hand, and the nearly full stock was all absorbed into her mall space. Stored for backup. Though he had witnessed such teleportation countless times, Jin Zhao still felt a thrill of awe. When they first met, she claimed to be a fairy. He believed it now. How fortunate to have this celestial wife. After storing the supplies, Sui Sui clapped her hands and said, boyfriend, let's go to your warehouse. His supplies were more practical and less conspicuous for disaster relief. But as they left the Crown Prince's residence, a man approached and bowed. Your Highness, Lady Sui, here are the documents you requested. Jin Zhao took them, glanced through, and said, there's no need to move the supplies. I have other plans. Yang Jia bowed. As you command, Your Highness. Then he asked, any anomalies in the organization? All is normal, rest assured, Your Highness. Jin Zhao nodded and turned to the girl beside him. Sui Sui, let's go. His eyes were full of affection, his voice tender. All of it was solely for her. Yang Jia watched inwardly marveling. Since ancient times, heroes have been undone by beauty, turning even the hardest steel into gentle threads. Boyfriend, what did your subordinate bring you? Hearing his beloved's question, Jin Zhao handed her the note. Can I really read it? Every part of me, Sui Sui, you can see, including my whole self. Sui Sui froze, a shy smile blooming on her face. Boyfriend, you've really... With that, she unfolded the note. It recorded information about Ningzhou County and its subordinate towns and villages. When she saw that the magistrate of Ningzhou County had abused his position for his family's gain, the smile on her face instantly faded. These despicable... Seeing this, Jin Zhao took the note away and soothed her. Sui Sui, be good. It's not worth getting angry over people like that. When did it become a common phenomenon to abuse one's position for personal gain? As the distance wasn't too far, they walked to the warehouse. Upon entering, Sui Sui was astonished. The previous emotions swept away. The roughly 100 square meter warehouse was nearly packed to the brim. Boyfriend, how did you manage to stockpile so many supplies in a day and a night without causing a stir? Jin Zhao smiled and ruffled her hair beneath the cloak. I have an organization under me that not only gathers intelligence, but also helps manage my various businesses. This area is handled by Yang Jia, whom you just met. So all these supplies are yours. Yes. This is too much. We'll distribute them based on actual needs. We'll distribute them in your name. Why? There aren't that many whys. Even without him saying it, she understood. To silence the world's gossip. She couldn't deny being moved. Her Jin Zhao was truly foolish. And that foolish man, after scanning the area to ensure no one was watching, said to her, Alright, Sui Sui, stop spacing out. Let's pack now. She nodded. Then with a surge of will and a wave of her hand, everything in the warehouse vanished into the space. Checking with her spiritual sense, she saw it nearly filled the first floor hall of the mall. Beside her, Jin Zhao, though still inwardly shaken, revealed nothing but tenderness on his face with no hint of shock. He naturally took her hand and led her out. The wind and snow were still fierce, but thankfully it hadn't worsened. Looking at the footprints in the snow, Sui Sui asked, Jin Zhao, how will we get there? The snow on the road is so thick, the carriage probably won't travel well. We'll ride horses. Horses. But I don't know how to ride, and I've never been on one. He pulled the hood of her cloak forward. Silly girl, how could I let you ride alone? As he finished, the sound of hooves approached from afar. Moments later, Tao Hong and Li Hung appeared, each riding a horse with 2 more horses following behind. Your Highness. Your Highness. When the horses reached them, Jin Zhao leaped onto one, leaving the front seat open. Come, Sui Sui, step on the stirrup and sit facing me. That way the wind and snow won't hit you, and it's safer than sitting behind. Looking at the large hand extended toward her, Sui bit her lip hesitantly. Jin Zhao, maybe I should ride with Tao Hong. I'm worried. Well, everyone was taken aback. Li Hong especially struggled to suppress his laughter, his shoulders shaking. A smile spilled directly from Jin Zhao's starry eyes. Silly girl, these are heavy draft horses. Each can carry nearly 600 jin. The 2 of us weigh at most 240 jin combined. So come up without worrying. Seeing that the horses were indeed larger than average, Sui didn't hesitate any longer and placed her hand in his. Jin Zhao, how far is it? We're heading to Lianyuan town. If we ride hard, we'll arrive around dusk. Hearing this, Sui breathed a small sigh of relief. Thankfully, she wasn't on her period, and it wasn't a journey of several days, or she'd have been in great discomfort. Jin Zhao wrapped her up tightly and prepared to depart. Sui were leaving. Nestled against his chest, Sui let out a muffled mem. Looking down at the girl perfectly fitted against him, Jin Zhao smiled knowingly. With a hiya, the horse began to run. As the horse moved, Sui felt herself jostled. Although her boyfriend was steady and she was sheltered in his arms, she couldn't avoid swaying from. Fearing she might fall at any moment, she had to tightly hold his waist. As time passed, Sui felt every moment on horseback was an eternity. Especially with her hips sore and numb, she couldn't help but squirm slightly. Sui, be good, don't move. A hoarse husky moan suddenly came from above, making her freeze. Yet Sui still felt something hard pressing against her. When she realized what it was, her pretty face resting against his neck instantly flushed crimson. She hadn't expected that just adjusting her seat and shifting her hips would trigger his beastly nature. Carefully, she moved her head away from his neck, hoping the cold wind would cool her cheeks. But unexpectedly, it made his body go rigid. Whoa! The horse stopped. Tao Hong and Li Hung ahead heard the commotion, halted their horses, and turned back. Your Highness. Jin Zhao cast a dark ink-like glance at Li Hung and forced calm into his voice. It's nothing. Go on ahead. Once they continued, Sui withdrew from his embrace. Seeing his pained, restrained expression, the girl suddenly burst into unkind laughter. She swore she had no intention of mocking him. It was just an inexplicable surge of joy. Jin Zhao looked at his beloved's cheerful face and laughed helplessly, then dismounted with her in his arms. Perhaps from hours on horseback her hips were too sore, and as soon as she got off, Sui's legs gave way. Jin Zhao swiftly caught her and pulled her into his arms, tapping her nose. Overdid the laughing, didn't you? I lost my composure, and why was that? Because of you. His tone was truly helpless and doting. Alright, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. But boyfriend, riding a horse is even more tiring than a carriage. Can we walk for a little while? As she spoke, her hand instinctively went to rub her. Just as she touched it, she suddenly stopped, then pretended to pat it, and withdrew her hand calmly. Seeing this, Jin Zhao felt a wicked impulse. Sui, want me to rub it for you? That'll teach you to laugh at me. His playful tone was an outright tease. Sui stared at him in disbelief. Jin Zhao, you've turned bad. Unable to contain his joy, he burst into loud laughter. His Sui. How adorable she was. Laugh, laugh, laugh. Keep laughing. Doesn't your butt hurt at all? Alright, I'll stop. Sui, be good. Let's walk a bit, then we'll switch to another horse. Saying this, he took the reins with one hand and her hand with the other. The snow continued to fall. Mountains, rivers, and the earth were all a vast expanse of white. The only colors were the few people and horses. After walking for about 10 minutes, they mounted the horses again and caught up with Tao Hong and Li Hung. At noon, the group stopped to rest and eat, replenishing their strength. The 4 horses in particular, after drinking Sui's spiritual water, seemed to have bonded with her, constantly circling around her. Truly, all things have a spirit. If you treat them well, they know it in their hearts. After a brief rest, they continued on. Though still uncomfortable, Sui endured it all to avoid causing any trouble. They rode hard, all the way braving the snow. Finally, as dusk fell, they arrived at Lianyuan town. Lianyuan town was a settlement under the jurisdiction of Ningzhou County, a mere 3 li away from the county seat. Though it was dusk when they entered Ningzhou County, the snow made the sky appear bright. Upon entering the county office, Jin Zhao immediately ordered Li Hung to use his crown prince token to bring the magistrate of Ningzhou County before him. Your humble servant pays respects to your highness the crown prince. Magistrate Mei Liangxin, under Li Hung's threats and shoving, knelt with a thud the moment he saw Jin Zhao trembling in fear. The man beneath the plaque reading, Bright Mirror Hung High, was clad in a dark python robe draped in a matching satin mink cloak, his expression cold and disdainful. At that moment, the aura and bearing of a crown prince were fully displayed. After casting a cold glance at the kneeling man, he said, Mei Liangxin, yes, it is your humble servant. A face full of fleshy features was plastered with a nauseating fake smile. Huh. A light scoff made the fake smile freeze, and his corpulent body trembled involuntarily. Jin Zhao frowned with disgust. Guards, take Mei Liangxin to the dungeon and await my judgment. If he goes missing, you will be held accountable. Soon men in constable uniforms dragged Mei Liangxin away. He wanted to cry out his innocence, but a single cold glance from Jin Zhao choked all words in his throat. After he was taken away, Jin Zhao turned his gaze to Sui, his expression softening to the tenderness reserved only for her. Sui shook her head, her brows curving into a smile. My boyfriend is so domineering and mighty. I love this version of you too. That's how you deal with villains. Otherwise you can't keep them in line. Hearing this, Jin Zhao's lips curled into a smile. His Sui was truly no ordinary woman. Li Heng and Tao Hong, who had witnessed the entire scene, exchanged a glance, both reading the same message. Their highnesses were flirting with each other at every opportunity. But their interaction did not escape his notice. He glanced at them casually and said, "Since it's still early, let's head to Lianyuan town. Bring a few sets of writing brushes and ink." "Yes, Your Highness." Leaving the office, they rode slowly toward the town. Within the county limits, aside from the thick snow, the buildings remained intact. But the closer they got to Lianyuan town, the more severe the damage became. It was then that Sui Sui truly understood what a snow disaster meant. Every few steps, there was a house collapsed under the heavy snow with people huddled under ragged blankets amidst the ruins, their faces etched with despair. There were also those who had frozen to death or been crushed, their families mourning beside the bodies in deep grief. The most pitiful were the children. Along the way, sorrow and hopelessness pervaded everything. Sui Sui, always soft-hearted, could hardly bear such a scene. She buried her head in Jin Zhao's chest, her voice muffled. "Boyfriend, they're really pitiful." Jin Zhao was silent for a moment, then replied, If Sui Sui thought they were pitiful, then pitiful they were. Can you not look so cold when facing? You're the crown prince here to help them. If your cold demeanor makes your efforts go unappreciated, all this trouble will be wasted." Alright, listen to Sui Sui. As they rode, they encountered the initiator of the People's Petition, an elderly man with graying hair and a wet. The moment he learned Jin Zhao's identity, he was so overwhelmed that he knelt with a thud. "Your Highness the Crown Prince. We've been longing for your—" Just as Jin Zhao was about to say rise, Sui Sui tugged at his cloak. With a subtle signal, Li Heng immediately helped the old man up. "Old sir, please rise. Don't get too excited. Ah, this old man's surname is Kai. Uncle Kai, His Highness the Crown Prince has come to help you through this crisis. Hardships are only temporary." This speech stirred the old man even more. He kept wiping his tears with his tattered, dirty sleeve, murmuring, "The imperial grace is—" At the same time, Sui Sui's opinion of Li Heng shifted slightly. Despite his seemingly simple demeanor, he was clear-headed when it mattered. Li Heng thought, "Miss Sui, thank you very much. Your Highness, please share your plans with Uncle Kai." Jin Zhao pinched her nose. "Sui Sui, you're being—" Watching their interaction, Uncle Kai boldly asked, "May I ask who this young lady is?" "She is this crown prince's future consort," he answered as soon as Uncle Kai asked. He didn't need anyone else to introduce his Sui Sui. Oh, I pay my respects to the crown princess." Seeing him bow, Sui Sui quickly stopped him. "Uncle Kai, we are not yet married. Please don't be so formal." Then she seized the opportunity to explain the plan, moving the old man to tears of joy once more. He rushed into the snow, shouting loudly, we're saved, folks. We're saved." Those unaware might have thought he had gone mad. But with that shout, almost everyone gathered around, a glimmer of hope appearing on their lifeless faces. Sui Sui leaned close to Jin Zhao and whispered, "My crown prince, it's your turn now." He gave her a tender glance, then addressed the crowd loudly. "I am Jin Zhao, the crown prince. His Majesty received the People's Petition and, knowing of your plight, convened an emergency meeting overnight. He sent me to oversee the situation. Tomorrow at noon, the county granary will be opened." Looking at the sea of people, he continued, "Beside me is the future crown princess betrothed to me by His Majesty. Hearing of your suffering, she has brought some specialty supplies which have already arrived." As soon as he finished speaking, almost everyone knelt down, followed by a thunderous cheer. "Long live His Majesty. Long live the Crown Prince. Long live the Crown Princess." Sui Sui gazed at the man beside her with shining eyes. "Her Jin Zhao?" After their cheers subsided, Jin Zhao raised his hand, and the crowd fell silent instantly. Pointing to the old man and Li Heng, he said, "Now line up orderly to register your disaster conditions with them, including household-size property damage and casualties. The Crown Prince's supplies are limited. I hope everyone registers truthfully. Once registered, gather outside the county office to receive the dish. Each family should send 1 or 2 representatives to collect supplies to avoid chaos. Have I made myself clear?" A resounding yes was his answer. "Are there other villages or towns in Ningzhou County as severely affected as Lianyuan Town?" Uncle Kai cupped his hands and replied, "Your Highness, strangely enough, despite the same heavy snow, other towns were hardly affected. Only Lianyuan Town suffered. Oh, and half of Lianyuan Town's houses were built by the magistrate's cousins. We suspect shoddy construction, which is why they collapsed under the snow." Jin Zhao nodded, acknowledging the information. After finishing, he left the scene to them, instructing Tao Hong to maintain order, and took Sui Sui back to prepare. Sui Sui sighed. Why the sigh, Sui Sui? I'm thinking no matter the era, corruption and collusion always exist. Don't dwell on such thoughts, Sui Sui. Leave everything to me. Hearing this, she looked up at him and changed the subject. Boyfriend, how do you plan to distribute the supplies? Jin Zhao leaned down and kissed her radiant face. However, Sui Sui wants to distribute them. Startled by the sudden kiss, she shot him a playful glare with her peach blossom eyes. How about this? Based on the number of people, give each household 1 or 2 quilts and enough food for 2 meals. We can decide on the rest after the granary opens tomorrow. Alright, I'll listen to Sui Sui. Why do you listen to me about everything? Because whatever Sui Sui says is right. Hee lucky, am not some Daji, or your kingdom would be doomed. Who is Daji? Daji is a character from a mythological TV show in my world. She was breathtakingly beautiful, but on her way to be offered to King Zhou of Shang, she was killed and possessed by a nine-tailed fox spirit. She then bewitched King Zhou, harmed loyal ministers, and ultimately brought down the 600-year Shang dynasty. How could she be compared to you? She was a venomous demon, you are a kind fairy. You're so smooth-tongued. Yes I am, but only with you, Sui Sui. Sui Sui thought, weren't we discussing serious matters? How did the topic drift so far away? Oh, it's all this sweet love's fault. Upon arriving at the government office, Sui Sui and her companions did not enter. Instead, they found a secluded corner and brought out an enormous tent that could accommodate nearly 10 people. Taking advantage of the deserted moment, they set it up on an open flat area near the office. Boyfriend, keep watch at the tent entrance while I bring out the supplies. Alright, I'll guard it for Sui Sui. Sui Sui assessed the tent size and the arrangement of supplies in her storage space. With a single thought, she filled the tent to the brim. She then stacked another layer on top of the goods. Finally, she brought out the large and small tents she had hoarded. Gazing at the abundant supplies, the young woman nodded in satisfaction. Pushing aside the tent flap, she poked her head out, her laughter warm and bright. Boyfriend, seeing her heart-melting smile, the corner of his lips slowly lifted. Sui Sui, is everything ready? Yes. Take a look. Should be enough to distribute, right? Jin Zhao gently brushed away a snowflake that had just landed in her hair, his gaze incredibly tender. No need to look. Whatever Sui Sui arranges is fine. You've worked hard. No hardship at all. Serving my boyfriend is never a hardship, hee. Jin Zhao's gentle demeanor instantly cracked. He let out a long sigh. Sui Sui, you're being naughty again. When was I naughty? Seeing his helpless yet utterly doting expression, Sui Sui clearly realized at that moment that he truly spoiled her like a child. A child who could laugh heartily without restraint. Dusk gradually fell. The blizzard that had raged for days finally showed signs of abating. Boyfriend, it'll be dark soon. Should we light the torches first? Jin Zhao wrapped his arm around her shoulder, pulling her closer. No rush, Sui Sui. Let's wait a little longer. Sure enough, before long a flicker of torchlight approached from the distance. Half an hour later the light reached them, illuminating the entire area. After everyone had paid their respects to Jin Zhao and Sui Sui, Li Hing stepped forward with the register. Your Highness, the registration is complete. Jin Zhao took the list, and Sui Sui leaned in to look. Lin Yuan Town, a total of 280 households. 260 households registered. Over half the houses had collapsed. In 5 households, family members were buried and not rescued in time. In 10 households lacking cold weather gear, elderly people froze to death. After a quick scan, Jin Zhao handed the list to Uncle Kai, instructing him to read the names. As an elder of the town, Uncle Kai was well acquainted with everyone's circumstances, making him the perfect choice for the task. Each household was called up to receive supplies. The supplies were distributed based on household size and disaster impact. Since everything had been pre-arranged, the distribution went smoothly. In less than 2 hours, 258 households had received varying amounts of aid. Your Highness, why have only we 2 families not received any supplies? Mei Liangda and Mei Rinpin demanded indignantly. Under the torchlight, Jin Zhao's icy gaze swept over them. Why don't you ask yourselves and Mei Liangxin what you've done? His tone suddenly sharpened. Li Heng apprehended. Sensing the danger, they turned to flee. But before they could take 2 steps, Li Heng kicked them both to the ground. They tried to resist, only to find cold swords pressed against their necks. They stood frozen in shock. The gathered crowd who had received their supplies, but hadn't yet left, were also stunned into silence by the sudden turn of events. Uncle Kai mustered his courage to step forward. Your Highness, what is the meaning of this? Jin Zhao didn't answer. Instead, he pulled out the note Yang Jie had given him that morning. Uncle Kai took it and read it. Fury instantly flooded his mind. Fellow villagers, our houses collapsed so easily. It was indeed the handiwork of Mei Liangda and his cronies. Hearing this, the crowd burned with rage. They set down their belongings and joined in kicking the 2 men repeatedly. Back then, when the magistrate insisted on unified planning and forced them to entrust their house repairs to Mei Liangda men, they were already discontent. When their houses collapsed and they sought help from the magistrate, he dismissed them with a claim of natural disaster beyond his control. The officials turned a blind eye while the powerful exploited them. Left with no choice, they wrote a petition of the people overnight and sent it to the capital. Now learning that their houses had collapsed under the snow due to shoddy workmanship, the pent-up anger in their hearts exploded. Faced with the chaotic scene, Jin Zhao frowned, but did not intervene. Sui Sui merely watched with an indifferent expression. Heaven knows how furious she had been that morning when she learned of their crimes. It was all because they had umbrellas backing them that they dared to be so. Only when the 2 men were beaten black and blue, barely recognizable, did Jin Zhao signal Li Heng to stop. Let them join Mei Liangxin. Yes, Your Highness. Watching them being dragged away like dead dogs, the crowd felt a surge of vindication. After the uproar subsided, everyone knelt to thank Jin Zhao and Sui Sui before heading home. But the legend of the crowned prince and his future princess, caring for the people a perfect match, had only just begun. After everyone had left, Sui Sui slumped against Jin Zhao like a deflated balloon. Boyfriend am so tired, so hungry, so sleepy, and so cold. He'll keep watch here. Go and pack up the remaining supplies, Sui Sui. Then we'll rest inside the office. Okay. Once in the tent, Sui Sui didn't immediately pack up. Instead, she slipped into her storage space, brewed 4 cups of instant noodles, and packed 8 steaming hot buns. Just as she came out, she heard Li Heng and Tao Hong's voices. Come on in, everyone. Jin Zhao strode into the tent first, followed by Li Heng and Tao Hong. Upon entering, Li Heng sniffed the air. Miss Sui, what's that smell? It's so fragrant. Sui Sui chuckled softly. You'll know soon. Jin Zhao and Tao Hong looked at him, as if he were a country bumpkin. Instant noodles. How could he not know? Li Heng thought, is it a crime not? Everyone come eat the buns first. 2 each before they get cold. Sui Sui then handed her own bun to Jin Zhao. Boyfriend, eat mine too. I can't finish it. Weren't you hungry? If you're hungry, you should eat more. Oh, there's still instant noodles later. If I keep eating, do you want me to turn into a pig? Without waiting for his reply, she stuffed the bun directly into his mouth. He took a bite, chewed, and swallowed. A look of satisfaction crossed his face, and his affectionate eyes brimmed with laughter. Even if you become a little pig, you'd be the most beautiful one. I'd still love you. Sui Sui thought, can we even have a pleasant conversation anymore? Li Heng and Tao Hong thought, suddenly the buns don't taste so good anymore. Bolstered by hunger, Li Heng spoke up. Master Miss Sui, can we eat that thing now? How about we eat first? We've been busy all day, and we really are hungry. Mainly if I keep watching you two flirt, I'm afraid they'll suddenly feel full. Hearing this, Sui Sui shot Jin Zhao a playful glare before turning around and placing a cup of instant noodles in his hands. Mad as I am, she thought, I still can't let my boyfriend go hungry. A cup of instant noodles and 2 buns made for a simple dinner. Exhausted from the day's journey, everyone was drowsy and went to rest after eating. Sui Sui and Jin Zhao set up a tent in an empty room of the government office, sharing a thick quilt. Sui Sui nestled in his arms, her hand playfully roaming on his chest. Her boyfriend was indeed a human-shaped heater, wonderfully warm. In the darkness, he grabbed her hand. Sui Sui, you're being naughty again. No, I'm not, if you're not. All the unspoken words were lost in a passionate kiss. The next day dawned clear and bright. The blizzard that had raged for days finally ceased. The long-missed sunlight warmed the skin, lifting spirits along with it. People firmly believed this was all due to the good fortune brought by the crowned prince who cared for the people and his beautiful, kind-hearted future princess. Yet Jin Zhao and Sui Sui, the ones at the center of it all, remained unaware. They only stirred awake now. Their eyes met and smiles naturally graced their good morning, boyfriend. Good morning, my dear. Sui Sui stretched in Jin Zhao's arms. I slept so warmly and comfortably. I really don't want to get up. His thumb gently caressed her delicate cheek. If you don't want to get up, sleep a while longer. It's still early. Then let's just lie here for a few more minutes. No rush, Sui Sui can sleep as long as she likes. Sui Sui thought to herself, even if she wanted to laze in bed, nature's call wouldn't allow it after a while. Of course, she didn't say that out loud. It would shatter the beautiful pink bubble atmosphere. Boyfriend, can I hold you like this when we sleep back home too? The man who had just been smiling tenderly stiffened. Every time they lay together, it was a torment to his body and soul. It almost always ended with him taking a cold shower. He truly feared that if this happened too often, it would affect their future intimate happiness. Hearing his prolonged silence, Sui Sui thought he was unwilling. If you don't want to, it's fine. Alas, what a pity to lose this warm, human-shaped pillow. After a moment of silence, Jin Zhao gazed at her with deep affection. Good, Sui Sui, let's have the Imperial Observatory pick an auspicious date as soon as we return. Let us marry soon, shall we? Only by marrying could he endure this torment less painfully. Only then could he do as he pleased with her body. The girl was stunned at first, then a shy blush colored her curved eyes. All right. They lingered in tender whispers for a few more minutes, but could laze no longer. The snow disaster awaited their attention. Jin Zhao stood guard at the door, while Sui Sui entered her spatial realm to freshen up, emerging with breakfast for them all. Once everything was in order, they began to eat. Li Heng stuffed a piece of savory pancake into his mouth. Your Highness, what shall we do with those prisoners in the dungeon? Inwardly, he thought that following the future princess consort would be a treat for the taste buds. This pancake was incredibly fragrant. Jin Zhao glanced at his undignified subordinate. Keep them locked up for now. We'll decide before we leave. His hands never paused in peeling the egg. Yes, Your Highness. Jin Zhao, after opening the granaries and distributing supplies, will you need to inspect other towns and villages? He placed the peeled egg into her bowl. Let Li Heng and the other officials go. Sui Sui nodded. The post-disaster reconstruction of Lianyuan town required his presence as well. Oh, by the way, Your Highness, the people from Lianyuan town are already waiting at the government office gate. Jin Zhao glanced at him again, but remained silent. Jin Zhao, let's eat a bit faster then. All right, whatever Sui Sui says. Li Heng. After the meal. Though she knew many were at the gate, Sui Sui was still stunned by the sea of people. Besides those from Lianyuan town, folks from nearby areas had also come to watch the excitement. Didn't we say the granaries would open at noon? Why are you all gathered here so early? Uncle Kai stepped forward and cupped his hands. Miss Sui, everyone believes it's the good fortune you and His Highness brought. The moment you arrived, the blizzard stopped, the sun came out, and you gave us hope for life. So we came specially to thank you and to wait for the granaries. Sui thought, isn't this putting me on too high a pedestal? Uncle Kai, please don't say that. You are all citizens of the Tianjin Kingdom. Helping you is the crown prince helping himself. Hearing this, everyone's impression of her only improved. The future princess consort was indeed beautiful and kind-hearted. Sui. Oh, by the way, have you all had breakfast? We ate before coming, Miss Sui. Good. They've gone to the warehouse to check the supplies. Just wait here for a while, no need to run back and forth. Yes, Miss Sui. Sui thought about getting a stool to sit on, but considering the crowd, it seemed unfair for only them to sit. So she stood and chatted with them. But as the conversation continued, something felt off. So Uncle Kai, do you mean you don't have potatoes or sweet potatoes here? Uncle Kai shook his head in bewilderment. Sui was a bit surprised. Though she had eaten them before, she hadn't craved them. Since arriving here nearly half a year ago, she hadn't seen either. They never appeared on the crown prince's dining table, so she had simply overlooked their existence. She never thought it was because they didn't exist. Although people here weren't starving, wouldn't it be better if they could increase crop yields? Uncle Kai, sweet potatoes and potatoes are specialties from my homeland. They can be eaten as staple food. They taste good, are nutritious, easy to grow, and have high yields per acre. The more he listened, the brighter Uncle Kai's cloudy eyes became. His voice trembled with excitement. May this old man be bold enough to ask Miss Sui for some seed? Sui was troubled. Though she had seen sweet potato seedlings sold at farmers markets before, she had no idea how to cultivate them. Even if the mall had sweet potatoes, she would need to search online for cultivation methods. But seeing his eager expression, she said, well, seeds might be tricky for you to handle. How about this? I'll cultivate some seedlings when I return. If you want to plant them, come to the best time to plant potatoes is March or April, and sweet potatoes in April or May. By then, if they didn't want to plant, she could promote them around the capital. It would benefit the nation and the people, and she could make a profit too. It was a win-win-win situation. The others from Lianyuan town had caught every word. One by one, they expressed their desire to plant as well. They wholeheartedly trusted this beautiful, kind-hearted future princess consort. Especially since the respected Uncle Kai was asking for seeds. It couldn't be wrong. Watching her chat so freely with the crowd, the man's heart swelled with pride. His beautiful, kind, sweet voice Sui was his. He was eternally grateful that the moment his heart began to stir, he had confessed his feelings. Otherwise, he couldn't imagine how much less joy his life would hold. The lively scene pulled him from his drifting thoughts. He heard his beloved girl laugh and continue. All right then, since everyone wants to try, I'll cultivate more seedlings. You can send representatives to collect them. Thank you, Miss Sui. Thank you, future princess consort. Thank you, Your Highness. The waves of gratitude rose and fell, each louder. Jinzhao and Sujui's original plan was to inspect the granary in the morning and open it at noon. However, plans never keep pace with change. Barely 2/4 of an hour into their chat with Uncle Kai and the others, Li Heng approached and murmured that the situation had taken a turn. Sujui's first thought was that the corrupt official had hoarded everything in the granary for himself, leaving only an empty warehouse. Thus, upon entering the government office, she urgently asked, Li Heng, what's the situation? Li Heng glanced at his master and her before saying, there's barely any grain left in the granary, but in his room there's an enormous underground chamber filled with grain, gold, silver, and jewels. Hearing that there was still plenty of grain merely hidden in the underground chamber, Sui breathed a sigh of relief. With grain available, she wouldn't need to rely on her boyfriend's supplies. The corrupt official had embezzled, but not from the people's sweat and blood. Now taking from the people and using it for them was just right. Sui glanced at Jinzhao, who instantly understood her meaning. Sui wants to take a look. Sui nodded eagerly. Yes, I do. She had never witnessed an authentic ancient secret chamber or treasures of gold and jade, and wondered if they matched those in TV dramas. Seeing the expectant look on his beloved's face, a smile instantly touched Jinzhao's brows. Taking her hand, he prepared to leave. Li Heng, displaying remarkable perceptiveness at this moment, and eager to avoid being fed their romantic display, took the initiative to lead the way. Alas, whenever his masters were together, they constantly showered everyone with affectionate gestures. He truly feared that one day he would be overwhelmed by their displays of affection. He wondered what his Yunmei was doing and if she was thinking of him. His face bore such a dreamy expression that anyone would think he was love-struck. Sui, walking behind, naturally had no idea about the tumultuous thoughts racing through his mind. At that moment, she was utterly astonished. The underground chamber was actually excavated from beneath the bed. Lifting the bed boards revealed a wooden ladder leading down. Since it was dug underground, they needed candles to see, and the wooden ladder was quite steep. Sui, watch your step, be careful. I know, and besides, you're here with me. Because you are here, I am not afraid and dare to forge ahead. Sweet words like a piece of candy instantly sweetened Jinho's heart. Thus in the firelight his handsome stern features softened again and again. That tenderness seemed almost tangible. Perhaps all the gentleness of his life was bestowed upon the woman whose hand he held. The wooden ladder had about 20 steps. After carefully descending for a while they reached the bottom. Since Li Heng had already come down earlier, many chests were already open. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Sui couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow," at the dazzling gold, silver, and jewels. So shiny, so bright. Indeed, art imitates life. TV dramas didn't deceive me. Scooping up a handful, the jade and gems clinked together like large and small pearls falling onto a jade plate, their sound exceptionally clear and melodious. Even the sound of such pleasing objects was this delightful, Sui thought. Her radiant smile reflected in his eyes, causing the corners of his lips to lift involuntarily again and again. Sui likes these. Who doesn't like beautiful things? Then all these gold, silver, and jewels are yours. Really? Although these jewels might have been used by others, making her reluctant to wear them, that didn't preclude other uses in the future. Yes, but only as trinkets to play with, not to wear. If you want to wear jewelry, it must be what I buy you. His words warmed her heart. Sujui's smile grew even brighter. Tisk tisk, her boyfriend, was so domineering, but she loved it. I know I don't want to use things others have used, and the same goes for men. Although the last sentence was quite jarring, she couldn't help saying it. Jin Zhao was taken aback for a moment, then, after recovering, sighed helplessly. Sui, you're being naughty again. In the past, now, and in the future there will only ever be you. Sui, the little drama queen chimed in, remember what you said. Rest assured, Sui, I always remember. Li Heng thought. Your Highness Miss Sui, could you stop flaunting your love? Are you bullying me because Yunmei isn't here? So ahem. Hearing the noise, Sui turned around. Li Heng, what's wrong? Miss Sui, nothing, just a sudden tickle in my throat. Sui believed him with an, oh, and continued admiring the items in her hands. Just as Li Heng was congratulating himself on his cleverness, thinking he could finally escape their romantic display, he unexpectedly met his master's cold gaze and froze instantly. Then forcing calm, he said, Master'll go up and see if the other officials have arrived. With that he left in a hurry, taking 2 steps at a time. Oh well, since his master enjoyed these displays, he would just leave them some space. Once he was upstairs, the chill in Jinho's eyes dissipated and warmth gathered instantly. Sui, put these things into the secret base. They'll be coming down to move the grains soon. Alright. Thus over a dozen chests of various gold, silver, and jewels vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only 3 to 5 chests behind. Why didn't you take it all, Sui? She shook her head. A county magistrate who only embezzles grain but not gold and jewels would be too unbelievable. Leaving a few chests is just for show. Jin Zhao was about to say it didn't matter, but then changed his words. Alright, whatever Sui says. As he spoke, a rustling sound came from above. Soon after, a group of people descended in an orderly fashion. The leader Wang Chong stepped forward immediately to bow. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince, Miss Sui. Jin Zhao responded with a faint then added, move half of this grain to the granary, and the other half to the government office courtyard. As you command, Your Highness. Meanwhile, Li Heng rubbed his eyes, repeatedly confirming that at least a dozen chests of gold and jewels had vanished into thin air. He couldn't help but inwardly rejoice that he had maintained an aloof demeanor when others had tried to cozy up to him earlier. Otherwise, the stark difference between reality and his words would have been impossible to explain. With many people present, they unanimously decided to form a human chain to move the grain out of the chamber. Thus, the entire chamber's contents were cleared in less than an hour. Following his master's instructions, Li Heng took a stroll near the government office entrance, casually letting the details slip. As his master had anticipated, upon hearing this, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. This was their very blood and sweat being exploited. After waiting another half-hour, grain distribution began. Following the list, each household received their corresponding supplies. Those who had initially planned to take advantage of the chaos abandoned their schemes upon seeing soldiers stationed at the entrance. Beneath the warm sun, the scene was bustling with activity, filled with genuine and joyful smiles. The bright winter sun was always warm and gentle. Basking in its rays, one could not help but wish to sleep until the end of time. Ever since the granaries were opened to distribute grain, the sunlight seemed to favor the mortal world exceptionally. For several days in a row, the skies were clear and bright, and all the snow had melted away completely during this time. Once the snow had fully melted, the town of Lianyuan commenced large-scale repairs or reconstruction projects. Sui, feeling she could not be of much help, simply started her retirement life ahead of schedule. Every day, she had a reclining chair draped with a thick woolen blanket, a bag of preserved plum-flavored watermelon seeds, or a handful of savory pumpkin seeds. Under the warm sun, she would spend the entire day. When no one was around, she would scroll through her phone, living a life of utmost leisure. Today was no exception. Sui spat out some melon seed shells to the side, and looked at the spirited Tao Hong beside her. A thought crossed her mind, and a mischievous grin spread across her face. Hey Taohong, I've been meaning to ask you. Who confessed first, you or Li Kuan? Taohong, who stood holding her sword with a composed expression, instantly cracked, a bashful blush blooming on her face like a young maiden's. Miss, why would you suddenly ask me that? Even her voice carried a hint of coyness unbefitting her usual demeanor. I just thought of it, and wanted to ask casually. Besides, it's just the two of us here. Share a bit, and I promise I won't tell anyone. Taohong thought, is this really about telling anyone or not? At that moment she fervently wished for her master, who was always cold to everyone except Miss, to return and rescue her from Miss' soul-searching gossip. Seeing her embarrassment, Sui Sui felt a surge of mischief and wanted to tease her further. But before she could, as if the heavens had answered some prayer, Jin Zhao returned. When she saw him come back, Taohong sighed with relief and fled the scene. Sujui's gossipy mood instantly dissipated. After all, no matter how important gossip was, it couldn't compare to her boyfriend. Jin Zhao, you're back. Sui Sui rose from the reclining chair and fluttered gracefully toward him, her pretty face radiant with a smile that seemed even more brilliant under the sunlight. It was so dazzling it could touch one's heart. Jin Zhao, who was halfway there naturally, opened his arms and pulled her into an embrace. He brushed a strand of hair from her rosy cheek and asked, were you bored staying alone? His beautiful eyes clearly reflected her smiling face, and his voice, laced with laughter, was full of affection. Sui Sui shook her head. Not bored at all. Every day I have food, drink, someone to chat with, and I can sunbathe all day long. This kind of laid-back life is just wonderful. And just now I was asking Taohong, who confessed first, her or Li Kuan? Too bad you came back before she could answer. Her tone at the end carried obvious regret. Jin Zhao was caught between laughter and tears. So Sui Sui, are you blaming me for coming back at the wrong time? Sui Sui wrapped her arms around his slender, yet powerful waist, even playfully pinching it lightly, as if nothing had happened, and said with a grin, no, how could I blame you for such a small thing? Am I that petty? The one whose waist was pinched stiffened, instantly feeling a surge of tingling electricity run through his body. After a long moment, he pinched the bridge of his nose, and said helplessly, see, you're being naughty again. When was I naughty? The girl feigned innocence. Jin Zhao was at a loss. Forget it. His own girl's mischief was something he had spoiled her into. Even if she caused trouble that reached the heavens, he had to bear it. With that thought, he couldn't help but lower his head and gently peck her tempting red lips. To him, she was like a poppy, once touched never to be quit. Thus the light peck deepened into an intense kiss. In an instant a tender atmosphere spread all around. The frantic beating of their hearts was clearly audible. After a long while, Sui Sui collapsed limply in his arms. Boyfriend, you've kissed me until I have no strength left. Delicate. Though he called her delicate, his tone was full of laughter, and his action of carrying her in a princess hold was swift and sure. He walked to the soft couch, seated her on his lap, and noticed the half-full bin of melon seed shells she had made. With a soft sigh, he kissed the tip of her nose. Sui Sui, be good. Didn't I tell you not to eat so many seeds? But I like them. Liking them is fine, but you can't eat so many at once. Too much is as bad as too little. Alright, I'll try to eat less in the future. It was all the fault of the delicious preserved plum watermelon seeds. Oh, by the way, Jin Zhao, why are you back so early today? We'll set off for the capital tomorrow. Tomorrow? Sui Sui was surprised and asked again to confirm. Yes. Is everything settled here? I've briefed Wang Chong on everything. Can he handle it? Sui Sui expressed doubt. If he can't, then he doesn't deserve to be a director of the Ministry of Works. Wang Chong. Am I being caught in the crossfire for no reason? Are we riding horses back again? How would Sui Sui like to return? The weather is so nice and the roads are good. How about we take a carriage instead? The government office has 2 carriages. We don't need the horses, just the carriage frame. Recalling the experience of riding a horse on the way here, Sui Sui felt a dull ache in her buttocks again. Ew, how terrifying. She absolutely refused to ride a horseback. As if reading her mind, Jin Zhao suddenly smiled. Alright, whatever Sui Sui says. Even if she hadn't mentioned it, he would have prepared a carriage. He couldn't forget the torment of being pressed close together on the journey here, or her discomfort from riding. With everything settled, and some free time, Jin Zhao decided to accompany his beloved girl in sunbathing, savoring this rare moment of leisure. Jin Zhao, what time are we leaving tomorrow? Whenever Sui Sui wants to leave. I want to sleep early tonight, wake up naturally tomorrow, have breakfast, and then set off immediately. Alright, whatever Sui Sui says. Hey boyfriend, I've noticed that phrase has become your catchphrase. You say it all the time. Do you really listen to me and ever? Jin Zhao gently caressed her face, his handsome brows and eyes carrying a hint of allure moistened by their earlier kiss. At that thought his heart tightened with a tingling sensation. Haven't I always listened to Sui Sui? His voice unconsciously turned husky. Sui Sui was momentarily speechless. It seemed true. Every time he said that, it always ended with her opinion prevailing. Alright, you're right, thank you boyfriend. He stroked her arm gently. Silly girl. I'm not silly. Boyfriend, I love this feeling of leaning against you and sunbathing like this. When we get back, can we do this often when we have time? He curled his lips and replied with a smile in his eyes, whatever Sui Sui says. Under the warm sun, 2 slender figures leaned close together, their shadows constantly shifting in form. The next day dawned bright and sunny, perfect for a journey. Sway Sway and her group had prepared early and were ready to set out. However, just as they stepped out of the government office, they found the entrance crowded with people. Standing at the forefront was none other than Uncle Kai. Seeing them emerge, the crowd hurriedly bowed and greeted them. Sway Sway stepped forward to inquire, "Uncle Kai, what brings you all here?" Could it be that they had come to see them off? As expected, Uncle Kai replied, "Miss Sway, your highness the crown prince, we heard yesterday that you were leaving today, so the villagers and I came to bid you farewell. Uncle Kai, we appreciate your kindness, but the weather is fine now. You should hurry back and repair your homes. We are grateful for your concern, Miss Sway. If it weren't for your tents and thick quilts, who knows how many more would have frozen to death. You're too kind, Uncle Kai. You should thank the crown prince instead. If he hadn't noticed the unusual snowfall, we wouldn't have prepared these supplies." As she spoke, she turned to him with a radiant smile. The crowd then shifted their gratitude to him. Jin Zhao, moved by her bright smile and her words, felt his heart soften uncontrollably. This was his Sway Sway, his beloved. The journey back began a quarter of an hour later. Inside the carriage. Boyfriend, why do you always want me to sit on your lap? I weigh at least 100 Jean. Aren't you afraid it'll make your legs ache? Sway Sway is very light, not heavy at all. Besides, I enjoy holding you on my lap. Sway Sway thought, what a peculiar hobby. She didn't want to sit on his lap, but after futile resistance she had no choice but to give in and let him hold her. By the way, Jin Zhao, it took us almost a day to get here by fast horse. How long will it take to return by carriage? Jin Zhao kissed her cheek and said, at this pace we'll arrive around the Sioux hour in the evening. Sway Sway mentally calculated. The Sioux hour meant between 7 and 9 in the evening. Knowing this, she felt relieved that they wouldn't have to camp out. But traveling in the dark by carriage wasn't entirely safe. So she raised her voice to Tao Hong, who was driving. Tao Hong, let's try to speed up a bit. It'll be inconvenient to drive after dark. If you get tired, you can switch with Li Hong. Yes, miss. The carriage immediately picked up speed, but it also became bumpier. After a while, Sway Sway peach blossom eyes half closed as she leaned against Jin Zhao's shoulder. Jin Zhao, I want to sleep a bit. The jolting carriage made her dizzy, so sleeping seemed best. All right, Sway Sway, sleep if you're tired. So she shifted from sitting on his lap to resting her head on his lap. Either way, she never left his legs. Even in her dazed state, Sway Sway realized this. Her boyfriend was too clingy. As soon as she said shed sleep, she actually fell asleep. What she didn't know was that while she slept, he would occasionally lean down to kiss her gently. Her forehead, eyes, nose, and rosy lips. After each kiss, his expression was tender and satisfied. By midday, the horses had noticeably slowed down. It was then that Sway Sway, her misty moistened eyes looked up at Jin Zhao, and her first words were, Jin Zhao, I'm hungry. He helped her sit up, leaning against his shoulder, and asked softly what would Sway Sway like for lunch. She thought of the dry rations they had brought that morning and honestly didn't feel like eating them. She craved something flavorful and hot. Suddenly the words spicy hot pot popped into her mind, making her mouth water. What time is it now, Jin Zhao? Almost noon. Sway Sway eyes lit up instantly. Spicy hot pot would be perfect for lunch. How about we take a break? Alright, whatever Sway Sway wants. What would Sway Sway like to eat? I want spicy hot pot. Boyfriend, could you keep watch outside for me? It wasn't that she didn't want to enter the space in front of him, she just didn't want to vanish before his eyes. If it were the other way around, even knowing he'd return, her heart would inevitably panic. Jin Zhao immediately stepped out of the carriage. As soon as he left, Sway Sway entered the Jin Zhao immediately stepped out of the carriage. As soon as he left, Sway Sway entered the space. Since time flowed differently inside, she leisurely strolled to the first floor spicy hot pot shop, picked her favorite ingredients, and cooked 4 large bowls. The bowls were colorful and steaming, filling the air with a tantalizing aroma. She involuntarily swallowed, tempted to taste it, but held back. Food always tasted better when shared. After cooking, she went to the vegetable section, filled a large bamboo basket with carrots, and rinsed them. This was lunch for the 4 horses. Horses love carrots too, not just rabbits. Then she went to the second floor snack area, and picked a few treats. For example, spicy enoki mushrooms, spicy lotus root slices, chewy spicy strips, and a few bottles of fizzy happiness soda. Afterwards, she went to the 3rd floor lounge to grab her phone and 2 pairs of earphones. She'd need something to pass the time during the afternoon carriage ride. Phone, snacks, and boyfriend. A perfect combination. After finishing everything, she brought all the items out of the space. Jin Zhao. Hearing his beloved's voice, Jin Zhao sighed with relief, and immediately turned to enter the carriage. Seeing the carriage full of things, he wasn't surprised. After all, his Sway Sway was a fairy. When he came in, Sway Sway handed him his portion and prepared disposable chopsticks for him. She said with a smile, boyfriend, eat up. This is spicy hot pot. It's similar to hot pot, but I think it tastes even better. As she spoke, she picked up the other 2 portions. Outside the carriage, not far away, Li Hong's stomach growled fiercely at the aroma drifting in the air. He wondered if Miss Sway would share some with him. Tao Hong, Li Hong. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he heard a heavenly voice, and he happily rushed over. Sway Sway lifted the carriage curtain and handed out the 2 portions of spicy hot pot. This is for you and Tao Hong. The ingredients are the same inside. She then nudged the bamboo basket at her feet. This is lunch for the horses. Take it over. Yes, thank you, Miss Sway. After giving instructions, Sway let the curtain fall. Boyfriend, why haven't you started eating? Waiting for you. Hee then let's begin. Sway first picked up a piece of cilantro. It was green, glossy, and bursting with spicy, numbing flavor. Absolutely delicious. Seeing her eat with such satisfaction, Jin Zhao also picked up his chopsticks. He wasn't usually particular about food, but he had a special fondness for what his beloved. How is it? Delicious, right? Very delicious. What Sway cooks is undoubtedly a unique, unparalleled delicacy. If it's good, eat up. Let me give you my favorite piece of pig blood, a carriage, 2 people, 3 meals. Romantic and heartwarming. With the aid of carrots and spiritual water, the horse galloped at an unprecedented speed. Thus, as the sun set, they returned to the capital. Gazing at the bustling crowd outside the carriage window, Sway let out a long sigh. Finally back, it wasn't easy. The snow in the capital had long since melted, and the lingering rays of the setting sun, though no longer warm, still painted a scene of unique charm for her. Returning to the crown prince's residence, and beholding the room she had missed for days, the girl stretched with utter abandon. Heavens, a carriage ride can really rattle one's. Sway, be good. Lie down and rest for a while. They'll have someone prepare hot water for you to soak away the fatigue. They'll go change, write a memorial, then enter the palace. When I return, we'll have dinner together. Hearing this, the girl who had just been stretching immediately stood up straight. You're busy the moment you return. Don't you want to rest first? Jin Zhao shook his head, caressed her cheek, and spoke tenderly. No rest. They'll go early and return early. My father likely already knows we're back. If I don't enter the palace, who knows how much he'll grumble. Hearing him say grumble, Sway burst into laughter. That seemed like something the emperor, who was dignified before others, but a loving father in private, would do. All right, go on. Official matters take precedence. But don't have the hot water prepared. Jin Zhao knew she intended to enter her secret base. Very well. Stay home and wait for me obediently. Oh, by the way, should I bring some malatang for your father? Having shared so many meals, I think he'd like it. Jin Zhao pondered for a moment, then nodded. All right. Thank you, Sway. What's there to thank? It's love for you that extends to him. Besides, your father treats me well too. After all, one must reciprocate kindness. It's impossible for me to remain indifferent when others are good to me. Hearing this, Jin Zhao was deeply moved. He pulled her into his arms and sighed profoundly. Sway, how can you be so wonderful? So wonderful that words fail him. Sway smiled and pushed him away. Jin Zhao, stop hugging. Go change your clothes first, then come back. All right, whatever Sway says. With that, he placed a kiss on her forehead and strode briskly back to his own room. Meanwhile, in the palace. Oldly, tell me, isn't Jiang an unfilial son? He's back and doesn't even come to see his father. Oh, my beloved emperor, the crown prince, is most filial. He will surely come to see you shortly. Filial, my foot. Eunuch, how was he supposed to respond? Tell the emperor to mind his image. Or agree that the crown prince was unfilial. Never mind. When an old father complained about his most cherished son, he, an outsider, shouldn't meddle. He would just listen. Just as he was preparing to be an emotional sounding board, the unfilial son the emperor spoke of arrived. Startled, he wondered how much of the emperor's words the prince had heard. He quickly bowed. Jin Zhao cast him a faint glance, hummed in acknowledgement, and walked straight past him. Eunuch had always felt that the crown prince, when unsmiling, was terrifyingly imposing. Especially when clad in a dark robe embroidered with a 4-clawed dragon, his aura was even more formidable. Collecting his thoughts, he finished the bow and tactfully withdrew. Before leaving, he stole a glance at the bundle in the prince's hand, and secretly thought, how could the crown prince be unfilial? He was exceedingly filial. He brought all sorts of delicious food and drink every few days. Even he could benefit from it. Especially that water, after drinking it, one felt invigorated, as if rejuvenated by over 5 years. And today he had brought more tasty food. The aroma was tantalizing. He wondered if the emperor would leave any for him. No one knew the thoughts racing through Eunuch Li's mind. Jin Zhao walked calmly to the imperial desk and set down the bundle as if he hadn't heard the unfilial son remark. The emperor was equally composed as if he hadn't said it. If you still remember to enter the palace. Jin Zhao was unfazed by his father's cold snort. After all, he knew his father's character all too well. He could even guess with near certainty what his father would say at every private meeting. Father, here is the memorial detailing the handling of Ningzhou County. And this is malatang specially prepared for you by Sway. The emperor picked up the memorial, flipped through it, and set it aside. He had always recognized his son's competence in handling affairs. But the immediate priority was the malatang. It was simply too fragrant. Jiang's wife was not only a good businesswoman and as beautiful as a fairy, but also remarkably perceptive. Now that he thought about it, aside from his handsome face and the title of Crown Prince, Jiang had nothing else to offer. He took the malatang, deftly unwrapped it, and couldn't help but complain, Sway is more filial than you, my son. Jin Zhao was immune to such remarks. So he smoothly replied, Father is right. Also, Father, you may instruct the Imperial Observatory to select an auspicious. The emperor paused, his chopsticks holding a potato noodle midair. Have you? And Sui Sui agreed. Thinking of his beloved Jin Zhao's handsome face, which had been expressionless, instantly softened with tenderness. Yes. The emperor noticed the change in his expression and clicked his tongue. He'll have them handle it at tomorrow's morning court. Do you want it in the first half of the year, or the second? The first half. The sooner the better. His answer was crisp and decisive without a moment's hesitation. After all the betrothal gifts and dowry were ready, only her hand in marriage. Alright, I understand. You may take your leave. That lovesick expression was truly an eyesore. Yes, your son takes his leave. He wondered what his Sui Sui was doing. At that moment the girl he was thinking of had just instructed Yun Mei to guard the door and entered the space. She had just consulted Baidu and learned about cultivating sweet potatoes and potatoes. She felt she needed to put this knowledge into practice as soon as possible. So following Baidu's instructions meticulously, she busied herself for quite a while. Exhausted and aching, she quickly took a bath in spiritual water. She changed into a water blue snow fox cotton jacket and a ruffled Ruchuan skirt with auspicious clouds and 100 flowers. Her long black hair was simply coiled high with a jade hairpin, making her look both ethereal and noble. Refreshed, she had just left the space when Jin Zhao returned. Jin Zhao, you're back. Perhaps because she had just bathed, her usually moist peach blossom eyes were now even more radiant and captivating. Jin Zhao was instantly captivated by those eyes. His heart skipped a beat, and he strode over quickly. With a long arm he pulled her slender waist into his embrace and lowered his head to kiss her. After a long moment Sui Sui leaned limply in his arms. Boyfriend, why are you back so soon? He held her fair and beautiful hand, kissing it again and again. As soon as I presented the memorial and the Malatang and mentioned having the Imperial Observatory choose an auspicious date, father sent me back. After listening, Sui Sui murmured to herself, so the wedding is really on the agenda. It was unclear whether she was speaking to him or to herself. Beneath the flickering dim lamp, two people sat at a table exchanging smiles in a truly romantic and beautiful atmosphere. Sui Sui set down her bowl and chopsticks, rinsed her mouth, and said, Jin Zhao, I'm done eating. I want to go chat with Granny Gui. Upon hearing this, Jin Zhao immediately put down his own chopsticks as well. He'll go with Sui Sui. No need, he'll go alone. Are you sure you don't need me to accompany you? Oh my dear, there's really no need. It's not that far and Tao Hong is with me. You should finish up and attend to your official duties. While before leaving she cheerfully planted a loud kiss on his cheek. Touching the lingering warmth on his face, watching his beloved's cheerful figure, Jin Zhao shook his head with a fond smile. His Sui Sui was truly naughty. And this naughty Sui Sui unexpected visit to Xinshua Pavilion surprised Granny Gui. Miss, why are you here at this hour? Granny Gui, I want to use the money I earned myself to buy a house and prepare my own dowry. They'll be married from that house. But I'm ignorant of many things and customs, so I'll need to trouble you to toil with me during this time. Granny Gui understood immediately upon hearing. She took her hand and patted it affectionately. I understand what you mean, miss. Thank you for understanding me, Granny Gui. Let's go out first thing tomorrow to look at houses and make a purchase. Alright, whatever you say, miss. Sui Sui thought. Why does everyone listen to me? Sigh, I don't know what kind of dowry I can prepare for myself after buying the house. I need to speed up my earning. Seeing her sigh so beautifully, Granny Gui said with a smile, Miss, rest assured. The money you've earned in the past 6 months is enough to buy an excellent house and prepare a generous dowry. Though she didn't know the exact amount Sui Sui had earned, Granny Gui knew that describing her business ventures as earning a fortune daily would not be. After finalizing her plans with Granny Gui, Sui Sui returned. In high spirits, she went back to her room only to find Jin Zhao sitting leisurely by the table sipping tea. Her boyfriend was truly a sight to behold. So devastatingly handsome that he could stir envy in gods and men. Moreover, he came from a good family, was gentle and wealthy. He was the epitome of a tall, rich, and handsome man. She had never seen anyone like him before. But now this extraordinary man was about to become her husband. Why are you standing there in a daze, Sui Sui? Under the warm yellow candlelight his lips curled up and his gaze was tender. Snapping out of it, Sui Sui walked over. She straddled his lap, wrapped her arms around his neck and teased, I was just wondering which family this handsome man will end up in. Her deliberately drawn-out sweet and soft voice was like cotton candy or a feather gently tickling his heart. His previously gentle eyes instantly darkened and his voice carried a hint of desire. Sui Sui, you're being naughty again. Having shared a bed almost every night, Sui Sui was well aware of the change in him. She cupped his chiseled face and planted a kiss on his perfectly shaped lips. When the little lamb offered herself up, how could the big bad wolf let her go? He wrapped one arm around her slender waist and placed the other hand on the back of her head. Taking the lead, he deepened the kiss. His agile tongue and tantalizing lips like a diligent little bee slipped into a budding rose, diligently gathering its fragrance. Sitting and kissing could no longer satisfy their passion. He lifted her, and with her legs wrapped around him, he walked towards the large bed. They both came to their senses only as they fell onto the bed together. Jin Zhao buried his head in the crook of her neck, breathing heavily, his hot breath spraying on her ear. Sui Sui felt the skin there burn and tingle, and she couldn't help but squirm. The moment she moved, a voice filled with suppressed desire whispered, "Don't move," but she let out a happy laugh. Her joyful laughter fell on his ears, prompting him to say half-jokingly and half-seriously, "Sway, I hope you can still laugh so happily on." Having been steeped in various melodramas for half a year, Sway understood the implication instantly and fell silent with fear. Her boyfriend looked like he had incredible stamina. Wouldn't she be devoured by him? After some playful antics, they tidied up, briefly embraced, and fell into a deep. The next day, the sun was bright, and the weather was perfect. Sway slept until Jin Zhao returned from the morning court session. "Darling, why are you up so early?" Her sleepy, misty eyes were hazy, and her just-awakened voice carried a hint of laziness and dependence. Hug, she opened her arms, the smooth nightgown bearing her fair arms. Jin Zhao pulled her sleeves down and leaned in to give her a gentle hug. He felt his heart melt completely for her. After a moment, Sway's sweet consciousness gradually returned. "You're back from court." He pinched her nose with a smile. "The sun is already high in the sky. What do you think?" "It's your fault for keeping me up so late." With her accusatory expression and plaintive tone made Jin Zhao laugh. Yes, it's all my fault." "Of course it's your fault." "Alright, it's all my fault. You little sleepyhead, get up now. On the 8th of June you won't even be able to get up at this hour." Sway immediately caught the key point. The date is set for the 8th of June. Jin Zhao nodded, his joy evident. "Now be good, Sway, get up and have breakfast. I have everything prepared. Just wait to marry me." Alright then, after breakfast, Sway sent Jin Zhao off to work and went with Granny Gui and Tao Hong to look at houses. They followed the capital's biggest real estate agent to several properties, but were not satisfied. Just as she was getting tired and thinking of continuing tomorrow, the last 2-courtyard house caught her eye. It couldn't compare to the magnificent 3-courtyard layout of the Crown Prince's residence, but it possessed an elegant beauty. After walking around it with Granny Gui, she also approved. The key point was that the house was diagonally across from the Crown Prince's residence, separated only by a road about 5 meters wide. This way, if she ever had a quarrel with him, she could always come back. Although this possibility was very slim, but having her own house just felt different. And so she bought the house that would although the price was high, Sway paid willingly. After the purchase, she repeatedly instructed the agent and Tao Hong not to tell Jin Zhao. She wanted to give him a big surprise. Little did she know the surprise would turn into a complete shock for him. With the house purchased and a major worry off her mind, the girl was visibly in high spirits, even humming a modern tune. Returning to the Crown Prince's residence, she went straight to the study, hugged her boyfriend, and gave him a messy kiss instantly, leaving a hickey on his neck. That happy. Of course, shopping with Granny Gui was so much fun. The important thing was that she had her own little nest now. There's no place like home. This saying has held true since ancient times. In the days that followed, while managing her romance and the shop, Sway began preparing her own dowry alongside Gui Momo and Tao Hong. She felt that since she was to marry the Crown Prince, her dowry could not be too shabby. Thus, she set a high standard of 128 items for her dowry, for she certainly had the means. Under Gui Momo's guidance, she prepared a little each day, and before long nearly half was ready. Jin Zhao had sensed something amiss from the start, and had directly asked, but she had always evaded with coy flirtation. He knew she was unwilling to speak, and did not press further or send anyone to investigate. As long as she did not leave him, she could tear the heavens apart, for all he cared. The days passed unhurriedly, idle, yet blissful. Before they knew it, the year's end approached. The festive atmosphere on the streets grew thicker. Couplet stickers and lanterns painted everything a vibrant red. Seeing this, Sway conceived a new idea, selling New Year goods. She was a woman of action. "Tao Hong, let's head back immediately." Tao Hong, who was organizing the stock, asked in confusion, "Miss, didn't we just come out? Why are we going back?" "I have a new idea. Come, let's return first." "Yes, miss." She had unconditional faith in her young lady. Once back at the Crown Prince's residence, Sway dashed straight to the study. "Jin Zhao, boyfriend, are you busy?" Jin Zhao, who had been resting with his eyes closed, immediately opened them, and stood up at the sound of his beloved's slightly urgent voice. Sway, why are you in such a hurry?" Seeing her panting, he pulled her into his arms, soothing her breath, and gently stroking the strands of hair. In the dead of winter, she had actually worked up a slight sweat, and his tone carried a hint of concern. Sway looked up, her peach blossom eyes sparkling. "Jin Zhao, let me ask you, do you need Li Heng and Li Kuan to run errands today?" Without a second thought, he replied no. Sway's peach blossom eyes brightened further. "That's perfect. Let them come help me." Even if she sold the most ordinary spring festival couplets, they would be more trendy and attractive than the ancient ones. This would inevitably steal business from others and invite envy. Having bodyguards to keep order was essential. None were more suitable than Li Heng and Li Kuan. "Alright, Sway, what do you want to do?" "I want to sell couplets." She then outlined her idea. Sway, do whatever you want without fear. Those people wouldn't dare. If anyone dared to harm her, they could forget about keeping their courage. "Thank you, boyfriend. Please inform them. They'll go prepare." "Do you need a shop?" "No, we'll just test the waters for a day with a stall in front of my store." "Alright, Sway, do as you see fit." No matter what she wanted to do, he would support her unconditionally. "Okay, moi, love you, boyfriend." "I'm off." She kissed the corner of his lips and blew him a kiss before leaving. Jin Zhao was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. His Sui was truly a mischievous sprite. With the manpower issue resolved, she immediately returned to her room and entered the space. She selected couplets that were not too flashy. As for snacks like melon seeds and candies, since weighing them was troublesome, she had long partnered with Chiruachin, now simply supplying them on schedule. She sorted the items to be sold into 3 large boxes by category. Fortunately, they were light and not too cumbersome to carry. Exiting the space and opening the door, she found Li Hung, Li Kuan, and Tao Hong already waiting. Seeing her, they quickly took over. "Miss, should we load everything onto the carriage?" Yes. Well, sell these to test the waters." After loading, they immediately returned to the shop by carriage. Sui had Li Hung and Li Kuan bring out a rectangular table from the store, laid sample couplets on it, and a simple stall was set up. The stall didn't need to be fancy, just practical. Sui divided the tasks. She and Tao Hong handled sales, while Li Hung and Li Kuan stood on either side to make. As soon as the couplets were displayed, they drew curious glances and stopped passers-by. In the capital, Sui was known to all for her stunning beauty and status as the future crown princess. One person stepped forward and asked Miss Sui, "Are these spring festival couplets?" Sui gave a standard gentle smile. "Yes, they are. Remarkable, truly remarkable. In all my travels, I've never seen such glittering patterned couplets. They're indeed beautiful." Without a hint of embarrassment, she smoothly interjected, "These are made with a secret family recipe guaranteed not to fade for 2 years with novel designs. Would you like to buy some, sir? How much are they?" "All couplets are 10 taels of silver per pair, and spring festival couplets are 5 taels. The man's hand about to touch the couplets froze. His face flushed with embarrassment. "Why so expensive?" The gathered crowd murmured among themselves. 10 taels. That was enough for a large family to live comfortably for a month. Sui had anticipated their reaction, but she was selling rarity. "You get what you pay for. You yourself said you've never seen such fine goods in all. This is exclusive to me. I guarantee it's unmatched anywhere in the world." Well, the man knew it was true, but the exorbitant price left him momentarily. More onlookers gathered, all waiting to see if he would buy. Excellent. In the end, he did not disappoint. Not only did he buy, but he bought a large. He pointed and said, "All right, give me 10 pairs of these couplets and 20 pairs of the spring festival ones." Hearing the quantity, Sui was momentarily surprised, but years of sales experience kept her composed. "Certainly, please wait a moment." Thankfully, everything was sorted and individually packaged, making counting easy. She and Tao Hong swiftly counted out the requested items and wrapped them in attractive paper. The man was even more satisfied. After paying, he repeatedly thanked her. Indeed, beauty brought forth beautiful creations. Once the first sale was made, the rest followed. One led to 2. Soon the 3 large boxes were sold out. 1 pair here, 2 there. In less, Sui remained utterly indifferent to the envious glances, calm throughout. After all, the imposing figures of Li Hung and Li Kuan standing solemnly were intimidating enough. Just as her boyfriend had said, they didn't dare to cause trouble. Moreover, as trusted aides of the crown prince and his future bride, they were known to nearly everyone in the capital. With all the goods sold, she instructed Yun Mei and left Li Hung behind while she returned with Tao Hong. She already missed her Jin Zhao, though only a morning had passed. A love truly was a distraction. The carriage had barely come to a halt at the entrance of the crown prince's residence when the very person she had been yearning for moments ago appeared before her eyes. The joy in Sui's heart seemed to instantly blossom into a radiant flower, vibrant and dazzling. Could this be considered a meeting of minds? Jin Zhao and back. As she gazed at her beloved, a sweet, almost excessive smile bloomed across her face. The corners of his lips also rose involuntarily. He walked over, letting her place her hand in his, and helped her down from the carriage. Was selling couplets tiring? Not tiring, but I don't want to sell them anymore. Why? Because I missed you. Jin Zhao was taken aback for a moment, then let out a soft laugh, his voice as gentle as water from a spring. All right, if Sui doesn't want to sell couplets anymore, then we want. But won't you think him fickle, acting on a whim? He glanced at the person beside him and replied earnestly, "Never. You're the best boyfriend." He tapped her nose with his thumb, silly. His words were filled with boundless affection. The two of them, unashamed of onlookers, walked in hand. Behind them, Tao Hong and Li Kuan exchanged a glance, then followed, but their figures drew closer and closer together. By the time they entered the residence, their hands were also intertwined. Sui, who had already walked far ahead, was naturally unaware of this. At that moment, she was saying to Jin Zhao, "Boyfriend, am craving the dishes from my hometown. How about I cook lunch for you today?" Jin Zhao paused at her words, then a slow smile curled his lips. "All right, just don't overexert yourself. What's so tiring about cooking a meal? Let me tell you, my cooking skills are excellent. I may not rival a top chef, but I'm definitely a close second." This wasn't an exaggeration. In the past, to save money, she had dabbled in all sorts of life skills. Cooking, a daily necessity, was something she had put considerable effort into mastering. Seeing him staring at her, she thought he didn't believe her. "I'm telling the truth, you know. How about it? Want to give it a try?" Jean Zhao, infected by her bright and spirited demeanor, snapped out of his daze and smiled. I believe you. So how will my Sui Sui show off her skills for me? Sui Sui. Sui Sui is fine. But my Sui Sui. So happy though. Ahem. After secretly rejoicing for a moment, she deliberately cleared her throat. They'll go prepare some ingredients first, then give you a live demonstration in the kitchen later. Alright, he said. As they spoke, they arrived at Xiaofeng Court. Sui Sui immediately returned to her room, then entered her personal space, and headed straight for the fresh produce section. Since they had met, they had shared every meal together. She noticed he wasn't someone who indulged heavily in the pleasures of food. He usually ate whatever she ate. But what she didn't know was that he had a preference for food prepared by her hands. She wandered around the vegetable section, overwhelmed by the sheer variety of ingredients and unable to decide. Just as she was about to take out her phone to search online, the word couple instantly popped into her mind. She then searched for must-eat dishes for couples, quickly scanned the results, and an idea immediately formed in her mind. After selecting her ingredients, washing them, and preparing the necessary seasonings, she left her personal space. She hadn't considered cooking directly in the break room, but ever since she had him, she seemed to particularly enjoy the shared warmth of cooking together. Online it said that one holds the flames of livelihood to make a living and cherishes poetry in the heart to seek love. But for her, it was holding the flames of livelihood to seek love. After all, in the days to come, opportunities to cook for him would be few. Opening the door, there was no one outside. She knocked on the door of the adjacent room. The door opened at the first knock. Sui Sui, are you ready? Sui Sui shook the bamboo basket in her hand and said with a beaming smile, ready, let's go to the kitchen. He gently wiped a corner of her cheek with his thumb and naturally bent down to take the basket from her hands. Then, holding her hand, he led her towards the kitchen. Since it was still early for lunch, the kitchen was just beginning to prepare the fire for cooking. Seeing the sudden arrival of the crown prince and the future crown princess, the kitchen staff quickly bowed and then stood aside nervously. Noticing their fear, Sui Sui smiled and said, you may leave. He'll cook lunch myself today. She then turned to Jean Zhao. Your Highness, do you know how to light a fire? If not, should we keep one person to do it? Her smile towards others was polite, but towards him it was a smile of pure joy. It was evident that Jean Zhao, who had lived with her for so long, had also noticed this difference. The others present exchanged bewildered glances. The crown prince lighting a fire. They looked at him only to see him gazing tenderly at the future crown princess. He seemed to find the idea of her lighting a fire perfectly natural. But a moment later his displeased voice rang out. Did you not hear the future crown princess? Have I not made it clear that the future crown princess' words are my words? A chorus of, yes, your highness, this servant understands, followed. After they all retreated, Sui Sui teased him. My crown prince, are you sure you know how to light a fire in this kind of stove? Jean Zhao looked at the wood-burning stove, then at her smiling face, and nodded, a rare look of embarrassment on his face. Before meeting her, he had never even lit a fire, let alone entered a kitchen. But he had extensive experience with outdoor barbecues. Lighting a stove fire would certainly be a piece of cake. Soon it was proven that he was right. It seemed that good-looking people could excel at everything they did. Even lighting a stove fire, he did it with skill and finesse. With the fire in the stove steadily burning, Sui Sui didn't delay any longer. She arranged the ingredients one by one and began to stir-fry. Each finished dish was kept warm in the large pot beside her. The kitchen was hot and steamy, causing a thin sheen of sweat to occasionally form on her forehead. Whenever this happened, Jean Zhao would take out the pure white embroidered handkerchief inscribed with Yu Sui Yu Zhao from his bosom to wipe her sweat. This handkerchief was a gift Sui Sui had made for him on a whim, and he always kept it close to his body. He wiped her sweat, and she smiled back at him. They looked like a deeply affectionate, long-married couple. Warm, romantic, and beautiful. With their mutual cooperation, 8 dishes and 1 soup were quickly prepared, filling 2 large food boxes. Boyfriend, you go ahead to the dining hall. I'll go back and change clothes. I'm covered in the smell of smoke, it's uncomfortable. Indeed, as she said, the smell of cooking oil was strong. Jean Zhao pursed his beautiful lips. Alright, Sui Sui won't cook anymore from now on. She knew he felt sorry for her. She kissed him on the cheek. Alright, we'll talk about it later. I'm going to change now. What Sui Sui meant by changing clothes wasn't just changing clothes. She immersed herself entirely in the bathtub, washing herself from head to toe. Good thing the mall came along, otherwise even taking a bath would be a hassle. She quickly tidied herself up, used a hairdryer to dry her hair, dressed neatly, and then left her personal space. When she arrived at the dining hall, the food boxes were still unopened. Jean Zhao was tapping the table idly with his index finger, his expression but the moment he saw her, his face was filled with affection. She asked, why haven't you set them out? He replied, waiting for Sui Sui to join. Alright, let's set them out together. With a man and a woman working together, the work was light. Soon the 8 dishes and 1 soup were all arranged. The girl beamed with joy and deliberately asked, would you like me to introduce the names of the dishes? Seeing her playful, secretive manner, he knew there was likely a story behind it. He nodded and replied softly, alright. Ahem. First dish, pure first love, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Second dish, everlasting love, stir-fried bean sprouts. Third dish, supporting each other in hard times, steamed mandarin fish. Fourth dish, sincere affection, pan-fried cod. Fifth dish, deep love like the sea, enoki mushroom and pork rib soup. Sixth dish, a harmonious union for 100 years, stir-fried celery with lily bulb. Seventh dish, nightly revelry, braised eggplant. Eighth dish, entwined together forever, sweet and sour pork tenderloin. Ninth dish, companionship for eternity, stir-fried minced pork with bean paste. Watching her rattle off such ingenious dish names with ease, Jin Zhao was lost in the names themselves, momentarily forgetting to react. So what do you think? Are they visually appealing, delicious, and full of beautiful meaning? They are very beautiful. With that, he lowered his head and kissed her tempting, slightly parted red lips. After a kiss that was not prolonged, the two, both with a hint of desire in their eyes, began to enjoy their feast of vows and promises. After a tender and affectionate meal, the couple strolled hand in hand to the garden for a digestive walk. They arrived beneath the plum blossom tree. The snowman they had built was long gone, melted without a trace. Only fallen petals carpeted the ground. Though Sui Sui felt a pang of regret for the fallen plum blossoms, she was not one to weep over them like Lin Daiyu, nor would she bury them. Seeing her cast a lingering glance at the plum tree, Jin Zhao thought she was lamenting the melted snowman and comforted her. When the heavy snow falls next year, well, build another one. Sui Sui released his hand and linked her arm through his instead. I wasn't overthinking it. Snow melting and flowers falling are natural laws, it's perfectly normal. They continued along the cobblestone path, and after turning a corner caught sight of the swing set. The girl's peach blossom eyes instantly sparkled, shimmering like two pools of spring water reflecting the bright sunlight. She immediately let go of his arm and dashed over. Sitting on the swing, she turned back to look at the tall figure. Jin Zhao, come quickly. I want to swing. He pushed me from behind. All right. No sooner had he spoken than he appeared beside her in a flash. What kind of martial art is that? You moved so fast you left, and after. A hint of amusement laced his voice. Do you wish to learn Sui Sui? Sui Sui shook her head vigorously like a rattledrum, refusing decisively. No way. Why bother when she could just be a lazy fish, eating, drinking, sleeping, and collecting money all day? There was no need to torture herself. To prevent him from actually making her learn, she quickly changed the subject. Jin Zhao, push me now? It's been ages since I last swung here. From now on, whenever I'm free, I'll come here with you to play for a while. I'm okay. Thank you, boyfriend. The swing's suede robes fluttered, dark hair danced lightly, and her smile was radiant and beautiful. After swinging for a while, Sui Sui felt a bit tired. So she coaxed in a sweet voice, boyfriend, sit down and lend me your shoulder to lean on. He complied without a word. Under the warm winter sun, he wrapped an arm around her slender waist. She leaned against his neck. Her long legs pushed against the ground, making the swing sway gently. The scene was romantic and beautiful. A breeze passed by, lifting the hair at her temples, and he reached out to tuck it behind her ear. Boyfriend, life is so wonderful now. He kissed her smooth forehead. It is wonderful. But one thing he left unsaid was that it was wonderful because she was there. With the New Year holiday starting the next day, Jin Zhao no longer had to attend court or deal with endless memorials, and their days became even sweeter, the envy of all. Before they knew it, it was New Year's Eve. Jin Zhao will all the eligible princes and ministers bring their wives and daughters to the palace banquet. Jin Zhao looked up and gazed at the girl in the mirror, whose beauty was beyond compare. According to tradition, yes. His hand styling her hair did not pause even as he spoke. A quarter of an hour later, the hairstyle was complete. It resembled the Li Yuhu style, with the back half of the hair flowing naturally smooth and straight like fine silk. Jin Zhao then inserted an exquisite gold hairpin adorned with clouds, flowers, and a swaying ornament into the bun, and decorated the edges with a few scattered pearls. Her skin was fair as snow, her features flawless, and her figure tall and graceful. She wore a water-pink floor-length ruchuan embroidered with plum blossoms with a waist-high sash, and over it a moon-white satin cloak embroidered with magnolias and flying butterflies. She was truly a vision of beauty capable of toppling kingdoms. Sui Sui looked at her reflection in the mirror and nodded with satisfaction. Boyfriend, your hairstyling skills are getting better and better. She recalled how he had insisted on doing her hair in the beginning, failing repeatedly, yet stubbornly persisting, nearly turning her into a bald woman. It was indeed a history best left forgotten. Now, after much practice, he had finally succeeded, and his work was a masterpiece. She was very pleased. All right, Sui Sui, let's go. Jin Zhao raised his hand palm open, and Sui Sui naturally placed hers in it. Jin Zhao, is it really okay for us to arrive just in time like this? Sui Sui, don't overthink it. Are you cold? Do you want to change into it? Sui Sui shook her head, a slight smile curving her lips. I'm not cold. Let's hurry. All right, whatever Sui Sui says. They left the crown prince's residence and took a carriage straight to the palace. It was nearly dusk, and the golden sunlight draped the earth in a hazy veil. The carriage moved at a leisurely pace, but by the time they reached the palace gate, the sun had already set. Perhaps because they arrived so late, there were no other officials at the gate, only the guards. They entered the palace and walked all the way to Bowda Hall. When they arrived, every seat except theirs the emperor's and the seats beside him was already taken. A sharpied palace attendant spotted them, and immediately announced loudly, His Highness the Crown Prince, and the future Crown Princess have arrived. At the announcement, nearly all the civil and military officials along with their wives and daughters turned to look. The tall, handsome Crown Prince held the hand of a girl who was equally tall, stunningly beautiful, and graceful in demeanor. They walked slowly like a pair of celestial lovers. Everyone rose to bow in greeting. But inwardly they all thought the Crown Prince's favor for his future princess was indeed legendary. He wouldn't even let go of her hand at a palace banquet. Of course there were also women who admired Jin Zhao, secretly sneering at Sui Sui, calling her a seductress, without shame. But they dared not speak, only casting covert venomous glares. After the formalities, Sui Sui was about to take her seat at the head of the ladies section, when Jin Zhao pulled her back. Sui Sui, sit with me. Sui Sui whispered, Is that appropriate? It's fine. With no choice, she followed him to his seat at the head of the men's section. The man seated next to him immediately spoke with a sarcastic tone. Your Highness, it seems you're different with a beauty by your side. Jin Zhao replied nonchalantly with a pointed meaning. We're even eldest brother. At that the man's expression flickered slightly, but quickly. Only then did Sui Sui realize the speaker was the eldest Prince Jin Huan. The one next to him must be the second Prince Jin Tai. Seeing this, everyone's minds began to churn with various thoughts. Less than a minute after they sat down, the palace attendant announced again, His Majesty the Emperor Noble Consort and Consort Shu have arrived. Everyone once again rose and bowed. The Emperor bade them rise and after taking his seat, declared the New Year's Eve festivities begun. Soon palace maids filed in gracefully, carrying various exquisite music, song, and dance performances followed in succession. But Sui Sui's attention was elsewhere. She was thinking about the two women who had followed. Indeed, the elegant, youthful-looking consorts in TV dramas were not quite like that in reality. Sui Sui, what are you thinking about so intently? Jin Zhao ladled a spoonful of cherry pork for her, and noticed she was lost in thought. Nothing, I'm just a bit bored. Besides one or two people, she didn't know anyone. Everyone wore a mask, and it was both tiring and tedious. Oh, why hadn't Yao Yao come? Then we'll leave a bit earlier. Okay. Their tete-a-tete appeared to others as flirtation. Especially to the noble consort and consort, Shu seated above who though wearing faint smiles harbored resentment in their eyes. Through half a year of binge-watching various TV dramas, Sui Sui had come to a clear and profound realization at such a palace banquet, if you were someone special, even if you didn't seek trouble would come knocking at your door. Sure enough, a minister's daughter stood up and said, Your Majesty, noble consort and consort Shu, I have heard that the future crown princess is not only breathtakingly beautiful, but also excels in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. May I have the honor of witnessing her talents? No sooner had she spoken than she felt a piercing cold gaze fixed upon her, causing goosebumps to rise instantly. She looked around, but found Sui Sui calmly ate the grape someone had fed her, and elegantly dabbed the corner of her lips with a handkerchief. She rose slowly, her peach blossom eyes sweeping over the woman with a chilling indifference. I've heard that some ordinary yet overconfident women particularly enjoy humiliating themselves. How boring. I haven't even bothered to call you out for your improper intentions of ogling my boyfriend. Yet you come looking for trouble with me. Do you take me for a pushover? What is an ordinary yet overconfident woman? The woman blurted out the question but immediately regretted it. Whatever came out of her mouth couldn't be. Sure enough, Sui Sui seamlessly picked up the thread. An ordinary yet overconfident woman is simply a woman who is ordinary but overly confident. Can't you understand such a straightforward literal meaning? Tisk tisk tsk. You. The woman bristled at this explanation, her finger pointing angrily at Sui Sui. An ornately dressed elderly woman beside her tugged at her skirt and shook her head. But her triangular eyes slanting upward were equally hostile towards Sui Sui. Sui Sui glared back, without fear, understanding in her heart, like mother. You, what are you yewing about? Can't even speak a complete sentence, and you point your finger at others. How did your parents teach you? Absolutely no, man. Her tone was light and dismissive, dripping with contempt. Truly a bad habit. Why does everyone like pointing fingers? So rude. At this scathing remark, almost everyone turned to look at the woman's parents. Their gazes varied, some sympathetic. Alas, that upbringing is indeed lacking. Others gloating, serves you right for not being decent people in daily life. And then there were those just watching the spectacle. Go on, keep at it. I can still munch on another handful of melon seeds. As for Jin Zhao, whose gaze had been fixed solely on her, the coldness in his eyes that had been directed elsewhere instantly warmed like spring when he looked at his beloved, a hint of smile dancing in his phoenix eyes. His Sui Sui should live like this, bold and unrestrained, never swallowing her pride. Just as the tension was about to erupt, the noble consort on the high seat spoke up. Let's not let such a trivial matter harm our harmony. Hearing this, Sui Sui couldn't help but sneer inwardly, humph, enjoying a free show, and then playing the Good Samaritan. Truly a palace dweller with 108 schemes up her sleeve. But no matter how her thoughts twisted and turned, her face remained calm, lips slightly curled, as tranquil as still water. The noble consort continued, since everyone wishes to witness Miss Sui talents, perhaps Miss Sui could satisfy our curiosity. Everyone else thought we don't. Don't drag us into this. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt the displeased gaze of the man beside her, and had no choice but to sit down resentfully. Seeing this, Sui understood that she had no choice but to display her talents. Just as she was about to speak, the man beside her spoke in a cool voice, Sui, don't bother with those who think too highly of themselves. His voice was neither loud nor soft, yet it reached everyone present. The noble consort's face instantly darkened in unison with her thoughts. This was a public slap to her face. But she dared not vent her anger on that smiling tiger. Meanwhile, the smile in Sui peach blossom eyes bloomed instantly, and the curve of her lips became more genuine. How could a modern person like her be afraid of an ancient one? Especially when she always had a strong backing behind her. Jin Zhao, it's fine. With that, she walked to the center of the hall and bowed to the emperor. Since everyone wishes to see my talents, it's not impossible. The emperor's displeased gaze, which had been directed at the noble consort, softened. What does the future crown princess have in mind? His tone was gentle, even amused, like a resounding slap to the faces of the first and second princesses. The emperor had never spoken so kindly to them. Sui paid no heed to their thoughts and continued, Your Majesty, since this young lady wishes to see my talents, how about we have a competition? The emperor was suddenly amused. This future daughter-in-law of Jiang turned out to be quite vengeful. Excellent. Very well, I approve. The minister's daughter thought I didn't agree. But now she was caught between a rock and a hard place, and had to step up reluctantly. If only she hadn't picked a public quarrel, she could have schemed behind the scenes. She stepped forward, gracefully bowed toward the main seat, and turned to face Sui. A competition, it is who's afraid. How do you want to compete? Simple. Each of us sets a question for the other, and whoever answers correctly within the time it takes an incense stick to burn wins. How about it? Fine, but what's the wager? We need to settle that up front to avoid anyone backing out. Sui had been waiting for this. Since it's a competition, there must be a wager. The loser willingly pays the winner 5,000 taels of silver and shouts, I am a big pig head 3 times on the spot. What do you say? If I don't take a layer of skin off you, it won't be worth the time I've wasted. The wager caused an uproar in the hall. This future crown princess was Ruth. Never offend her. The woman's face turned ashen. Well, agree or not? If not, you can name the wager. If she named it, it would likely be even harsher. Fine, I agree. But the loser pays the winner 10,000 taels of silver and shouts, I am a pig head 6 times. For a moment, the entire hall was so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Sui felt like laughing out loud 3 times, but managed to restrain herself for the sake of appearances. Deal. What a foolish opponent. Helpful. I might not be able to answer your question, but you definitely won't be able to answer mine. Turning to the emperor, she said, Your Majesty, please be our witness. She doubled the bet herself, so she can't cheat. The emperor decreed, Very well, I will be your witness. I will not allow anyone to cheat. The emperor's words were as good as an imperial edict. The woman's parents, coming to their senses, turned pale. They knew exactly what their daughter was capable. Aside from being somewhat decent at writing poetry, her other talents were mediocre. But with the emperor as witness, there was no backing out. Since everything is settled, let's begin. You go first so I won't be accused of bullying you. This played right into the woman's hands. My topic is to compose a poem about snow. Poetry was her forte, especially poems about snow. Her friends called her a little literary genius. But it played into Sui's hands as well. Sui was truly delighted. Her major was Chinese language and literature, and she had a wealth of poems at her fingertips. Yet she silently apologized to the great poets, Please forgive me for borrowing your masterpieces. Not far away, watching his beloved's subtle joy, a certain someone couldn't help but curl his lips into a faint smile. His Sui. Consensus was reached. Soon a palace attendant lit incense and brought over a brush and inkstone. Sui pondered for a moment, then dipped the brush in ink and began to write. Her brush flowed like clouds and water, each stroke as ethereal as mist. Fortunately, over the past 6 months, she had practiced calligraphy with her boyfriend in her spare time, achieving some modest success. Otherwise, her writing would have been as clumsy as a crawling dog, a truly embarrassing sight. Seeing her begin, the other woman quickly picked up her brush, as well silently transcribing her most accomplished poem about snow. Just as the incense stick was about to burn out, they both set down their brushes almost simultaneously. Once finished, a palace attendant presented their works to the emperor. The emperor picked up one of the scrolls and read aloud. Heavy snow weighs on the green pine, yet it bends, but does not break. When the double ninth festival arrives, 1,000 pounds will melt away. Finally, he commented, not bad. Upon hearing this, the woman's face instantly lit up with smug satisfaction. Thank you for your praise. This was her finest work. How could it be anything but good? Her parents also breathed a sigh of relief. To earn a not bad from the emperor meant they had at least won half the battle. Sui, however, let out a soft scoff. The emperor then picked up the other scroll and read aloud in a clear voice, No blossoms in the New Year's chill, but in early February startled by grass shoots. The white snow finding spring too late flies like blossoms through courtyard trees. As he finished he burst into laughter and praised, "Excellent, excellent, truly superb. Ha ha." At these words the woman and her parents turned deathly pale, their bodies swaying as if about to collapse. The contrast was stark, making the difference clear to all. The others had not expected the future crown princess to possess such literary brilliance. Their reactions were exactly as Sui Sui had anticipated. After all, this was a work by Han Yu, the foremost of the 8 great prose masters of the Tang and Song. How could it be surpassed? Once their astonishment subsided, she spoke calmly. "Now that you've set your challenge, it's my turn. They'll grant you the time of 2 incense sticks. Listen carefully. A merchant must cross a 1000-kilometer desert with a donkey to sell 300 carrots. It is known that the donkey can carry at most 100 carrots at a time, but it eats 1 carrot for every kilometer it travels. The question is, what is the maximum number of carrots the merchant can sell?" Silence, a deathly silence. After an unknown time the woman suddenly let out a piercing shriek. The sudden outburst startled everyone present. The emperor frowned deeply, shouting in such a manner, "What decorum is this? Where are your manners?" Defeated in the contest, and now reprimanded, the woman collapsed to the ground without any grace, as if all strength had drained from her. Seeing her behave so childishly, the emperor grew even more displeased. Her upbringing is indeed lacking, with no semblance of a proper lady. I hope Minister Wang will discipline her more strictly. The woman's father, Wang Dazhou, immediately stepped forward and knelt. "I beg your majesty's forgiveness. I will certainly discipline my daughter Wang Fan strictly upon returning home." Seeing her elderly father kneeling and pleading for her, Wang Fan seemed to come to her senses. She scrambled to her feet, walked up to the expressionless Sui Sui, and demanded, "You cheated. This isn't a real question." "How is this not a question? If you're stupid, don't blame the problem. Besides, we only agreed to each set 1 challenge. Was there any rule about what? But is this even a proper question?" Her harsh tone and furious expression made her already plain features look truly hideous. Sui Sui crossed her arms and scoffed disdainfully. "Huh. I've never seen anyone so shameless and unable to accept defeat. Ask everyone here, is this a question or not? Don't dismiss others just because you're as dumb as a pig." As soon as she finished, some people burst into laughter. But considering the inappropriate setting, they suppressed it, their shoulders shaking with the effort. Wang Fan thought they were all laughing at her, in agreement with Sui Sui. Suppressing her rage, she asked once more, "Tell me, is this a question?" Her aggressive tone, lacking any hint of humility, received no response. She had no choice but to turn to her parents. "Father, mother, say something." "Enough, Funner. Be quiet." Still kneeling, Wang Dazhou turned and hissed at her. Couldn't she see the emperor was already on the verge of fury? Growing impatient with their antics, Sui Sui said flatly, "Enough. 2 incense sticks have passed. If you can't answer, you lose. Will you accept your defeat gracefully?" "I will not. This isn't a real question. Unless we have another round. This time writing poems." Seeing her petulant obstinacy, Sui Sui was speechless. "Fine. It'll make you admit defeat fair and square. Let's compose a poem about the night." Sui Sui spoke without any expression. "If you still refuse to accept defeat this time, I'll ask His Majesty to settle the matter." Don't speak too soon. Who knows who will lose?" "Funner," came a gnashing voice. Wang Dazhou felt utterly helpless against his self-destructive daughter. "Father, don't worry. He'll definitely win this time." She was like a gambler blinded by desperation, craving to recover her losses. "Stop the nonsense. Let's..." A quarter of an hour later. Late spring night's beauty, the moon scatters silver light. Silver waves on the lake of Phoenix spreads its wings. The emperor finished reading her poem without immediate comment, then proceeded to read the other. "The incense in the golden burner has burned to ash, the water clock's drips have faded, a gentle breeze carries a chill. Spring's allure keeps me awake as moonlight shifts shadows across the railing." After reading both poems, the emperor spread his hands on the table and cast a sharp glance at the ashen-faced Wang Fan. "The better one is obvious. Need I say more?" Jin Zhao set down his teacup, slowly walked with a measured pace to Sui Sui's side, and took her hand. His dear Sui Sui. Was she someone to be bullied by any random cat or dog? He cast a frigid glare at Wang Fan, his voice dripping with ice. "Accept the loss. You've wasted enough time. Start by shouting what was agreed upon." "Shout what?" Everyone present, including Wang Fan, knew perfectly well. Perhaps intimidated by Jin Zhao's icy stare, or unable to accept the outcome, she remained frozen. Wang Fan trembled, her lips quivering, but she refused to speak. Do I need to repeat myself? The hall fell so silent that no one dared to breathe, all eyes fixed on him. When his palpable, chilling gaze locked onto her, Wang Fan felt as if a serpent with a flicking tongue had coiled around her, her blood seemingly. "I'm a big pig head. I'm 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 a big pig head." After finally mustering the courage to shout it out, she rolled her eyes and fainted. Jin Zhao frowned in distaste, and then addressed her father. Minister Wang, I hope not to wait until next year to see that 10,000 silver taels. Wang Dazhou kept wiping the sweat from his brow and hastily replied, Yes, yes, rest assured, Your Highness. The future crown princess will certainly not have to wait until next year for the silver. As soon as he said it, he realized that tomorrow would be next year. And at this moment, there were only a few hours left until the new year. Seeing his prompt agreement, Jin Zhao slightly eased his oppressive aura. Well said. Sway, her face impassive, tugged at his sleeve. I'm tired. Let's go back. Jinso's expression instantly softened. Seeing her weary look, his heart ached with tenderness. Alright, whatever Sway says. After greeting the emperor, they left first. With his most beloved son gone, the emperor didn't linger either. After giving a few casual instructions, he also departed, leaving a group of ministers exchanging bewildered glances. This was no ordinary New Year's Eve. A joyous New Year's Eve banquet ended almost in discord. On the return carriage, Sway leaned against Jin Zhao, speaking in a somewhat exasperated tone. Why are there so many formalities when dining among ancient people? Wherever there are people, there are intrigues. Wherever there are women, there are rumors. But there are just too many here. It feels like a drunken spectacle with every kind of oddity imaginable. Jin Zhao turned to kiss her forehead, continuing, Sway, don't overthink it. This is not overthinking. I must tell you, if you ever dare to have another woman, I will vanish without a trace. He tightened his arm around her shoulders, saying, Sway, you are being mischievous again. Didn't we already promise to be together for a lifetime? Just give me a little trust, will you? Alright, I trust you. But right now I'm so hungry. The palace food looks good but tastes terrible, and most of it is... Jin Zhao smiled, knowing this was typical of palace banquets, but he didn't say it aloud. Instead, he said, Let's have them prepare dinner when we return. Sway shook her head, leaning against his shoulder. No, we'll cook myself. Alright, all according to Sway. Outside the carriage, Li Heng thought he'll listen to Yun Mei from now on. After returning to the prince's residence, Sway immediately entered her space. After selecting the ingredients she needed, she headed straight to the kitchen. Although it was already 7 or 8 o'clock, she didn't mind the trouble at all. Remembering the days when she could only envy others' bright homes, she felt grateful to finally have him by her side. Energized, she felt as if she had been invigorated, filled with strength. Soon a variety of dishes were freshly prepared by her hands. The first dish was braised chicken pieces de jidole. The second dish was steamed perch nian yu. The third dish was oyster sauce lettuce, shi shinkai. The fourth dish was stir-fried beef, niu chi chong tian. The fifth dish was stir-fried chives, chong jiu. The sixth dish was meatballs and fish balls, tuan yuan. The seventh dish was stir-fried dried tofu, fu chi man. The eighth dish was stir-fried lotus root, hao yun lian. The ninth dish was 8 treasure rice dumplings, yuan man. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Sway nodded in satisfaction. Such culinary skills and efficiency were indeed remarkable. After showcasing her talents in the kitchen, she quickly cleaned herself up as the smell of oil and smoke was unavoidable. After coming out of the space with the food, she called Jin Zhao into her room. Sway, did you make all this in your secret base? Yes, doesn't it make you feel hungry just looking at it? Let's hurry and eat before it gets cold. Indeed, Sway has worked hard. To her surprise, in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, she had prepared such a large spread. The secret base was indeed mysterious. In the brightly lit room, they shared a table, taking turns feeding each other, creating a sweet and harmonious atmosphere. To her surprise, in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, she had prepared such a large spread. The secret base was indeed mysterious. In the brightly lit room, they shared a table, taking turns. Jin Zhao, who was rinsing his mouth, spat out the water and walked over to help her up, saying, Let me support you as you walk around the room for a bit to digest. Thank you, boyfriend. Then she linked her arm with his and started to stroll around the room. Round and round they walked tirelessly. Just as Sway was about to suggest taking a break, Li Heng's voice came from outside. Your Highness, Miss Sway, Lord Wang has arrived. They both halted, exchanging glances, instantly understanding why Lord Wang had come. Boyfriend, let's go take a look. Sway took his hand, ready to head outside. Jin Zhao helplessly smiled and pulled her back. Sway, wait, what's wrong? He didn't reply, but went to get a cloak. After draping it over her and tying it properly, he said, The night is deep and cold. Where Sway looked down at the thick cloak and then at him. Her peach blossom eyes gradually curved, sparkling like countless stars, shining brightly wherever she looked. Thank you, boyfriend. After saying that, she planted a kiss on his cheek. The one who was kissed had eyes full of affection and laughter. Oh my, Sway in the front hall. Wang Dazhou was pacing anxiously. When he saw them arrive, he hurriedly approached, bowing and greeting. I pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince, and to the future Crown Princess. Jin Zhao held Sway's hand as they walked past him, taking a seat at the main table. Is the 10,000 taels of silver? His expression was calm and his tone was indifferent, yet it inexplicably filled Wang Dazhou with fear. Replying to His Highness, I have prepared it, but due to time constraints, I only have the banknotes for your inspection. This was his entire year's salary, business income, and gifts from others. All because of that damn daughter of his. See how he dealt with her when, taking a few steps forward, he opened the small box he was holding. Inside, banknotes of various denominations were neatly stacked, filling the entire box. Jin Zhao glanced at it, and then exchanged a knowing look with Li Heng, who immediately understood. After inspecting the box lightly, Jin Zhao nodded. Confirming everything was in order, his tone remained neutral as he said, I hope Lord Wang will properly discipline his daughter. If she commits foolishness again, it won't be this simple next time. Yes, your highness is right. I will ensure she is well disciplined. He thought to himself that when he returned, he would definitely strip her of her skin. Once he left, Sui Sui immediately said, Jin Zhao, let's go exchange the banknotes for silver tomorrow. She still preferred the shiny silver, it felt safer. Alright, all according to Sui Sui. Just let Li Heng handle this matter. After saying that, his gaze flicked to the side. Li Heng immediately responded, Your Highness Miss Sui, rest assured it will be done by tomorrow. After this interlude, it was already the midnight hour. In less than half an hour, it would be the new year. Although Sui Sui felt sleepy, she decided to stay up with her boyfriend. This was their first new year together. Staying up together was meaningful. She took out a box of large fireworks from her space. Amidst the sound of firecrackers, with a loud bang, the fireworks soared into the sky. They blossomed magnificently, in the air, radiant and colorful. Like shooting stars wandering through the night sky, like marigolds blooming brightly, like celestial maidens scattering flowers from the heavens. This beautiful spectacle attracted nearly half the people in the capital to witness it. Jin Zhao, holding Sui Sui's hand, was equally stunned by the breathtaking fireworks. Yet in a moment of turning back to glance at her, he saw the joy in her eyes filled with his reflection and felt his own shallowness. No matter how beautiful the fireworks were, they could not compare to her enchanting gaze. Before he could pull back his gaze, he heard her softly say, As we bid farewell to the old year and greet the new, may the fireworks be ever present, and may we always have moments like this together. Boyfriend, Happy New Year. The fireworks continued to dazzle. He and she, gazing at each other lovingly beneath the fireworks, embraced and kissed passionately, cherishing this moment of the splendid fireworks on New Year's Eve had once caused a sensation. Even now in the lush May, people still talked about them with relish. The romantic sentiment of May every year be like today had thus spread widely through the streets and alleys. There were looks of envy, jealousy, disdain, and contempt, all kinds of gazes. But Sui Sui paid no heed. Amidst her leisurely, carefree life, like a little hamster hoarding pine nuts, she saved up her dowry every day. By day, over 4 months, she had managed to fill 128 dowry chests to the brim. Of course, all of this was done in secret. Though the dowry was extravagant, her personal treasury remained ample due to daily income. At the same time, she had someone open up half an acre of land in the outskirts according to her instructions. Half was planted with potatoes first, and the other half with sweet potatoes later. She arranged for 2 people to guard it daily. It wasn't that she was being petty or judging others by her own standards. Rather, one should not have the heart to harm others, but must have the heart to guard against them. Time flew by in a flash, and soon it was the last day of May. On this day, the Crown Prince's residence received an unexpected guest. While Sui Sui was leisurely swinging on a swing and cracking melon seeds, Li Heng came to report that Uncle Kai had arrived. Her delicate embroidered shoe pressed against the ground, stopping the swing. Where is Uncle Kai now? Miss Sui, he should still be at the main gate. Sui Sui nodded. Have someone invite him to the front hall, and also find your highness. Yes, Miss Sui. Before leaving, he cast a glance at his sweetheart Yin Mei. This subtle movement happened to catch Sui Sui's eye. So once Li Heng was far away, she clicked her tongue teasingly. Tisk, 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 which pretty girl is this blooming like a flower at the sight of her lover? Teased by her mistress, Yin Mei felt embarrassed. Oh, miss, just as his highness said, you're being mischievous again. Accused of being mischievous, Sui Sui made as if to tickle her. Oh, you little minx, daring to tease your mistress. Ha ha. I'm sorry, miss, I was wrong. Please spare me, it wasn't me who said it, it was his highness. I'll let you off this time. She knew, of course, that it was what her boyfriend said, and it had even become his catch. Sui Sui stood with her hands on her hips, her delicate face radiant, with a bright smile, making her appear lively and bold. This was the scene Jin Zhao saw when he arrived at the garden. The girl, laughing joyfully, caught sight of her boyfriend, and happily bounded over. Jin Zhao, how did you get here so fast? He gently hooked his index finger, and tapped her straight, delicate nose. Look at you, it's so hot, yet you're fooling around like this. You're sweating. It's okay, I'm not really hot. Let's go to the front hall, Uncle Kai should be arriving soon. Alright, whatever Sui Sui says. When they reached the front hall, Uncle Kai was indeed already waiting there. He sat only on the edge of the chair, his tea untouched. Having never been to such a magnificent place, he was excessively cautious. The moment he saw them, he immediately tried to kneel and bow. Sui Sui quickly stepped forward to stop him. Uncle Kai, please get up. Perhaps due to her modern sensibilities, having been in this ancient world for so long, she could comfortably accept the service of servants, but she could not bear others kneeling to her at every turn, especially when they were kind, elderly folks. Thank you, your highness, the Crown Prince, Miss Sui. Uncle Kai, I thought no one would come from Lianyuan town. I never expected it would be you. Uncle Kai hunched his back. Thanks to your and His Highness blessings, the town is well constructed, and it's the busy farming season. Everyone is occupied. So this old man, decided to make the trip myself. Fortunately, it's not particularly far. Sway Sway thought. Even with a fast horse it takes a whole day, and he says it's not far. Realizing it was still only morning, she asked Uncle Kai, did you set off yesterday? Miss Sway guessed correctly. This old man set out early yesterday morning, driving my own carriage. Setting out yesterday, and arriving only now. Without a doubt, he must have spent the night alone in the wilderness. Fortunately, the realm was at peace now. Uncle Kai, you haven't eaten yet, have you? They'll have someone prepare some food for you. Thank you for your concern, Miss Sway, but there's no need to trouble yourself. I brought some baked cakes with me, they will suffice. Uncle Kai hastily declined, unable to bear both receiving gifts and imposing further. Uncle Kai, it's no trouble. They'll have the kitchen make you a bowl of noodles, it's simple and convenient. Having said that, without giving him a chance to refuse, she ordered it to be prepared. While waiting for the noodles, they began to chat idly about matters concerning Linyu in town. Sway Sway discovered that Uncle Kai was not only kind, but also exceptionally learned and sensible. No wonder he was such a respected elder in the town. Jin Zhao occasionally interjected a few words, but his gaze never left the eloquent girl. Before long, the noodles were brought in. To avoid making Uncle Kai feel awkward, Sway Sway and Jin Zhao returned to Xiaofeng courtyard while he ate. She entered her space, and he stood guard at the door for her. The seedlings and seeds were prepared in advance. Since sweet potato slips were light, she prepared enough for one mu, roughly 3,000 slips weighing about 35 jin. Potato seeds were heavier, so she only prepared about 20 jin, enough to plant a few ridges. She also prepared another 10 jin or so of regular potatoes. Sway Sway didn't really need to do anything in the space this time. She simply filled a 500 milliliters mineral water bottle with water. Bringing everything out of the space, she called out, Jin Zhao, are you still at the door? He entered upon hearing her voice. Sway Sway. He had heard her movements the moment she came out. He entered the instant she called. As long as she was there, he would always be there. Sway Sway said with a smile in her eyes, boyfriend, have someone take these things to the front hall. Jin Zhao glanced at the items on the floor and called out Li Hung Li Kuan. They appeared promptly. Take these things to the front hall. Yes, your highness. By the time they returned to the front hall, Uncle Kai had already finished his noodles. Seeing them arrive, he quickly stood up again. Uncle Kai, have you eaten your fill? Uncle Kai bowed slightly. I have, thank you for your generous hospitality, your highness, and Miss Sway. Sway Sway nodded. Good, as long as you've eaten your fill. These are the sweet potato slips and potato seeds. I've written down how to plant them and what problems you might encounter all inside here. But don't worry, these two crops are very easy to grow. Especially since they came from her space, it would be a crime against heaven if they didn't grow, or Miss Sway, your great kindness is beyond repayment. Please allow this old man to bow to you. Before Sway Sway could speak, he bent at a 90-degree angle and gave a deep bow. Uncle Kai, please don't be so formal. When you all have enough to eat, and where the state has one less thing to worry about. As she spoke, she handed him the bottle. Uncle Kai, this is water I've prepared. Drink it when you're thirsty, but please under no circumstances waste a single drop. Hearing her solemn tone, Uncle Kai knew this water was no ordinary thing. He took it with both hands, his face full of gratitude. Yes, yes, this old man will remember. Uncle Kai, once the seedlings are unearthed, you must plant them as soon as possible, or the roots will dry out easily. If you can't bear to stay the night, it's best to set off early. Miss Sway is absolutely right. This old man was thinking the same thing. Then please take care on your journey, Uncle Kai. Li Hung Li Kuan helped Uncle Kai carry these things to his carriage. After they had all left, Jin Zhao gently pulled her into his arms, holding her as if she were the most precious treasure. Sway Sway, you will surely be I think so too. He popularizing the cultivation of potatoes and sweet potatoes benefits the nation and its people. An empress who can do things that benefit the nation and its people. How could she not be a great empress? After Kai Bo left, it was soon noon. Following lunch, Jin Zhao went out on business, while Sway Sway went to Xiaofeng courtyard to find Gue Momo. Upon entering Gue Momo's room, she saw her packing a bundle. Startled, Sway Sway quickly asked, Gue Momo, what are you doing? Gue Momo put down her things, bowed to Sway Sway, then walked over, took her hand, and patted it affectionately. Miss, I was just about to come find you. Seeing her beaming smile, nothing seemed amiss, easing most of Sway Sway's worry. She then asked, Momo, is there something you need from me? Silly Miss, tomorrow is the start of June, and it's only a week until your grand wedding with the crown prince. We need to return to your own home to prepare, and also warm the house. So soon. I thought we had a couple more days. Sway Sway was genuinely surprised. Having come to this ancient era alone, buying her own estate was meant to provide a sense of security. But all that needed to be done at her estate currently was cleaning and hanging red silk. She had planned to prepare during the 3 days before the wedding when, according to custom, the couple couldn't meet. She hadn't expected to start so soon. As for the housewarming, it hadn't even crossed her mind. Miss, haven't you noticed the crown prince has been going out every day recently? He's been busy with the wedding preparations. Oh, alright. He'll follow your arrangements, Momo. Seeing her still smiling brightly, Gue Momo lightly patted her hand and sighed softly. You have a pitiful background with no family to see you off. Though I am but a servant, I presume to take the liberty of sending you off in marriage. For Sway Sway, she admitted her initial affection was by extension. But as time passed in her private heart, she had come to cherish her like a daughter. At these words, the girl's genuine smile gradually faded. She stepped forward and embraced Gue Momo. Gue Momo, thank you. Thank you for caring so much for me. Gue Momo patted her back again, sighing with emotion. Alright, you're about to be a bride, yet you're still so fond of acting spoiled. Pulling back from the embrace, Sway Sway composed herself, and said, then he'll go back and pack too. Returning to her room in Xiaofeng Courtyard, she thought of asking Yun Mei to have Li Heng send a message to Jin Zhao that she wouldn't be back today. But since both Li Heng and Li Kun had gone out with him, she had to give up the idea, thinking she would just return later after finishing up. She packed a few of her favorite items into a bag and put them into her spatial storage. Then she selected a few more dresses and bundled them into a package. Accompanied by Taohong Yun Mei and Gue Momo, who had also packed, she set off in a grand procession towards her new home. The new home was just 5 meters across the road from the Crown Prince's residence, situated diagonally opposite. Of course, it was not directly facing the main gate of the... Every time she had entered the new home before, Sway Sway had used the side entrance, and this time was no exception. Upon arriving, Gue Momo suggested hanging the long-ordered plaque reading. Sway Sway happily agreed. Since the wedding was soon, she could finally reveal the surprise to her boyfriend. But at the same time, within Xiaofeng Courtyard of the prince's mansion, a devastating storm was about to break. Let's turn back half an hour. Jin Zhao had returned from the palace, his heart full of joy, carrying the phoenix coronet and embroidered robes his beloved would wear for their... Returning to her room in Xiaofeng Courtyard, he found it not only empty, but her most cherished possessions were also gone. His heart plummeted into an icy abyss. A tremor ran through him, and the storm in his eyes turned pitch black. This led to the current scene. Speak. Where is the future crown princess? His majestic aura and icy voice pierced like a blade into everyone's hearts. The gatekeeper, unable to withstand the pressure, fell to his knees with a thud. Trembling, he said, reporting to your highness, I saw the future crown princess carrying a bundle, leaving with Yun Mei and the others. At these words, Jin Zhao felt as if something had shattered in an instant. Li Heng, Li Kun. Search. Send men out to find her. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must, but find the future crown princess. His gnashing teeth betrayed his fury and pain. Sway Sway, you liar. I should never have let you do whatever you pleased. Just wait until I find you. They'll break your legs and chain you with a golden shackle, so you can't go anywhere. Yes, your highness. Li Heng and Li Kun also realized the gravity of the situation. But when they appeared at the main gate, their hurried steps immediately halted. Jin Zhao followed their gaze. There, standing on a ladder, smiling brightly while hanging a plaque, was the very girl he was about to search heaven and earth for, his beloved. In his heart, something rapidly gathered and returned. Sensing his presence, Sway Sway turned around. Seeing it was her boyfriend, her smile grew even warmer, and she shouted, Jin Zhao. But because she was on the high ladder, her shout caused her to lose her balance. She wobbled precariously, about to fall at any moment. Help. Seeing this, Jin Zhao instantly used his lightness skill to rush over, catching her steadily, just as she fell. Safe in his embrace, the girl patted her chest vigorously, saying with lingering fear, Oh my god, that scared me to death. Then, grinning at her boyfriend's handsome face, she added, Good thing my boyfriend caught me. Looking at his beloved girl, smiling so radiantly at him, Jin Zhao, who had been furious moments ago, and then terrified out of his wits, couldn't muster any anger now. His strong, defined jawline was taut. But in his heart, he was immensely relieved. Thank goodness Sway Sway hadn't left. Turning on his heel, he carried her into her new home. The moment he set her down, he gave her a light slap on the backside. He wanted to be harsh, but he couldn't bear it. After the slap, he immediately pulled her into a tight embrace. Sway Sway, are you trying to scare me to death? The girl, who was about to throw a fit over being spanked, instantly had her temper smothered by the hug. She wrapped her arms around his waist, nuzzling her head against his neck, yet still said petulantly, How did I scare you? Jin Zhao was momentarily amused and exasperated. Only she could do something wrong, and then sound so innocent and righteous. What do you mean? Leaving without a word, taking your favorite things, you nearly scared my soul away. And then you almost fell off the ladder just now. This time Sway Sway fell completely silent. She had planned to hang the plaque, and then return to see if he was back to show him this big surprise. She never expected the surprise to turn into a shock. So she conceded. Okay, boyfriend, I was wrong. I originally wanted to have Li Heng tell you, but they were all gone. I thought I'd be back soon anyway, so I didn't tell the other servants. I promise from now on, no matter where I go or what I do, I'll inform you. If you're not around, I'll tell someone else. As she finished speaking, she raised 3 fingers in the air from the hand that was hugging his waist. For a moment, Jin Zhao was torn between laughter and tears. He could only take her swearing hand and kiss it repeatedly, then press her head back against his chest. A gentle, helpless smile graced his face. His Sway Sway. What was he to do with her? Such a worry. As they embraced, the setting sun slanted westward. The still gentle afterglow draped the deeply entwined lovers in a mantle of sunset red. After what felt like an eternity, Jin Zhao reluctantly released his beloved. Then raising a spirited brow, he said, Sui Sui, explain yourself. Sui Sui understood his meaning. She simply took his hand and began strolling around the residence. As you can see, this is a house I bought, and it belongs to me alone. Jin Zhao was puzzled. Why? Did I make you feel insecure? She stopped, her eyes curving into crescents as she pecked his slightly stubbled chin. My darling, you've given me plenty of security. But this isn't about that. I just wanted a place of my own, one bought with my own earnings. Do you understand? He drew her hand to his lips and brushed it softly. I understand. Yet inwardly he thought it still, because I haven't given you enough security. You won't be angry that I acted on my own. Nonsense. It's just a house. As long as you're happy and never leave me, I won't blame you for... Hearing this, Sui Sui eyes seemed to brim with stars. Playfully she asked, then from tonight until our wedding can I stay in my own home and even depart from here for the ceremony? Jin Zhao's expression stiffened for a moment, but after a brief hesitation, he yielded with a fine. Her peach blossom eyes were too radiant, he couldn't bear to dim their light. Sui Sui led him around the grounds, describing the courtyard layout without opening any doors. They eventually returned to the main yard, which housed two principal rooms. One room for him, one for her. Darling, I'm going to perform a magic trick now. Close your eyes and don't open them until I say so. With tender brows he played along. All right, whatever Sui Sui says. She guided him to his room and gently pushed the door open. Okay, you can open your eyes now. This is your room. Surprise. Are you surprised? Are you amazed? Jin Zhao blinked, staring at the room that was almost identical to his chambers in the Crown Prince's manor. It took him a long moment to find his voice. Sui Sui, did you prepare all this in secret? Yes. Do you like it? Her beaming smile landed directly on his heart. He heard himself say, Sui Sui, it feels like you've always been the one giving while I've done nothing for you. Who says you've done nothing? Spoiling me like a child is the greatest kindness you could ever show me. No one has ever been as good to me as you. Jin Zhao suddenly let out a soft laugh. Silly Sui Sui, doting on you and loving you is simply my duty. Alright, I know. Want to take a look at my room? She then pulled him to the adjacent room. Unsurprisingly, it was arranged much like her rooms in the manor. Having composed himself, Jin Zhao asked calmly, Sui Sui, is there a hidden door between these two rooms? Sui Sui shot him a playful glare. A hidden door? Don't even think about it. And as for knocking them through, absolutely not. Caught red-handed, the man showed no embarrassment. They lingered in the room for a while before heading out. At the main gate, the grand plaque reading Sui Residence had been hung, its gilded calligraphic characters swirling with vigor and splendor. Sui Sui glanced at the plaque, then turned to him. Well, isn't it beautiful? He replied with a gentle smile. It truly is. With the plaque in place, the group returned to the Crown Prince's manor. The few onlookers gradually dispersed, but all silently marveled. Such a magnificent mansion was the private property of the future Crown Princess, bought entirely with her own efforts. Sui Sui remained unaware of their thoughts. After the evening meal, as night slowly fell, she pulled Jin Zhao into the courtyard for a digestive stroll. With stars twinkling, a gentle breeze chirping insects, and her beloved by her side, the young woman felt the atmosphere was almost unbearable. After a short walk, she sent him off to handle the day's accumulated affairs while she returned to the Sui residence with Lady Gui and the others. Jin Zhao offered to escort her, but she firmly refused. It was only a few meters, such a bother. Helpless, he had to let her go. In the Sui residence courtyard, candles had been lit in advance, casting a warm glow. Sui Sui entered her room, tidied up in her space, and lay on the bed staring blankly at the gauze canopy. Meanwhile, at the Crown Prince's manor, Li Heng, when not facing his beloved, Jin Zhao's voice was as deep and dark as the night itself. Li Heng entered promptly. Your Highness, go with the steward to the kitchen and select half the staff. Have them report to the Sui residence kitchen tomorrow morning. Until my wedding they will serve there, and return to the manor at night. His Sui Sui needed to warm her new home, and lighting the stove was essential. As you command, Your Highness. After giving his orders, Jin Zhao immersed himself in official matters until late into the night. When he finished, he tidied up and habitually turned the vase to enter Sui Sui room. Seeing the empty bed, he realized his beloved had gone to her own home. With a shift of his step, he flew out the door to the Sui residence. He gently pushed the door. It was bolted from inside. With a helpless chuckle, Jin Zhao drew his ever-present small dagger and carefully worked the bolt open. Just as it was about to fall, he caught it deftly, without waking the sleeping girl. He re-bolted the door, set the dagger aside, and tiptoed over. His beloved still slept soundly. Her vermilion lips, delicate nose, and gentle brows made her as beautiful as a porcelain doll. Jin Zhao crouched by the bed, watching her quietly for a moment. Then he shed his outer robe, lay down, and drew her into his arms. As if sensing something, Sui Sui eyes fluttered open. Recognizing him, she closed them again, nestled into a comfortable spot in his embrace, and murmured sleepily, Darling, are you done with work? But before he could answer, her eyes snapped open again. Propping herself up on her elbows, she sat up slightly. All drowsiness vanished instantly. She looked at him, then at the door. Jean Zhao, didn't I bolt the door? How did you get in? With his eyes already closed, Jean Zhao pulled her down against his chest. All right, Sui Sui, be good and go to sleep. I'm so tired. Sui Sui lifted her head slightly and noticed faint shadows under his eyes. Pressing her lips together, she decided to leave it for tomorrow. But as she turned, she spotted the dagger on the table and understood instantly. Head played the part of a romantic burglar. The night was deep and sleep weighed heavily. Sui Sui didn't dwell on it. She found a cozier spot in his embrace and gradually drifted into deep slumber. What she didn't know was that as her breathing grew steady, and even the man holding her slowly opened his eyes. They were clear and brimming with joy, and the corners of his lips curled upward again and again.